In the world of Beastmasters, every individual is afforded the opportunity to awaken the Beastmaster Codex, forging a pact with mythical creatures to fight side by side. When Yin Zin stepped in Tathinig Mata Creel Move to Lucery Beasts Ranch, unexpected lie awakened Thuniki ability, known as Thigh Off Insight. This remarkable power enabled him to unravel the mysterious off beast evolution, allowing him to discern the essential conditions for, with clarity. Armed with this advantage, has successfully established a covenant with a 5-star quality little skeleton, embarking on a quest for the glory of becoming the strongest Beastmaster. In summary, I shall conclude my word shura. Extend me heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their support of my teaching over the past 2 years. Finally, I sincerely wish each student success in forging a contract with their desired mythical creature the Lucery Beasts Ranch, remarked Zhangting. Whose a thinning hair wash barely noticeable, ash rapid is farewell addressed to the class. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Yin Zin held a favorable impression of the Shamaroom teacher, finding him amusing and easygoing. Under his guidance, the overall academic performance of the class had seen a significant improvement. However, in this world, every high school student entering Thiersnery Woodbur, classified based on Thyrene Beastmaster talents. The new homeroom teacher would be a powerful Beastmaster, rather than the cultural subject teachers from the fierce Twiersoft High School. Thus, Zhangting would no longer serve as homeroom teacher. Nonetheless, cultural subjects would still be taught, and through a sapability thought Zhangting could remain as one of their instructors. After Twiersoft patience, Themament Formato showcase me ability Eshes finally arrived. Yushe proclaimed with an air of bravado. Exuding gas and zoft he will have fortunate turns, Donatender Themithioth, while chuckling to himself. Yinzin curiously inquired, what makes you so confident in your Beastmaster talent? Yush replied with pride, with the hour consistent la high grades, how could you not grasp fellow wolf conservation? My la cluster academic performance in lie signifius that titlement must lie ein beast mastery. Yin's insterdat Yusheo in disbelief, feeling as thothis intelligence suis being challenged. Don't ask him for homework and I more. Although he's near wood beprimer relief focused on practical beast mastery, cultural subjects remained indispensable. If Yinzin refused to lend a shamwork to Yusheo forcaping, it would be kintoable from Theblu for him. Up in hearing this, Yusheo Gerwangsias and implored, oh, come on, brother. I was wrong. Please, be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Seeing Yinzin turn away to ignore him, Yusheo tugged at his arm, continuing Ptolemit. Irritated by Yushea's incessant chatter, Yinzin reluctantly agreed to continue allowing to copy his shamwork. Yay! Yushea cheered in triumph. Hey Thin lowered his voice conspiratorially. Brother, let him share a little secret with you. My dad bought me skill detection talisman last month. Yinzin turned the satin back to Yushao, lost in thought. Every individual is inherently endowed with a Beastmaster skill, yet the skill can and libby activate deponent during the Lucery Beasts Ranch. However, certain raretums can utilize ed for the detection, though such attempts are exceeding. Consequently, their market price is exorbitantly high, making them accessible to the fluent. Howled have a thought. Yushao, thoughty our family, is quite wealthy, capable of purchasing gas skill detection talisman. Yinzin remarked, scrutinizing Yushao, Hobern outward signs of affluence. Yushea scratched the shade and chuckled. Heh, mitted say the same. If it weren't for the paternity test being conclusive, had suspect you was which had at birth. And what is your Beastmaster skill? Yinzin inquired. Frenzy, which hallows Mato temporarily unleash the potential of a mythical creature. Enhance in Jit's power and infuse in Jit Sadix with a life drainage effect, Yusheo whispered. What an impressive skill, Yinzin exclaimed, realizing that Frenzy's skill is shyly versatile and practical, making Jit a top choice for novice Beastmasters. Upon receiving Yinzin's praise, Yusheo beamed with delight. What level is it? Level. That's fantastic. Yinzin gave a thumbs up. Beastmaster skills are categorized into levels, ranging from 2s, with Bay Binquita commendable. Thus, Yushao's level Frenzy skill is indeed exceptional. In addition to standard Beastmaster skills, there exists a category of special skills that do not conform to Thelaveil systematics, making them coveted, as they cannot be acquired through conventional means. What are we out discussing? Why's Yushea grinning so mysteriously? Shuechong, seated in the front row, turned around with curiosity. Nothing much this Falawis just feeling a bit pleased with himself duetto his good fortune, Yinzin replied, shaking his Dan gesturing toward Yushao. Shui change appeared to bequid familiar with Yushao's typical behavior and, upon hearing Yinzin's comment, lost interest in him. Whereabouto enter the Lucery Beast's ranch? Are you nervous? Not really, Yu replied nonchalantly. Asha's beast master skill was already determined at dimmerly needed to find a switty of mythical to pact with. While Yinzin felt some apprehension, he did note outward let us play it. After a brief period of casual conversation, an announcement crackled over the intercom. All second-year students, please get the playground B class. The three exchanged glances, understanding that Themamin tof destiny was drawing her. Yushao was the most excited, as frenzy ice among the most effective beast master skills, and higher Ned to showcase his prowess before his spears. Upon reaching the playground, Yinzin found himself less anxious, unable to pinpoint theories and perhaps felt thought were rying gover something mutable was futile. The order of entry into the Lucery Beast's ranch was determined B class, and as a member of class 6, Yinzin would need to a longer. A grand gate constructed of white stone stood majestically in a high platform beside the playground. The center of the gate teshimirred with a deep blue way, reminiscent of a tranquil sea it served a supportaland thentrancedo the Lucery realm. First entrance into the Lucery realm would find themselves in the Lucery Beast's ranch, awakening their beast master skills. The type of mythical creature and beast master skill in era received ways entire, reliant in personal fortune. Class 1 was the fierce to take their turn. Thepatite Gying stood at the forefront of the line. Herfis Sklin shed tight lias hitoak deep breaths repeatedly. Go ahead, it's all right, the Homirim teacher of class 1 reassured her from the side. Guying nodded, closing Harry's, and sprinted through the quithropid strides. The deep blue agate terra pled with waves. Next in line, please follow Soot, the homeroom teacher gestured. Over 40 students entered the gate in succession. As the final student crossed the threshold off to Lucery realm, Guyin emerged from the gate. Cradlingus no wider abiten harems, her lips were rose yan charming, yet the corner soft hermouth drooped, her face seat shed with disappointment. The homeroom teacher cast a glance downward, fully aware of the situation. This was no velvet rabbit, a highly regarded ornamental mythical creature, beloved be the fluent, and its market price remained consistent lie. However, it was widely acknowledged for its growth potential. Althuga beast master may possess a rethinon mythical creature, the fierce stone ice particularly significant, known as soul beast. The soul beast is irreplaceable, and each to might perushes, it inflicts tremendishum upon the beast master soul. Thismiant that Gying was inherent lie at a disadvantage, starter with anomalous ethical creature. It's alright while having Gavis no velvet rabitase a soul beast may place you at a lower starting point compared to theirs. It does not signify Indo fio your journey as a beast master. Just like the legendary beast master Song E, whose soul beast was Merle yellow potential green water turtle. Yet still achieved legendary status. These illustrates her perseverances of paramount importance, the homeroom teacher consoled her. Upon hearing the plea of Song E, Gu Ying's face brightened with renewed determination, and she nodded, her gaze growing resolute. Chapter 2. The Eye of Insight behind the unseen gaze of Gu Ying. The homeroom teacher let out a sigh. He refrained from disclosing to Gu Ying that, although Song Yi's soul beast was rather unimpressive, his second phantom beast was, in fact, a 5-star quality flame imp. This flame imp was a birthday gift from Song Yi's grandfather, a legendary beast master who had meticulously charted its evolutionary path towards becoming the king of flame demons. However, Gu Ying was merely an ordinary individual, and her grandfather was just a bronze-ranked beast master. Thus it was inconceivable for her to receive a 5-star phantom beast as a birthday present, let alone possess a flawless evolutionary route. Consequently, she could never tread the same path as Song E. The homeroom teacher had merely woven an exceedingly fragile dream for a little girl in one household. There was joy, while in another, sorrow. Those classmates who had acquired formidable beast master skills and high-quality soul beasts were naturally elated, whereas those with less impressive skills and lower-quality soul beasts were far less cheerful. For those from affluent families, perhaps they could purchase a high-quality phantom beast to replace their soul beast as their primary companion. However, for those from less fortunate backgrounds, the focus had to remain on their existing soul beasts. Although logging into the phantom realm was relatively simple, The sheer number of students, over 40 in each class, meant that it took more than an hour for Class 6 to take their turn. Charge! Yu Xiao took the lead. Rushing into the portal, he was already aware of his Beast Master skills and knew that selecting a high-quality Phantom Beast would set him on the path of a Beast Master. Yin Xian obediently followed the line into the portal. After a moment of disorientation, Yin Xian found himself in a vast grassland, his attire transformed into a simple garment of coarse linen. This was the Phantom Beast Ranch, a place where each Beast Master had only one opportunity in their lifetime to visit. No one knew the true expanse of the Phantom Beast Ranch, but there was one truth universally acknowledged among Beast Masters. It contained all types of Phantom Beasts, all in their juvenile forms. This meant that a novice Beast Master, should fortune favor them, might stumble upon a 5-star quality Phantom Beast cub. Of course, discovering a Phantom Beast cub did not guarantee it would become one's soul beast. Gaining the cub's recognition was imperative. How one achieved this recognition depended entirely on their own capabilities. It was said that legendary families possessed unique methods to discern the quality of Phantom Beasts with the naked eye and to earn their acknowledgement. But the emergence of Song Yi had cast doubt on this claim. Yin Xian did not harbor expectations of acquiring a 5-star quality Phantom Beast. His aim was merely a 3-star quality creature. However, it seemed he had taken a wrong turn and stumbled upon a graveyard within the Phantom Beast Ranch. It was the first time Yin Xian had heard of such a thing. Yet, given the vastness of the ranch, it was not surprising that no one had traversed every corner. The presence of a graveyard was not unusual, but what kind of Phantom Beast would prefer to linger in a graveyard? The answer was skeletons. A white, bony skeleton appeared before Yin Xian. While skeletons could be somewhat intimidating, the Phantom Beasts within the ranch were not known to attack Beast Masters, so Yin Xian felt no fear. Should he consider this skeleton as his soul beast? Yin Xian pondered, stroking his chin. Although it was rare for a Beast Master to contract a skeleton as a soul beast, such instances did exist. However, this particular skeleton appeared rather dull-witted, suggesting it might lack quality. If only he could ascertain the quality of these Phantom Beasts, Yin Xian mused. Seeing the human standing there, seemingly daft, the white skeleton turned and walked away. Oh, speaking of which, what were my Beast Master skills again? Yin Xian suddenly recalled he had yet to check his skills and summoned the Beast Master's compendium. The compendium was an initial item bestowed upon Beast Masters by the Phantom Realm, containing various information about Beast Masters and Phantom Beasts, and capable of storing any item within the realm. Without Yin Xian needing to lift a finger, the compendium sensed his thoughts and automatically flipped to a particular page. The page depicted an injured Phantom Beast resting beneath a verdant canopy, with notes inscribed beside it. Healing Technique, Level, A Overview. Heals Phantom Beasts. Effectiveness depends on skill level and Beast Master level. Yin Xian let out a sigh of relief. Although Healing Technique was not as potent as Berserk, it was still a commendable Beast Master skill. A Beast Master who could heal would be invaluable to any team. Just as Yin Xian intended to put away the compendium, it unexpectedly flipped to another page. A transparent eye appeared on the page, half-closed, shimmering with golden light. Dual skills? Yin Xian was taken aback. He had heard of fortunate Beast Masters starting with 2 skills, but he had never imagined such a stroke of luck would befall him. Eye of Insight, Overview. Allows the user to view hidden information in O level. It was indeed a special skill. Yin Xian felt as though he had stepped in luck today. How could he possibly be this fortunate? He lifted his head and activated the skill. Golden light flowed gently from his eyes, a mysterious force enveloping them, as if powerful hands tore through the fog before him. The scenery did not change, but as Yin Xian gazed at the white skeleton, lines of text suddenly materialized beside it. White skeleton, quality, 1-star level, black iron first stage skills, none overview. An ordinary skeleton? Easily defeated by an average person, so this was the Eye of Insight. Its effect seemed akin to that of a reconnaissance talisman. Yin Xian was not overly disappointed. Although the Eye of Insight's effect was not overwhelmingly powerful, over time it could save him a considerable sum, as reconnaissance talismans were not inexpensive. This skeleton was truly worthless, Yin Xian lamented. Just as he prepared to leave in search of a more desirable Phantom Beast, he noticed additional lines of small text beneath the original. Compatibility, Yin Xian 80 can evolve after reaching Black Iron 10th stage. Skeleton Warrior, 2 stars. Requires Skeleton Archer, 1 star. requires the ability to view the evolution pathways and conditions of phantom beasts, made the Eye of Insight an astonishing skill. Yin Xian could not help but gasp. This was the true value of the Eye of Insight. Phantom beasts could evolve upon reaching a certain level, and a suitable evolutionary path could enhance their quality. While inappropriate evolution could diminish an initial 1-star quality mediocre phantom beast could potentially evolve into a 5-star quality exceptional creature, while a 5-star quality exceptional phantom beast could regress into a 1-star quality mediocre beast. Of course, the likelihood of these extreme outcomes was quite low. In most cases, a phantom beast quality would fluctuate by only 1 or 2 levels. Thus, the initial quality of a phantom beast was of utmost importance. Although Yin Xian had discerned the evolution route for the white skeleton, he still did not intend to select it. After all, the foundation of this skeleton was too poor. Rather than invest significant time and resources to elevate its quality and strength, it would be wiser to choose a phantom beast with a stronger foundation. Chapter 3. The Little Skeleton. Every individual could remain in the Phantom Beast Ranch for 30 minutes. Once that time elapsed, if one had not yet chosen their Phantom Beast, the ranch would randomly select one from the recognized Phantom Beasts to form a contract with the Beastmaster. The flow of time within the Phantom Beast Ranch differed from that of the real world. So even if one spent a full 30 minutes there, little time would pass in reality. Yin Xian still had ample time, so he was not in a hurry to form a contract. His objective had now shifted from a 3-star quality beast to a 5-star quality one. Of course, Yin Xian did not force the issue, as finding a 5-star quality phantom beast was one thing, while gaining its recognition was another. As he ventured deeper into the graveyard, Yin Xian began to encounter an increasing number of white skeletons. The quality of these skeletons was all below 2 stars. And finding even a 3-star one proved difficult. Was it possible that skeletons, as a type of phantom beast, generally possessed inferior quality? Yin Xian felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps he should have retraced his steps earlier. However, the remaining time did not permit him to turn back, and he could only press onward into the depths of the graveyard. In the heart of the graveyard, Yin Xian began to see non-humanoid skeletons. And surprisingly, these non-humanoid skeletons exhibited higher quality than their humanoid counterparts. Many were of 2-star quality, with a few scattered 3-star ones. Perhaps the deeper he ventured, the higher the quality of the skeletons he would encounter. Yin Xian had an inkling and quickened his pace, striving to delve as far as possible into the graveyard before time ran out. With less than 10 minutes remaining in his allotted time at the Phantom Beast Ranch, Yin Xian needed to find a high-quality phantom beast and convince it to accompany him. The clock was ticking. Should he choose that 4-star leopard skeleton he had encountered earlier? Yin Xian hesitated. He had come across a 4-star leopard skeleton that had shown him immediate affection. If all went well, he should be able to form a contract with it smoothly. 5 more minutes, Yin Xian resolved silently. If he still could not find a 5-star quality skeleton, he would return to form a contract with the leopard skeleton. Though seeking a backup option was not ideal, if Yin Xian wished to pursue the path of a beastmaster, he needed to cultivate a thicker-skinned, a humanoid skeleton adorned with sharp spikes entered Yin Xian's line of sight. White skeleton, quality, 5-star strength, black iron 1st stage skill, heavy strike overview. An extraordinary white skeleton. Though it has forgotten its past, compatibility, Yin Xian 95 can evolve after reaching black iron 10th stage. Skeleton warrior, 5 stars, 1. Absorb 10 soul flames. Quality must be red or above. 2. Utilize melee weapons to vanquish no fewer than 100 phantom beasts, ensuring their strength is comparable to your own. 3. Employ crimson gold, dark secret bones, and gray stone water to refine bones. Skeleton archer, 4 stars, 1. Absorb 5 soul flames, with a requirement of red quality or higher. 2. Use ranged weapons to slay at least 50 humanoid phantom beasts, ensuring their strength is akin to yours. 3. Refine bones with crimson gold. Skeleton mage, 3 stars. A 5-star quality skeletal being. Yin Xian widened his eyes, finally finding you. With less than 5 minutes remaining, Yin Xian needed to gain the approval of this skeletal being in such a short span. This was no simple task. The higher the quality of the phantom beast, the greater the expectations from its master, as mere mortals rarely receive the favor of high-quality phantom beasts. Approaching the skeletal figure. Just as Yin Xian was organizing his words to paint a grand picture for the skeletal being, it lifted its head, gazing at Yin Xian. More precisely, it was fixated on Yin Xian's eyes. Although the skeletal figure lacked any flesh, let alone eyeballs, Yin Xian could sense that it was indeed observing his eyes. That moment, Yin Xian still had his inside eye activated, golden light swirling within it. Could it have recognized my inside eye? Yin Xian pondered in astonishment. He realized this skeletal being was extraordinary, perhaps having encountered someone with an inside eye when it was still alive. However, it had forgotten its past. Even if it had seen an inside eye before, it should not be able to recognize it now. After a brief silence, Yin Xian spoke. Form a contract with me. If you remember these eyes, then you must know what I can offer you. The skeletal being showed no reaction, seemingly unable to comprehend Yin Xian's words. Just as Yin Xian thought his grand vision was in vain and considered alternative methods, the skeletal being knelt partially and lowered its head towards Yin Xian. Though there was no verbal exchange, the skeletal figure's actions clearly conveyed its thoughts. Yin Xian extended his hand, resting it on the pointed top of the skeletal being's head, channeling the scant mental energy within him. Following his teacher's teachings, he successfully completed the contract with the skeletal being. The moment the contract was finalized, both the human and the skeleton were transported back to the real world by the Phantom Beast Ranch. In a fleeting moment, Yin Xian seemed to hear the screams of girls. There is a skeleton. A skeleton? Are they referring to my skeletal being? Yin Xian came to his senses and glanced around, realizing that those nearby had distanced themselves from him, with several girls huddled together, pointing at him and the skeletal being. Yu Shao spotted Yin Xian and the skeletal figure beside him, yet he exhibited no fear of the skeleton. Instead, he casually approached Yin Xian, draping his arm around his neck. Yin Xian, I never expected your taste to be so unique. Choosing a skeleton as your soul beast, Yu Shao jested, attempting to place his other hand on the skeletal being, only to be evaded by it. Oh, quite nimble. Yin Xian observed Yu Shao and noticed the absence of his soul beast, curiously asking, Where is your soul beast? Right here. Yu Shao reached behind him and brought out a fluffy creature. The little one, upon being revealed, showed no fear and, after sniffing the air, attempted to climb onto Yin Xian. Yin Xian felt this little creature would eventually become as socially adept as Yu Shao. Yu Shao did not hinder the little one's actions, allowing it to ascend onto Yin Xian. Yin Xian cradled it in his hands, inspecting it, and noticed a lightning emblem on its forehead. Is this a lightning bear? Yin Xian recalled seeing this emblem in the Phantom Beast Compendium. Indeed, it is a 4-star quality lightning bear. Envious, are you? I told you my talent lies in beast taming, Yu Shao proudly proclaimed. Impressive, indeed, Yin Xian genuinely admired. It was noteworthy that Yu Shao lacked Yin Xian's true vision. He was unaware of the Phantom Beast quality prior to forming the contract and relied solely on instinct. Speaking of which, what is the quality of your little skeleton? 1 star? Or perhaps 2 stars? It can't possibly be 3 stars, right? Yu Shao scrutinized the skeletal being, perceiving its frail appearance and concluding it was quite weak, utterly incomparable to his lightning bear. With this thought, Yu Shao sighed, realizing Yin Xian's talent was squandered on academics. It seemed he would have to rely on himself moving forward. Chapter 4. Registration. Yin Xian smiled faintly, expressing his satisfaction. I understand. It's quite all right. I mentioned before that I would support you. Yu Shao mistakenly believed Yin Xian felt embarrassed about the low quality of his soul beast and patted his shoulder in consolation. Yin Xian shook his head, easily guessing Yu Shao's thoughts, which were likely centered around the notion that his soul beast was rather inept at so. What is your beast tamer skill? Yu Shao inquired further. Yin Xian replied nonchalantly, healing technique. The inside eye should not be exposed. The ability to perceive breakthrough conditions is too formidable. Even if Yin Xian intentionally concealed the effects of the inside eye, there was a possibility that astute individuals might discern its true nature. Moreover, possessing dual innate skills would place him at the center of attention, attracting the scrutiny of many. Yin Xian had no intention of deliberately hiding his abilities, as that would only lead others to underestimate him and forfeit opportunities. Yet, he also would not foolishly divulge all his secrets. Thus, stating merely a healing technique sufficed, especially since this healing technique was of A-grade quality. As expected, upon hearing that Yin Xian's skill was a healing technique, Yu Shao tightened his embrace. Good brother, Yin Xian, you truly are my good brother. Yu Shao laughed heartily, stating that if little lightning were to get injured in the future, he would rely on Yin Xian and no problem at all. Yin Xian insisted, pushing against Yu Xiao's arm, but unable to budge it. This fellow must have grown up on something hardy, possessing immense strength. The last student from Class 6 emerged from the portal. "Classmates, come gather," Zhang Ting called out. He produced a notebook, stating, "Everyone, come over to register, as it pertains to future class assignments." The registration process involved two aspects, the Soul Beast and the Beast Tamer skill. The procedure was straightforward. Every Beast Tamer receiving their initial login to the Phantom Realm would obtain a Beast Tamer's manual, with the contracted Phantom Beasts and Beast Tamer skills displayed within. By default, only the Beast Tamer could view the information in the manual, but with the Beast Tamer's permission, others could also gain access. Therefore, Zhang Ting simply needed to glance at the classmates' manuals to ascertain each individual circumstances. Deng Beifei, your Soul Beast is a 2-star quality Red Hound, and your Beast Tamer skill is E-level Sprint. Please demonstrate. Zhang Ting shifted his gaze from the manual to the girl named Deng Beifei. By prompting the classmates to showcase their soul beasts and skills, he aimed to allow them to recall textbook content, thereby enhancing their memory. Additionally, it enabled them to select suitable teammates. The true Phantom Realm is not as harmonious as the Phantom Beast Ranch. Various dangers may arise, and even legendary beast tamers require teamwork when subduing exceptionally powerful phantom beasts. Hence, Zhang Ting had consciously instilled the importance of teamwork during previous lessons. Good teacher. Deng Beifei lightly placed her hand on the Red Hound, silently reciting. After a second or two, a bluish-white halo appeared beneath the Red Hound's feet, and it dashed across the playground at remarkable speed, as though propelled by the wind. Zhang Ting nodded, noting that the sprint skill was quite effective, yet lamented that her sprint was only E-level. He then lowered his head to record the Soul Beast and Beast Tamer skill in his notebook. Next, Xuechong. Xuechong emerged with a green turtle, displaying his Beast Tamer manual to Zhang Ting. Azure Water Turtle, 2-star quality, Beast Tamer skill is Sea-level Steel Shell. Commence your demonstration. Xuechong placed the Azure Water Turtle down and, like Deng Beifei, placed his hand lightly on the turtle's shell while reciting silently. A golden light flickered on the shell several times before vanishing. "Teacher, I have completed my demonstration," Xuechong announced. Zhang Ting nodded, smiling. "Your skill and Soul Beast are quite well matched. Does anyone wish to test the effectiveness of Steel Shell?" Implicitly, he was inviting someone to strike Xuechang's Azure Water Turtle. Xuechang's expression shifted, contemplating speaking up, but Zhang Ting offered him a reassuring glance. And no sooner had he spoken than several boys raised their hands, their eyes brimming with anticipation. "Choose me, pick me, teacher." Zhang Ting selected the boy whose hand was raised highest. "Zheng Zidai, I believe your Phantom Beast is a 2-star mountain ape, correct?" Zhang Ting remarked, "Your Beast Tamer skill is E-level Bind." "Yes, teacher, your memory is exceptional," Zheng Zidai flattered. Zhang Ting gestured. "Let your mountain ape attack the Azure Water Turtle." "Heh, my apologies, Xuechong. This is the teacher's command." Zheng Zidai grinned mischievously at Xuechong. "Humph." Xuechong rolled his eyes, fully aware of Zheng Zidai's intentions, realizing he had raised his hand the highest to attract attention. Zheng Zidai commanded the mountain ape to strike the Azure Water Turtle. The mountain ape approached the turtle and delivered a slap. It was evident that this blow was controlled, as Xuechang's expression improved slightly. Bang. The mountain ape's palm struck the turtle's shell, yet the Azure Water Turtle showed no reaction, even extending its previously retracted head and turning to face the mountain ape, seemingly questioning. "Have you had your fill? Is that all the strength you possess?" Observing the Azure Water Turtle utterly unharmed, Xuechong felt a wave of relief and taunted. "Is this all you've got?" Zheng Zidai furrowed his brow, shouting at the mountain ape. "Do not hold back, unleash your full strength." The mountain ape let out a mighty roar, swinging its right hand in a wide arc before striking down hard upon the shell of the Bai Shui turtle. The force of the blow even caused the ground beneath the shell to concave. Yet, astonishingly, no marks marred the surface of the turtle's shell. Its defensive prowess was truly terrifying. Zheng Zidai wished to encourage the mountain ape to continue its assault, but Zhang Ting halted his actions. "That's enough, just a test will suffice." However, Zheng Zidai felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, and upon noticing Xuechong had already secured the Bai Shui turtle, he could only return to the ranks with a heavy heart. Next, Yu Xiao. Finally, it was his turn. Yu Xiao dashed forward eagerly, having observed from the sidelines for quite some time, itching to showcase his prowess. Zhang Ting immediately noticed the little bear cub perched on Yu Xiao's shoulder. its rear end aimed towards him. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "Is that a lightning bear or a gale bear?" The two species of cubs bore a striking resemblance during their juvenile phase, making it difficult to discern between the two without identifying marks. "It's a lightning bear." Why Yu Shao carefully cradled the lightning bear, turning it around to reveal the lightning emblem on its forehead. Zhang Ting chuckled, "You are quite fortunate, Yu Shao. Even the least of lightning bears boasts a minimum quality of 3 stars. Teacher, this lightning bear possesses 4-star quality," Yu Shao proclaimed proudly. "Oh, is that so? Then you truly are in luck," Zhang Ting exclaimed in surprise. Although the lightning bear species typically had a baseline of 3-star quality, it did not imply that 4-star specimens were commonplace. Chapter 5. Upside-down hair washing. After perusing Yu Shao's Beastmaster manual and confirming the quality of the lightning bear, Zhang Ting, as was his custom, proceeded to inquire about Yu Shao's Beastmaster skills. Why Yu Shao had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Unlike his predecessors, Deng Beifei and Xue Chong, who muttered their skills quietly to themselves, he shouted exuberantly, "Berserk!" Instantly, the lightning bear in Yu Shao's arms expanded in size, claws emerging from its palms, eyes glowing with a fierce red light. A 4-star lightning bear paired with a B-grade berserk skill. What a wild combination! Zhang Ting exclaimed. The surrounding classmates were equally stunned by Yu Shao's display. Why Yu Shao must be the strongest beast master in our class. With a 4-star lightning bear and berserk, I cannot fathom anyone else in our class who could surpass him. I previously thought the class leader's Scarlet Flame Monkey would be the strongest soul beast among us, but it seems I spoke too soon. If there are still 3 or 4 people left, could any of them possess a soul beast or beast master skill stronger than Yu Shao's? I doubt it. It's unlikely to encounter a 5-star quality soul beast. What if there is? If there is, I will wash my hair upside down on the spot. The group took his words lightly, as 4-star quality soul beasts were already a rarity, let alone 5-star ones. In the century-long history of Yunling No. 3 Middle School, the number of beast masters with 5-star quality soul beasts could be counted on one hand. Nurture that lightning bear well. You shall be the pride of our number 3 Middle School, Zhang Ting said with a fatherly smile. Why Yu Shao walked back to the ranks, head held high, like a victorious general, elated with his moment in the spotlight. Zhang Ting too felt a sense of joy. Having a student with high talent in beast mastery, should he achieve greatness in the future, Zhang Ting would undoubtedly bask in reflected glory. Next, Yin Xian. Zhang Ting's tone brightened further. Yin Xian stepped forward with a skeletal figure. Zhang Ting was taken aback. After teaching for over 20 years at number 3 Middle School, this was the first time he had seen a student choose a skeleton as their soul beast. Yin Xian, did you fail to select your soul beast within the allotted time? Zhang Ting asked, believing this to be the only plausible reason for Yin Xian's choice. With this thought, he regarded Yin Xian with a gaze full of regret. Yin Xian had consistently ranked in the top 10 of his grade, and had his soul beast and beast master skills been commendable, he had a significant chance of being accepted into the top 3 beast master academies. What a pity. Zhang Ting shook his head slightly. That's not the case, teacher. I chose the bone skeleton willingly, Yin Xian replied. What? You chose it yourself? Zhang Ting was taken aback, realizing he had misjudged the situation. Thankfully, he had not voiced his thoughts, or it would have been quite embarrassing. His cheeks flushed slightly, but his dark complexion masked it from view. But why would you select a skeleton as your soul beast? Are you perhaps fond of undead-type creatures? Zhang Ting asked, puzzled. Yin Xian had no intention of revealing that he had wandered into a graveyard and ended up choosing the bone skeleton. That reason seemed too foolish. Teacher, please take a look. Yin Xian opened the Beastmaster manual, revealing the base information on the bone skeleton. Bone skeleton, quality 0.5 stars. Zhang Ting gasped. Rubbing his eyes, he read again, and the manual clearly stated the quality as 5 stars. My heavens, I have never heard of a skeleton achieving 5-star quality. After saying this, he pondered briefly but quickly shook his head, muttering, skeletons formed from failed creature breakthroughs do not count. The surrounding classmates were equally dumbfounded. They had not expected to witness a 5-star quality soul beast, especially not a skeleton, in decades at number 3 Middle School. They quickly recalled something. Guan Feng, what did you just say? If there is a 5-star quality soul beast, you'd wash your hair upside down? Yes, that is exactly what you said. We all heard it, backing out now. Quick, fetch some water. Guan Feng's eyes brimmed with tears. He could hardly believe that his impulsive words had come to fruition. The most shocked of all was Yu Xiao, who had previously assumed Yin Xion's little skeleton was of poor quality and had considered himself its protector. Now, he realized that the little skeleton's quality surpassed his own lightning bear. You are not being fair. How could you possess such a powerful soul beast without informing me? Yu Xiao exclaimed. Yin Xion tilted his head in confusion. Didn't I mention that I was quite satisfied? Yu Xiao paused, realizing that Yin Xion indeed had said something along those lines. Why then had he perceived Yin Xion's soul beast as inferior? It seems I had been overthinking it. Never mind then why Yu Xiao discreetly retreated into the ranks. After his initial astonishment, Zhang Ting contemplated another issue, sighing, although Yin Xion, your soul beast is of high quality, very few in our Xia nation cultivate skeletal-type creatures. And there are not many evolutionists who specialize in that area. Alas, possessing a 5-star quality soul beast, yet being unable to nurture it is the greatest regret of a beast master. Zhang Ting lamented again for Yin Xion. Let us not dwell on that. Yin Xion, what are your beast master skills? Zhang Ting wished to steer the conversation away from Yin Xion's sorrowful matter. Healing technique, Yin Xion replied, then showcased the Beast Master Manual to Zhang Ting. An A-grade healing technique? Zhang Ting was shocked once more. Demonstrate your skill, please. Does anyone need healing for their soul beast? Yin Xion asked. Although his gaze was directed solely at Xuecheng, an unexpected hand was raised. I do. Zheng Zidai stepped forward. Your mountain ape is injured? Yin Xion looked at him quizzically, recalling that it was indeed Zheng Zidai's mountain ape that had just attacked. Zheng Zidai nodded, summoning the mountain ape to reveal its right hand. Its palm was reddened, evidently showing the force it had exerted in its earlier strike. Yin Xion cast a healing technique, a green light emanating from his fingertips and enveloping the mountain ape's palm. The formerly crimson palm swiftly returned to its original flesh tone before their very eyes. The mountain ape joyfully thumped its chest. After demonstrating his skill, Yin Xion returned to the ranks. After sending a text detailing Yin Xion's circumstances to the class leader, Zhang Ting took a moment to regain his composure before continuing to document the situations of the remaining students. With the examples of Yu Xiao and Yin Xion in mind, Zhang Ting still held on to the hope that the others might also be exceptional. But reality proved that Yu Xiao and Yin Xion were the exceptions. The remaining students, both in terms of soul beasts and beast master skills, could only be described as mediocre. Once he had recorded the results of the entire class, Zhang Ting allowed the students to engage in free activities. Chapter 6. Entering the illusionary realm initially, Zhang Ting had thought that after reporting Yin Xion's case, the school would send someone over. But no notification arrived even after the team disbanded. How curious. Did Yin Xion's situation not warrant the school's attention? Zhang Ting found himself puzzled. Although the team had dispersed, aside from a few individuals returning home, the vast majority of students remained on the playground. Not for any other reason, but to log into the illusionary realm once more. After waiting 18 years to finally possess their own illusionary beasts. How could they not engage in battle? However, the risks of going solo were considerable, so the students began to form teams. Let us team up to hunt the Little Merman. My illusionary beast will provide powerful output. We need a tank. Is anyone interested in tackling the green bamboo spirit? Let us form a team. Any challengers for a one-on-one? Loser treats the winner to late-night snacks. Many approached Yin Xion to form a team, but he declined each invitation. The little skeleton required experience to level up, which could only be found in graveyards or similar locales, and Yin Xion believed his classmates would not be able to handle it. So he decisively turned down their request. As for Yu Xiao, he initially intended to team up with Yin Xion to battle monsters, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, his father summoned him back home. Consequently, in the end, Yin Xion had no choice but to log into the illusory realm alone. Furthermore, numerous classmates had yet to enter the illusory realm, rendering the portal on the playground temporarily unusable. Fortunately, the school was equipped with more than one portal. Positioned between the first and second teaching buildings stood a portal, which was the most frequently utilized by the students of the third high school. Upon stepping through the portal, Yin Xion was not immediately transported to the illusory realm but instead found himself in a pure white space, where a vast map unfolded before him. This was the map of the illusory realm, with illuminated locations indicating the coordinates available for teleportation. The portals at third high school were of a low level, allowing access to only a few destinations. Fortunately, one of the teleportation points was conveniently located near a graveyard. Otherwise, Yin Xian would have had to venture outside the school to seek out the costly high-level portals. Clicking on the teleportation point, Yin Xian was instantaneously transported into the illusory realm. The teleportation point he selected was rather secluded, with few visitors, thus the surroundings were enveloped in silence. Had he chosen a popular location like Peach Blossom Valley, the scene would have been entirely different. Once within the illusory realm, the map remained accessible, and Yin Xian followed its guidance toward the graveyard. Suddenly, a wildcat emerged from an unknown source, obstructing Yin Xian's path. Gray Wildcat, Quality: 1-star Strength, Black Iron First Tier Skills, None Overview, a common stray cat. Compatibility: Yin Xian 60 Evolution after reaching Black Iron 10th Tier. Gray Spirit Cat, 2 stars. Requires sufficient dark spirit water. Gray House Cat, 1 star. The gray wildcat has roamed for long, yearning to encounter a warm owner. Capturing it and allowing it to feel the owner's affection is sufficient for its evolution. The information about the gray wildcat was laid bare before Yin Xian through the vision eye. The conditions for its 2-star evolution seemed fairly typical, yet the criteria for the 1-star evolution left Yin Xian astounded. Could it be that this cat had an issue? It could evolve simply by receiving its owner's affection? Although Yin Xian had never owned a cat, he had observed others who did. Generally, owners express their fondness for their feline companions through various means, with petting being among the most common. So, does simply being petted suffice for gaining strength? What an unconventional cat! Yin Xian gazed at the gray wild cat in astonishment, surprised by its nature. Unbeknownst to Yin Xian, the wild cat perceived him as a non-threatening entity, an easy target. Without a moment's hesitation, the gray wild cat lunged at Yin Xian. Its soft paw pads suddenly revealed sharp claws, and it was evident that a single scratch would result in significant injury. Such a lack of decorum. Yin Xian had not anticipated the boldness of this gray wild cat, charging at him without considering the possibility of a trap. Xiao Gu, attack? Yin Xian summoned the Beastmaster Compendium, conjuring forth a skeletal figure. A skeleton abruptly materialized between the gray wildcat and Yin Xian, intercepting the cat's attack. The wildcat's sharp claws scraped against the skeleton's pristine ribs, producing an excruciating sound. The skeletal figure raised its right hand and thrust its bone dagger fiercely toward the gray wildcat. Clearly taken aback by the sudden appearance of the skeleton, the wildcat failed to react in time, receiving a piercing blow that left it chilled to the bone. Upon its demise, the wildcat's body transformed into a multitude of light particles, with 2 larger particles merging into Xiao Gu's form, while the remaining particles swiftly dissipated into the air. Witnessing this scene, Yin Xian felt no surprise, for he knew this was the illusory realm. Apart from certain special phantasms, the vast majority of phantasms would turn into light particles upon death. As for why this occurred, no one could provide a reasonable explanation. It was simply accepted as a rule of the illusory realm. Within this realm, phantasms could grow and level up by hunting others, a feat not possible in the real world, which was another rule of the illusory realm. However, the evolution of phantasms did not necessarily need to occur within the illusory realm. Some phantasms required the reality for their evolution, yet the reasons behind this remained a mystery. Regrettably, no items were dropped in the illusory realm. Wild phantasms had a certain probability of dropping equipment, items, materials, or other special objects upon death. The higher the level of the phantasm, the better the quality and probability of item drops, and vice versa. The Black Iron First Tier Gray Wildcat, being among the weakest entities in the illusory realm, did not drop any items, which was to be expected. It would be peculiar if it had. Yin Xian had previously speculated whether his first kill in the illusory realm would yield additional rewards. But the reality proved otherwise. Defeating a Black Iron First Tier Gray Wildcat was insufficient for Xiao Gu to level up, yet it filled Yin Xian with motivation. On his way to the graveyard, Xiao Gu effortlessly vanquished 3 more Gray Wildcats. Despite their equal level, the disparity in quality created a considerable gap in their strength. Initially, Yin Xian had worried that Xiao Gu might sustain injuries from the Wildcats due to its mention of a damaged skeleton in its upgrade path. However, after several battles, he noticed that Xiao Gu bore no scars. The claws of the Gray Wildcats could not leave a mark on its body. It appeared that even a damaged skeleton was beyond the capacity of such low-tier phantasms to destroy. With his worries alleviated, Yin Xian and Xiao Gu pressed on, slaying everything in their path. Finally, upon reaching the graveyard, Xiao Gu ascended to the Black Iron second tier. After the upgrade, Xiao Gu's appearance underwent minimal change, merely growing a couple of centimeters taller. More striking was the transformation of Yin Xion's Beastmaster Compendium. Chapter 7. Blackwood Graveyard. Initially, Yin Xion's compendium was a pure black, reflecting his Beastmaster level. Now, a bronze hue had begun to emerge at one corner. When the entire compendium turned bronze, it would signify Yin Xion's attainment of the rank of Bronze Beastmaster. A Bronze Beastmaster possessed greater spiritual power, allowing for the simultaneous summoning of a greater number of phantasms, in addition to acquiring a vacant skill slot. This empty skill slot could be filled with a skill stone to obtain new Beastmaster skills. Of course, Yin Xion was still some distance from becoming a Bronze Beastmaster, so considerations regarding skill stones were premature. The Blackwood Graveyard was the location where Yin Xion currently found himself. The phantasms within were predominantly of the undead variety, such as skeletons, ghouls, and specters. Most undead phantasms bore frightening appearances, and the items they dropped were often related to their nature. Additionally, there were fewer Beastmasters who specialized in undead phantasms, making this place less appealing for novice Beastmasters to farm. Within the vast Blackwood Graveyard, only a handful of Beastmasters could be seen. The graveyard was extensive, and it was rumored that deeper within lay silver-tier phantasms. However, this was of no concern to Yin Xion, as he only ventured at the periphery. Upon entering the graveyard, Yin Xion encountered a distant relative of Xiao Gu, a skeleton adorned with tattered rags. Possessing a black iron first-tier strength, it was weak. Perhaps feeling disgruntled at the sight of another skeleton wearing clothing that it lacked, Xiao Gu charged forward, swiftly dismantling the ragged skeleton with 2 strikes. Subsequently, Xiao Gu attempted to pick up the tattered cloth to drape over itself, but the rag vanished along with the skeleton, transforming into light particles. Observing the disappearance of the rag, Xiao Gu's soul fire within its skull flickered momentarily. "Do you enjoy wearing clothes?" Yin Xion inquired. Xiao Gu offered no response. Perhaps this question was too complex for it at this stage. "When we return, I will buy you a few pieces," Yin Xion assured, patting Xiao Gu's shoulder, regardless of whether it understood. The flicker of soul fire in Xiao Gu's skull occurred once more. Fighting monsters in the graveyard required constant vigilance, for one could never predict when a skeleton might emerge from beneath one's feet. Yin Xion experienced this firsthand when a skeleton missing a pair of front teeth suddenly appeared between his legs, startling him into stomping on the skeleton's head repeatedly. Ultimately, the skull was crushed beneath his foot, marking a peculiar victory of a mortal over a phantasm. A chilling breeze swept through, prompting Yin Xion to sneeze. Truly, this was a place of the deceased. The temperature was notably lower than in other locales. He resolved to wear a coat on his next visit. Yin Xion stamped his feet, attempting to warm himself. Suddenly, a bone arrow hurtled toward him from the right, only to be intercepted by Xiao Gu's body just before impact. "Goodness!" Yin Xion exclaimed, startled. Had it not been for Xiao Gu's timely intervention, he might have found himself in the afterlife, reunited with his long-absent parents. "Which rascal is targeting me?" Yin Xion glared to the right, where a skeleton archer, equipped with a bone bow and a cloth quiver, stood atop a stone, drawing its bowstring in Yin Xion's direction. Whoosh! Another arrow was released, but this time, Xiao Gu had already severed the bowstring mid-flight. "Take him down!" Yin Xion commanded Xiao Gu to charge forward while he retreated, distancing himself from the archer's range, simultaneously preventing Xiao Gu from being distracted by the need to protect him. Freed from the burden of safeguarding Yin Xion, Xiao Gu surged forward with remarkable speed, ignoring the arrows entirely. Initially, the skeleton archer continued to aim at Xiao Gu and fire arrows, but upon realizing that its shots left no mark on Xiao Gu, it shifted its focus toward Yin Xion, seeking to eliminate him first. It must be said that undead beings possess little intelligence. Their actions inadvertently shortened the distance between themselves and Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu raised its bone dagger and struck down with great force. Clearly, it had activated its skill, Heavy Strike. With a single blow, the skeleton archer's bow was cleaved in two, deprived of its weapon. The skeleton archer could only succumb to Xiao Gu's onslaught. The archer transformed into a multitude of light particles, 2 of which flew into Xiao Gu's body, while 2 others fell to the ground. "Is this an equipment drop?" Upon noticing that the 2 glowing orbs did not dissipate like the others, Yin Xin excitedly rushed forward. This marked his first acquisition within the illusory realm. He reached out to touch the orbs, and two pieces of equipment materialized in his hands. The skeletal archer's bone bow and a fabric quiver, though the quiver was devoid of arrows. I had thought that if Little Bone had severed the bow, it would be lost forever. To my surprise, the dropped equipment remained unaffected. Yinshin exclaimed with delight. Yinshin extended the bone bow to Little Bone, hoping to enhance its ranged attack capabilities, yet Little Bone did not reach out to accept it. Even when Yinshin placed the bow in its hands, it remained motionless, allowing the bow to slip from its grasp. Does Little Bone dislike archery? Yinshin recalled that Little Bone's evolutionary path included the skeletal archer, which possessed only a 4-star quality. It seemed evident that Little Bone truly was not suited for archery. I will stow it away for now, and find a place to sell it once we exit. Yinshin stored the bone bow and quiver into the Beastmaster's tome. The tome has numerous functions, one of which is storage, but it can only accommodate items from the illusory realm, as objects from the real world cannot be placed inside. Moreover, once items are stored in the tome, their quality is displayed. For instance, the bone bow and quiver he had just placed inside were categorized as follows. Bone bow quality, ordinary. Description: a bow made of bone, rather unremarkable. Fabric quiver, quality, ordinary. Description: a quiver made of coarse fabric, capable of holding dozens of arrows. Although the equipment was merely ordinary, the drop rate for items in the illusory realm is quite low. Thus selling them could yield a considerable sum. Glancing at his watch, Yinshin noted that there remained half an hour until the cafeteria opened. He resolved to make the most of the time. Aiming to elevate Little Bone to the Black Iron Tier 3, a Black Iron Tier 2 ghoul materialized before Yinshin. Its head hung low, emitting a series of raspy sounds. It was perplexing how a soundless undead creature could produce noise. Such a phenomenon defied logic. The ghoul caught wind of Yinshin's strong living presence, its overwhelming hunger compelling it to rush towards him. Shouldn't it prefer to consume corpses? Why is it so eager to approach me? Yinshin found himself questioning the naming conventions of these illusory beasts. Despite the ghoul's fearsome appearance, Yinshin remained unperturbed, for Little Bone stood protectively in front of him. Unlike the skeletal archer, the ghoul lacked ranged attack capabilities and posed no threat. Little Bone brandished its weapon and charged at the ghoul. The two undead beings engaged in what could only be described as a rather amicable exchange. You strike me once, and I shall return the favor. It appeared quite equitable. However, the ghoul's bones were not as resilient as those of Little Bone. After several exchanges, Little Bone bore only a few superficial scratches, while the ghoul had lost an arm and a leg. At this point, the ghoul had lost its previous arrogant demeanor, resembling a pitiful little dog. Yet, this lowly undead creature seemed oblivious to the concept of retreat, continuing to inflict barely noticeable wounds upon Little Bone with all its might. With a decisive strike, Little Bone severed the ghoul's head, and a golden light enveloped its form. It had leveled up. Yinshin could not contain his exhilaration, shouting out loud in joy. The sound startled the surrounding inhabitants, as several figures emerged from the shadows, approaching Yinshin. However, Yinshin remained calm, not because he believed Little Bone could single-handedly defeat 10 foes, but because he was prepared to escape. While entering the illusory realm required a portal, exiting did not. Thus, upon spotting the silhouettes in the darkness, Yinshin silently thought of departing and subsequently exited the illusory realm. Reappearing in the school, Yinshin inhaled deeply several times. The fresh air of the human realm was invigorating. Regrettably, none of the illusory beasts he encountered bore red soul flames. Otherwise, he could have collected the necessary components for Little Bone's advancement. Yinshin lamented, I must investigate why every undead creature I encountered had white soul flames. His knowledge of undead-type illusory beasts was rather limited. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket vibrated. Pulling it out, Yinshin was astonished to find dozens of missed calls. Evidently, someone had been trying to reach him shortly after he entered the illusory realm. Just as he contemplated whether to return a call, his phone rang again. It was one of the missed calls. Hello, this is Yinshin, a polite child. The voice on the other end sounded urgent. Is this Yinshin? Yes, this is I. May I inquire as to the purpose of your call? I am Liao Junwon, the head of the senior class. You must have just exited the illusory realm. Could you please come to the principal's office? Certainly, I understand. Yinshin was not surprised to hear that the head of the class sought him out. He had anticipated that school leaders would take notice of him following Little Bone's reveal. After hanging up, his phone rang once more. This time, it was his homeroom teacher, Zhang Ting, who, like Liao Junwen, summoned Yanxin to the principal's office. Additionally, she inquired about Yanxin's recent experiences in the illusory realm. Upon hearing that Little Bone had reached Black Iron Tier 3, Zhang Ting expressed her admiration. Seizing the opportunity, Yanxin asked what he was needed for. However, Zhang Ting played coy, stating he would find out upon arrival. Yanxin felt a touch of exasperation, realizing that even the seemingly honest and earnest teacher Zhang could be enigmatic at times. Although he had never visited the principal's office before, Yanxin deduced, based on experience, that it was typically located on the top floor of the administrative building, on the 6th floor. Outside the principal's office, Yanxin knocked on the door. "Please enter." Upon stepping inside, he was surprised to find several individuals present. The most prominent figure was not the principal seated at the head of the table, but rather a young male student clad in the same school uniform as Yan Xian. Is this person also summoned by the teachers? A hint of curiosity flickered within Yanxin. Zhang Ting noticed Yanxin and gestured towards the seat beside the boy. Yanxin took his place next to the boy, standing on either side of the desk. The boy met Yanxin's gaze and offered a sunny smile. "Now that both principal candidates have arrived, we may commence our discussion," Chung Ruling remarked with a grin. Yanxin was no stranger to the principal. He had previously encountered him during scholarship ceremonies, where he had received an honorary certificate from the principal. However, Chung Ruling's demeanor was far less warm back then. Upon hearing the term official business, Yanxin's expression grew serious, for it was evident that this matter pertained to both him and the other boy. Recently, a minor dimensional fluctuation occurred at Jinhui community, and after the official response, it was discovered that a secret realm had emerged there. However, this realm is of low tier and lacks significant developmental value for the authorities, which is why I arranged to acquire it. Yanxin was familiar with the Jinhui community. It was located quite near the school. No more than a 5-minute walk away, he was astonished to learn that a dimensional fluctuation had occurred there. The secret realm is preliminarily assessed to be at Black Iron Tier 5, which may pose some challenges for you. There will indeed be dangers involved, and should you wish to withdraw, I would understand. Only a Black Iron Tier 5 secret realm? No wonder the authorities swiftly transferred it to our school. Yanxin realized with clarity as for relinquishing the opportunity to enter the secret realm, the two boys acted as if they had not heard the suggestion. This secret realm is a one-time opportunity, capable of accommodating around 10 individuals. As both of you possess 5-star soul beasts, your positions among the 10 are assured. Hence, you were summoned first. The remaining 8 will likely be determined by tomorrow. Chung Ruling explained, the one-time secret realm refers to one that vanishes after completion. Yanxin was taken aback. He had not expected that besides himself, there was another student in the school who had obtained a 5-star quality illusory beast. That concludes my briefing. You two young men may converse further, Chung Ruling said with a smile. Yanxin glanced at the boy beside him, who appeared approachable, though he wondered about his true nature. The remaining teachers evidently had matters to discuss, prompting Yanxin to exit the office with the other boy. "Hello, I am Yanxin from Class 6, he introduced himself. The boy responded in a gentle tone, "Hello, I am Wu Shimu from Class 4. Before Yanxin could inquire further, Wu Shimu continued, "I often see your name on the campus leaderboard. Your grades are quite impressive." The campus leaderboard sounded like a self-created ranking by the students, yet it was actually a display of academic performance. Each major exam, the school would post the top 100 students, and Yanxin had never failed to appear on that list, frequently occupying the top positions. Those who frequently checked the leaderboard would be quite familiar with Yanxin's name. Wu Shimu knew of Yanxin, but Yanxin was unaware of him. However, it was likely that the two would become classmates in the following year. It was getting late. "Shall we head to the cafeteria for a meal?" Yanxin suggested. The pair ascended to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, the most expensive level. Yanxin seldom visited this floor, but feeling jubilant today, he decided to indulge himself. Yanxin ordered a luxurious beef noodle dish, while Wu Shimu opted for a dish of eel and kidney noodles. At the checkout, Wu Shimu insisted on covering Yanxin's bill. Although Yanxin initially declined, he quickly acquiesced upon seeing the substantial balance on Wu Shimu's meal card. The toppings were freshly stir-fried, requiring a brief wait. Yan Xian seized the opportunity to observe Wu Shimu. His skin was flawless, fair, and immaculate. Although clad in a simple school uniform, he exuded an air of sophistication characteristic of a wealthy heir. It was evident to Yin Xian that his aura was primarily derived from the exquisite watch adorning Wu Shimu's wrist, which he had previously glimpsed in a magazine, priced at no less than 6 figures. The sight of Wu Shimu reminded Yin Xian of Yu Xiao, who was also a privileged young master, yet devoid of any refinement, appearing rather foolish. There existed a discernible disparity among the scions of affluent families. Yin Xian mused, perhaps I should suggest that Yu Xiao acquire a watch as well. Once the two of them had their meals prepared and served, they chose a spot against the wall to sit down. Yin Xian, my soul beast is the azure spirit butterfly, just like your white bone skeleton. Both are 5-star quality phantom beasts, Wu Shimu stated. Yin Xian cast him a curious glance. You know about my soul beast? Wu Shimu nodded. Before you visited the principal's office, Teacher Zhang had already briefed me about your situation, I see. I heard that your beast master skill is healing. Can I help if your azure spirit gets injured? Wu Shimu asked shyly. No problem. We are all classmates, after all. Using a healing skill is a trivial matter, Yin Xian replied cheerfully. Upon hearing her response, a radiant smile graced Wu Shimu's face. By the way, what direction do you plan for your azure spirit butterfly to take? Yin Xian inquired. I intend to have the azure spirit butterfly specialize in support, and then find a combat-oriented phantom beast. Wu Shimu answered without hesitation. Yin Xian raised an eyebrow. That's a wise choice. Butterfly-type phantom beasts are indeed well-suited for support roles. Yin Xian, I heard you visited the Phantom Realm this morning and have already upgraded your white bone skeleton to Black Iron Level 3? Wu Shimu asked. Just call me Yin Xian. There's no need for the classmate title. It sounds rather odd. Yin Xian waved her hand and continued, Indeed, that's what Teacher Zhang must have told you. Wu Shimu shook his head. Actually, it was during the phone call with Teacher Zhang that she had it on speaker. Yin Xian was at a loss for words, surprised by the myriad of peculiarities exhibited by their homeroom teacher. Yin Xian, you should be heading to the Phantom Realm again this afternoon, right? Why don't we go together? Wu Shimu suggested. Together? Yin Xian hesitated momentarily. Yes, we are scheduled to challenge the secret realm as early as tomorrow. It would be prudent to practice our cooperation in advance. Wouldn't you agree? Wu Shimu proposed. After contemplating, Yin Xian found merit in Wu Shimu's suggestion and agreed. However, I would like to invite one more person. Yin Xian added. Who? Wu Shimu inquired. Why Yu Xiao? His soul beast is a 4-star lightning bear, and his beast master skill is frenzy. I believe he has a high probability of being chosen by the school to participate in the secret realm. Yin Xian explained. Wu Shimu had not heard of Yu Xiao, but based on Yin Xian's description, he concurred that Yu Xiao indeed stood a good chance of qualifying for the secret realm. No problem, let us have him meet us at the teleportation portal by the teaching building. We can head there right after our meal, Wu Shimu replied. Yin Xian took out her phone and dialed Yu Xiao's number. Yin Xian, what is up? Are you going to the Phantom Realm this afternoon? I have someone else to team up with, Yu Xiao answered. This afternoon? I'm afraid I can't. I have commitments all day. All right then. By the way, are you aware of the secret realm that has appeared near Jinhu Community? It now belongs to the school, and the principal is selecting candidates to participate. Perhaps you should try to seize the opportunity? A secret realm. I need to ask old Zhang about it. Thanks. With that, Yu Xiao hung up, revealing that he was indeed very busy that day. After finishing her conversation with Yu Xiao, Yin Xian noticed that Wu Shimu was still eating his noodles. So she opened the Phantom search engine to investigate a question that had arisen earlier. Why are all the soul fires of the undead phantom beasts I encountered white? She typed in her query and clicked the search button, resulting in a plethora of responses. The first one was an advertisement, which she skipped. Yin Xian clicked on the second link, which contained a response from Phantom Knowledge. Soulfire is a unique characteristic of undead phantom beasts. Its color changes with each evolution. The initial soulfire is typically white, turning red after the first evolution and orange after the second. So, only after the first evolution does the soulfire of undead phantom beasts turn red? Does that mean Little Bone will have to defeat monsters beyond its level to advance? Yin Xian hadn't anticipated the difficulty of upgrading a 5-star quality phantom beast. However, the Blackwood Cemetery was still a viable option since it was less crowded, thus avoiding competition for monsters. Retrieving her phone, she found Wu Shimu just finishing his noodles. Let us go, Yin Xian said as she placed her bowl at the recycling station. 2 cafeteria staff members were conversing about their parenting experiences as they stood by the recycling area. I heard that playing the Song of Phantom Beasts to children before they are born can enhance their affinity with phantom beasts, aiding their selection in the phantom beast pasture. Is that so? Of course, I heard it from my third aunt's second uncle's son's girlfriend's great uncle. Apparently, their son used this method and ended up with a 4-star quality phantom beast. Then I must have my son play it for his future wife every day. We can't afford to fall behind from the starting line. Yin Xine shook her head, lamenting, children these days have it tough. Having to start striving even before they are born. Were you the same way as a child? Wu Shimu asked curiously. Yin Xine fell into reminiscence. I didn't have such pressures when I was young. But what? Wu Shimu prodded. Nothing, let us go. If we delay, the teleportation portal will be crowded. Yin Xine deftly shifted the topic. Upon arriving at the teleportation portal, they were fortunate. Although there were many people, they did not have to queue. Where's your friend? Wu Shimu inquired, noticing Yin Xine had no intention of waiting for anyone. He has something to attend to and won't be coming. It's just the two of us. Yin Xine replied. Which location do you plan to visit? Wu Shimu asked. Black Dada, where do you want to go? Yin Xine initially intended to mention Blackwood Cemetery but refrained, concerned that Wu Shimu might not be receptive. Wu Shimu seemed to have a plan. Let us go to Cloud Ridge Mountain. The variety of phantom beasts there is richer, which will benefit our combat experience accumulation. Sounds good, Yin Xine readily agreed. Chapter 10. The Treasure Mouse. Thus, the two entered the teleportation portal and selected Cloud Ridge Mountain as their destination. The popularity of Cloud Ridge Mountain was evidently much higher than that of Blackwood Cemetery. They could see beast masters in groups venturing up the mountain, with new beast masters continuously emerging from the teleportation portal. Wu Shimu summoned his azure spirit butterfly, a palm-sized azure butterfly appearing on his shoulder. Is this the azure spirit butterfly? Yin Xine approached to get a closer look at the little creature. Yes, Wu Shimu said, extending his index finger to playfully tease the azure spirit butterfly. The butterfly, seemingly unbothered by Yin Xine's proximity, remained perched on Wu Shimu's shoulder, gently flapping its tiny wings. It's beautiful, Yin Xine remarked. What about your white bone skeleton? Let me have a look. Wu Shimu said. Little bone. Yin Xine summoned her companion, and a white skeleton adorned with sharp spikes appeared before them. Your little skeleton looks quite handsome, Wu Shimu complimented. It seems you have a discerning eye. Yin Xine nodded in agreement, feeling similarly. Shall we head straight up the mountain? Yin Xine asked, unfamiliar with Cloud Ridge Mountain. Wu Shimu shook his head, summoning a map and illuminating a coordinate, which he then shared with Yin Xine. Let us go here first. Yin Xine glanced at the coordinate location, which was at the foot of the mountain. There's something special about this place. She inquired. Wu Shimu explained. This location has a spring, and many phantom beasts come here to drink. I've heard that a treasure mouse has recently appeared. The treasure mouse? Yin Xine was somewhat taken aback. The treasure mouse was a unique phantom beast capable of sensing rare treasures and had a penchant for collecting, often hoarding its finds in its den. Naturally, this characteristic made it highly sought after by beast masters, who wouldn't want a treasure-seeking phantom beast. However, once contracted, the treasure mouse's treasure hunting trait altered, as it would then secretly hide its master's belongings. There once was a skeptical beast master who contracted a treasure mouse, only to find that the equipment and items he hadn't stored in his beast master's compendium had been stealthily hidden away by the mouse. No beast master comprehended the reason behind this, and thereafter, none dared to contract a treasure mouse. I heard from a senior that he saw one drinking by the spring last week, but he lost track of it while chasing. Wu Shimu elucidated. If a senior lost track of it, our chances of catching it are even slimmer, Yin Xine remarked. Wu Shimu retrieved a charm from his beast master's compendium, explaining, this is a tracking charm. Using it on a phantom beast can mark its location. With this, we stand a chance to catch the treasure mouse. This must be quite expensive, right? Yin Xine asked. Wu Shimu nonchalantly replied. It's only about 5,000. Not too bad. Yin Xine twitched her lips, feeling the impact of the affluent lifestyle. All right, since you're all set, let us go, she acquiesced. Guided by the map, the two swiftly arrived at the spring. In the absence of a direct path, the two individuals crouched amidst the thickets, scrutinizing the vicinity of the spring. Wu Shimu had remarked, numerous mythical beasts congregated here to quench their thirst. Yet the elusive treasure mouse was conspicuously absent. How often does the treasure mouse come to drink? Yin Xine inquired in a hushed tone. Wu Shimu shook his head. The senior did not mention it to me. Are we to wait indefinitely? Yin Xine suddenly felt that the plan to accompany Wu Shimu might have been rather hasty. Wu Shimu's expression mirrored his hesitation. Let us wait a little longer. The treasure mouse is quite timid, and with so many beasts drinking, it may be too fearful to emerge. Yin Xian concurred with Wu Shimu's assessment. As the wait grew somewhat tedious, Yin Xian activated his inside eye. Observing a rather large rhinoceros, he was surprised to discover it was merely at the black iron third tier. Impressive in appearance but lacking in substance. Goodness, this rabbit possesses the strength of black iron fifth tier. One cannot judge a rabbit by its cover. The quality of these mythical beasts left much to be desired, not a single one reaching 3 stars. Indeed, even among the same species of mythical beasts, the evolutionary paths of different individuals diverged. This little fox appeared suited for the fire spirit fox route, while the nearby fox, should it evolve into a phantom spirit fox, would boast superior quality. As Yin Xian silently critiqued the creatures, his head concealed within the foliage, he felt no concern about Wu Shimu noticing the peculiarity of his gaze. Once he had finished assessing the drinking beasts, Yin Xian shifted his focus to the spring itself. Initially, he merely intended to glance, yet he was taken aback to find an information prompt hovering above the water. Spring overview. The spring at the foot of Yungang Mountain. Slightly sweet, and a wonder these mythical beasts are so fond of drinking here. After nearly 20 minutes of crouching in the thicket, the parade of mythical beasts came and went, yet the treasure mouse remained elusive. Perhaps we should abandon this endeavor. Waiting for something to happen is not a viable strategy, Wu Shimu sighed. Just as Yin Xian opened his mouth to respond, a shadow the size of a fist darted forth from the right thicket, swiftly pouncing towards the spring. The treasure mouse, Yin Xian signaled to Wu Shimu. Now is the time for your tracking talisman. Wu Shimu took a deep breath, retrieved the tracking talisman, aimed it at the treasure mouse, and uttered, "Go." The talisman transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the treasure mouse. The treasure mouse, ever vigilant, continuously turned its head to survey its surroundings, even while drinking. However, the talisman flew swiftly, penetrating its body just as the mouse lowered its head to sip. The treasure mouse exhibited no reaction, continuing its rapid consumption of water. After quenching its thirst, it promptly retreated back into the thicket. Yin Xian and Wu Shimu remained unhurried, as the target marked by the tracking talisman would appear on their map, allowing them to ascertain the treasure mouse's whereabouts. The light representing the treasure mouse on the map kept moving, indicating it had not yet returned home. It seems the treasure mouse is likely on a treasure hunt and will not be returning home anytime soon. The tracking talisman's mark lasts for 3 hours. We can pursue it later, Wu Shimu stated. And if it still hasn't returned after 3 hours? Yin Xian expressed his concern. Wu Shimu replied, puzzled. Then we will find it and apply another tracking talisman. Won't we? Yin Xian fell silent, realizing he could not gauge the thoughts of a wealthy individual with his own impoverished mindset. Surely, such a low-tier treasure mouse wouldn't be capable of unearthing anything of significant value. Wouldn't using a tracking talisman be a waste? Chapter 11. Cooperation. Yin Xian voiced his uncertainty. The treasure mouse's ability to locate treasures correlates with its level. The higher the level, the more acute its sensing ability for treasures. The treasure mouse I observed earlier is merely at the black iron third tier, hardly capable of finding anything of worth, Wu Shimu clarified. Yin Xian's confusion deepened. If you seek not its treasures, why desire its den? Are you a master of buying the case while discarding the pearl? Seeing Yin Xian's perplexed expression, Wu Shimu felt compelled to elucidate once more. The treasure mouse has a peculiar habit. It prefers to build its den near or deposits. Or, Yin Xian recalled Xiaogu, whose evolution into a skeletal warrior required a red gold jade, which is indeed an ore. Wu Shimu continued, there are 3 primary ores in Yungang Mountain: white true rock, electric brilliant stone, and red gold jade. Since Qingling requires white true rock for evolution, that is why I seek the treasure mouse. Yin Xian suddenly understood Wu Shimu's true intention. However, the presence of red gold jade on Yungang Mountain was quite a fortunate coincidence. I wonder where this treasure mouse will choose to establish its den. Ideally, it would be adjacent to 2 types of ore, ensuring both of us are pleased. Wu Shimu, let us proceed in the direction of the treasure mouse. We can tackle any beasts we encounter along the way, thus saving time and ensuring we don't spend 3 hours fruitlessly searching for the treasure mouse, Wu Shimu suggested. Yin Xian acquiesced to Wu Shimu's proposal. Consequently, the 2 summoned the soul beasts they had previously retracted. Xiaogu led the way. while the Qingling butterfly fluttered above for a spell before alighting on Xiao Gu's head, adorning him with a butterfly-like crown. The wild boar suddenly burst from the thicket, grunting aggressively at Xiao Gu. With Wu Shimu by his side, Yin Exine refrained from activating his inside eye. However, judging by its appearance, this wild boar seemed rather weak. Go for it, Xiao Gu, Yin Exine commanded as Xiao Gu charged towards the wild boar, brandishing its sharp bone knife. The Qingling butterfly took to the air once more, circling above the wild boar, shedding fine scales that glimmered like powder. The scales landed on the wild boar, emitting a faint white smoke. Is this an attack method from the Qingling butterfly? Yin Exine questioned, noticing the wild boar's skin darken upon contact with the scales, with severe cases revealing the flesh beneath. Indeed, the scales of Qingling possess corrosive effects, Wu Shimu confirmed. After a brief interval of scattering its scales, the Qingling butterfly suddenly halted midair, radiating a circle of green light. Boom! The scales on the wild boar erupted, blasting chunks of flesh away and exposing its ghastly white bones. The wild boar emitted a cry of agony, the sudden pain rendering it unable to maintain its footing, and it collapsed to the ground. Is this the skill of the Qingling butterfly? Its power is astounding, Yin Exine marveled. Wu Shimu smiled. Indeed, this is the Qingling skill, scale explosion. The Qingling can detonate the scales on its enemies to inflict substantial damage. The Qingling skills are far more dazzling than my Xiao Gu, Yin Exine expressed with envy. While Xiao Gu's skills were formidable, they were rather unadorned, apart from its foes sensing the overwhelming power. Others would perceive nothing amiss. In contrast, the Qingling skills, while visually stunning, required coordination, effective against wild mythical beasts, yet less so in Beastmaster duels. Wu Shimu shook his head. The damage from the Qingling's scale explosion is substantial, yet it necessitates prior application of the scales. In Beastmaster duels, no one would foolishly allow their mythical beasts to remain stationary while you apply scales. The Qingling butterfly's speed is insufficient, making it hard to utilize effectively against a wary opponent. While Yin Exine and Wu Shimu engaged in conversation, the battle between mythical beasts had already concluded. The incapacitated wild boar stood no chance against Xiao Gu's assault, helplessly witnessing the bone knife pierce its skull. With a mournful cry, the wild boar disintegrated into light points, two of which entered Xiao Gu and the Qingling butterfly. Well done, Yin Exine praised Xiao Gu and the Qingling butterfly. However, both mythical beasts offered no response. With Xiao Gu's support, dispatching mythical beasts became significantly easier, Wu Shimu remarked with satisfaction. Although the Qingling butterfly's damage output was commendable, delivering the finishing blow proved challenging. This morning, after the Qingling butterfly severely wounded an enemy, it could only wait for the foe to bleed out, resulting in painfully low efficiency. Furthermore, the Qingling butterfly couldn't provide protection like Xiao Gu. Any attack directed at it would directly threaten Wu Shimu, instilling a sense of insecurity. Thus, Wu Shimu contemplated seeking another mythical beast as his primary companion, relegating the Qingling butterfly to a supportive role. After vanquishing the wild boar, the duo and their beasts continued toward the treasure mouse's direction. As Wu Shimu had noted, the diversity of mythical beasts on Yungang Mountain was remarkable. Within a mere half-hour, Yin Exine encountered 4 or 5 different species, a stark contrast to the skeletal foes he had faced in the Blackwood Cemetery. Observing a green-tailed fox cleaved into light points by Xiao Gu's blade, Yin Exine couldn't help but lament such poor luck. Having slain so many mythical beasts, not a single item has dropped. Wu Shimu cast a puzzled glance at Yin Exine. Isn't this quite normal? Many people have spent a week in the mythical realm only to acquire a few items. We've only been here for half an hour. Yin Exine paused. Are you saying that my luck in acquiring 2 pieces of equipment this morning is considered quite good? 2 pieces of equipment? Wu Shimu's voice rose by an octave. Yin Exine, do you realize that the drop rate for equipment is significantly lower than for items? What you've experienced is not merely good luck. It's downright extraordinary. Yin Exine instinctively covered his ears at Wu Shimu's exclamation. But they are just 2 common pieces of equipment. They hold little value for you, do they? Common equipment is indeed not expensive, but the significance of obtaining it through one's own effort is unparalleled, Wu Shimu retorted, somewhat miffed. Yin Exine agreed with this sentiment. The emotional weight of personally acquired items was indeed distinct from those purchased. Since I am so fortunate, perhaps I will manage to acquire a few more pieces of equipment later, Yin Exine jested. Wu Shimu remained noncommittal. He did not believe that Yin Xian's good fortune could persist throughout the day. Yet he had no intention of undermining her spirits. Suddenly, a large, dark yellow serpent lunged from the tree trunk, its jaws agape as if to sever Wu Shimu's neck in one swift bite. At that critical moment, the Qingling butterfly abruptly darted to the right, diverting Wu Shimu's attention and allowing him to take a few steps to the right, narrowly evading the serpent's deadly strike. Chapter 12. The ambush. Although he had escaped a fatal blow, the serpent reacted with equal swiftness, rising up and sinking its fangs deep into Wu Shimu's thigh. "Ah!" Wu Shimu screamed in agony, tears instantly springing forth from his eyes. "Xiao Gu!" Yin Xian shouted urgently. Xiao Gu had already turned at Wu Shimu's cry, and upon receiving Yin Xian's command, hastened towards him. The distance between them was not great, and within mere seconds, Xiao Gu reached Wu Shimu's side. With a swift motion, the pale white bone blade struck towards the serpent's head. If the serpent did not release its grip, this blow would surely inflict serious damage, if not sever its head entirely. Indeed, faced with the threat of death, even the gluttonous serpent released its hold and recoiled. However, the serpent's bite was formidable. Within mere seconds, it had torn away a substantial portion of flesh from Wu Shimu's thigh, exposing the stark white bone beneath. Yin Xian quickly seized Wu Shimu's shoulder and pulled him away from the serpent's strike zone. Upon looking back, he saw Xiao Gu and the Qingling butterfly engaged in fierce combat with the serpent. Xiao Gu swung the bone blade with ferocity, aiming for the serpent's body. Yet the serpent was remarkably agile, evading each strike with deft movements. When cornered by an unavoidable attack, it would raise its scales to block the blow. The clash of bone against scale sent sparks flying. Although Xiao Gu struggled to inflict significant damage, the serpent found it increasingly difficult to counterattack under Xiao Gu's relentless assault. Meanwhile, the Qingling butterfly tirelessly showered the serpent with scale powder, flapping its wings with unprecedented speed, evidently fueled by its master's injured. That moment, Yin Xian's focus was solely on the suffering Wu Shimu, his concern growing. While beast masters could exit the illusory realm at will, this was only true in a non-combat state. The serpent's attack on Wu Shimu meant that until it either retreated or was slain, the illusory realm would consider this a combat state. Preventing the beast master from exiting, well, I might as well treat him as a dead horse to be a living one, Yin Xian thought, casting a healing spell on Wu Shimu. The description of the healing spell indicated it could heal phantom beasts, but did not clarify its effects on humans, leaving Yin Xian uncertain about any potential negative consequences for Wu Shimu. Nevertheless, he had no better options available. A green light emanated from Yin Xian's fingertips, landing on Wu Shimu's thigh. The bleeding wound ceased its flow, though the flesh lost to the serpent could not regenerate. I suppose my level is too low. Even if the healing spell is a grade, it cannot achieve the effect of regrowth, Yin Xian mused silently. Once the bleeding stopped, Wu Shimu's agony seemed to ease slightly. Though sweat still beaded on his forehead, his expression was less pained than before. "Are you all right?" Yin Xian inquired, crouching down with concern. "Hiss!" Wu Shimu inhaled sharply, gasping for breath. "I'm fine, but I wonder if the serpent is venomous." "Fear not, it is an ebony snake, and it is non-venomous," Yin Xian reassured him, having used his inside eye to confirm the serpent's nature. "Then I can relax. I'm grateful for your presence, or I might have met my end here." Wu Shimu managed a weak smile. Yin Xian recalled the ambush by the skeletal archer that morning. Experiencing 2 attacks in a single day made him ponder whether he was truly fortunate or unfortunate. Suddenly, a loud explosion interrupted Yin Xian's contemplation. It was the sound of the Qingling butterfly scale explosion. He quickly looked up, discovering that the once mighty ebony snake now lay weakened on the ground, its head swaying feebly, its once smooth body now riddled with wounds, with scarcely a patch of intact skin remaining. These were evidently the results of the Qingling butterfly's efforts. Such ferocity from the Qingling butterfly. Yin Xian marveled at the delicate creature's unexpectedly formidable power. It seemed Wu Shimu would need to reconsider the evolutionary path of his Qingling butterfly. Such a fierce creature deserved more than to be relegated to a support role. By the way, where is the Qingling butterfly? Yin Xian suddenly realized its absence in the AI art. It couldn't have perished alongside the serpent, could it? He hurriedly searched the vicinity and finally spotted the Qingling butterfly on the ground not far away. Gently cradling the butterfly in his hands, he brought it to Wu Shimu's side. Wu Shimu, filled with concern, accepted the Qingling butterfly and placed it on his uninjured thigh, tenderly stroking its delicate form. Yin Xian attempted to cast a healing spell on the butterfly, but it proved ineffective. It must be exhausted, he concluded. Let it return to the Beastmaster Codex to rest. The healing spell could mend physical wounds, but could not replenish the Qingling butterfly's spent energy. Wu Shimu nodded. Retrieving the Beastmaster Codex to store the butterfly. You won't be able to continue pursuing the treasure mouse in this condition. Let us return for now, Yin Xian remarked, observing Wu Shimu's battered state. Wu Shimu chuckled ruefully. Who would have thought I would be so unfortunate, sustaining grave injuries just on my second venture into the illusory realm? Unexpected events are always inevitable. No Beastmaster can escape the trials of blood and tears. Yin Xian replied as he prepared a pot of chicken soup. You're right. I can boast about this as a badge of honor among men when I return, Wu Shimu joked through his pain. Just as Yin Xian was about to respond, he noticed Xiao Gu had approached them, holding out its left hand. Clutched within Xiao Gu's grasp was a piece of dark yellow serpent skin. Is this the skin of the ebony snake? Yin Xian exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the serpent had dropped materials. Wu Shimu, dragging his injured leg, limped over. It seems our luck is turning. This sizable serpent skin is enough for both of us to craft a piece of armor. This bite was not in vain. Do you know where we can use the serpent skin to make armor? Yin Xian inquired. Leave that to me, Wu Shimu replied confidently. I know a skilled armorer who can help us transform this skin into armor. That's wonderful. I will transfer the processing fee to you later, Yin Xian said. Wu Shimu waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. It's just a small sum. That won't do. I'm not one to take advantage of others. Yin Xian insisted, though he understood the processing fee would not be insignificant. After some back and forth, Wu Shimu ultimately agreed to allow Yin Xian to cover the processing costs. Chapter 13. The Black Rhinoceros. After handing over the serpent skin to Wu Shimu, Yin Xian noticed a ring lying in Xiao Gu's hand, previously concealed beneath the serpent skin, which they had overlooked. Is this equipment dropped by the ebony snake? Yin Xian wondered aloud as he picked up the ring for a closer inspection. The ring was designed in the shape of a yellow Ouroboros. Extracting the Beastmaster Codex, he found the ring's information displayed. Ebony Snake Ring, Grade, Common, Overview. A ring infused with the power of the ebony snake. It enhances agility when worn. This ring is quite a treasure, Yin Xian exclaimed in awe. After toying with the ring for a moment, Yin Xian offered it to Wu Shimu. Don't you want it? This ring would suit Xiao Gu perfectly. Wu Shimu looked puzzled. Most of the damage to the ebony snake was dealt by the Qingling butterfly. I have already claimed the armor, so this ring should rightfully belong to you, Yin Xian explained. However, Wu Shimu disagreed. Although the Qingling butterfly was the primary damage dealer, Xiao Gu's role was equally vital. Without Xiao Gu's maneuvering to distract the ebony snake, the Qingling butterfly alone would not have been able to handle it. Moreover, the ebony snake was significantly faster than the Qingling butterfly. Without Xiao Gu to intercept, neither he nor the Qingling butterfly would have been able to survive, let alone injure the serpent. Thus, Wu Shimu insisted that Yin Xian should take the ring. Besides, even if I took the ring, it wouldn't serve me much purpose. I'm not in need of the money from selling equipment. You should keep it, as it will aid us in our future explorations. Wu Shimu added, and given my current state, I cannot remain in the illusory realm. You'll have to find the treasure mouse. Yin Xian surrendered to Wu Shimu's determination, deciding to forego further persuasion. He was not one to dwell on such matters. He could always find a way to repay him later. Very well, I shall take the ring for now, but next time we find suitable equipment for the Qingling butterfly, you will have first dibs, Yin Xian declared. Agreed. Wu Shimu consented. Considering Wu Shimu's injury, which hindered his mobility, Yin Xian chose to accompany him as they exited the illusory realm. As Wu Shimu emerged from the portal, a small commotion ensued. Some individuals recognized him and hurried over to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that Wu Shimu had been ambushed by the ebony snake and had sustained injuries yet managed to retaliate, they all gave him a thumbs up. What a true man! Even in such a state, he maintains his composure. Impressive, brother. You're the most injured individual I've seen today. Here, be careful, hold on tight to me. I'll take you to the school infirmary. A group of kind-hearted individuals took Wu Shimu from Yin Xing's hands, and a robust young man even offered to carry Wu Shimu on his back. As Wu Shimu lay on the boy's back. He waved his hand at Yin Xing. Yin Xing gazed at Wu Shimu's receding figure and couldn't help but exclaim, Wu Shimu truly has a remarkable way with people. Upon re-entering the illusory realm, Yin Xing opened the map. A luminous dot, representing the treasure mouse's coordinates, continued to move across the map. Before exiting the illusory realm, Wu Shimu had shared the location with Yin Xing and provided him with a tracking talisman, ensuring that the treasure mouse wouldn't still be hunting for treasures after 3 hours had elapsed. Summoning Xiaogu, Yin Xing handed the ebony serpent ring to him. Observing Xiaogu's gaunt fingers, Yin Xing felt a twinge of concern. With no flesh on its fingers, would the ring fit? Xiaogu accepted the ebony serpent ring and slipped it onto its left index finger. As the ring was placed, it instantly shrank several sizes, snugly fitting around the bony digit. It turned out that equipment could adjust in size according to the illusory beast's physique. Xiaogu, how do you feel? Yin Xing inquired. Xiaogu wiggled its hands. Yin Xing smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten that Xiaogu couldn't speak. Let's test its effectiveness in actual combat instead. Yin Xing led Xiaogu towards the direction of the treasure mouse. Learning from previous lessons, this time Yin Xing preferred to take a longer route across the open grasslands rather than venture into the woods, uncertain if another ebony serpent might be lurking in the branches. Poised to ambush, they encountered a black rhinoceros. At first glance, Yin Xing found it somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a crack near the midpoint of its horn. Isn't this the rhinoceros I saw by the spring? Yin Xing was taken aback, surprised that he would cross paths with the beast again. However, while Yin Xing recognized the black rhinoceros, the creature did not acknowledge the human before it perceived these unfamiliar beings as feeble, easily dispatched with a mere charge. Despite standing at 1.8 meters tall, Yin Xing's physique could only be described as average, far from robust. As for Xiaogu, it was even more emaciated, appearing weak and lifeless when not engaged in battle. Thus, without a second thought, the black rhinoceros lowered its head, pawed the ground, and charged forward. The creature's powerful legs propelled it with great force, uprooting a patch of grass in an instant. Yin Xing darted sideways to evade the oncoming rhinoceros. Although the beast was not of a high level, its mass was not to be underestimated. If it were to collide with him, Xiaogu might escape unscathed, but Yin Xing would surely face dire consequences. This was not cowardice. It was a clear acknowledgement of one's limitations. As Yin Xing fled, Xiaogu also took action, sprinting in the opposite direction. Empowered by the ebony serpent ring, Xiaogu's speed noticeably increased. The black rhinoceros quickly passed where Yin Xing had initially stood, then began to decelerate and turn its body, preparing to charge at Yin Xing once more. However, Yin Xing would not allow it that opportunity. As the rhinoceros slowed, Xiaogu had already lunged forward with its bone blade. Given the rhinoceros's large size and mass, the damage inflicted by the bone blade would be minimal, prompting Xiaogu to employ thrusting as its primary attack method. Aiming for the rhinoceros's ample belly, Xiaogu gripped the bone blade tightly and thrust it deep. The rhinoceros let out a roar, its body swaying violently to the side, dragging Xiaogu a short distance due to the sheer force. Fortunately, bolstered by the power of the ebony serpent ring, Xiaogu managed to withdraw the bone blade just in time, averting a potentially disastrous outcome. The injury to its belly did not significantly hinder the black rhinoceros's movements. Rather, it incited a ferocious rage. The creature shook its head, exhaling white mist, while its front hooves stomped the ground repeatedly, indicating another impending charge. Xiaogu remained patient, biding its time for the right moment. Perhaps due to its injury, the rhinoceros exhibited little patience, launching into another charge after only a brief pause. This time, it charged with even greater speed, but Xiaogu was already prepared to evade. And with the agility conferred by the ebony serpent ring, it easily dodged the rhinoceros's assault. The rhinoceros's charging speed was formidable, yet it had one flaw: it struggled to turn. Thus, as long as Xiaogu maneuvered to the side, it could evade the charge. Chapter 14. The home invasion. A familiar scene unfolded once more, but this time Xiaogu targeted the left side of the rhinoceros's belly. Learning from the previous encounter, Xiaogu swiftly withdrew the knife after stabbing it in, avoiding being dragged again. Blood flowed profusely from both sides of the rhinoceros's belly, and due to its vigorous movements, the circulation of blood quickened, causing it to pour forth in a manner that could only be described as gushing. Even with its robust physique, The loss of so much blood rendered the rhinoceros exceedingly weak. Its breaths grew heavier, and its head felt increasingly heavy. The rhinoceros attempted a third charge but merely stumbled after forcefully kicking the ground, losing its balance and becoming an easy target. Xiao Gu approached the black rhinoceros and delivered a powerful strike, causing it to dissolve into a shower of light. A flash of golden light enveloped Xiao Gu, signaling its ascension to the fourth tier of black iron. Moreover, the black rhinoceros had dropped an item. A double delight indeed. Black rhinoceros meat, grade, common description. Meat from the black rhinoceros, firm and flavorful, perfect for nourishing Wushimu. Yin Xing hefted the meat, finding it quite heavy, estimating it could easily feed 5 or 6 people in a single meal. After dispatching the black rhinoceros, Yin Xing opened the map once more, noting that the dot representing the treasure mouse had ceased its erratic movements and had settled in one location. Has it returned home? Yin Xing exclaimed, filled with excitement, for he might finally possess the first item required for Xiao Gu's evolution. Xiao Gu, let us proceed. Although the distance to the treasure mouse was not short, the journey was relatively free of encounters with illusory beasts. Occasionally, they stumbled upon an oblivious creature, which Xiao Gu swiftly dealt with. As they ventured deeper into the Blackwood graveyard, the strength of the encountered illusory beasts increased, while in the Yungang Mountains, the beasts grew stronger as one ascended the slopes. Yin Xing had been operating at the foot of the mountain, facing illusory beasts of Black Iron Tier 3 or lower, all of which posed no threat to the now Black Iron Tier 4 Xiao Gu. Clearly, this location had been deliberately chosen by the treasure mouse. The fewer beasts in the vicinity, the greater its safety. This further convinced Yin Xing that the treasure mouse had indeed returned to its lair. What treasures might await in the treasure mouse's den? A wicked grin spread across Yin Xing's face. Suddenly, a small mouse, nestled in its cozy bedding, twitched awake, its tiny eyes filled with confusion. Standing on a level patch of ground, Yin Xing opened the map, discovering that his position overlapped with that of the treasure mouse, indicating he was directly above its nest. Nodding at Xiao Gu, he commanded, "Let us dig." Xiao Gu used the bone blade as a shovel, methodically excavating the ground. After digging about a meter deep, a small opening appeared before Yin Xing. His eyes lit up. They had struck gold. However, the entrance was rather small, prompting Xiao Gu to continue excavating the surrounding area. Suddenly, a loud clattering sound echoed. "Metallic contact," or, Yin Xing exclaimed, urging Xiao Gu to unearth the hard object. A dark red crystal gradually emerged into the light, revealing flecks of gold within. Crimson gold gem grade. Fine description. A well-formed crimson gold gem, suitable for weapon crafting. The first material for Xiao Gu's evolution was in hand. Yin Xing took the crimson gold gem from Xiao Gu, placing it into the Beastmaster S Codex. After obtaining the gem, Yin Xing did not instruct Xiao Gu to stop. Instead, he continued to search the surrounding area for additional ores. However, after a thorough search, no other minerals appeared in sight. "Very well, let's retrieve the treasure mouse's belongings and depart," Yin Xing ordered. Xiao Gu cleared the entrance to the treasure mouse's burrow and reached inside. A half-eaten radish tumbled out, discarded by Xiao Gu. White jade radish grade, common description. A radish that has grown for over a decade, possessing properties that clear the mind and awaken the senses. This item might as well be sold alongside the bone bow. Xiao Gu was clearly unable to consume it, and Yin Xing had no use for it either. So selling it was the only viable option. After placing the white jade radish into the Beastmaster S Codex, Xiao Gu then produced a segment of bamboo. Green bamboo grade. Fine description. A vibrant green bamboo stalk, exuding a refreshing aroma, possessing protective qualities that can counter certain illusory beasts. Was the treasure mouse so wary of these protective bamboos that it chose to hide underground? Yin Xing mused, running his fingers over the green bamboo, which felt smooth to the touch. The illusory beasts that the protective bamboo could counter were likely undead creatures. He wondered if Xiao Gu would be affected upon encountering this bamboo. Speaking of which, Xiao Gu had been digging for quite some time. Had it exhausted the area of resources? As a Black Iron Tier 2 treasure mouse, it had managed to yield 2 materials, and Yin Xing was quite satisfied. He pondered how long the treasure mouse had scoured for these items before he looted its home. A wave of guilt washed over him. Feeling a sudden pang of remorse, Yin Xing bent down and called out, "Xiao Gu, come back up, regardless of whether there is anything left." The commotion below ceased, and then a milky white crystal suddenly shot up from the depths, striking Yin Xing squarely on the forehead. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Yin Xing groaned, clutching his forehead and hastily casting a healing spell on himself. This marks the first occasion for Yin Xin to employ a healing technique upon herself, and to her astonishment, the relief was immediate. The pain subsided instantaneously. What on earth did this little fellow, Xiaogu, throw up here? It's remarkably solid. Once the pain diminished, Yin Xin finally had the leisure to examine the hard object that had struck her forehead. Baizhinyan, quality, good summary, a milky white stone with slight illusion-inducing properties. Could this be the Baizhinyan that Wu Shimu required? Yin Xin exclaimed in surprise, never anticipating that the treasure mouse would possess such an item. This afternoon's venture into the illusion realm was nothing short of perfect. Not only did Xiaogu ascend to the 4th tier of black iron, but she also discovered 2 types of evolution materials. The Baiyu Luo and Qingzhu were delightful surprises. Xiaogu emerged from the ground, covered in dust. I wonder if the Beastmaster's manual has a bathing feature, Yin Xin pondered. Upon opening the map, the light representing the treasure mouse flickered twice in the distance before extinguishing. The 3-hour tracking period had elapsed. It certainly moved swiftly. Yin Xin surmised that the treasure mouse must have taken flight at the moment Xiaogu first began digging. What she did not know was whether it had carried off a portion of the treasure. The treasure mouse, devoid of any combat prowess, had nearly maximized its escape skills. Of course, Yin Xin had never intended to capture the treasure mouse. A gradual approach was the true path to success. Yet, when she next encountered this treasure mouse, she suspected she would no longer require its collection of trinkets. Chapter 15. Visiting the ward. Upon exiting the illusion realm, Yin Xin made her way to the school infirmary in search of Wu Shimu. Are you referring to the student who was bitten by a snake on his thigh? Inquired the physician clad in a white coat. Yes. How is he now? Is the injury severe? Yin Xin hurriedly asked. He received a simple bandaging here before being taken to the hospital, the physician replied. Thank you, doctor. Yin Xin pulled out her phone, intending to contact Wu Shimu, but suddenly realized she did not possess his contact information. With no other option, she called her homeroom teacher, Zhang Ting, to obtain Wu Shimu's phone number. Hello, who is this? A familiar voice resonated from the phone, sounding somewhat weak. It's me, Yin Xin, she responded. Yin Xin. Wu Shimu's voice rose in pitch. Did you find the treasure mouse? I did, and I also discovered the Baizhinyan you needed in its den. That's wonderful, by the way. I'm currently at the first hospital. Can you come over? Yin Xin was aware of the first hospital's location. It was not far from the school and accessible by bus. Sure, I'll arrive in approximately half an hour. All right, I'll be waiting for you at the hospital. After hanging up, Yin Xin proceeded to the bus stop. Fortune smiled upon her as a bus pulled into the station, heading directly to the hospital. It appeared she would arrive in less than half an hour. The bus was not crowded, allowing Yin Xin to find a vacant seat. The continuous battles had left her somewhat fatigued, and with the rhythmic swaying of the bus, she unknowingly closed her eyes. Suddenly, Yin Xin heard someone speaking, seemingly calling her name. Gradually opening her eyes, she noticed a girl in a white dress who had taken a seat beside her, gazing at her with a puzzled expression. Upon seeing Yin Xin awaken, the girl's face brightened, and she remarked, Yin Xin, is that you? Indeed, she was calling her name. Yin Xin chose to ignore the girl momentarily and glanced at the time. Fortunately, only 15 minutes had passed since she dozed off, and she had not missed her stop. The girl, noticing Yin Xin's focus on her phone and her disregard, grew somewhat irritated and raised her voice slightly. Yin Xin, do you know that deliberately ignoring someone when they are speaking to you is quite impolite? Immersed in her own thoughts, Yin Xin startled at the sudden address. She looked up at the girl, surveying her from head to toe, and, confirming she had never encountered her before, inquired, I apologize, but may I ask who you are? The girl was taken aback, seemingly astonished by Yin Xin's response, but quickly composed herself and smiled, saying, we are classmates. I am Huang Chengchan from Class 2. Huang Chengchan? Yin Xin felt the name was somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it mentioned before. But she could not place it at that moment. Do you know me? Yin Xin asked. Huang Chengchan nodded. Of course, I frequently see your name on the leaderboard, and this morning I heard that you obtained a 5-star quality spirit beast. The news spread quite rapidly, Yin Xin thought in surprise. Certainly, after all, it's a 5-star quality illusion beast. I suspect the entire school is aware of it. Huang Chengchan gestured broadly with her arms. Yin Xin was not adept at engaging with such vivacious girls and found herself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, Huang Chengchan persisted in the conversation, asking, Yin Xin, Where are you headed now? I'm visiting a classmate in the hospital, Yanxin replied candidly. Seeing the many who had witnessed Wu Shimu's injury, it was not a matter that required discretion. Are you going to the first hospital? Yes. What a coincidence. I'm also going to the first hospital to visit my mother. Is your mother unwell? Yes, her health has been poor for some time, and she often requires hospitalization. As the conversation shifted to such personal matters, Yanxin found himself uncertain of how to continue. This was their first meeting, and he knew nothing of the other. Delving too deeply into personal issues felt inappropriate. So he simply wished her mother a swift recovery. Fortunately, at that moment, the bus came to a halt. The bus has arrived at the station. Passengers heading to the first hospital, please disembark. Relieved, Yanxin smiled at Huang Chengchan. We arrived at the hospital. Let us get off. Huang Chengchan replied softly. The two stepped off the bus, one after the other, and entered the hospital. As Wu Shimu and Huang Chengchan's mother were not in the same ward. They proceeded to different floors. Upon reaching Wu Shimu's hospital room, Yanxin overheard voices inside, deducing they belonged to Wu Shimu's family. After knocking gently on the door, the chatter ceased, and after a brief pause, a voice called out, "Come in." Yanxin opened the door and stepped inside. It was a single-occupancy room. Opposite the bed was a television that appeared to be at least 40 inches in size. Clearly, this was a luxurious ward. Wu Shimu lay in bed, his right leg heavily bandaged. At the head of the bed sat a beautiful woman. Had Yanxin not heard Wu Shimu call her mom earlier, he might have mistaken her for his sister. The well-off certainly know how to maintain their appearance, Yanxin mused. Upon seeing Yanxin, Wu Shimu beamed with a radiant smile and waved him over to "You're here." Yanxin nodded gently, and upon noticing the fruit on the bedside table, he suddenly remembered that he had come to visit a patient without bringing any gifts. After a moment of contemplation, Yanxin summoned the Beastmaster's manual. Extracting a piece of black rhinoceros meat and handing it to Wu Shimu's mother in the astonished gazes of the two, Yanxin earnestly stated, "Auntie, this is black rhinoceros meat I brought for Shimu. Please take it home and stew it for him. It's quite nutritious. Is that so?" "Thank you, young student," Wu Shimu's mother responded. Although she had encountered others gifting meat before, she had never before received such a large piece directly extracted from the Beastmaster's manual. Faced with such a substantial offering, she was at a loss as to how to accept it. Ultimately, with Wu Shimu's prompting, she summoned her own Beastmaster's manual to store the black rhinoceros meat. It was evident that this lady was not well versed in handling spirit beasts, and her proficiency with the Beastmaster's manual paled in comparison to Yanxin's. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Despite the illusion realm having existed for several centuries, many still resisted or even detested spirit beasts. The atmosphere in the ward grew somewhat awkward, and with Wu Shimu's mother present, Yanxin felt uncomfortable conversing with him. "Mom, you should head home and prepare the beef. I'll chat with Yanxin for a bit." Wu Shimu began to usher his mother away, aware that she disapproved of his adventures and wished to avoid discussing the illusion realm in her presence. "All right then, I'll come back later." Once the lady departed, the awkward tension finally began to dissipate. Chapter 16. Conversations in the ward. "Yanxin, did you really find the Baijinyan in the treasure mouse's den?" Wu Shimu inquired. "Am I capable of deceiving you?" Yanxin summoned the Beastmaster's manual, retrieving the Baijinyan and placing it beside Wu Shimu's bed. Wu Shimu picked it up for inspection. "Indeed, it is Baijinyan. I was merely taking a gamble. I never expected to actually find it. But that's not all. The treasure mouse's home was situated near the Qi Jinyu, so I also managed to excavate some of that as well," Yanxin continued. "What splendid fortune! Qi Jinyu is an excellent resource. Incorporating it during weapon forging enhances hardness, and many spirit beasts require this mineral for evolution." Wu Shimu, well versed in such matters, immediately articulated the significance of Qi Jinyu. Speaking of evolution, Wu Shimu suddenly recalled Yanxin's spirit beast. "By the way, Yanxin, have you discovered the evolution route for Xiaogu?" Yanxin shook his head. He would not divulge that he had already thoroughly grasped Xiaogu's evolution path. In Xia country, the evolution routes for skeleton-type spirit beasts are indeed challenging to find. "If only you were from Yu country, they have extensive research on undead-type spirit beasts," Wu Shimu lamented. Yanxin maintained an optimistic demeanor. "I have sifted through a considerable amount of information and gleaned some insights regarding Xiaogu's evolution. Transitioning from black iron to bronze should not pose too much difficulty." Wu Shimu, however, held a rather skeptical view of Yanxian. Evolution may not be exceedingly difficult, yet achieving a flawless transformation is far from effortless. Even the evolutionary path my father has devised for me cannot guarantee that the Qingling butterfly will retain its 5-star quality post-evolution. The inside eye, when activated, emits a golden light, which is why Yin Xian has yet to utilize it to glean information about the Qingling butterfly. I should find an opportunity to take a look, and perhaps remind Wu Shimu in passing, Yin Xian mused silently. Never mind that for now. After all, the evolution is still a distant matter. Perhaps by the time we reach the 10th tier of black iron, we will both have discovered the perfect evolutionary paths. Observing Yin Xian's silence, Wu Shimu mistakenly assumed he had been disheartened by his words, thus he intentionally shifted the topic. Yin Xian, however, thought little of it. Believing Wu Shimu was merely troubled by the evolution of the Qingling butterfly and sought to divert his attention. Consequently, Yin Xian retrieved the white jade lotus and the green bamboo. Did you also find these in the treasure mouse's cave? Wu Shimu exclaimed in astonishment. Your luck is truly remarkable. Indeed. I too was taken aback by the wealth of treasures within that treasure mouse's cave, Yin Xian replied, pondering whether his fortune might be a tad excessive. The treasure mouse they encountered was no more formidable than the 3rd tier of black iron, possessing negligible sensitivity to treasures, rendering it nearly impossible to unearth anything of value. Thus, Wu Shimu initially pursued the treasure mouse with the intention of exploring the surrounding ores. But he never anticipated that Yin Xian would strike such luck and actually unearth treasures from the cave. Let's see. White jade lotus. Green bamboo. Wu Shimu picked up the 2 items and began to appraise them with the Beastmaster's compendium. What's wrong? Yin Xian inquired as he noticed Wu Shimu momentarily freeze. Is your leg in pain? Do you need me to call a doctor? No. My leg is fine. Wu Shimu set down the white jade lotus and, holding the green bamboo, looked earnestly at Yin Xian. Yin Xian, would you be willing to sell me this green bamboo? What is the matter? Yin Xian asked, puzzled. Is this green bamboo of use to you? Wu Shimu nodded. Yes, when I picked up the green bamboo, I sensed Qingling's yearning for it. This item is beneficial to it. Then by all means, take it, Yin Xian said nonchalantly. I have already gained an advantage by acquiring the ebony snake ring. And besides, it was your tracking talisman that led us to this green bamboo. It is only fair that you receive your share. Thank you, Wu Shimu said as he summoned the Beastmaster's compendium, placing the green bamboo into the page that housed the Qingling butterfly. Yin Xian leaned in to take a look, noticing that a vibrant green bamboo had appeared alongside the single page of the Qingling butterfly, which was resting upon the bamboo. Has Qingling not fully recovered yet? Yin Xian inquired with concern. Wu Shimu shook his head and sighed. Qingling has depleted its strength in the battle against the ebony snake. I do not know how long it will be in slumber. However, this green bamboo you provided should hasten its awakening. As long as it is helpful, Yin Xian replied. Is this white jade lotus useful for Qingling? If so, take it as well. The white jade lotus is likely of no use. I have not sensed any desire for it from Qingling, Wu Shimu stated. Yin Xian retracted the white jade lotus, initially intending to offer it to Wu Shimu for his recovery, but upon seeing the mouse bite marks on it, Wu Shimu firmly declined Yin Xian's kind gesture. Very well then, take your time to recuperate. I shall take my leave, Yin Xian remarked. Feeling his stomach protest, he made plans to return to the school cafeteria for dinner. Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave, Wu Shimu said. Reaching out to grasp the sleeve of Yin Xian's garment, my mother has prepared that rhinoceros meat for you. It will be delivered shortly. Let us eat before you go. Consequently, Yin Xian sat back down. The two began discussing the secret realm. This miniature dimensional fluctuation that generates secret realms should not persist for too long. Once the time is up, the realm will automatically dissipate, which is why the school is hastily assembling candidates. Wu Shimu had engaged with beast masters early on and possessed some knowledge of secret realms. Yin Xian observed Wu Shimu's leg, which was bound in bandages, and expressed concern. Will you be able to make it? I should manage fine on my own. If necessary, I can lean on a crutch, but I am unsure when Qingling will awaken, Wu Shimu replied. For Wu Shimu, the most pressing concern was that his phantom beast could not engage in battle for the time being. I have already informed the year leader about my situation, and he has agreed to postpone our entry into the secret realm. For the school, Wu Shimu's potential was deemed more valuable than Yin Xian's. Thus it was not unreasonable for them to delay the secret realm for him. Suddenly, the door to the ward swung open. What are you two discussing? Feng Ningyo entered first, followed by a middle-aged man in a black suit. who carried a 5-tiered thermos in his left hand and a black soup pot in his right. "Mom, Uncle Wu, you're here. We were just discussing our studies," Wu Shimu replied obediently. He was aware that his mother disapproved of his ventures into danger, particularly since he had injured his leg shortly after entering the Phantom Realm, which only intensified her aversion to it. Thus, he refrained from mentioning anything related to the Phantom Realm upon their arrival. "Hello, Aunt Feng," Yin Xian stood to greet her, having learned their names from Wu Shimu. "What a nice young student you are, keeping my Shishi company for so long. You must be hungry. Auntie has prepared a plethora of delicious dishes for us to enjoy together." "No need to stand on ceremony," Feng Ningyo said with a smile. Chapter 17. The Secret Realm. Yin Xian was taken aback, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Uncle Wu set the dining table in front of the hospital bed, placing the thermos and soup pot atop it for Wu Shimu's convenience. Feng Ningyo opened the thermos one by one, revealing white rice on the top tier, while the other 4 tiers were filled with a variety of sumptuous dishes, including fish and meat, with a generous portion of green vegetables, perfectly meeting the criteria of deliciousness, health, and balanced nutrition. Upon opening the soup pot, a plume of steam wafted forth, accompanied by the rich aroma of meat. Inside was the black rhinoceros meat, which had been stewed to perfect tenderness. Feng Ningyo had thoughtfully prepared 2 empty containers, which she handed to Wu Shimu and Yin Xian respectively. "Please, dig in before it cools down. It won't taste as good then," she urged. "Thank you, Auntie." Yin Xian expressed his gratitude before beginning to eat. In the presence of a classmate's parents, Yin Xian refrained from his usual voracious eating, instead opting for small, measured bites to maintain his composure. Wu Shimu continued to exhibit his graceful dining manners. Thus, the meal progressed at a leisurely pace. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Ningyo began asking Yin Xian some questions. "What is your name, dear student?" "Auntie, I am Yin Xian. Then I shall call you Yin classmate." "How did you come to know my Shishi?" "Well, I thought." Just as he was about to respond truthfully, Yin Xian noticed Wu Shimu opposite him, lowering his head and making frantic gestures. After a moment's hesitation, Yin Xian rephrased his response. "I met Shimu at the library." "Ah, so you met at the library? Yin classmate must excel in his studies." "Unlike my Shishi, who only reads leisurely books and has dismal grades," Feng Ningyo remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Shimu. Indeed. Yin Xian is quite the scholar, frequently ranking among the top 10 in our grade. I go to the library expressly to study alongside him." Wu Shimu immediately affirmed his academic commitment. Cough, cough. Yin Xian was suddenly choked by the beef soup, coughing a couple of times. Upon hearing that Yin Xian performed so well academically, Feng Ningyo was overjoyed. "Shishi, you must learn diligently from Yin classmate. If you can rank within the top 100, your mother will reward you with a Baobin S3. Yin Xian choked even louder. Although he seldom paid attention to cars, he was aware that even the most affordable Baobin would cost upwards of 4 to 500,000. Yin Xian discreetly quickened his pace of eating, feeling that he could not linger any longer, lest he suffer further verbal assaults. The meal concluded, and Yin Xian could not help but wipe the sweat from his forehead, to concoct a plausible narrative about studying with Wu Shimu in the library. Yin Xian had truly exerted himself to come up with something that would satisfy Feng Ningyo. "Goodbye, Auntie, I shall take my leave now. Shimu, see you at the library next time." Yin Xian waved farewell to Feng Ningyo and Wu Shimu. "Goodbye, Yin classmate," Feng Ningyo replied with a smile. Wu Shimu gave Yin Xian a thumbs up from behind. Upon exiting the hospital, darkness had already fallen. Yin Xian did not intend to continue hunting monsters in the Phantom Realm. After all, one is not a machine, and maintaining a tense state for too long is unbearable for anyone. However, before heading home, Yin Xian stopped by an optical store to purchase several pairs of black contact lenses. Upon returning home, Yin Xian took out a pair of contacts and donned them. The effect was remarkable, appearing quite natural. Yin Xian activated the inside eye, the golden light perfectly concealed, ensuring that unless someone stared at his eyes for an extended period, no one would uncover his secret. After addressing the matter with his eyes, Yin Xian fell into a deep slumber, a night without dreams. The following day, "Teacher, you said we would enter the secret realm today? Are we not waiting for Wu Shimu?" Yin Xian exclaimed in surprise. Liao Junwen's voice was filled with resignation. "We cannot wait any longer. Initially, we estimated that this secret realm could last for about 5 more days. But last night it suddenly experienced fluctuations, causing its disappearance to be greatly expedited. In short, hurry over. I have sent you the location. Yin Xian dialed Yu Xiao's number, but there was no answer. Has this guy not woken up yet? Yin Xian hurriedly grabbed 2 slices of bread and rode his bike toward Jin Lake Community. Upon arriving outside Jin Lake Community, Yin Xian spotted the year leader, Liao Junwen, standing at the entrance. Liao Junwen spotted Yin Xian and waved at him. Come with me. Liao Junwen led Yin Xian to a sealed warehouse. The entrance to the secret realm lies within. Yin Xian opened the large door of the warehouse and beheld a phantasmal black gate. This was indeed the entrance to the secret realm. There are many types of secret realms, each with entrances of varying colors. A black entrance typically signifies a fragment of a particular world, which may harbor danger or may not. Liao Junwen quickly elaborated outside the warehouse. Teacher, am I the first to enter? Yin Xian inquired. Liao Junwen shook his head. No, 2 classmates have already entered before you. Is Yu Xiao here? He hasn't arrived yet. Upon hearing this, Yin Xian no longer hesitated and boldly stepped through the gate. After a brief moment of dizziness, Yin Xian found himself standing in an abandoned field. Without a second thought, Yin Xian summoned Xiaogu. The field was overrun with weeds towering to human height, evidently long untouched by cultivation. These overgrown weeds severely obstructed Yin Xian's vision, leaving him utterly unaware of what lay beyond, or who those 2 individuals might be. Yin Xian had initially hoped to explore alongside Wu Shimu and Yu Xiao. But Wu Shimu was injured and unable to come, while he had lost contact with Yu Xiao. Let us tackle the challenge first. Xiaogu marched ahead, tirelessly cleaving the obstructing weeds with his bone knife. As a phantom creature of the undead type, Xiaogu would never tire. This was its unique advantage. Should it have been an ordinary phantom beast, the Beastmaster would certainly refrain from making them engage in such physically taxing tasks. For who knows what could happen if they collapsed before encountering an enemy? A rustling sound emerged from the right ahead. Was it an enemy? Or a classmate? While Yin Xian pondered, Xiaogu had already struck with a swift blow. Startled, Yin Xian shouted, Xiaogu! Ah! A sharp, chilling scream pierced the air as a large, yellowish dog suddenly leapt from the thickets. Its eyes glowed a furious red, its visage grotesque, with drool profusely spilling from its mouth. It was evidently a rabid dog. A deep scar marred the head of the rabid dog, from which blood flowed incessantly. Was this the enemy within the secret realm? Had the farm owner's watchdog transformed into a rabid beast? Yin Xian silently distanced himself from the rabid dog. Glancing back at the creature, its information was laid bare before his insightful eye. Infected hound, quality, 1-star strength, black iron tier 3 skill, bite description. A hound infected by a certain virus, possessing a strong contagion to humans, beware of bites. Compatibility, Yin Xian 10 evolution after reaching black iron tier 10. Plague hound, 2 stars, feed with virus serum. Chapter 18. The Farmer's Cabin indeed. It was an infected hound. One could only wonder how many such hounds lurked in this field. After the hound leapt from the weeds, it opened its foul, gaping maw and lunged at Xiaogu. Xiaogu showed no signs of retreat, even extending its left arm to block the hound's jaws. Witnessing Xiaogu's audacity, Yin Xian's eyelids twitched. How ruthless! He wondered if a phantom beast like Xiaogu, composed merely of bones, could still be susceptible to the virus. With its left arm securing the hound's mouth, Xiaogu wielded its bone knife in its right hand and thrust it forcefully into the hound's belly. Once, twice, thrice. Under Xiaogu's ferocious onslaught, the hound quickly met its demise. Yet, the hound's carcass did not dissolve into luminous particles. It seemed the secret realm was indeed unaffected by the rules of the phantom realm. Yin Xian approached, inspecting Xiaogu's left arm. Unscathed, it appeared that not even a splinter of bone had been bitten off by the hound. After dispatching the hound, Yin Xian and Xiaogu pressed onward. Soon spotting a wooden cabin, deciding to seek clues there. Before long, however, Yin Xian was compelled to halt, as 3 infected hounds emerged from the thickets, their predatory gazes fixed upon him. This was troublesome. Cold sweat beaded on Yin Xian's forehead. The hounds posed little threat to Xiaogu, however. Facing 3 simultaneously would certainly overwhelm it, unless the hounds chose to ignore Yin Xian. Clearly, the hounds had not completely succumbed to madness. They split into 2 groups. 2 hounds charged at Xiaogu, while the third veered around it, sprinting directly toward Yin Xian. Observing this, Yin Xian turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Xiao Gu abandoned its defense entirely, launching a full-scale assault, yet it still took considerable time to eliminate the two hounds. The last hound had already caught up to Yin Xian. Without needing to glance back, he could already smell the stench emanating from its jaws. Forget it. A dead horse is better than a live one. Yin Xian retrieved a white jade radish, and as the hound lunged at him, he aimed for its gaping mouth and tossed it inside. The hound bit down, instantly shattering the radish, releasing a cascade of sweet juice. After consuming the white jade radish, the hound stood frozen in place, its pupils swirling between red and black. Initially, the black dominated, almost consuming the red entirely. Yet, as time passed, the red began to regain the upper hand, pushing the black into an ever-diminishing area. Clearly, while the white jade radish could temporarily awaken the hound, it ultimately failed to eradicate the virus within. Given time, the suppressed virus would inevitably return. Yin Xian mused silently. Soon after, the hound reverted to its former frenzied state, howling in rage, its claws digging into the ground as it charged once more at Yin Xian. Yet, he remained unfazed, for Xiao Gu had already arrived. With a swift motion, Xiao Gu severed the hound's head cleanly. A vial containing a red substance appeared on the ground. Upon inspection, Yin Xian noted, infected blood, quality, mundane description, blood from an infected hound, possessing contagious properties. What is this? Startled, Yin Xian's hand trembled, nearly dropping the vial. Best to tuck this away for now. I have no idea what use it may serve. Yin Xian was now puzzled. Previously, he had noted the hound's death did not result in a corpse, leading him to believe the secret realm was unaffected by the rules of the Phantom Realm. However, the hound's demise did yield items, indicating that the rules of the Phantom Realm were still in effect. Could it be that the secret realm was only partially influenced by the Phantom Realm? Yin Xian resolved to inquire with Teacher Liao upon his return. The white jade radish had been depleted. He needed a weapon for self-defense. Should Xiao Gu become entangled once more, he would be in dire straits. Reflecting on weapons, Yin Xian recalled the bone bow he had acquired the previous day. He retrieved it and struck the ground twice, finding it surprisingly sturdy. I suppose I shall make do with this for now. Lacking archery skills and arrows, he could only wield the bone bow as a melee weapon. Fortunately, its length and robust material allowed it to function adequately as a makeshift staff. Continuing toward the wooden cabin, Yin Xian encountered two more infected hounds along the way. Xiao Gu dispatched them with ease. Though they yielded no spoils, finally, arriving at the cabin, Yin Xian took a step back, allowing Xiao Gu to approach the door. Xiao Gu stepped forward and gently pushed open the wooden door, which was unlatched and swung wide. The cabin boasted a window, permitting Yin Xian to glimpse its interior. A rudimentary wooden bed, an axe hung on the wall, and a water jug. Nothing more than it appeared to be a humble resting place for a farmer. Yin Xian instructed Xiao Gu to scour the cabin, ensuring that every corner had been thoroughly checked for danger before entering himself. The bed was draped with a blanket that seemed to be made from some animal's hide. Yin Xian inspected it with his insightful eye, revealing it to be an ordinary blanket, unworthy of even being classified as mundane. Yin Xian then directed Xiao Gu to lift the bed. Beneath it lay only simple wooden planks, indistinguishable from the rest of the cabin's floor. As for the water jug by the bed, Yin Xian examined it as well. It was unremarkable and contained no liquid. Moving to the wall, he focused on the axe. Logging axe, quality, none. Items without quality cannot be recorded in the Beastmaster Codex. Description: an axe used by farmers for logging. Well, another useless item, he muttered. The inability to record it in the Codex meant it could not be taken from the secret realm. After thoroughly searching the entire cabin without yielding any rewards, Yin Xian pondered before reaching for the logging axe on the wall. Although it was merely an unclassified item, it might prove useful within the secret realm. Grasping the axe's handle, he pulled with force, only for it to snap in two at the middle. The heavy axe crashed to the floor, splintering the wooden planks and revealing a red-black object beneath. Indeed, something is hidden here. Yin Xian called Xiao Gu over to move the axe aside, then began prying up the section of flooring. With a single pull, Xiao Gu effortlessly lifted the boards. A square red-black steel plate emerged before Yin Xian, complete with a handle. A hidden basement? I wonder if there are clues related to the virus inside. He instructed Xiao Gu to open the steel plate, revealing a staircase leading downward. Xiaogu ventured down alone. Unable to see what lay below, Yin Xian felt a twinge of concern. If only I had the skill for shared vision. Shared vision was not a unique ability of Beastmasters. Yin Xian resolved to seek out a skill stone for shared vision in the future. Suddenly, a roar erupted from below, followed by the sounds of a physical struggle. Xiaogu had encountered an unknown creature. Who would emerge victorious? Yin Xian felt a knot of anxiety for Xiaogu. The commotion persisted for over a minute before falling silent. Glancing at the empty page in the Beastmaster Codex that belonged to Xiaogu, Yin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Xiaogu had triumphed. Chapter 19 Diary The mystical beasts contracted by Beastmasters do not truly perish. Upon being slain, they return to the Beastmaster Compendium to await revival. The absence of Xiaogu in the compendium indicates that it has not met its demise. If Xiaogu is indeed alive, then the one that has fallen must certainly be another unknown mystical beast. Despite this revelation, Yin Xian remains inactive, patiently awaiting Xiaogu's ascent. After exploring below for another 3 or 4 minutes, Xiaogu finally returned to the cabin. It appeared that the mystical creatures lurking underground had been eradicated by Xiaogu. Yin Xian instructed Xiaogu to lead the way, while he followed closely behind. The staircase bifurcated into 2 segments, one comprising 40 to 50 steps. Descending the stairs, aided by the faint glimmer of light emanating from the exit, Yin Xian spotted a torch affixed to the wall. Torch grade, none description. A torch that ignites with a mere stroke. Yin Xian seized the torch and rubbed it against the wall. The torch flared to life, illuminating his surroundings. The first sight to capture his attention was a lifeless 2-headed hound. Was this the very creature that had battled Xiaogu moments ago? Yin Xian approached the 2-headed hound with the torch in hand, noticing distinct stitching marks on its head. This 2-headed hound was artificially created. Yin Xian inhaled sharply, as this revelation surpassed his comprehension. Cautiously maneuvering around the 2-headed hound, he ventured deeper while holding the torch aloft. The full panorama of the basement gradually unfolded before him. It resembled a rudimentary laboratory. Scattered across the workbench were various surgical instruments, alongside an array of test tubes of differing sizes. Through the eye of insight, Yin Xian discerned that these test tubes contained various canine blood samples. This revelation made him acutely aware of the owner's proclivity for conducting experiments on dogs. It was highly likely that the 2-headed hound was one of his creations. What kind of enmity could one harbor against dogs? Yin Xian wondered. Disregarding the surgical instruments and test tubes, he finally discovered something of value within a drawer. It was a yellowed diary, inscribed with characters that bore no resemblance to any language he knew. However, the Eye of Insight possessed formidable abilities, even translating the diary for Yin Xian. On the 13th of September, 1566 in the Starfall calendar, a momentous day awaits. Mr. Ifu has provided me with a vial of potent serum. He claims it is a formidable virus. He has tasked me with discovering a means to rapidly disseminate this virus, promising that if I succeed, the organization shall formally accept me. On the 26th of September, 1566, I have experimented with over a dozen methods, yet have failed to uncover a means to swiftly propagate the virus. This virus is exceedingly fragile, succumbing to the air within mere minutes. What am I to do? On the 17th of October, 1566, Mr. Ifu has brought me another vial of serum, stating that this is the final one. Should I fail to find a means of transmission after this vial is depleted, the organization will impose a dire consequence. On the 20th of October, 1566, I attempted various methods once more, yet I remain unsuccessful. The serum is nearly exhausted, and my chances are dwindling. I am acutely aware of the organization's cruel methods. Thus I contemplate consuming the serum as a means of suicide. I have no family or friends. Only Yilin has been by my side. Yilin is a 2-year-old female hunting dog, recently pregnant. I am filled with joy, yet sorrow, for I intend to leave with Yilin. On the 29th of October, 1566, there remain only 2 days until the organization's deadline, and I have resolved to ingest the serum alongside Yilin today. I mixed the serum with water. Its scent was potent, yet Yilin trusts me implicitly and consumed the mixture entirely. A miracle occurred. Yilin ingested the serum but did not perish. Moreover, her blood now harbors the virus. I seem poised to fulfill the organization's task. On the 30th of October, 1566, Yilin has given birth, and the pups are healthy, their blood similarly infused with the virus. On the 31st of October, 1566, Mr. Ifu arrived. I presented Yilin and her offspring to him. Mr. Ifu brought back a man I recognized. He was a farmer from the nearby fields who had assisted me in constructing a small dwelling upon my arrival. Mr. Ifu commanded Yilin to bite the farmer, and I complied. The farmer became infected with the virus and succumbed shortly thereafter. Mr. Ifu was pleased and urged me to continue my endeavors. On the 3rd of February, 1567, Yilin gave birth to a second litter, and, like the first, all the pups contained the virus. However, Yilin's birthing rate was insufficient, prompting me to consider modifications. On the 25th of June, 1567, my alterations proved successful. Yilin now delivers a litter every month, producing over 20 offspring each time. Furthermore, a promising development arose. Yilin's first litter can now bear young, yet their offspring exhibit significant mental deficiencies, displaying erratic and uncontrollable behavior. It is evident that Yilin is the epitome of perfection. I must persist in my modifications. The subsequent entries detail my ongoing alterations to Yilin and the other hunting dogs, which Yin Xian perused rapidly. On the 14th of July, 1567, the organization recognized my contributions and resolved to formally accept me. I am ready to depart from this place, with Yilin still by my side. The diary concluded at this juncture. Yin Xian suppressed his discomfort as he returned the diary to the Beastmaster Compendium. This eye is truly deranged, resorting to bodily modifications on one's own pet in pursuit of acceptance into the organization. It appears that both the two-headed hound and the frenzied dogs outside are descendants of Yilin. According to the diary, Yilin's biological offspring possess normal intelligence, yet subsequent generations exhibit aberrations. The frenzied dogs outside may well be several generations removed from Yilin, having completely lost their faculties. Yin Xian meticulously searched the laboratory once more but found no other items of value. It seems that I took everything upon leaving, yet the reason behind leaving this notebook behind remains a mystery. Yin Xian speculated that I intentionally left the notebook in the laboratory for future generations to discover. The purpose of such an act, however, remained unknown. Upon emerging from the basement, Yin Xian heard the cries of a human. Is someone calling for help? Yin Xian's ears perked up. Approaching the window, he glimpsed a girl racing towards the cabin, her expression frantic, as if pursued by a terrifying creature. Her exposed arms bore numerous linear lacerations, likely the result of her frantic escape through the underbrush. She occasionally glanced back, seemingly checking if the creature that instilled her with fear was closing in. As the girl drew nearer to the cabin, Yin Xian realized he had seen her at school, though the dust smudging her face had initially obscured her identity. Chapter 22 Headed Hunting Dog. The girl hesitated upon sighting the wooden cabin, torn between seeking refuge within, praying that the hounds would not detect her, or continuing her flight. The hounds possess keen senses, and hiding within the cabin may not guarantee her safety from their search. However, she had exhausted her strength. Continuing to flee would only prolong the inevitable encounter with the hounds. Perhaps it was time to take a gamble, she thought resolutely. Gritting her teeth, she propelled her weary body through the door. A white skeleton suddenly materialized before her. Ah, cease your screaming. Do you wish to attract every hound in the vicinity? Yin Xian sighed as he approached and shut the door. He had not noticed Xiaogu previously and was unaware of when it had slipped behind the door, startling the young girl in the process. Upon hearing a human voice, the girl slowly opened her eyes. You are Yin Xian from Class 6? She inquired, pointing uncertainly at him. Indeed, Yin Xian nodded. The girl then shifted her finger towards Xiaogu. So, is that your skeletal soul beast? Precisely. Did you deliberately position it behind the door to frighten me? Her tone carried a hint of indignation, for she had not anticipated that the usually diligent student would possess such a morbid sense of humor. Yin Xian shrugged. Do you believe I placed it there? I truly did not know when Xiaogu positioned itself behind the door. Heaven bears witness. He genuinely had no idea when Xiaogu had moved. Heh, do you think I believe that? The girl scoffed. Yin Xian rolled his eyes. Her tone clearly indicated her skepticism. However, he was indifferent to her belief, as long as he remained true to himself. What was it that pursued you? And where is your soul beast? Yin Xian inquired. Comforting the tearful girl was not his immediate concern. Understanding the enemy and resolving the threat took precedence. Point 2. Two-headed hounds appeared from nowhere and tried to attack me. Xiaogu held them off, granting me the opportunity to escape, the girl murmured, evidently recalling a painful memory. Although contracted mystical beasts can be revived, the torment of their demise does not dissipate. Some mystical beasts may experience temporary disorientation upon revival, and in severe cases, may even lose their will to fight. Thus, even if the mystical creatures do not truly perish, beast masters would not recklessly sacrifice them. Nevertheless, Yin Xian believed he need not worry about this issue at present, as Xiaogu had already endured death, and whether Xiaogu experienced pain in this state remained uncertain. "What is the strength of those two-headed hounds?" Yin Xian inquired. The girl reflected. The strength of the two-headed hounds should be... Without warning, the girl suddenly collapsed to her knees, clutching her head with both hands, emitting a pained wail. "What is wrong with you?" Yin Xian was taken aback, hastily crouching down to support the girl. The girl gasped for breath, lifting her head to fix her reddened eyes upon Yin Xian, uttering each word with great difficulty. "Little Fox is dead." Yin Xian froze, recalling the peculiar nature of soul beasts. The death of a soul beast inflicts profound damage upon its beastmaster's soul, a wound that is exceedingly difficult to reverse. Only through the beastmaster's advancement or the acquisition of certain treasures capable of nurturing the soul can it be healed. The girl's sudden onset of intense pain was due to her soul beast falling to the claws of the two-headed hounds. This implied that the two-headed hounds were likely closing in on them. Yin Xian rose and approached the window, while the girl, clutching her head, laboriously made her way to Yin Xian's side. "Aren't you going to sit and rest for a while?" Yin Xian slightly turned his head. "I hope you can avenge Little Fox," the girl pleaded. "Do not worry. Even without your urging, I would slay them," Yin Xian replied. "The hounds have already caught your scent. It is only a matter of time before they pursue us. For my own safety, I shall eliminate them." "Thank you," the girl murmured. "Now, tell me about the hound strength." Yin Xian gestured. "My Little Fox is a black iron tier 3. When it fought a single two-headed hound, it could maintain the upper hand with my skills. However, when both hounds attacked simultaneously, it could only barely fend them off. I see. What is your skill, and can you still use it?" Yin Xian inquired. "My skill is a D-grade slow, which can reduce the movement speed of illusory beasts," the girl responded. "The very practical skill," Yin Xian remarked. "If only one two-headed hound approaches, refrain from using your skill. Wait until the second hound arrives to assess the situation before employing it," Yin Xian advised. The girl nodded in understanding. "Woof woof." The distant sound of barking echoed, followed by two dark figures appearing in Yin Xian's line of sight. "They're here," Yin Xian whispered. Xiaogu stepped out of the small cabin, casually securing the door behind him. The two-headed hounds were sniffing the air, keenly detecting the scent of their prey. The girl had left no trace during her escape, allowing the hounds to effortlessly track her path. They sprinted towards the cabin. Suddenly, a skeletal figure emerged before them. The two-headed hounds sensed a threat and halted, growling fiercely at the skeletal entity. Yet, Xiaogu remained unfazed. Advancing at a steady pace towards the hounds, as Xiaogu approached the threat range of the two-headed hounds, they finally sprang into action, flanking him from either side. Xiaogu came to a halt, patiently awaiting their assault. Just as the hounds lunged forward, he swung his blade, targeting the hound on the right. The speed of his strike was astonishing, leaving the hound no time to evade. The blade sliced through the hound's neck, effortlessly severing its windpipe. Thud. The hound plummeted to the ground. Having dispatched the right hound, Xiaogu pivoted towards the left. The soul fire within the skeletal head flickered ominously. The remaining two-headed hound clamped its jaws onto Xiaogu's left arm, its sharp teeth grinding against the bone, barely leaving a trace of bone dust. The death of its companion did not instill fear in the hound. Rather, it heightened its aggression. Bang. The hound bit down with ferocity, shattering several of its own teeth in the process. Xiaogu thrust his bone dagger deep into the hound's abdomen, piercing through its body with force. The hound's gaze faltered, its grip loosening as it collapsed to the ground. Is this the power of a 5-star quality illusory beast? It is far more formidable than my Little Fox. The girl observed the battle in awe, her mouth agape as she witnessed Xiaogu effortlessly dispatch the two hounds that had harmed her soul beast. "Xiaogu is already Black Iron Tier 4, a level above your Little Fox," Yin Xian explained. "No." The girl shook her head. "I am well aware that even if Little Fox were of the same level as your skeletal companion, it could never so easily eliminate those two hounds." Chapter 21. Rescue. The combat style of Xiaogu was difficult for other illusory beasts to replicate. After dispatching the two-headed hounds, Yin Xian pondered the next course of action. How shall we navigate this secret realm? Yin Xian asked the girl, seeking her input. After a moment's contemplation, she suggested, perhaps we should head towards where I came from. There is an abundance of droppings there, likely indicating a congregation of hounds. Yin Xian concurred with her assessment. Even if they ultimately failed to find the means to progress, eliminating some hounds to bolster Xiao Gu's experience would not be in vain. Thus, the pair set off in the direction the girl had come from. A pungent odor assaulted their senses. Yin Xian could not help but cover his nose and mouth with his hand. This place reeks. How many hounds have defecated here? Yin Xian gestured to the ground. Move slowly and lightly. The girl nodded. The caution was twofold: to avoid attracting a horde of hounds with loud noises, and to navigate the copious excrement on the ground without stepping in it. As the trio advanced cautiously, Yin Xian suddenly heard a familiar voice. Rage. Yin Xian's spirits lifted. It was Yu Xiao, recalling the direction from which the voice emanated. Yin Xian whispered, "Follow me." The girl silently trailed behind Yin Xian, her soul beast currently dormant within the Beastmaster's compendium, unable to be summoned in the short term. Without the protection of her soul beast, her survival in this secret realm relied solely on Yin Xian ahead of her. Yu Xiao stood not far behind the lightning bear, his fists clenched tightly, worry and anger etched upon his face. The lightning bear was drenched in blood, both from its enemies, and its OWNIT was locked in combat with the contaminated hounds that Yin Xian had previously encountered. 3 hounds surrounded the lightning bear, leaving it only one direction to flee. However, with its master behind it, the bear could neither retreat nor escape. With a fierce roar, the lightning bear raised its hefty paw and slammed it down towards the hound before it. Crackling with electric energy, the hound did not engage directly but took several steps back. Meanwhile, the other 2 hounds lunged forward, tearing at the lightning bear's body. The bear emitted a pained wail, and with a powerful strike of its paws, it brought both hounds crashing down, their senses momentarily dulled by the force of the blow. Good. Yu Xiao could not help but applaud. With 2 hounds incapacitated, the lightning bear stood a fighting chance against the remaining one. However, before Yu Xiao could revel in his triumph, 3 more hounds emerged from the underbrush, one of which was a 2-headed hound. Yu Xiao's smile vanished in an instant. How could they possibly contend with this? The 2-headed hound glanced at the lightning bear before locking its crimson gaze onto Yu Xiao, drool dripping from its maw. Clearly, it had set its sights on Yu Xiao as its next meal. Yu Xiao's legs trembled. Despite his bravery, no one could remain unfazed under the predatory gaze of a salivating 2-headed hound. The lightning bear noticed the threat to its master and roared in defiance, attempting to charge at the 2-headed hound, but the 2 hounds blocking its path thwarted its advance. The previously uninjured hound crouched behind the lightning bear, poised to pounce at any moment. The 2-headed hound charged towards Yu Xiao. Without hesitation, Yu Xiao turned on his heels and fled. Yet, 2 legs could not outrun 4, and the distance between Yu Xiao and the 2-headed hound rapidly diminished. Hearing the hound's footsteps closing in, a chilling thought crossed Yu Xiao's mind. Was he destined to perish here? Just as the 2-headed hound prepared to leap at him, it suddenly found its legs weakening, lacking any strength whatsoever. The once ferocious charge transformed into a pitiful stumble. Yu Xiao continued to run, not daring to look back, oblivious to the mishap that had befallen the hound. When the sound of pursuit abruptly ceased, Yu Xiao could not resist glancing back, only to discover the 2-headed hound sprawled on the ground. The hound, bewildered by its own sudden loss of strength, quickly regained its footing, ready to resume the chase. Out of the underbrush emerged a skeletal figure, blocking the path between the 2-headed hound and Yu Xiao, brandishing a bone dagger and charging at the hound. Yu Xiao was taken aback, recognizing this skeletal warrior as Xiao Gu, his friend Yin Xian's companion. At that moment, voices emerged from the nearby thicket, a male and female conversing. The timing of your skill's use is crucial. For instance, delivering a blow as the 2-headed hound leaps can cause it to lose its balance unexpectedly. I see now. I have learned much. I previously thought it merely a standard slow skill, unaware of its potential applications. Yu Xiao recognized the male voice and, combined with the ongoing battle involving the skeletal figure, a familiar name surfaced in his mind. Yin Xian, is that you? Yu Xiao called out excitedly. The duo emerged from the brush, with Yin Xian leading the way. Yin Xian waved at Yu Xiao, asking, "Are you all right?" Noticing the absence of the lightning bear, he inquired, "Where is your bear?" Yu Xiao rushed forward, gripping Yin Xian's arm tightly, while pointing back towards their previous path. "Quick, we must go there and rescue Xiao Dian." Yu Xiao gasped. Xiao Dian is surrounded by 3 hounds. Without rage, it will struggle to endure. Yin Xin's expression suddenly turned grave. He had witnessed the dire consequences of a soul beast's demise through the girl, an incredibly heavy toll. He could not bear to watch Yu Xiao undergo a similar fate before his eyes. Observing that Xiaogu had already dispatched the 2-headed hound, Yin Xin made a swift decision. "Let us go." The 3 soon encountered the battered lightning bear. The frenzy effect had dissipated, and without the enhancement of rage, the already injured bear could only struggle to fend off the hound's assaults, occasionally losing a chunk of flesh to its bites. Seeing the bear in such a pitiable state caused Yu Xiao to burst into tears. "Xiao Dian," Yin Xin hurriedly instructed Xiaogu to assist and simultaneously cast a healing spell on the lightning bear. After 3 consecutive casts, the bear's wounds healed significantly, and its spirit revived. However, Yin Xin clutched his head, feeling a wave of emptiness. This was due to the excessive use of healing spells. Each deployment of a Beastmaster's skill drained their mental energy. As a mere Black Iron Beastmaster, the strain of casting 3 healing spells consecutively weighed heavily on him. Chapter 22. An unusual area with Xiaogu's involvement and the lightning bear's recovery, the situation swiftly turned in their favor. The bear, now devoid of the frenzy's boost, shrank in size, yet its powerful paws still delivered crushing blows capable of severely injuring the hounds. The lightning bear's electrical prowess gradually manifested, leaving charred paw prints on the hounds it struck. Xiaogu, on the other hand, effortlessly dispatched the ordinary hounds with 2 swift strikes each. If she unleashed a heavy blow, she could even cleave a hound in 2 with ease in no time. The 3 hounds were vanquished by Xiaogu and the lightning bear. With the threat neutralized, Yu Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He gently lifted the lightning bear and caressed it softly, sincerely thanking Yin Xin. "Thank you, Yin Xin." He had witnessed the extent of Yin Xin's efforts to heal the bear. Filling him with gratitude, it was a trivial matter. "I had already promised to help you heal Xiao Dian," Yin Xin replied nonchalantly. Yu Xiao recognized that Yin Xin was not one for unnecessary sentiment, so he refrained from lingering on the topic. His gaze shifted to the girl beside Yin Xin, and he curiously inquired, "Yin Xin, is this girl from our school as well? Did you 2 come in as a team?" Yin Xin shook his head. "She is from our school. But we just met. Like you, she was besieged by the hounds and happened to encounter me, so I rescued her." Yu Xiao understood, realizing she was another unfortunate soul like himself. "Hello, I am Yu Xiao, from Class 6. Just like Yin Xin, he introduced himself. The girl responded graciously, "I am Lu Yinkai, from Class 7. Yu Xiao suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Lu Yinkai, "No wonder you look so familiar. You're from Class 7. At their school, all classes performed morning exercises daily." So the 3 had seen each other around but had never interacted before. Yin Xin remained silent, as Yu Xiao had already introduced him. "What about your spirit beast?" Yu Xiao asked again. Lu Yinkai's expression instantly darkened. "It was killed by the hounds and now lies dormant in the Beastmaster Codex, and why apologies. I did not mean to." Yu Xiao hadn't anticipated that his casual question would unearth Lu Yinkai's sorrow. She shook her head. "It's all right. At least I still have my Beastmaster skills to assist you." Speaking of Beastmaster skills, Yu Xiao immediately recalled the 2-headed hound that had been gnawing on the mud. "What is your skill?" It seemed incredibly powerful, effortlessly bringing down that 2-headed hound. He remarked, "It is not a particularly formidable skill. Merely a slowing effect. I only learned from Yin Xin that it could be used in such a manner." Lu Yinkai replied, casting a glance at Yin Xin, her eyes filled with admiration. Yin Xin was indeed a top student, and trusting his words was a safe bet. Yu Xiao grinned, as if the praise were directed at him. "Yin Xin, have you noticed anything unusual around here?" He shifted the topic, uncomfortable with receiving compliments. "Yes," Yu Xiao replied without hesitation. "I discovered an abundance of dog droppings here, and it stinks terribly." Both Yin Xin and Lu Yinkai rolled their eyes in unison. "Did you need to mention that? It's obvious to anyone," Lu Yinkai retorted. Yu Xiao sheepishly scratched his head, suddenly recalling something. "Actually, I have another discovery." Yin Xin and Lu Yinkai turned their attention back to him. Yu Xiao continued earnestly, "I previously encountered several hounds. At first, they behaved just like any others, attacking me and Xiao Dian. However, when I distanced myself from them, they abandoned their pursuit and returned. That is quite abnormal, Yanxin remarked. Lu Yinkai agreed. Those two-headed hounds chased me for hundreds of meters without relent. I have yet to encounter a hound that voluntarily gives up its attack. Having read the diary, Yanxin was aware that the hounds in this farm had issues with their sanity. Unless they were the first-generation offspring born of Yilin. Could it be that the hounds Yushao encountered were coincidentally Yilin's first-generation children? A flicker of doubt arose in Yanxin's mind. He was uncertain of the time within the secret realm, making it impossible to ascertain how long I and Yilin had been absent. Did those hounds that pursued you appear different from these? Yanxin pointed to several hound corpses nearby. Yushao pondered for a moment before responding. No, they looked the same. Did they seem any smarter? Yanxin inquired. Yushao shook his head. Aside from fleeing, there was no distinction. Yanxin stroked his chin, searching for clues. Suddenly, an idea struck him. When those hounds ceased their pursuit of you, did they exhibit any peculiar behavior? Let me think, Yushao replied uncertainly. They abruptly abandoned the chase, and it seemed they all halted at the same moment. Now that raises a concern. If those hounds voluntarily ceased their pursuit, their movements would not be synchronized, Yanxin stated. Yushao beamed. If their actions were synchronized, it implies someone is controlling them. Are you suggesting that there is a hidden mastermind in the secret realm manipulating these hounds? Lu Yinkai questioned. Yanxin nodded. It need not necessarily be a person, but something is undoubtedly exerting control over them. I suspect that Yushao managed to escape because those hounds were on guard. They received an order to expel any unfamiliar creatures approaching their territory. In other words, Yushao inadvertently encroached upon their guarded area, thus provoking their pursuit. Once he left that zone, the hounds, bound by their orders, could not pursue him beyond their territory, leading to their cessation of the chase. Lu Yinkai followed Yanxin's reasoning. Exactly, Yanxin affirmed. While Yushao could be a bit playful, he was no fool. After listening to Yanxin and Lu Yinkai's analysis, he grasped the crux of the matter. There must be a secret in the area I traversed earlier. Yes, either those hounds are guarding something, or there is a leader stationed there controlling them. Then what are we waiting for? Let us head over now. If there are treasures, we'll seize them. If there is a leader, we'll slay it, Yushao proposed. Yanxin did not dismiss Yushao's suggestion, as it appeared that to navigate this secret realm successfully, they must conquer the area Yushao had inadvertently traversed. Chapter 23. Steelhounds, will your two spirit beasts be enough? Could there be danger? Lu Yinkai expressed her concern. Her azure tail fox remained dormant in the Beastmaster Codex and could not be summoned for battle. Before Yanxin could respond, Yushao burst into laughter. If there's danger, we can always run. After all, those hounds won't chase us indefinitely. Besides, if we don't go there, will we just continue to linger here? We have no means of contacting others and no food or drink. Yanxin concurred with Yushao's perspective. Having entered the secret realm, they needed to embrace a spirit of adventure. All right, I suppose I must follow you both. Lu Yinkai, unable to persuade them otherwise, fell silent. Yanxin cautioned Yushao. When we get there, let the lightning bear follow closely behind Xiaogu. Once the hounds bite Xiaogu, we can let Xiao Dian attack to avoid injury. Can Xiaogu withstand that? I have my doubts, Yushao expressed skepticism. Xiaogu was swift in dispatching hounds, yet Yushao had not witnessed her endure their bites, leaving him unaware of her defensive capabilities. Rest assured, those hounds won't be able to shatter her bones, Lu Yinkai reassured him. Having witnessed Xiaogu's prowess, she had no qualms about Yanxin's plan. Very well, if Xiaogu falters, I will have Xiao Dian step in immediately, Yushao replied, still somewhat unconvinced. The trio proceeded towards the designated region, guided by Yushao's memory. This is where I was attacked by those three hounds. Yushao pointed to the ground. Yanxin examined the ground, spotting a chaotic cluster of footprints. Let us wait here for a moment. If my suspicions hold true, hounds should come to attack us. Yanxin planned to advance methodically, eliminating the hounds one by one. Neither Yushao nor Lu Yinkai had any objections. Why, Yushao, please refrain from using fury for now, Yin Xian advised. All right, I'll heed your words, Yushao replied. The trio waited in place for a few minutes when they heard rustling sounds emanating from the thicket. Yin Xian and Yushao exchanged glances, signaling Xiaogu and Xiao Dian to prepare for battle. 3 hunting dogs suddenly burst forth from the underbrush, rushing directly at Xiaogu without hesitation. One of the hounds was swiftly dispatched mid-air by Xiaogu's bone knife. Yet the other 2 lunged onto Xiaogu. sinking their teeth into both of his thighs. Xiao Jian, Yu Xiao, more concerned for Xiao Gu than Yin Xian, immediately called for the electric bear to attack as he saw the hounds pouncing on Xiao Gu. With a low growl, the electric bear raised its paw, crackling with electricity, and brought it down forcefully upon the head of the hound. The blow rendered the hound unconscious, causing it to release its grip and crash to the ground. The electric bear followed up with 2 more powerful strikes, sending the hound to its demise. Meanwhile, Xiao Gu managed to stab the hound clinging to his thigh with 2 quick thrusts. Once the battle concluded, Yu Xiao approached and examined Xiao Gu's bones. Goodness, I didn't expect Xiao Gu's bones to be so remarkably hard. There isn't even a mark where those 2 hounds bit him, he exclaimed in astonishment. So you can rest assured to let Xiao Gu serve as a meat shield, Yin Xian remarked. After dispatching the 3 hounds, Yin Xian and the others pressed on, encountering several more waves of hound attacks along the way, including a few 2-headed hounds. However, with the synergy between Xiao Gu and Xiao Dian, these assaults were effortlessly neutralized. Eventually, the trio confronted a particularly unusual hound. This hound was encased in a layer of steel. Resembling a creature clad in a suit of armor, the steel fused seamlessly with its flesh, as though it were an inherent part of the hound's being. Steel hound, quality, 2 stars strength, black iron 4th tier skill, bite summary, a hound infected by a certain virus. Its skin surface welded with steel, posing a considerable threat. Compatibility, Yin Xian 10 can evolve after reaching black iron 10th tier. Plague hound, 2 stars, feed with virus essence. Mechanical hound, 2 stars, undergo mechanical transformation. Another modified hound, Yin Xian pondered silently. How many types of hounds has this mad scientist transformed? Yu Xiao suddenly exclaimed, wow, what a cool dog. I want to get a set of steel armor for the electric bear too. Yin Xian shot him a sidelong glance, thinking to himself that this hound's armor wasn't something to be donned, but rather, something that had been literally welded onto it. Be cautious. This steel hound is likely stronger than those ordinary hounds. Yin Xian warned. Understood, Yu Xiao replied. The steel hound charged toward Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu swung his bone knife, aiming for the hound's head. The steel hound had no intention of dodging, enduring the blow head-on. The bone knife struck the steel, producing a deafening clang, visibly creating a dent in the previously smooth surface. The hound's brain experienced a slight impact, but given its already impaired mental function due to the virus, it was hardly affected unless it suffered a severe injury like a headshot. The steel hound leaped up, mouth agape, aiming to bite down on Xiao Gu's ribs. However, Xiao Gu preemptively raised his left hand to shield his chest, thrusting it into the hound's mouth as it leapt. With his hardened bone fist, he pried the hound's jaws apart. The steel hound struggled to crush Xiao Gu's hand, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not close its mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Gu thrust the bone knife deep into the steel hound's gaping maw. Despite the hound being encased in steel, it was still a flesh and blood creature. After Xiao Gu's blade pierced its brain, it succumbed to death. With a powerful flick of his left hand, Xiao Gu tossed the heavy body of the steel hound to the ground, executing the series of movements with fluid grace. Yu Xiao stared at the lifeless form of the steel hound in disbelief, wondering how it had fallen without Xiao Jian even having a chance to strike. Yin Xian, on the other hand, was taken aback by Xiao Gu's intelligence. While he had always sensed that Xiao Gu was not an ordinary skeleton, he hadn't anticipated its capability to exploit the enemy's weaknesses to inflict fatal damage. Initially, Yin Xian had thought Xiao Gu would stubbornly engage the steelhound's armored body, but was surprised when Xiao Gu swiftly adapted his strategy after the first attack bore no fruit. Yet, Yin Xian also questioned whether Xiao Gu's intelligence was truly that high, as it often appeared dazed and oblivious outside of combat. Perhaps it was not Xiao Gu's intelligence, but rather the innate combat instincts still residing within its body. Yin Xian rationalized. Yin Xian, let us allow Xiao Jian to practice next time, Yu Xiao suggested, drawing closer. No problem, Yin Xian readily agreed, instructing Xiao Gu to hold back in future encounters until they faced an enemy. Chapter 24. The progenitor. The trio ventured deeper, encountering several more waves of hound attacks. For one steel hound, Yin Xian specifically instructed Xiao Gu to stand down, allowing the electric bear to engage instead. Unlike Xiao Gu, the electric bear couldn't violently pry open the hound's mouth with its paws, as its bare paw lacked the necessary hardness. However, The steel covering the steel hound became an excellent conductor, and each strike from the electric bear sent jolts of electricity coursing through it. Unfortunately, the electric bear's level was too low, and its electrical talents had yet to be fully realized, resulting in relatively minor damage. It took a dozen or so strikes before it finally dispatched the steel hound. Lu Yinkai, observing the steel hound being electrocuted and drooling in a comical manner, couldn't he help but comment, "You might as well give it a swifty indie." Why Yu Xiao sighed in resignation, acknowledging that it was not within his control. Yin Xian scrutinized the ground littered with the corpses of a dozen hounds around Xiao Gu and the electric bear. Frowning slightly, noticing Yin Xian's change in expression, Lu Yinkai quietly inquired, "Did you notice something?" Yin Xian pointed to the fallen bodies and remarked, "Have you all noticed why there seem to be fewer hounds as we venture deeper?" Yu Xiao pondered for a moment before responding, "Because we've killed them all?" Yin Xian shook his head, asserting that these hounds had undergone modifications, possessing reproductive capabilities several times that of ordinary canines, making it impossible for them to be eradicated so easily. Perhaps there are others like us who have entered this area, causing some of the hounds to divert and pursue them, Lu Yinkai suggested. "I share the same thought. We may encounter other classmates soon," Yin Xian concurred. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us move quickly before someone else snatches away whatever treasures may be left." Yu Xiao insisted, still preoccupied with the possibility of hidden riches. The trio quickened their pace. By a man made well. A large black dog sat solemnly, while two hounds in front of it alternately tugged at a rope. With their continuous efforts, a water-filled wooden bucket rose from the depths of the well. The black dog then stepped forward, dipping its head into the bucket to drink. After quenching its thirst, it returned to its original position. Behind it lay 10 hounds lying quietly on the ground. Originally, there had been dozens of hounds for it to command, but not a single one returned after being dispatched to patrol the territory. This left it bewildered about what had transpired in its domain. Several pairs of eyes peered through the underbrush, observing this scene. "Don't think there are so many hounds. If it were just Yu Xiao and me, we would indeed be in a tight spot. But right now," Yin Xian glanced beside him, where 5 classmates who had recently joined them stood. According to them, they had entered hand in hand, resulting in their arrival at the same location. The principal had mentioned that this secret realm could accommodate around 10 individuals. Now only 8 remained. Were the others unable to find their way here? Yin Xian mused silently. "Hey, what level do you think that big black dog is?" "I have no idea. I guess it's around black iron 5th tier. Maybe it's even black iron 6th tier. Look at its size." While others quietly debated the black dog's prowess, Yin Xian focused on examining their spirit beasts. Utilizing his insightful eye, he absorbed the information of each phantom beast, mentally scoring them. Unsurprisingly, the highest score went to Xiao Gu, who had leveled up to black iron 5th tier during the previous battle, standing unrivaled in both level and strength. The second spot, however, did not belong to Yu Xiao's electric bear, but rather to a pure white feather crane. Feather crane, quality, 4 stars strength, black iron 4th tier skill, claw strike summary, an elegant feather crane that detests untidy individuals approaching it. Compatibility, Liang Shijiao 75 can evolve after reaching black iron 10th tier, white feather crane, 4 stars, black feather crane, 4 stars, gray feather crane, 3 stars. The reason for ranking the feather crane above the electric bear was that Yin Xian witnessed the electric bear being repelled by the feather crane when it approached to play. Due to its dirtiness, yet it continued to enthusiastically chase after the crane. Thus, Yin Xian silently lowered the electric bear's score. A licking bear did not deserve such a high rating. The owner of the feather crane, Liang Shijiao, was a cute girl with a round face. She excelled academically, and Yin Xian often saw her name on the leaderboard. With the insight of his discerning eye, Yin Xian became privy to all the data concerning the phantasmal beasts, which sparked a question within him. It seemed that this cohort of students was particularly fortunate. He had heard from the homeroom teacher that in previous years, even 4-star soul beasts were a rare sight. Yet here, there were 3 4-star soul beasts, while the remaining ones were all of 3-star quality. Aside from Liang Shijiao's feather crane and Yu Xiao's lightning bear, another male student also possessed a 4-star soul beast, a crimson spirit eagle. Although Yin Xian did not witness Lu Yinsai's phantasmal beast, it was likely of at least 3-star quality. While observing his classmates' phantasmal beasts, Yin Xian did not forget about that large black dog. He had already perused the information pertaining to the big black dog. Plague hound, Quality, 3-star power, Black Iron 6th tier skills, Bite, Disease Transmission Overview. The progeny of Yilin, retaining its intellect, possesses a formidable capacity for virus transmission. Compatibility, Yin Xian 15 can evolve after reaching Black Iron 10th tier. What intrigued Yin Xian most about the Plague Hound was its overview, particularly the mention of its formidable virus transmission capability and the disease transmission skill. Disease transmission was an active skill, enabling the Plague Hound to inject viruses into its enemies through its teeth and claws. Other hounds merely referenced the infectious nature of the viruses within them, without commenting on their impact on phantasmal beasts. Given the circumstances, it appeared that the viruses within ordinary hounds would not affect phantasmal beasts. For aside from Xiaogu, all other phantasmal beasts had been bitten by the hounds and had not exhibited any symptoms, nor had Yin Xian's discerning eye detected any anomalies. This indicated that the viruses within these hounds did not pose a threat to phantasmal beasts. However, the overview of the Plague Hound omitted any mention regarding humans, leading Yin Xian to ponder whether the virus it carried could infect phantasmal beasts. Thus, he cautiously advised, "Everyone, be wary of that large black dog. Do not let it bite or scratch your soul beasts, lest they be infected by the virus." Upon hearing Yin Xian's warning, Yu Xiao hurriedly cautioned his lightning bear to steer clear of the large black dog. Liang Shijiao, noticing Yu Xiao's response, blinked and summoned her feather crane, offering a reminder as well. Yet, some remained unconcerned. "Though these hounds look sickly, my black lizard has been bitten several times and is none the worse for wear. There's truly no need for worry." Chapter 25. The fierce battle. Many concurred with the speaker's perspective, as their soul beasts had also been bitten without exhibiting any abnormalities. Yin Xian found it difficult to persuade them further. For apart from himself, no one else could perceive the information regarding these hounds. As for the diary, the text within was highly unlikely to resemble any known script from the real world, but rather writing from the realm of secrets, rendering it unintelligible to others and potentially raising suspicion toward Yin Xian himself. Thus, he refrained from further commentary, recognizing that instigating discord within the team would be counterproductive. Suddenly, Liang Shijiao stepped forward and stated, "I believe Yin Xian's words hold some merit." "What's your reasoning?" questioned the owner of the black lizard. All eyes turned toward Liang Shijiao. Unperturbed, she replied, "Do these hounds not appear to be under the control of that black hound?" The crowd nodded in unison, for it was evident to all with functioning eyes. Seeing the affirmation of her viewpoint, Liang Shijiao continued, "What do you suppose enables the black hound to exert such control over them?" Upon recalling the hound's symptoms akin to illness, the crowd quickly arrived at a conclusion: a virus. "Are you suggesting that while these ordinary hounds are afflicted by a virus, they do not transmit it to other beings? Yet that black hound, being the source of the virus, can infect other creatures?" speculated Lu Yinkai. "Precisely," Liang Shijiao remarked appreciatively toward Lu Yinkai. The group fell into deep contemplation. Liang Shijiao cast a triumphant glance at Yin Xian, as if to assert her cleverness in deducing his thoughts with precision. Yin Xian was taken aback, astonished that Liang Shijiao had so swiftly constructed such a coherent argument that resonated well with the others. He gave her a thumbs up in acknowledgement. While the others listened to Liang Shijiao's explanation, Yu Xiao had been quietly observing the Plague Hound. He placed his trust in Yin Xian, knowing that Yin Xian would not speak without reason, thus disregarding Liang Shijiao's interpretation. "Strange, why do I feel as though that big black dog is searching for something?" Yu Xiao murmured. The Plague Hound sniffed intently for a moment before suddenly turning. Its crimson eyes fixated upon a patch of grass, the very spot where Yin Xian and the others were concealed. It emitted a furious growl, prompting the 12 hounds that had been lying down to rise, baring their fangs as they charged towards the thicket where the black dog was focused. Upon witnessing the synchronized movement of the hounds, Yu Xiao, believing himself to be hidden within the grass, gasped in alarm, "Oh my God!" The lightning bear suddenly let out a roar, drawing the attention of the group. "The big black dog is coming!" Yu Xiao exclaimed hurriedly. The crowd's expressions turned serious, yet they remained relatively composed. As they were familiar with the hound's capabilities from previous encounters, the only variable was the Plague Hound. However, even if the Plague Hound were exceptionally powerful, it could not possibly take on 7 phantasmal beasts single-handedly. As 10 hounds charged forward, chaos ensued as they engaged in a melee with the 7 phantasmal beasts. The plague hound did not rush into the fray but instead observed its minion's performance before dashing toward a specific direction. Yin Xian kept a watchful eye on the plague hound's movements and urgently cautioned, "Ma Chaoluan, be careful." Ma Chaoluan, the owner of the black lizard, also noticed the plague hound's actions and cursed inwardly, "Damn that black dog, why does it have to target me?" At that moment, the black lizard was still locked in combat with an infected hound, neither side gaining the upper hand. "Black lizard, run," Ma Chaoluan shouted. The black lizard swiftly retreated, but its speed could not match that of the plague hound, resulting in its tail being bitten. Fortunately, lizards possess the ability to shed their tails to escape danger. So the black lizard immediately severed a portion of its tail upon being bitten, and Chaoluan's face broke into a smile. Yet Yin Xian shook his head. The plague hound's disease transmission skill was exceedingly potent. When it clamped down on the black lizard's tail, it had already transferred the virus into the lizard's bloodstream, and the transmission occurred at an alarming rate. Even though the black lizard had swiftly severed its tail, it was still infected by the virus. In Yin Xian's line of sight, a line of white text appeared next to the black lizard, status, currently infected with the frenzied blood virus. Furthermore, the black lizard's retreat caused the hound it had previously faced to redirect its attention and attack the nearby black scorpion. "Damn it, Ma Chaoluan, what's wrong with you? Why are you so cowardly as a beast master?" A bystander could not help but scold. His soul beast was merely at black iron 3rd tier, and facing one hound was already quite challenging. Now, with an additional adversary, he felt as if he were being cornered. Ma Chaoluan's face turned crimson, unable to articulate a response. Fortunately, Liang Shijiao's feather crane had already dispatched its opponent and was positioned nearby the black scorpion, rushing over to alleviate the pressure on it. The black scorpion's owner sighed in relief, yet still wore a displeased expression when glancing at Ma Chaoluan. The feather crane's attack speed was remarkable, and its strikes possessed considerable force, each clawing blow leaving deep gashes on the hounds. It swiftly subdued one of the infected hounds. Meanwhile, Xiao Gu had also managed to eliminate the two two-headed hounds that had surrounded it. These hounds were unlike their solitary counterparts, lacking any semblance of intellect. They did not fight with desperation but rather sought to distract the beast master's phantasmal beasts, providing the plague hound with opportunities for attack. Thus, even Xiao Gu took a considerable amount of time to dispatch the two two-headed hounds. During this interval, the plague hound had bitten another green-armored pig. "This cannot continue," Yin Xian declared decisively, addressing Yu Xiao. "Why Yu Xiao? Use frenzy on Xiao Gu." He then turned to Lu Yinkai and instructed, "Use slow on that big black dog. And do not stop if possible." Lu Yinkai let out a bitter laugh. "I can only use slow once at most." Yin Xian tapped his forehead, exasperated. "Then use it immediately." Lu Yinkai complied and promptly cast slow on the plague hound. Instantly, the plague hound's speed diminished. With the enhancement of frenzy, Xiao Gu's speed surged, allowing it to catch up to the plague hound. Xiao Gu unleashed a powerful strike, swiftly slashing at the plague hound. The plague hound, hindered by slow, failed to evade in time, resulting in a gash across its abdomen, eliciting a pained howl. The lightning bear, having dispatched its opponent, soon joined the fray, delivering a powerful strike to the plague hound's head. However, the plague hound's skull was remarkably resilient. After enduring the lightning bear's blow, it managed to turn and bite at the bear. Fortunately, the lightning bear had anticipated this move and evaded the plague hound's lunge. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Gu landed another strike. The crimson spirit eagle swooped down from above, its sharp talons aimed at the plague hound's eyes. The plague hound slightly tilted its head, narrowly avoiding the attack to its left eye. But its right eye was pierced by the spirit eagle's razor-sharp claws. Blood gushed forth from the eye socket, and with such a significant loss of blood, there was no doubt that the plague hound's right eye was rendered blind. Chapter 26. Clearing the Secret Realm Feather. "Now," Liang Shijiao commanded, seizing the opportunity. The feather crane raised its left foot, striking fiercely at the plague hound. Originally, this blow was aimed at the plague hound's neck, but the plague hound abruptly raised its head to block the attack, simultaneously turning to bite back. The sound of shattering bones echoed in the air. The feathered crane emitted a haunting cry. Seizing the opportunity, the other mythical beasts launched a fierce assault on the plague hound. Xiao Gu swung his blade downward, cleaving into the hound's back and creating a gaping wound that exposed bone. The lightning bear struck the hound's forehead with a mighty paw, leaving it momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, the Crimson Spirit Eagle focused its full force on the hound's remaining left eye, yet the Plague Hound stubbornly refused to relent. Yinxing, observing the hound's actions, was struck by a thought. It was exchanging life for life. Xiaogu, Yinxing called out. Xiaogu reversed his blade, gripping the hilt with both hands, and plunged it downward into the hound's neck. The immense force pierced through, and after a brief struggle, the Plague Hound fell, its jaws unclenching, allowing the feathered crane to retract its foot swiftly. Yinxing glanced over. The crane's left foot hung limply, clearly broken, and it bore the signs of a raging blood virus infection. Observing the crane's eyes, the once yellow irises now exhibited a peculiar red hue. Liang Shijiao, you should recall the crane. It may have contracted a virus, Yinxing advised. Really? Liang Shijiao gasped in shock. Indeed. Look at its eyes, Yinxing responded, adding, and everyone who has had their soul beasts bitten or scratched by the hound should check if their beasts are infected. The eyes can indicate such. The group hurried to inspect their soul beasts. Machaluan had initially thought that the black lizard, having lost its tail, would be safe from infection. However, upon seeing the deep crimson in the black lizard's eyes, panic set in. How could this happen? It lost its tail immediately after being bitten. Noticing Machaluan's distraught expression, Yinxing kindly advised, you should recall the black lizard into the Beastmaster's codex. Otherwise, the virus will continue to spread within its body. Oh, right. Machaluan finally regained his composure and frantically summoned the codex to retrieve the black lizard. Several others who had their soul beasts bitten or scratched by the plague hound also promptly recalled their beasts into the codex. Yu Shao, having heeded Yinxing's warning, instructed the lightning bear to be particularly cautious of the hound's attacks, making him one of the only two, besides Yinxing, who did not recall their soul beasts. The other was the owner of the Crimson Spirit Eagle, which had remained airborne, only swooping down to attack the hound briefly before retreating without giving it a chance to strike back, thus avoiding infection. Yinxing, look! Yu Shao pointed at the corpse of the plague hound. 4 glowing orbs appeared beside it. Something's about to explode. Yinxing raised an eyebrow and approached to collect the 4 orbs. After picking them up, the radiance surrounding the items began to fade, revealing their true nature. Machaluan had intended to join in collecting the items, but seeing that no one else moved, he quietly retracted his outstretched leg. Yinxing, what are they? Yu Shao inquired excitedly, while others curiously gazed at the objects in Yinxing's hands. You may examine them yourselves, Yinxing replied, passing the items around for everyone to inspect. The plague hound yielded 4 items: claw of the plague hound, tooth of the plague hound, infected blood, and nameplate. Upon seeing the nameplate, Yinxing recalled having spotted it on the hound's neck. Clearly, the hound would not have adorned itself with a nameplate. It must have been placed there by the eye in the diary. As for its purpose, the description on the nameplate was quite clear. Nameplate, grade, common overview, a marking nameplate, inscribed with the number 12. Yinxing speculated that this indicated the plague hound was the 12th offspring of Yilin. The group passed the 4 items around, then began discussing their allocation. Our soul beasts are infected. We might need serum for treatment. Let us take this infected blood to the mythical beast hospital for research. Liang Shijiao suggested. Everyone concurred with her proposal. As the primary contributor in defeating the plague hound, the nameplate naturally belonged to Yinxing. The claw of the plague hound and tooth of the plague hound, being in greater quantity, were distributed among the group. With the defeat of the plague hound, the secret realm could now be exited voluntarily. Given that their soul beasts had been infected, everyone lacked the inclination to linger in the realm any longer. After dividing the spoils, they promptly exited. In the end, only Yinxing, Yu Shao, and Wenxiang remained. Wenxiang, the owner of the Crimson Spirit Eagle, exchanged a brief greeting with Yinxing before departing alone, leaving his destination a mystery. Yu Shao watched as his figure vanished into the underbrush and quietly asked, Yinxing, do you think he found something valuable and is sneaking off to collect it? Yinxing pondered before responding. The 5 of them were acting together. If he discovered something and intended to keep it for himself, it's indeed possible he would go alone after exiting. Why? Yu Shao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Shall we follow him discreetly? Yinxing shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. Each person has their own fate. Wenxiang is not our enemy. Why should we covet his fortune? Moreover, do you think he wouldn't be wary of us? True, Yu Shao conceded, abandoning the idea of following. Yinxing approached the water well where the plague hound had been drinking, saying to Yu Xiao, "Come lend a hand. Let us draw some water and see what we can find." "All right," Yu Xiao replied without questioning, trusting Yinxing completely. Together, they hoisted a wooden bucket filled with water. Yinxing opened the Beastmaster's codex and stored the water within. "Why?" Yu Xiao gasped in astonishment. "Yinxing, how did you know this water would be useful?" he asked. "How did I know? I naturally saw it while the plague hound was drinking," Yinxing replied, but this reason was not something he could share with Yu Xiao. Instead, he had prepared a reasonable explanation. "Consider this. The virus within the plague hound's body certainly couldn't have originated from itself." Yu Xiao contemplated this and nodded. "Then why do you think it could remain conscious while the other hounds could not?" Yinxing gently probed. "Why?" Yu Xiao's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Because of this water." "Indeed, you are quite perceptive. You are correct. It is indeed this water that allowed it to maintain its clarity of mind," Yinxing praised. Chapter 27. Secrets of the Secret Realm. Hearing Yinxing's commendation, Yu Xiao shyly scratched his head. "All right, let us put in some effort and quickly gather the water from this well," Yinxing urged. It's a pity the well opening is too small. Otherwise, I would dive straight in to collect the water." Yu Xiao lamented, though his hands moved increasingly faster. Thus, the two worked in tandem, each drawing buckets until the well was entirely emptied. "You should let the lightning bear drink this last bit of water," Yinxing remarked, glancing at the shallow layer of water in the bucket. "I want to hold back then." Yu Xiao called for the lightning bear to come and drink. The lightning bear buried its entire head in the bucket, drinking with great delight. Purified water. Quality. Common overview. Water that has been purified, temporarily enhancing the body's immunity when consumed. "Yinxing, do you think this water will be beneficial to those mythical beasts that have been infected by the virus?" Yu Xiao recalled their comrades who had fought alongside them. Yinxing shook his head. If it had been consumed before infection, it might have been somewhat effective. However, since they are already infected, this water will likely have little to no detoxifying effect. "All right then," Yu Xiao replied. After finishing the water, the lightning bear excitedly climbed onto Yu Xiao's shoulder. Yinxing lifted the bucket and tossed it back into the well. He felt a twinge of curiosity about the source of the water. Since it was purified, there must be some substance responsible for that purification. However, the well opening was too small, and lacking the ability to damage the well, he had to let the matter rest. "Yinxing, shall we explore a bit more? Perhaps we could uncover some treasures," Yu Xiao suggested enthusiastically. Yinxing shared the sentiment, but just as he was about to speak, he felt as if the sky were about to tear apart. "Oh no, the secret realm is collapsing. We must hurry out," Yinxing urged, while Yu Xiao, not daring to delay, followed suit, and the two swiftly exited the secret realm. Upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves back in the warehouse. Before they could steady themselves, two beams of varying thickness shot forth from the open black door, striking each of them in the forehead. Yinxing felt the Beastmaster's codex hidden within his mind absorb the light. The grade-level supervisor, Liao Junwen, was pacing anxiously at the warehouse entrance, visibly relieved upon seeing Yu Xiao and Yinxing. He approached, placing a hand on each of their shoulders, and said, "You two have finally emerged." "Teacher, has Wenxiang come out?" Yinxing inquired. "Wenxiang? He exited 5 minutes ago. It was just you two I was worried about," Liao Junwen replied. "Rest assured, teacher, we're absolutely fine," Yu Xiao declared confidently, patting his chest. "Teacher, I'd like to ask about that beam of light earlier. Will it affect us?" Yinxing asked. Liao Junwen chuckled. "Fear not, that was a good thing. Feedback from the secret realm. As I mentioned earlier, the secret realm you entered is a fragment of history, so your actions within it effectively alter history. The greater your involvement, the more significant your impact on history, and the more substantial the feedback the secret realm provides you." Liao Junwen explained that this feedback ultimately transforms into a pure energy stored within your Beast Master Codex, manifesting as the beams of light you have just witnessed. This energy has numerous applications. It can be utilized to directly elevate the rank of your phantom beasts, heal them, or enhance your summoner skills. Yin Xin couldn't help but exclaim, "I never anticipated the rewards of venturing into the secret realm would be so immense." Yu Xiao's expression remained largely unchanged, clearly indicating that he was already well acquainted with the information regarding the secret realm. "Teacher, will history truly be altered by us?" Yin Xin inquired with curiosity. Liao Junwen shook his head, stating, "Of course not. How could events that have already transpired possibly be changed? Moreover, certain large-scale secret realms may even reset." "Reset?" Yin Xin questioned, puzzled that it means that after a secret realm is cleared, it returns to its initial state. You shall clarify that I see, Yin Xian remarked, realization dawning upon her. Such secret realms must be exceedingly precious. Indeed, once such a restartable secret realm appears, it becomes a coveted target for various factions, as it allows them to swiftly cultivate newcomers. You shall responded. All right, we can discuss the secret realm further later. You two have been fighting for quite some time. It's best to head home and rest for now, Liao Jun advised with concern. The two bid farewell to Liao Jun. Before parting, Yu Xiao asked, Yin Xian, will you be coming to school the day after tomorrow? Of course. Shall we go to the Phantom Realm together? Yin Xian casually invited. It's not about the Phantom Realm. I wanted to ask if you'd like to go to the comprehensive building, Yu Xiao inquired. What for? Isn't it already vacation? Yin Xian asked in confusion. Have you forgotten that the day after tomorrow is the return day for the graduating class? Yu Xiao explained. According to our school's tradition, returning graduates set up stalls in the hall on the first floor of the comprehensive building to sell their unwanted items, and everything is quite affordable. Yu Xiao elaborated. Yin Xian finally recalled this tradition of their school. Sounds good. Let's go browse together then. All right, see you at the school gate then. The two agreed on a time and departed. Upon returning home, Yin Xian summoned the Beastmaster Codex, and her first task was to survey the energy feedback from the secret realm. Just like the phantom beasts, the energy was quietly stored within a page of the book. The effects were as Liao Junwen had described. Little Bone did not require healing, so Yin Xian decided to experiment with the other two applications. Yin Xian's initial healing spell was A grade, and leveling up once more would elevate it to the highest rank, S grade. The S-grade healing spell would provide a more potent healing effect, but would also consume a greater amount of mental energy. This explained why Yin Xian could only use the healing spell a few times in the secret realm, while Lu Yankai was able to use the slower spell numerous times. Lu Yansai's slow spell was merely D-grade, thus consuming far less mental energy than Yin Xian's healing spell. Sensing Yin Xian's intent, the Beastmaster Codex flipped to the page of the healing spell. A gray plus sign appeared next to the healing spell's rank. Could it be due to insufficient energy? Yin Xian speculated. Realizing that upgrading an A-grade skill was not an easy feat, Yin Xian was not disheartened. He had anticipated this outcome. Next, he decided to check on Little Bone. The Beastmaster Codex again flipped to the page belonging to the white skeletal figure. A green plus sign appeared next to Little Bone's rank. Yin Xian tapped it, and the energy from the previous page flew out, landing on Little Bone's page. Little Bone's rank ascended from Black Iron Level 5 to Black Iron Level 6. Satisfied, Yin Xian put away the Beastmaster Codex. Chapter 28. The Third Middle School Trading Market. Hey, Yin Xian, over here. Yu Xiao called from beneath a large tree at the school gate, waving at Yin Xian. Yin Xian jogged over. You've arrived quite early. Yin Xian glanced at the time. It was only 8 o'clock. Not early at all. Many people arrived by 7, Yu Xiao replied. He had only been there for 10 minutes when he observed a steady stream of third middle school students entering the school. Due to their mental energy, Beastmasters gradually require less sleep as their ranks increase. Yin Xian and Yu Xiao followed the crowd into the school. Is there anything you wish to purchase? Yin Xian inquired. Why Yu Xiao, well prepared, produced a piece of white paper covered in writing and handed it to Yin Xian, saying, Look, these are the items I want to buy. Yin Xian took the paper and read it. Lightning sand, electric stone, white spirit flower. He returned the paper to Yu Xiao and casually asked, Are these materials needed for the evolution of the lightning bear? Yu Xiao nodded, Yes. My dad has found a senior evolutionist who has cultivated several lightning bears. So he invited him to help determine the evolution path for my little electric. Yin Xian had seen the evolution path for little electric in the secret realm, and the materials listed on Yu Xiao's paper closely matched those required for one of the evolution paths he had observed. It seemed this senior evolutionist was quite skilled, Yin Xian thought. Evolutionists are a branch of beastmasters. They can identify the evolution paths of phantom beasts through soul resonance. Evolutionists also have ranks: junior, intermediate, senior, expert, master, and grandmaster. This made Yin Xian realize that with his insightful eye, he could also become an evolutionist, and his evolution plans would undoubtedly be flawless. However, this matter required careful consideration. He needed a credible case to gain others' trust. Yin Xian planned to let Little Bone undergo a perfect evolution first before gradually revealing his talents as a phantom beast evolutionist. My dad initially intended to gather all the materials for me, but I want to rely on myself first. After all, Little Electric is my phantom beast. I want to help it evolve with my own hands, Yu Xiao declared passionately, clenching his fists. Yin Xian was not surprised by Yu Xiao's sentiments. This was his usual demeanor, and even if he didn't collect all the materials in the end, his father would cover for him. By the way, Yin Xian, have you found the evolution path for Little Bone? Would you like me to ask my dad to have that senior evolutionist take a look at it for you? Yu Xiao offered, unsure if the evolutionist had any expertise with skeletal phantom beasts. Yin Xian accepted Yu Xiao's kindness without reservation. He was also somewhat curious about the phantom beast evolutionist. That would be great. If it works out, I'll treat you to a meal another day. Yu Xiao draped an arm over Yin Xian's shoulder, grinning. Hey, we're friends. There's no need for formality. You saved my life in the secret realm. This small favor is nothing. The two chatted as they walked, quickly arriving at the base of the comprehensive building. Just as Yu Xiao had said, numerous graduates had already set up stalls in the hall on the first floor, perhaps due to their youthful modesty. Although they were selling items, very few were vocally promoting their goods. Most simply sat quietly on small stools, waiting for junior students to select their items. Yin Xian noticed that not every stall offered items related to phantom beasts. Some merely displayed practice books at remarkably low prices, almost akin to giving them away. While beast masters represent the mainstream of human society, there remains a segment of individuals who are uninterested in phantom beasts and combat. Some educational institutions do not even offer courses related to phantom beasts. Yu Xiao pointed to a stall, excitedly exclaiming to Yin Xian, "Look, that stall has exactly what I need." Yin Xian turned in the direction Yu Xiao indicated, spotting a yellow-white stone that shimmered with tiny electric sparks, precisely the electric stone mentioned on the paper. Yu Xiao dashed to the stall, eager to secure the electric stone before someone else could purchase it. The stall owner was a lean, dark-skinned boy, and beside him sat a medium-sized stone crocodile. Upon seeing Yu Xiao, the stall owner's face broke into a smile. "Which item from my stall has caught your interest?" "Junior." Yu Xiao pointed to the electric stone. "Hello, Senior. I would like to buy the electric stone." With the Beastmaster Codex in hand, there was no concern regarding counterfeit goods within the Phantom Realm. The stall owner's smile widened. "Would you prefer to exchange items or purchase it?" "What does exchanging items entail?" Yu Xiao inquired with curiosity. The stall owner handed Yu Xiao a wooden plaque, explaining, "This lists the materials I require. If you have any of them, you may choose one to exchange for the electric stone." Yu Xiao took the plaque and examined it. It was filled with materials he had neither seen nor heard of before. Setting the plaque down, Yu Xiao sheepishly replied, "Senior, I don't have any of these materials." The stall owner was not surprised. He understood that most of his juniors had only recently acquired their phantom beasts. And aside from a few fortunate individuals, most lacked any tradable items. His intended trading partners were not these juniors, but rather the graduating students of the same cohort. This trading market served not only to declutter unwanted items, but also played a crucial role in facilitating exchanges among graduates. Everyone aimed to enhance their strength as much as possible during their final vacation in high school. "Senior, how much would it cost if I wanted to buy it outright?" Yu Xiao asked again. "My primary aim in setting up this stall is to trade for the materials I need. If you wish to buy it, the price may be a bit higher," the stall owner replied. He quoted a figure, and after contemplating, Yu Xiao accepted the stall owner's price. After completing the payment, Yu Xiao eagerly placed the electric stone into his Beastmaster Codex. Once they left the stall, Yin Xian glanced back, ensuring the stall owner was not watching them, and quietly asked, how much higher was the price he quoted compared to the normal rate? "I wouldn't say it was excessively high. Prices for electric stones fluctuate, and his selling price was on the higher side, but it wasn't exorbitantly inflated," Yu Xiao explained. Yu Xiaohui replied that he had long been aware of the market value of his materials, which he found acceptable. Yin Xian contemplated the three materials required for Xiaogu's evolution: Qi Jinyu, Wumigu, and Huishir Shui. He already possessed Qi Jinyu, but wondered if he could gather the remaining two materials here. A peculiar stall appeared before them, devoid of any merchandise save for a wooden sign. However, a considerable crowd had gathered around it. "Let us go and take a look," Yin Xian suggested. Yu Xiaohui, equally intrigued, pondered what the stall owner was selling. Leaning against Yu Xiaohui's robust frame, they successfully squeezed into the front row. A young man wearing glasses sat with his eyes closed, a small white mouse resting on his thigh. The young man restrained the mouse with his left hand while his right palm pressed gently against its forehead. Chapter 29. Evolutionist, what is going on? Is this some form of street performance? A multitude of questions flitted through Yin Xian's mind. Nearby, someone voiced a similar inquiry. A few enthusiastic classmates who had been observing the stall for a while stepped in to explain. The senior holding the mouse is Gene Waning. He recently passed the assessment to become a junior evolutionist and is here to assist everyone with their questions about beast evolution before leaving school. The crowd nodded in understanding. I heard the assessment for evolutionists is quite challenging. I didn't expect Senior Gene to achieve such a status at such a young age. Becoming an evolutionist is no simple feat. The requirement for a unique soul alone eliminates the vast majority of candidates. It is said that in the previous cohort, besides Senior Gene, there was only one other evolutionist. One wonders if this cohort can produce two as well. Such matters are indeed difficult, the students discussed animatedly. Yet they lowered their voices in unison upon noticing Gene Waning, not wishing to disturb an evolutionist's contemplation. Gene Waning opened his eyes, placed the small white mouse on the ground, and retrieved 3 items from his Beastmaster's compendium, placing them before the mouse. What is this step for? Someone in the crowd inquired. A classmate familiar with evolutionist procedures promptly responded. He is testing which material the mouse is sensitive to. A junior evolutionist lacks the soul strength to determine the direction of a beast's evolution solely through soul perception. Hence the need for external assistance. The attributes of these 3 items differ. The one that piques the mouse's interest the most indicates its most suitable evolutionary path. The small white mouse scurried to the 3 items, sniffing each before embracing a stone that flickered with subtle electric light. Observers quickly reached a conclusion. Electric stone. It seems this little mouse is suited for evolving into an electric mouse. However, Gene Waning remained silent. His gaze still intensely fixed on the mouse, raising questions among the onlookers. Hasn't the mouse already made its choice? Why is Senior Gene still pondering? I'm not an evolutionist. Why are you asking me? Suddenly, the white mouse dropped the electric stone, shook its head side to side, and dashed toward a pure white stone, lying its entire body upon it. Clearly, it favored this stone even more. This behavior astonished those who had just drawn conclusions. Why has the little mouse moved to embrace the lightness stone? Could it be that it wishes to evolve into a flying mouse? Hey, I said not to jump to conclusions so hastily. Look how composed Senior Gene is. That is the demeanor of a true evolutionist. I suspect the lightness stone isn't the mouse's favorite either. It will surely go for the last mountain heart stone. Gene Waning crouched down to observe the mouse closely, then lifted it up, returning it to its owner. Based on my observations, the little mouse is most suited for the flying mouse evolution path. The mouse's owner smiled, stroking the little creature, evidently pleased with the outcome. Thank you, Senior Gene. May I ask what additional materials I need besides the lightness stone? Gene Waning took a sheet of white paper, scribbled down an estimated list of materials, and handed it to the mouse's owner, advising, this is based on the current status of your mouse, but since it is still at the Black Iron Tier 2, there may be changes during its subsequent upgrades. It would be best to consult another evolutionist once it reaches Black Iron Tier 10. The mouse's owner nodded in agreement. Yin Xian glanced curiously at the small white mouse. Small white mouse quality, 2 stars strength, Black Iron Tier 2 skills, none overview. A small white mouse with no outstanding qualities. Compatibility, Chun Tingshu 65 can evolve after reaching Black Iron Tier 10. Moonlight mouse, 3 stars. Flying mouse, 2 stars. Electric mouse, 2 stars. Mountain mouse, 1 star. According to the insights provided, the most suitable evolutionary direction for this small white mouse is evidently the moonlight mouse, which could even elevate its star rating post-evolution, followed by the flying mouse and electric mouse. Gene Waning did not present any materials related to the moonlight. It remains unclear whether he lacked them or simply did not sense the mouse's potential in that regard. After the small white mouse, 2 more classmates approached Gene Waning for evolutionary guidance for their beasts. Yin Xian took a look at the information for these 2 beasts as well. Although the evolutionary paths suggested by Gene Waning were not optimal, they ensured that the beast's quality would not decline. As for the specific materials, since Gene Waning had written them on the white paper, Yin Xian was unaware of them and thus unable to determine their correctness. After observing the commotion, Yin Xian prepared to leave, yet Yu Xiaohui urged, why not let Senior Gene take a look at Xiaogu for you? Instinctively, Yin Xian wanted to refuse. Aside from knowing Xiaogu's evolutionary direction better than anyone, there was another significant reason. Senior Gene charged for his services, typically between 1,000 to 2,000. This was why most people merely watched rather than approached for analysis. After all, for a high school student, Such an amount was not trivial. Yu Xiaohui, sensing Yin Xian's predicament, patted his chest. I'll cover the cost. You need not worry. For Yu Xiaohui, 1 or 2,000 was not an issue, yet Yin Xian still declined his offer. Just as they were about to leave the stall, Jian Weining unexpectedly called out to Yin Xian. Excuse me, are you Yin Xian? Yin Xian turned around, pointing to himself. Are you calling me, senior? Jian Weining smiled. Indeed. Upon hearing Yin Xian's name, many turned to look at him with various expressions. So, he is Yin Xian, the one with the A-grade healing skill and 5-star soul beast. What a fortunate individual. I heard his academic performance is also commendable, with a strong chance of being admitted to the prestigious Qihong Beast Master Academy in the capital. He is quite handsome, fitting to be my boyfriend. Hey, miss, I believe I am far more handsome than him. Why not consider me? Who are you? Get lost. Hearing the discussions about him, Yin Xian helplessly replied, Is there something you need, senior? I've heard your soul beast is a 5-star quality white skeleton. May I sense its evolutionary direction? Jian Weining requested. Yin Xian politely declined. No, senior, I can't afford. Jian Weining interrupted. You need not pay it if you are willing to let me analyze the evolution path. I can gift you one material for free. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chapter 30. Dazzling Soul. Hey, did you hear that? Senior Jian is willing to subsidize to help Yin Xian's beast sense its evolution direction. How touching. Senior Jian is truly a commendable figure. Sacrificing so much for a junior's growth. I've heard that sensing high-quality soul beasts greatly benefits evolutionists. Now it makes sense. No wonder Senior Jian is so enthusiastic. There is this underlying reason. Hey, return my sense of touch. Yin Xian also caught wind of their discussions and looked towards Yu Xiaohui. Is what they say true? Yu Xiaohui nodded. His understanding of evolutionists far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and he was well aware of the secrets surrounding them. At last, Yin Xian comprehended why Jian Weining was willing to offer him materials in exchange for sensing Xiaogu's evolutionary direction. However, this revelation allowed Yin Xian to lower his guard. Fearing not that others had ulterior motives, but rather that they had none at all, Jian Weining maneuvered through the crowd until he stood before Yin Xian, smiling. Junior, have you given it some thought? If one material isn't enough, I can ask my teacher to assist in sensing your beast's evolution direction. My teacher is a senior evolutionist. While he specializes less in undead-type beasts, black iron-level evolutions are well within his capabilities. Yin Xian pondered briefly and agreed to Jian Weining's proposal. He was not particularly interested in the teacher mentioned by Jian Weining, but he could certainly accept the material. Upon hearing Yin Xian's consent, Jian Weining's smile broadened as he grasped Yin Xian's arm, enthusiastically leading him to the stall. Yin Xian, without further ado, summoned Xiaogu. Upon the emergence of the little bone, it sparked fervent discussions among the onlookers. However, this time, Yin Xian paid no heed to their remarks, as his gaze was firmly fixed on Jian Weining. Having resolved to masquerade as an evolutionist, he understood the necessity of thoroughly mastering the procedural intricacies of an evolutionist's craft, lest he falter when the moment arrived. Upon encountering the little bone, Jian Weining felt his breath quicken. It was his first time physically engaging with a 5-star qualified phantom beast. The mere thought of sensing the soul of such a creature filled him with exhilaration. How many evolutionists go their entire lives without such an opportunity? Noticing that Jian Weining remained motionless for an extended period, Yin Xian's mind began to wander. Is it customary for evolutionists to prepare for soul sensing for such a lengthy duration? The previous 2 phantom beasts had not elicited this sort of delay from him. Could it be that the little bone, being a 5-star phantom beast, warranted special consideration? Jian Weining snapped back to reality, only to find Yin Xian regarding him with a look of skepticism. He straightened up, placing the palm of his right hand against the little bone's forehead, and then closed his eyes in concentration. The cacophony of noise around him vanished in an instant, and it felt as though the entire world had fallen silent. Jian Weining's vision, amidst the previously pitch-black void, a radiant sphere, as brilliant as the sun, suddenly materialized. That was the soul of the little bone. Is the soul of a 5-star qualified phantom beast truly this formidable? Though its size was modest, the luminosity of its essence surpassed that of my Bai Lu Niao. Bai Lu Niao was Jian Weining's soul beast, now elevated to the silver tier. He couldn't help but wonder if he would be able to discern its evolutionary direction, given the overwhelming brilliance of the soul. Jian Weining cautiously approached the little bone soul, and then he beheld Yin Xian, observing the beads of cold sweat forming on Jin Wei-Ning's brow, couldn't help but feel anxious for him. Is this fellow truly capable? Is it really necessary to be so dramatic over merely discerning an evolutionary direction? If something goes awry, he better not place the blame on me. Yin Xian felt compelled to gather a few witnesses. For if Jin Wei-Ning truly faltered, he could not bear the responsibility. Several individuals in the front row, who had been watching, sensed a sudden chill as they caught Yin Xian's gaze. Suddenly, Jin Wei-Ning opened his eyes wide. Collapsing back into his chair, gasping for breath, Yin Xian first glanced at the little bone. Excellent, it appears to be unscathed. He then approached Jin Wei-Ning, inquiring with concern, "Senior, are you all right?" Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Jin Wei-Ning sighed. I never anticipated that sensing the soul of a 5-star qualified phantom beast would prove so arduous. Fortunately, I have discovered a clue. What clue? Yin Xian asked curiously. Jin Wei-Ning took a sip of water before slowly responding. I saw it clad in black armor, slaughtering the undead in a graveyard. Yin Xian gazed at Jin Wei-Ning, eager for further details. And then? Jin Wei-Ning looked at Yin Xian in confusion. What do you mean, and then? You mentioned that the little bone was in armor, slaying the undead. What transpired afterward? Yin Xian replied, feeling exasperated by Jin Wei-Ning's half-formed statements. Nothing more, Jin Wei-Ning stated flatly. Nothing more? Yin Xian was taken aback. Indeed, that is the entirety of the scene I witnessed. Jin Wei-Ning's gaze drifted, avoiding Yin Xian's probing eyes. He had not lied. The little bone's soul was so dazzling that he dared not look further, fearing it might scorch his own essence. Yet, this left him at a disadvantage in Yin Xian's eyes. Seeing that he could extract no further information, Yin Xian shifted topics, posing his next question. Senior, since the vision you received was so limited, how should we determine the evolutionary direction for the little bone? Jin Wei-Ning felt a twinge of awkwardness. The scant information gleaned from the soul sensing rendered him hesitant to draw conclusions. He could only speak vaguely. Based on my conjecture, I deduce that the little bone is suited to evolve into a skeleton warrior. You might consider taking it to the graveyard to slay the undead, preferably outfitting it in a suit of black armor, which should aid in its evolution. Yin Xian regarded Jin Wei-Ning with intrigue, surprised that he had managed to glean some insights. Perhaps feeling that his reasoning lacked solid foundation, Jin Wei-Ning cleared his throat twice and addressed Yin Xian. By the way, Junior, do you need the materials I promised you earlier? My suggestion is to wait until the little bone's evolutionary direction is clearer before requesting them from me. Yin Xian chose to overlook the latter part of Jin Wei-Ning's statement. After all, he was about to graduate and might soon depart from Yunling City, making it difficult to locate him later. Senior, do you have any materials on you right now? Yin Xian inquired. Junior, please take a look, Jin Wei-Ning said, summoning the Beastmaster's compendium for Yin Xian to peruse. Yin Xian flipped through the pages, discovering that Jin Wei-Ning possessed quite an impressive collection of items, many of which were sought after or sold at various stalls. While Yin Xian inspected Jin Wei-Ning's inventory, Jin Wei-Ning elaborated. Generally speaking, common materials used for the evolution of undead-type phantom beasts include ashen stone, dark rock bones, and black secret bones. As a novice evolutionist, Jin Wei-Ning's knowledge far surpassed that of Yin Xian. With many materials mentioned being unfamiliar to him, Yin Xian diligently noted Jin Wei-Ning's words as he continued to flip through the book. Chapter 31. A chance encounter. Senior, I would like to acquire this one. Yin Xian pointed to a specific page. Let me see, the black secret bone, is it? Jin Wei-Ning readily retrieved the item from the compendium and handed it to Yin Xian. As Yin Xian accepted the black secret bone, he felt a surge of gratitude, never imagining that the second material required for the little bone's evolution would come so easily. Only the ashen water remained. In recent days, Yin Xian had familiarized himself with the various materials and knew that the locations of ashen water were typically erratic. However, while browsing a forum, he had come across a post from several months prior, in which someone had traded ashen water for another material, and the location he identified for ashen water was atop Yungang Mountain. Although the likelihood of ashen water appearing in the same spot again was slim, Yin Xian resolved to investigate nonetheless. Junior, let's exchange contact information. My teacher is in Guangji City. Just reach out when you have the time to visit, Jin Wei-Ning said, demonstrating his commitment to keeping his word. Yin Xian exchanged contact details with Jin Wei-Ning. Although this senior's abilities were somewhat lacking, his character was commendable. Yin Xian mused. After bidding farewell to Yin Xian, Jin Wei-ning gathered his stall and apologized to the waiting classmates before departing from the third high school. Following the sensing of the little bone soul, his mental energy was nearly depleted, rendering him unable to assist others in seeking evolutionary directions for their phantom beasts. Yin Xian stored the black secret bone within the compendium and suddenly recalled that he still possessed a bone bow and quiver. He wondered if he might find a suitable trading partner for them. Having spent considerable time at Jin Wei-ning's stall, Yin Xian glanced at his watch, noting that it was already 9 o'clock. The number of stalls and customers in the trading market showed no signs of diminishing. If anything, it appeared to be growing. This affirmed the notion that sleeping in is a natural human instinct, as even powerful beast masters were not exempt from this tendency. Yin Xian and Yu Xiao strolled side by side, occasionally discussing the items on display at various stalls. Suddenly, a girl tapped Yin Xian on the back. "Who?" Yin Xian turned around, only to find a familiar face. "Oh, it's you?" Yin Xian exclaimed, surprised to encounter Liang Shijiao here. "Are you here to browse the trading market as well?" Yin Xian inquired. "Indeed. I even arranged to meet someone you know." Liang Shijiao replied, her voice brimming with energy. "Someone I know?" Yin Xian pondered for a moment before guessing. "Is it Lu Yin Kai?" His interactions with Liang Shijiao primarily occurred within the confines of the secret realm, so it was highly probable that the individual she mentioned was a companion from that context. "Correct. But there's no reward," Liang Shijiao teased, making a congratulatory gesture. Upon seeing Liang Shijiao, Yin Xian's immediate thought was of her feather crane that had been injured. "How is your feather crane doing now?" Yin Xian asked with concern. "The leg has healed remarkably well, and the virus in its blood has been purged." Liang Shijiao replied with delight. She instinctively considered summoning the feather crane for Yin Xian and Yu Xiao to see, but the throngs of people around reminded her that this was not an opportune moment for summoning phantom beasts. "All of the others' phantom beasts should be fine too, right?" Yu Xiao queried. "Yes, all is well. Director Liao sought out Teacher Wang to help us treat our phantom beasts," Liang Shijiao explained. "Who is Teacher Wang?" Yin Xian asked, having never heard of any teacher by that surname. Teacher Wang's full name is Wang Shu, and she specializes in teaching the senior class. She has a moon healing deer with exceptional healing abilities. It was responsible for healing our phantom beasts, Liang Shijiao clarified. "Ah, so she is a teacher dedicated to the senior class. That explains why I haven't heard of her," Yin Xian realized. He then inquired, "Did that vial of blood prove useful?" Liang Shijiao shook her head. "No, Teacher Wang had the moon healing deer release its healing light, and our phantom beasts were restored, with the virus cleared from their bodies." Yin Xian had assumed that the vial of blood would play a crucial role during treatment, but it turned out to be unnecessary. However, that vial of blood was taken by Teacher Wang. She mentioned that it would be of use to her. Liang Shijiao added, "Of use? Could it be that Teacher Wang has entered other secret realms within the same world?" A sense of curiosity blossomed in Yin Xian's mind. Though he kept his thoughts to himself, "Yin Kai, I'm over here," Liang Shijiao called out, waving her small hand enthusiastically. Unfortunately, Liang Shijiao's height was quite limited, so Lu Yin Kai could only hear her voice without spotting her. Fortunately, Yin Xian was tall enough to be easily seen above the crowd. Upon spotting Yin Xian, Lu Yin Kai surmised that Liang Shijiao must be nearby and made her way over. "Don't wander off. It's so crowded here. In the blink of an eye, you could lose your way," she admonished. Lu Yin Kai spoke with a hint of annoyance. "I understand." Liang Shijiao playfully stuck out her tongue, adopting a cute demeanor. Despite being of the same age, the two appeared as if they were sisters when standing side by side, both in stature and expression. Lu Yinsai's words were merely for show. She would not genuinely hold a grudge against Liang Shijiao. "When did you two become so close?" Yu Xiao inquired curiously, noting that they had hardly spoken during their time in the secret realm. "Guess," Liang Shijiao giggled mischievously. Naturally, Yu Xiao could not make a guess, while Liang Shijiao burst into laughter. Yin Xing and Lu Yinkai chose to ignore the antics of these two lively characters. "Is there anything you wish to purchase?" Lu Yinkai asked. "We were just browsing the stalls. We can share our findings. Have you seen any greystone water in the market?" Yin Xing inquired. Lu Yinkai thought for a moment before shaking her head. "No." Yin Xing expressed some disappointment, for he was currently in need of greystone water. "Do you have anything you wish to buy?" Yin Xing retorted. Lu Yinkai named several materials. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Xing responded, "I have seen Fireheart pearls. They were at a senior's stall. Let me take you there." Lu Yincai's eyes lit up, and she repeatedly thanked him. Yin Xing waved his hand dismissively. It's just a small matter. As they passed by Liang Shijiao, Lu Yincai playfully grabbed her arm. Stop fooling around. Come with me. Yin Xing led the three back to find the seniors selling the Fireheart pearls. Luck was on their side. The Fireheart pearls were still available at the stall, unsold. Lu Yincai approached the senior to converse. Before long, both of them wore smiles, evidently having reached a mutually agreeable outcome. Once Lu Yincai placed the Fireheart pearl into her Beastmaster S Codex, Yin Xing asked, "Are you planning to evolve your Qingwei fox into a fire fox?" Lu Yincai nodded in affirmation. My uncle hired a high-level evolutionist to assess it. The fire fox is the most suitable evolution for the Qingwei fox. Yin Xing raised an eyebrow, pondering how someone could afford a high-level evolutionist. Surely not everyone around him was so affluent. He then glanced down at Liang Shijiao, wondering if she too might. Chapter 32. The cloth garment. Liang Shijiao feigned innocence. Batting her lovely eyes, "Is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring at me?" Yin Xing. Feeling shy under Yin Xing's gaze, she covered her face with her hands. "You can't be. No, we've only just met." Yin Xing, speechless, replied, "What are you thinking? I merely wanted to ask if you've consulted an evolutionist regarding the evolution direction of your Yuhua." "Ah, so that's what you wanted to know," Liang Shijiao exclaimed in surprise. "What else could it be?" Yin Xing replied coolly. "These books are indeed unreliable." Liang Shijiao muttered softly. "What did you say?" Yin Xing rubbed his ears, feeling he had caught something strange. "Nothing," Liang Shijiao retorted loudly, as if her secret had been exposed. The volume of her voice attracted the attention of passers-by, causing her to shyly lower her head. The group had no choice but to step a few paces into a corner. Once she regained her composure, Liang Shijiao was full of energy again, leading Yin Xing to wonder if her earlier shyness had been feigned. Nevertheless, she clarified his doubts. "My sister helped analyze the evolution path of my Yuhua. She is a mid-level evolutionist, you know," Liang Shijiao said proudly. The trio displayed expressions of astonishment, having not known that Liang Shijiao's sister was a mid-level evolutionist. "What did your sister say?" Yin Xing asked. Curious about the insights of a mid-level evolutionist, eager to compare her conclusions with what he had discerned through his insightful eye. "She said my Yuhua is best evolved into a black Yuhua." Liang Shijiao replied, "I read that Yuhua can also evolve into a white Yuhua. Did your sister mention that?" Yin Xing probed. In the information Yin Xing had gathered, although both the white Yuhua and black Yuhua were viable evolution paths that would not lose quality, the description of the white Yuhua was placed above that of the black Yuhua, indicating a higher priority for evolution. Liang Shijiao shook her head. "My sister said she couldn't find any trace of the white Yuhua in the soul of my Yuhua. Perhaps my Yuhua is not suited for evolving into a white Yuhua." Yin Xing noticed Liang Shijiao's expression dimming. "Do you prefer the white Yuhua?" Liang Shijiao nodded, expressing her affection for the white Yuhua for its seemingly purer appearance. Yin Xing opened his mouth but ultimately chose not to say anything. He felt he lacked the credibility to convince others at this moment. The four continued their journey, sharing amusing anecdotes from campus. As they turned a corner, Yushao patted Yin Xing on the shoulder, pointing at a stall. "Yin Xing, look, there's a piece of cloth garment." Yin Xing followed Yushao's gesture and spotted the cloth garment he was referring to. "Didn't you say you wanted to buy a piece of clothing for Xiaogu? How about this one?" Yushao suggested. "Let us go take a look." Yin Xing led the way. The notion of purchasing clothing for Xiaogu had first arisen when Yin Xing entered the illusion realm. Witnessing Xiaogu attempting to drape the tattered cloth of a defeated skeleton over himself. However, due to the peculiar nature of the illusion realm, the tattered cloth vanished upon the skeleton's defeat, rendering Xiaogu's efforts futile. Since then, Yin Xing had been intending to buy a garment for Xiaogu and had shared this thought with Yu Xiao. The garment, of course, could not be an ordinary piece. As regular clothing could not be brought into the illusion realm, it had to be an item recognized as equipment by that realm. Upon reaching the stall, Yin Xing pointed at the garment hanging up, asking, "Hello, how much for this cloth garment?" The stall owner stood up and replied, "This garment is a mundane product. If you wish to purchase it, you must trade for an item of the same grade or provide materials I require." After saying this, the owner pointed to a wooden board next to the garment, where several materials were listed in black ink. Yin Xing, lacking those materials, decided to offer an item for exchange instead. He produced a bone bow and presented it to the owner. "What do you think of this?" The owner accepted the bone bow, assessed it with the Beastmaster S Codex, and agreed to the trade. However, Yin Xing did not rush into the transaction. Instead, he took out a fabric quiver. Could you please wait a moment? I have a matching quiver as well. Would you accept it? Yin Xing inquired. The stall owner was slightly taken aback. Not expecting this junior to possess quite a bit, I can't accept the quiver, but as you know, its value is not equivalent to that of a weapon or armor of the same grade. The owner explained that I understand, so I don't intend to exchange for equipment. May I trade for materials instead? Yin Xing replied that of course, feel free to choose. You can take 2 from the materials on the left, but only 1 from those on the right. The owner indicated the distinctly divided areas of the stall. Yin Xing browsed the stall and picked up a piece of jet black material resembling clay. Shaking it in front of the owner, he declared, Senior, I will take this black treasure paste. The owner waved his hand. Take it. Black treasure paste was one of the materials commonly used for the evolution of necromantic beasts. As mentioned by Jean Waning, although Xiaogu had no immediate use for it, it might come in handy during the next evolution. Thus, upon spotting it at the stall, Yin Xing decided to select it. Having traded away all the items he could, he spent the rest of the time like a miserly tourist, observing without purchasing. It must be said that shopping is an innate talent among girls. While Yin Xing and Yu Xiao were utterly exhausted, Liang Shijiao and Lu Yingkai remained enthusiastically engaged, even suggesting they continue shopping in the afternoon. Yin Xing planned to search for greystone water at Yungang Mountain, while Yu Xiao intended to seek materials at another location. Therefore, after sharing a meal, the 4 parted ways. Upon entering the teleportation portal, Yin Xing reappeared at the foot of Yungang Mountain. He summoned Xiaogu and casually retrieved the cloth garment. Upon seeing the garment, Xiaogu's soul fire flickered in excitement. Yin Xing handed the garment to Xiaogu, wondering if it would indeed wear it. Xiaogu took the garment and attempted to put it on, but it didn't comprehend how to separate the clothing. Its left hand slipped into one sleeve only to emerge from the other side, leaving the entire garment dangling from Xiaogu's left arm. Unable to bear the sight of Xiaogu's clumsy attempts, Yin Xing stepped forward to remove the garment hanging off Xiaogu and, like a caring father, helped dress Xiaogu properly. After fastening the garment, Yin Xing surveyed it for a moment. Satisfied, he remarked, "Not bad. This cloth garment makes the entire skeleton look considerably more spirited." Xiaogu appeared quite fond of the garment as it occasionally glanced down and touched it. Chapter 33. The Silver Zhao Snake. Since the post mentioned that the author discovered greystone water on the mountainside of Yungang Mountain, Yin Xing decided to head straight up the mountain this time. Originally, there was no path up the mountain, but as more people traversed it, a trail had emerged. Walking along this path forged by others, Yin Xing encountered no obstacles. The beasts along the way had all been dispatched by earlier beast masters and had yet to respawn. The reason these creatures are called phantom beasts is due to their mysterious appearance. If the illusion realm were likened to an endless dream, then phantom beasts are the characters within that dream. In a dream, a creature's presence does not require any justification, and phantom beasts are no different. An ebony snake lunged down from a tree, aiming to ambush Yin Xing, but was cleaved in 2 midair by Xiaogu. Not long ago, the same level of blackwood serpent required the combined efforts of Xiaogu and the blue spirit butterfly to be vanquished. Yet, the current blackwood serpent poses no challenge to a single strike from Xiaogu. This reflects the astonishingly rapid growth bestowed upon the phantom beasts by their beast masters. Advancing further, the variety of phantom beasts on Cloud Ridge Mountain is abundant. There are creatures soaring through the skies, prowling upon the ground and swimming in the waters. However, today, Yin Xian seems to have encountered a peculiar stroke of misfortune, as he has encountered nothing but serpents along his path. Within a mere 10 minutes, he has already encountered 5 or 6 distinct species of serpentine phantom beasts: blackwood serpent, greystone serpent, white earth serpent. It feels as though he has inadvertently disturbed a serpent's nest, as serpents abound. Yin Xian lamented. Although it is his first venture to Cloud Ridge Mountain, he is not entirely ignorant of its lore. The frequency with which he encounters serpentine phantom beasts is evidently unusual. As one of the favored spawning grounds for the students of the 3rd high school, countless forum posts discuss the various phantom beasts that can be found on Cloud Ridge Mountain. Basic information, such as which locations spawn which phantom beasts, has long been meticulously cataloged by predecessors. For instance, according to the strategies compiled on the forum, the path Yin Xian just traversed has an 80% probability of yielding mountain monkeys, a 10% chance for flame spider beasts, and the remaining 10% for other assorted phantom beasts. while the chances of encountering the white earth serpent or greystone serpent are even less than 1%. Yin Xian is skeptical that he would consecutively stumble upon such low-probability occurrences, leading him to conclude that something unusual is afoot on Cloud Ridge Mountain. Upon this realization, instead of succumbing to fear, Yin Xian is filled with excitement, for unexpected events often accompany opportunities. Nevertheless, excitement aside, his vigilance has not waned. In fact, it has heightened. Serpentine phantom beasts are notorious for their ambush tactics, and the various serpents of Cloud Ridge Mountain excel in camouflage. The blackwood serpent, for instance, delights in lying upon tree trunks, disguised as wood, while the greystone serpent prefers to entwine itself around rocks, masquerading as part of the stone, in the face of these adeptly camouflaged serpents. One must be ever watchful, lest they fall prey to a surprise attack. Thus, Yin Xian slows his pace, remaining acutely aware of his surroundings. As he ventures deeper into the mountain, a group of individuals finds themselves in dire straits. A small serpent, its entire body shimmering silver, rears up, flicking its tongue at four individuals not far away. The little serpent appears harmless, yet every slight movement sends waves of tension through the four. The silver Zhao snake, how could it possibly be encountered here? A deep trepidation flickers in Meng Song's eyes. The silver Zhao snake, not typically found only in the spirit source forest? Why has it suddenly appeared here? Baoi's brow furrows in concern. Why mistake? I should have anticipated the appearance of the silver Zhao snake when we began encountering serpentine phantom beasts. Common Hong apologizes earnestly. Lu Shi pats Chong Hong's shoulder reassuringly, saying, "It is not your fault. No one could have predicted that the silver Zhao snake would emerge on Cloud Ridge Mountain. Let us not dwell on blame. Instead, we must consider our course of action." Meng Song replies with resignation. The silver Zhao snake can summon the serpents of Cloud Ridge Mountain to converge upon it. The longer we wait, the greater the number of serpents that will gather, and our chances of escape will diminish. This situation is growing increasingly dire. Baoi sighs. If only we had confronted the silver Zhao snake at the onset, there might have been hope. Now, the four gaze helplessly at the encroaching serpents surrounding them. No matter. Let us capture the king by first defeating the thief. We shall seize the silver Zhao snake in one fell swoop, and with it in our grasp, the other serpents will surely hesitate to attack us. Meng Song declares fiercely. Indeed, the silver Zhao snake is merely black iron level 8, while our soul beasts have already reached black iron level 10. Even if it has bodyguards, it is inherently weak. As long as we close in, we can secure the victory. Baoi rallies. Chong Hong and Lu Shi share smiles of encouragement. My Gale Leopard is swift. When the time comes, you shall provide cover for it, if I can close within 10 meters of the silver Zhao snake. I assure you I will capture it, Chong Hong pledges confidently. The group quickly formulates a strategy. Meng Song's Iron Shell Bear will lead the charge, while Baoi's Blood-Sucking Bat and Lu Shi's Thunder Eagle will support the Gale Leopard in its pursuit. Commence. They proceed according to their devised strategy, smoothly approaching the silver Zhao snake. Victory seems imminent, and smiles gradually spread across their faces. 15 meters, 14 meters, 10 meters. They have closed the distance to the Gale Leopard's striking range. Chong Hong issues the command, and the Gale Leopard leaps forth with remarkable speed. The silver Zhao snake, noticing the Gale Leopard hurtling towards it, swiftly emits a series of panicked cries. 3 robust serpents, guarding the silver Zhao snake, surge toward the Gale Leopard. Unfazed, the Gale Leopard nimbly weaves between the 3 massive serpents. Rather than hindering the Gale Leopard, the 3 serpents inadvertently serve as springboards, propelling it closer to the silver Zhao snake. Just as the Gale Leopard is on the verge of capturing the silver Zhao snake, a shadow suddenly darts from behind it, piercing through the Gale Leopard's body. In a mere instant, the Gale Leopard succumbs to the shadow's lethal grasp. Chong Hong gasps in shock, spitting blood, while Meng Song and the others exclaim in disbelief. What is this? The Gale Leopard is a black iron level 10 phantom beast. Even a bronze level beast should not be capable of slaying it so effortlessly. After piercing through the Gale Leopard, the shadow gracefully alights atop one of the larger serpents, allowing the 4 to finally glimpse its true form. The shadow ghost serpent. Meng Song instantly recognizes the phantom beast. But his astonishment deepens. The shadow ghost serpent is a silver level phantom beast. How could it possibly appear here? Moreover, a black iron level silver Zhao snake should not possess the ability to command a shadow ghost serpent. Meng Song's heart races. It is indeed the shadow ghost serpent. We are doomed today. Lu Shi's expression turns to one of despair. Chapter 34. Assemble recognizing the presence of the shadow ghost serpent. The four are plunged into despair. A silver-level entity is beyond their capacity to confront. Death is merely a matter of time. Obawie's eyes dart around rapidly, assessing their surroundings, before he suddenly recalls the blood-sucking bat. Mengsong notices Obawie's actions and shouts, "Obawie, what are you doing?" Lu Shi and Cheng Hong, hearing Mengsong's words, turn to Obawie in confusion, still unaware of his intentions. Silently, Obawie summons back the blood-sucking bat and then dashes headlong westward. Trailing behind the bat. Only then do Lu Shi and Cheng Hong realize that Obawie intends to escape alone. "Obawie, you scoundrel!" Due to the surprise attack on the silver Zhao snake, the attention of most nearby phantom beasts is drawn toward the Gale leopard, creating an opportunity for Obawie to flee. However, before he can escape, the shadow ghost serpent strikes once more. Like a harbinger of death, it swiftly dispatches the blood-sucking bat with a single attack. Without the blood-sucking bat, Obawie not only suffers a severe blow to his spirit, but also loses his means of escape. The shadow ghost serpent pays Obawie no heed, but the other phantom beasts, previously toyed with, converge upon him. Mere seconds later, a scream escapes Obawie's lips. Yet, less than 2 seconds pass before his cries are abruptly silenced. Witnessing Obawie's demise, the remaining three gradually lose their will to fight. Any grandiose proclamations become meaningless in the face of such an overwhelming disparity in power. The phantom beasts that killed Obawie turn their attention toward the remaining three, even at this moment. Mengsong is preoccupied with one thought. Why is the silver-level shadow ghost serpent guarding the black iron-level silver Zhao snake? It is only in the instant before he is swallowed by a massive serpent that he uncovers the truth. Two silver-white serpentine phantom beasts, strikingly similar in appearance to the silver Zhao snake but considerably larger, emerge from behind it. The silver Zhao snake king. No wonder the shadow ghost serpent is silver-level. Mengsong's questions are answered. Yet his heart is filled with greater reluctance. However, this reluctance is destined to be forever buried within the serpent's belly. The silver Zhao snake, upon seeing the two silver Zhao snake kings, excitedly slithers over, coiling around one of the slightly smaller silver Zhao snake kings. After playfully toying with the silver Zhao snake, the two silver Zhao snake kings begin their descent down the mountain with it in tow. Surrounding this familial trio are countless serpentine phantom beasts, guarding them. Indeed, it is as he feared. Yin Xian gazes at the expanse of barren earth before him, disappointment seeping through. Guided by the map, he has arrived at a location where Greystone water was once found. However, upon reaching the destination, there is no trace of Greystone water, not even a single drop. It seems he must devise an alternative plan. Yin Xian decides to first train Xiaogu on Cloud Ridge Mountain. The current location he occupies presents phantom beasts of roughly black iron level 6, perfectly suited for Xiaogu's training. After issuing commands to Xiaogu to engage in combat and level up in the vicinity, Yin Xian finds a large rock to sit upon. Cloud Ridge Mountain lacks the artificially paved steps characteristic of mountains in the real world, making the ascent rather arduous. Even though Yin Xian maintains a regular exercise regimen, climbing halfway up the mountain in one go, all while remaining vigilant against phantom beast ambushes, has left him somewhat fatigued. Meanwhile, Xiaogu diligently follows Yin Xian's directives, tirelessly slaying various serpentine phantom beasts without a hint of weariness. Observing Xiaogu's industriousness, Yin Xian cannot help but muse. Ah, the undead-type phantom beasts are truly remarkable. No matter how much they are commanded, they never tire. If it were any other type of phantom beast, one would need to ensure a reasonable schedule. Otherwise, conflicts may arise between the phantom beasts and their beastmasters, resulting in diminished compatibility. The techniques employed by Xiaogu to vanquish foes are both straightforward and efficient, creating a uniquely captivating visual experience. However, prolonged observation inevitably leads to a degree of visual fatigue, prompting Yin Xing to divert his gaze elsewhere. This raises the question of what has caused the extraordinary increase in serpent-like phantom beasts atop Yungang Mountain. Yin Xing pondered this mystery. Initially, he believed he would uncover the answer during his ascent, yet aside from the ever-growing number of serpent-like phantom beasts, no unusual phenomena presented themselves. Could it be that the aberration on Yungang Mountain occurs at a higher elevation? Yin Xing lifted his gaze to the upper levels of Yungang Mountain. Suddenly, a silver glimmer appeared at the periphery of his vision. What could that be? Although Yin Xing failed to discern the full nature of the silver light, his insightful eye swiftly provided the answer. Silver Zhao Wang Snake, quality, 4 stars level, silver tier 3 skills, summon serpent swarm, inspire, mental shock overview. A unique serpent species with inherently weak combat abilities, capable of attracting surrounding serpent-like phantom beasts through mental induction. Upon witnessing the silver Zhao Wang snake, Yin Xing comprehended the source of the serpent calamity plaguing Yungang Mountain. While he was uncertain as to why a silver-tier creature would manifest here, it did not deter him from deciding to retreat. Before he could be drawn into battle with the silver Zhao Wang snake and become ensnared in the illusionary realm, Yin Xing resolutely issued a command to withdraw. In the next instant, he reappeared in the third middle school. Yin Xing accessed the forum, intending to share his discovery of the silver Zhao Wang snake to alert his peers planning to venture to Yungang Mountain. However, the very first post on the forum's homepage pertained to Yungang Mountain. Upon clicking, he found that the original poster had clearly articulated both the anomalies of Yungang Mountain and their cause, the silver Zhao Wang snake. Numerous replies below corroborated this information. The post garnered substantial attention, its view count rapidly escalating. Beyond that post, another thread regarding Yungang Mountain was also trending highly. Curious, Yin Xing clicked to view it. Discovering a recruitment thread.it called upon graduates of silver rank to form a team to challenge the silver Zhao Wang snake as a farewell memento before leaving the third middle school. Once the recruitment post was made, it received widespread support from numerous graduates, with many who had yet to attain silver rank expressing their willingness to contribute. Given the multitude of minions accompanying the silver Zhao Wang snake, any beastmaster possessing a phantom beast of bronze tier 7 or higher received an invitation. The assembly was tentatively scheduled for 1 hour later. Yin Xing spotted a familiar name in the post, Jin Wei Ning. The emergence of the silver Zhao Wang snake had transformed Yungang Mountain into a vibrant venue for a grand gathering. Yin Xing, however, had no intention of joining this revelry. His strength was insufficient, and attending would only invite trouble. Nevertheless, as it was still early, he opted not to return home just yet and chose instead a familiar locale, the Blackwood Cemetery. Upon re-entering the illusionary realm, Yin Xing was instantly struck by a scent starkly different from that of Yungang Mountain. A palpable odor of decay from the deceased enveloped him. Though the teleportation point remained some distance from the Blackwood Cemetery, the miasma of death wafted toward him on the breeze. Chapter 35. Re-entering the Blackwood Cemetery perhaps due to the serpent calamity erupting at Yungang Mountain, the once overlooked Blackwood Cemetery had become lively. Yin Xing spotted several acquaintances from school. Politely declining their offers to form a party, he commenced his solo journey with Xiao Gu. After dispatching a ghoul, a fireball suddenly hurtled toward him from the side. Crashing into Xiao Gu's arm, the fireball burst upon impact, scattering into a flurry of sparks, yet the bone remained unscathed. Yin Xing turned to the direction from which the fireball had come, spotting a small fire monkey eagerly brandishing a flame. Evidently the source of the earlier projectile. Where had this small fire monkey come from in the Blackwood Cemetery? Yin Xing wondered. Utilizing his insightful eye, he examined the monkey's information.it. Turned out that this small fire monkey had an owner. When using the insightful eye to inspect a phantom beast, if it is unclaimed, the compatibility section displays the degree of affinity with Yin Xing. Conversely, if the beast is owned, the owner's name appears. Noticing an unfamiliar name in the compatibility section, Yin Xing deduced that the small fire monkey was indeed owned. How curious. If the monkey was here, where was its owner? Scanning the vicinity, Yin Xing spotted a chubby boy running towards him. Panting heavily, clearly unaccustomed to physical exertion. Upon reaching the small fire monkey, he pressed its head down and apologized to Yin Xing. I'm sorry. My little monkey has caused you trouble. Didn't he hurt you? Did it? Yin Xing shook his head. No, but you might want to train your fire monkey to curb its temper. Throwing fireballs upon first meeting isn't a good habit. The boy sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Actually, my monkey thought you were in danger, which is why it attacked your phantom beast. The small fire monkey nodded vigorously, affirming its intentions. Yin Xing momentarily found himself at a loss for words. What could he say? Although the little fire monkey's actions were somewhat reckless, they stemmed from good intentions. After some contemplation, he decided to let it be, as Xiao Gu had sustained no real harm. That fireball had merely been a light annoyance. With a wave of his hand, he prepared to depart. The boy, watching Yin Xing's retreating figure, hesitated to call out but found himself too uncertain. and soon Yin Xing had vanished from sight. To prevent Xiao Gu from being mistaken for a wild phantom beast in the Blackwood Cemetery, Yin Xing avoided the crowd and chose a secluded path. The trail bore few human footprints, indicating that it was seldom traversed. A distant, eerie call echoed, followed by the arrival of a skeletal warhorse galloping into Yin Xing's view. Upon spotting Yin Xing, the skeletal warhorse altered its course, charging directly at him. Xiao Gu swiftly positioned itself in front of Yin Xing, brandishing its bone blade menacingly at the skeletal steed. Undeterred by Xiao Gu's obstruction, the skeletal warhorse continued its headlong charge. Moments later, it collided with Xiao Gu, the forceful impact sending Xiao Gu sliding back a short distance. Xiao Gu firmly gripped a bone at the horse's neck with its left hand while wielding the bone blade with the right, striking fiercely at the skeletal warhorse's throat. The blow landed. A bone in the skeletal horse's neck shattered under the force of Xiao Gu's strike, splitting into two segments. The horse shook its head violently, attempting to escape Xiao Gu's grasp, yet Xiao Gu's strength proved formidable, and the skeletal steed could not dislodge its neck from Xiao Gu's grip, no matter how hard it struggled. Xiao Gu struck twice more, severing the skeletal warhorse's head from its body. As a creature of the undead, even with its head detached, the skeletal warhorse did not perish. Seizing the horse's head, Xiao Gu plunged the blade inside, extinguishing the flickering soul fire within. This skeletal warhorse's evolution was intriguing. If it found a suitable rider, it could evolve alongside them. Were it not for the low quality of the skeletal warhorse and Yin Xing's insufficient mental strength to contract a second phantom beast, he would have sought to capture it for Xiao Gu to ride. The notion of a skeletal knight sounded quite splendid, yet it was not among Xiao Gu's evolutionary paths. Perhaps Xiao Gu was simply not adept at mounted combat. After dispatching the skeletal warhorse, Yin Xing and Xiao Gu pressed onward. The deeper they ventured, the thicker the surrounding fog became, diminishing visibility. Nevertheless, Yin Xing discovered that as long as he activated his insightful eye, no matter how dense the fog, it would not impair his field of vision. This, too, served as another utility of the insightful eye. A crunching sound echoed beneath his foot. He had seemingly stepped upon something fragile, causing him to sink momentarily. Looking down, he found an empty skeletal head gazing back at him, its interior ablaze with soul fire. "Xiao Gu?" Yin Xing called out urgently. Xiao Gu extended its hand, grasping Yin Xing's shoulder, and swiftly pulled him back up. Then, Xiao Gu crouched down, extracting the skeletal remains from beneath, swiftly dispatching it with two decisive strikes. After Xiao Gu eliminated the skeletal remains, numerous skeletal hands suddenly emerged from the ground. Yin Xing's expression shifted. Just how many skeletons lay beneath? He quickly led Xiao Gu away from the center of this area. Engaging in a battle against multiple foes requires skill. One must never allow oneself to be surrounded and must always maintain an area for free movement. Yin Xing intended to execute this strategy thoroughly, retreating with Xiao Gu to the periphery and allowing Xiao Gu to confront a portion of the emerging skeletons one-on-one. This way, Xiao Gu would not be overwhelmed, making the confrontation considerably easier. The unfolding events aligned almost precisely with Yin Xing's expectations, allowing him the mental space to contemplate other matters. For instance, why were there so many skeletal remains beneath the ground? Furthermore, these skeletons appeared to be in a dormant state. Had Yin Xing not inadvertently awakened them, they might have remained undisturbed. This led Yin Xing to consider a possibility. Perhaps these skeletal remains were guarding something. Exercising patience, Yin Xing awaited Xiao Gu to gradually clear the skeletal remains. Though numerous, the skeletal remains did not coordinate their efforts. When multiple skeletons attacked simultaneously, they often collided with one another, inadvertently lessening the pressure on Xiao Gu. After Xiao Gu dispatched the last skeletal remains, a golden light flashed around it. Xiao Gu leveled up. Regrettably, none of the skeletal remains yielded any items. Once Yin Xing confirmed that no new skeletal remains would emerge, he commenced a search in the area. After more than 10 minutes of searching, he found himself empty-handed. How strange. Could it be that I was mistaken? Yin Xing mused. Chapter 36. The Skeleton Giant Having Searched in Vain. Yin Xing felt a tinge of disappointment, but he quickly cast the matter aside. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, a colossal skeletal hand emerged from the earth, followed by a towering skeleton nearly 3 meters tall, which crawled forth from the ground. The soul fire within its skull burned not a common white, but a fierce red. Upon emerging, The giant skeleton's head rotated left and right, emitting creaking sounds as if it had not been in use for ages. Ultimately, the giant skeleton's gaze fixed intently upon one direction, the very path that Yanxin had taken. With long strides, the giant skeleton began to race through the fog, its speed rapidly increasing. At that moment, Yanxin, accompanied by Xiaogu, was engaged in clearing a newly encountered phantom beast, the tomb spider. This creature favored dwelling in graveyard caverns, subsisting on cremated remains, which rendered its habitat devoid of skeletal phantoms. The instant Yanxin and Xiaogu trespassed into the tomb spider's territory, they were ambushed. One tomb spider descended from a withered tree using its silk, launching a vicious bite at Xiaogu's head. Unlike other phantom beasts, the tomb spider held no interest in Yanxin. Its sole desire was to devour Xiaogu. Directing all its attacks towards it, Xiaogu had already reacted the moment the tomb spider lunged, not turning away but instead reversing the hilt of its weapon, its arm twisting at an unnatural angle to thrust upward. Driving a blade into the spider's head, a foul, greenish blood erupted from the wound, causing Yanxin to sneeze repeatedly from the stench. The pain in its brain sent the tomb spider into a frenzy, writhing in agony, yet this only hastened its blood loss. With a piercing scream, the tomb spider disintegrated into a flurry of light, one spark falling to the ground. An item had dropped. Yanxin picked up the spark, discovering it to be a clump of spider silk. Spider silk, quality, common description, silk from the tomb spider, somewhat viscous. Before Yanxin could store the spider silk in his beast taming compendium, two more tomb spiders swiftly emerged from their lair. Tomb spiders are social creatures. Upon sensing a formidable foe, they alert their companions in a unique manner. The tomb spider that Xiaogu had slain was no exception. Its final scream served as a warning to its brethren. The two tomb spiders approached Xiaogu, their 8 legs moving in unison, but halted at a certain distance. Xiaogu, quick to respond, charged at one of the tomb spiders. The sharp bone blade glimmered ominously in the mist. The two tomb spiders unleashed torrents of silk towards Xiaogu, which spread in the air. Forming a web to ensnare it, Xiaogu slashed at the web. Slicing through it with ease, however, the tomb spiders possessed large silk sacs, storing an abundance of silk, and continued to spray it towards Xiaogu, retreating to maintain a fixed distance. Just as Xiaogu severed one web, another immediately surged forward, greatly impeding its progress. This was precisely the tomb spider's plan: to slow Xiaogu down, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. The sound of numerous footsteps echoed from all directions, and Yanxin was assailed by an increasingly pungent odor. A horde of tomb spiders was approaching. Sensing the danger, Yanxin urgently called for Xiaogu to flee. Yet, Xiaogu found itself ensnared in webs, with several tomb spiders gripping the other end, preventing its escape. Despite Xiaogu's strength surpassing that of an individual tomb spider, it could not withstand the combined efforts of 6 or 7 simultaneously attacking. After a tense standoff lasting mere seconds, the overwhelming numbers of tomb spiders brought Xiaogu crashing to the ground. This is dire. Yanxin's heart sank. The situation appeared to be a deadlock. Xiaogu's arms and legs were bound by the webbing, rendering it immobile, while its bone blade lay discarded on the ground. Unless Xiaogu experienced a sudden surge of power, Yanxin could conceive of no strategy to change the tides. He regretted his impulsiveness. Had he researched the tomb spiders beforehand, perhaps he would not have recklessly led Xiaogu into their territory. Suddenly, heavy footsteps resonated behind Yanxin. Is someone coming? A flicker of hope ignited within him, but upon turning, he beheld an immensely tall skeletal figure, with red soul fire flickering within its skull. Skeleton giant, quality, 4 stars strength, bronze tier 3 skills, stomp. Heavy punch description: a skeleton born under special circumstances, possessing strength far surpassing that of its peers. Compatibility with Yanxin 80, a wild phantom beast of bronze rank. Yanxin was taken aback to find that the arrival was not the reinforcement he had envisioned, but rather another adversary. The tomb spiders, upon spotting the skeleton giant, divided their numbers, with a significant portion abandoning their assault on Xiaogu to confront the greater threat, demonstrating their awareness of the formidable newcomer. Dozens of tomb spiders launched threads of silk at the skeleton giant, attempting to ensnare its shins. They sought to subdue the skeleton giant in the same manner as Xiaogu, but the giant's strength was unmatched. Even collectively, the tomb spiders could not budge the skeleton giant an inch. Instead, the giant seized the threads, yanking the tomb spiders towards it, With a tremendous pull, the giant sent one of the spiders soaring. Then, with a powerful punch, it struck the tomb spider, shattering it into fragments. What terrifying strength! Yanxin swallowed hard. Xiaogu's power ranked among the upper echelon of phantom beasts, yet in comparison to the skeleton giant, it was as if a child stood before an adult. After dispatching the attacking tomb spiders, the skeleton giant strode towards the remaining ones. The tomb spiders, once intent on assaulting Xiaogu, abandoned their attack in favor of launching silk at the skeleton giant. However, their intent was no longer to vanquish it, but rather to buy time for their escape. Chapter 37. The carrion beetle seizing the opportunity while the tomb spiders were preoccupied with Xiaogu. Yanxin retrieved the bone blade from the ground and swiftly dashed to Xiaogu's side, laboriously slicing through the web, binding its right hand before handing the weapon to Xiaogu. With the bone blade in its grasp, Xiaogu effortlessly severed the webbing that had ensnared it, liberating itself from its constraints, while the skeleton giant continued to pursue the remaining tomb spiders. Yanxin had no intention of joining the fray, opting instead to lead Xiaogu away from the side. Just as the skeleton giant closed in on the entrance to the cavern, it was obstructed by a large, golden spider. The skeleton giant struck with a punch, only to have it caught by the spider's raised leg. What should have been a lethal blow to the tomb spiders merely forced the golden spider back a couple of steps, indicating to the giant that it had encountered an equally formidable opponent. In the moment of hesitation from the skeleton giant, the golden spider struck first, launching a mass of silk at it. The force of the silk was tremendous, ensnaring the skeleton giant's right arm and subsequently detonating, securing its limb against a nearby tree. The skeleton giant strained to lift its arm, but the resilient threads began to snap one by one. The golden spider continued to spray silk while intermittently attacking with its sharp pincers. A stalemate ensued between the two phantom beasts. The golden spider was determined not to let go of its adversary, the slayer of its many offspring, yet its attacks lacked the strength to inflict significant damage on the skeleton giant. Conversely, the giant's formidable power found itself stymied against the golden spider. Yanxin, initially contemplating watching from the sidelines to see if he could exploit the situation, realized that the two beasts might not sustain their battle for long. After all, neither could truly overcome the other, and a scenario of mutual destruction would only benefit a third party. With this thought, Yanxin discreetly led Xiaogu away. After all, they were the least formidable presence in the vicinity. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth and their poverty. Once Xiaogu evolved successfully, Yanxin vowed to return and reclaim this moment. Having departed from the tomb spider's domain, Yanxin arrived at a sandy terrain. The ground was soft, sinking slightly underfoot. He pondered what phantom beasts might inhabit this area. After the harrowing encounter in the tomb spider's territory, Yanxin had become increasingly cautious. He did not immediately enter the sandy area with Xiaogu, opting instead to scout the surroundings for a time. Suddenly, a carrion beetle emerged from the sandy soil, swiftly making its way towards Yanxin and Xiaogu. Though termed a beetle, this carrion beetle was comparable in size to a 1-year-old puppy, with 2 long horns atop its head, each equal in length to its body. Carrion beetle quality: 2 stars strength, black iron tier 5 skills, none description. A beetle that thrives on carrion, typically dwelling underground, and a social creature. Compatibility: Yin Xian 15. Once again, being a social creature that prefers to dwell underground, could it be that this expanse of gravel conceals a multitude of carrion beetles? A foreboding thought crossed Yin Xian's mind. Drawing upon past experiences, Yin Xian immediately called out to Xiaogu to leave the sandy area. The two were already on the periphery of the gravel, thus they swiftly returned to solid ground. Standing on the firm surface brought a sense of relief to Yin Xian. However, following the first carrion beetle, 2 more emerged successively from beneath the gravel. These beetles, having adapted to subterranean life, had long since lost their eyesight. Yet their hearing had been significantly enhanced. Even the faintest sound could be detected by them. The first carrion beetle crawled out of the gravel, its 2 prominent horns incessantly opening and closing. The sound of their collision left no doubt regarding the strength of those formidable appendages. Nonetheless, Xiaogu remained undaunted. As the carrion beetle charged towards Xiaogu, poised to clamp down on her calf with its horns, she swiftly severed one of the horns with a deft strike. Almost immediately, the second horn met the same fate. Deprived of its weaponry, the the carrion beetle posed no threat to Xiaogu and was promptly crushed underfoot. The demise of the first beetle did not perturb the other two in the least. They were oblivious to the event and, with their limited cognitive capacity, incapable of comprehending the concept of death. They merely acted on instinct to eliminate the perceived intruder. Xiaogu effortlessly dispatched the second and third carrion beetles. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As Yin Xian and Xiaogu lingered near the gravel. An ever-increasing number of carrion beetles began to emerge from the depths. However, these beetles posed far less of a threat compared to the tomb spiders. Unlike the latter, they lacked the ability to impede Xiaogu's movements and did not exhibit any collective awareness. Moreover, their speed was not particularly swift. As long as they were not encircled, the peril they presented was minimal. Nevertheless, the sheer volume of carrion beetles was nothing short of overwhelming. Had Xiaogu not been impervious to fatigue, she might have succumbed to their relentless swarm. Noticing that the rate of beetle emergence was surpassing Xiaogu's elimination efficiency, Yin Xian instructed her to retreat a short distance to avoid encirclement. The once visible gravel was now nearly obscured by the multitude of black carrion beetles. Some managed to evade Xiaogu's attacks and clambered onto her back. Yin Xian decisively ordered a retreat. Xiaogu discarded the few beetles clinging to her and turned to follow Yin Xian. As anticipated, upon distancing themselves from the territory of the carrion beetles, the creatures ceased their pursuit and returned to the gravel. Yin Xian speculated that within the Blackwood Cemetery, each type of phantom beast had its own territory. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not stray far from it. Once the beetles had retreated, Yin Xian and Xiaogu ventured back to the gravel to continue their hunt. Observing the line of carrion beetles emerging from the gravel to meet their demise at Xiaogu's hands, a fleeting sense of guilt washed over Yin Xian. It felt as though he were luring these beetles to their doom. However, this guilt dissipated almost instantaneously. After all, who would shy away from seizing an opportunity? Upon discovering this characteristic of the beetles, Yin Xian began to play a game of hide and seek with them. Whenever he noticed their numbers spiraling out of control, he would lead Xiaogu in retreat. After the beetles returned to the gravel, Yin Xian would once again return with Xiaogu to continue their extermination efforts. Chapter 38. An unexpected encounter with Huang Chengchan. It was unclear how many carrion beetles had perished at Xiaogu's hands, but after the latest one fell, Xiaogu leveled up once more. She had now attained the rank of Black Iron at the 8th tier. Following Xiaogu's upgrade, Yin Xian decided to depart from the sandy terrain. Firstly, the carrion beetles were 3 tiers beneath Xiaogu, rendering the experience gained from their defeat negligible, making further combat unwise. Secondly, Yin Xian feared that slaying too many beetles might attract insurmountable foes, akin to how the skeletal giants' massacre of tomb spiders had summoned their leader. As they circumvented the gravel, Yin Xian encountered 2 tomb spiders. The spiders, one behind the other, launched an assault on Xiaogu. The leading spider spat silk to hinder her movements, while the one behind lunged at her. Biting into her shoulder, Xiaogu seized the spider on her back with her left hand, applying force to hurl it to the ground, then swiftly drove her bone knife into its skull. Grasping the strands of silk binding the spider in front of her, she yanked it towards her, effortlessly dispatching it with her bone knife. Unexpectedly, they had wandered into the territory of the tomb spiders. Yin Xian was taken aback. He had not retraced his steps but had instead ventured deeper into the Blackwood Cemetery. However, there were no stipulations dictating that the cemetery could only host a single territory of tomb spiders. Learning from past experiences, Yin Xian resolved not to provoke these phantom beasts until he discovered a method to swiftly eliminate large quantities of silk. After Xiaogu efficiently dealt with the 2 tomb spiders, Yin Xian planned to change direction to avoid further confrontation. A sudden noise caught his attention nearby. Should he investigate? After a moment's hesitation, Yin Xian decided to approach, ready to retreat from the phantom realm if he encountered an overwhelming foe. As he approached the source of the sound, he treaded lightly to evade being surrounded by a swarm of tomb spiders. An unexpected figure materialized before Yin Xian. Huang Chengchan, the girl he had met on the bus while visiting Wu Shimu. Was she here to level up as well? Yin Xian glanced around and noted 3 tomb spiders perched upon a white cocoon. Utilizing his inside eye, he discerned that a phantom beast was enclosed within the cocoon. It was Huang Chengchan's soul beast. Tomb spiders ensnare their prey in silk before transporting them back to their lairs. seemed her soul beast had been captured by the tomb spiders. After thoroughly binding Huang Qingchan's phantom beast, the tomb spiders turned their attention towards her. 24 eyes of various sizes fixated on Huang Qingchan, instilling a sense of dread within her. Although tomb spiders favored consuming bone ash, they would not refuse living beings either. After all, variety in diet was essential, and once the meat was consumed, only bones remained. Without further deliberation, Huang Qingchan turned and fled. One of the tomb spiders pursued her, with legs moving in rapid succession. The spider quickly closed the distance, launching silk at her. The strands adhered precisely to Huang Qingchan's calf. With a gentle tug, she lost her balance and fell to the ground, slowly being drawn back by the silk. Just as she was about to call out for the adult who had brought her here, she noticed that the silk binding her legs had suddenly gone slack. Turning around, she saw a skeletal figure. Back to her, plunging a bone knife into the body of the tomb spider. Territory dispute? A fleeting thought crossed Huang Qingchan's mind, but she quickly dismissed it upon recognizing the familiar figure. Yin Xian? What are you doing here? Huang Qingchan exclaimed, and then she understood the identity of the skeletal figure. I came here to train Xiaogu. I didn't expect to find you here as well. Yin Xian jogged over to help Huang Qingchan to her feet. Are you all right? Noticing her dazed expression, he waved his hand in front of her face. Were you startled? Huang Qingchan, somewhat absent-minded, nodded. Yin Xian found her reaction understandable. Having narrowly escaped danger, it was natural for her to be in a state of shock. He glanced back at Xiaogu, who had already dispatched 3 tomb spiders and was now using her bone knife to cut into the white cocoon. Be careful not to harm the phantom beast inside, Yin Xian cautioned. Xiaogu was precise in her movements, slicing open the cocoon without injuring the creature within. A white jade cat leaped out. Using its tongue and paws to groom itself of the remaining silk, we should leave here. More tomb spiders may come, Yin Xian suggested. All right, I'll follow your lead. Huang Qingchan's voice was soft, markedly different from the vivacity she had displayed during their previous encounter. As they retreated, Huang Qingchan took the initiative to grasp Yin Xian's hand. Feeling the softness of her palm, Yin Xian paused momentarily. When he turned to look at Huang Qingchan, he found her gaze lowered. Silent. After distancing themselves from the area where the tomb spiders had appeared, Yin Xian halted and discreetly withdrew his hand from hers. Thank you, Yin Xian, Huang Qingchan said, bowing her head in gratitude. Yin Xian waved his hand dismissively. We are all classmates, helping each other is only natural. Just as he was about to inquire why Huang Qingchan had ventured deep into the Blackwood Cemetery, he suddenly felt something furry brushing against his calf. Looking down, he discovered that it was the white jade cat that Xiaogu had rescued from the cocoon. The cat was small, merely a kitten, at Black Iron Tier 3, which raised questions for Yin Xian regarding Huang Qingchan's presence in the depths of the cemetery. The beasts in this area were at least Black Iron Tier 5. It was far beyond what the white jade cat could handle. The little cat was irresistibly adorable, prompting Yin Xian to scoop it up. Suddenly lifted off the ground, the white jade cat appeared startled, clinging tightly to Yin Xian's hand. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Yin Xian gently stroked the cat's head, and as it gradually calmed down, he began to pet its back, running his hand from its head to its tail. The white jade cat experienced an unparalleled sense of relaxation, closing its eyes and emitting a contented purring sound. Huang Qingchan watched in astonishment as the white jade cat nestled comfortably in Yin Xian's hands, exclaiming, Yin Xian, I never anticipated you possessed such a skill. Upon hearing Huang Qingchan's words, Yin Xian was reminded that she was indeed the cat's owner. The white jade cat had nearly fallen victim to the grave spider, and Huang Qingchan would undoubtedly be heartbroken. With this thought in mind, Yin Xian cradled the white jade cat in her arms, intending to return it to Huang Qingchan. Here, you take it. Huang Qingchan extended her hand, preparing to receive the cat from Yin Xian. Unexpectedly, when her hand made contact with the white jade cat, it abruptly opened its eyes and let out an irate roar directed at Huang Qingchan. Chapter 39. The Man in Black. The white jade cat's unusual behavior left Yin Xian utterly taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed a phantom beast display such hostility towards its owner. It wouldn't even allow a mere touch, yet Huang Qingchan remained unfazed, seemingly accustomed to the cat's ill temper. With her right hand, she grasped the back of the white jade cat's neck and effortlessly lifted it from Yin Xian's embrace. The white jade cat, held in Huang Qingchan's grasp, continued to screech at her. Were it not for the binding contract, it might have already taken a bite out of her. Huang Qingchan's expression was indifferent. She paid no heed to the cat's antics. However, upon noticing Yin Xian's astonished demeanor, she momentarily froze before quickly donning a smile and attempting to soothe the white jade cat, mimicking Yin Xian's earlier approach. Yet, the white jade cat remained unyielding, twisting its body to evade her touch. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Yin Xian took the white jade cat from Huang Qingchan's hands. Strangely, once the cat was in Yin Xian's possession, it instantly calmed down, completely shedding its earlier frenzy. Huang Qingchan felt somewhat embarrassed and explained to Yin Xian, "It's likely that it was angered by the grave spider incident. This is my fault. I shouldn't have brought it here." Yin Xian found it hard to believe Huang Qingchan's explanation. Could a single incident truly alter a phantom beast's attitude towards its owner so drastically? More crucially, through the insight of his observing eye, Yin Xian had discerned that the compatibility between the white jade cat and Huang Qingchan was alarmingly low, sitting at a mere 8%. Were it not for the fact that the white jade cat was Huang Qingchan's sole beast, it might have already defected. Furthermore, Huang Qingchan's attempts to obscure the truth only deepened Yin Xian's suspicions about her. The two fell into a silence. Yin Xian pondered Huang Qingchan's motives while she contemplated how to dispel his doubts. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs shattered the silence. Yin Xian and Huang Qingchan turned to see a skeletal figure had appeared nearby, which Xiaogu promptly dispatched upon noticing it. "Treat your phantom beast well. It's merely at the Black Iron third stage, wholly unfit for this place," Yin Xian remarked as he handed the white jade cat back to Huang Qingchan. After all, the white jade cat was her phantom beast, and Yin Xian felt it inappropriate to say more. Huang Qingchan summoned the Beast Master S Codex and directly stored the white jade cat within. "I will," she assured. "Perhaps my eagerness to elevate Shueqiu's level too quickly has caused it to harbor resentment towards me." Yin Xian advised, "Leveling up cannot be rushed. A steady, step-by-step approach is most effective." With reddened eyes and a choked voice, Huang Qingchan confessed, "I understand, but my mother cannot wait that long." "What has happened to your mother?" Yin Xian recalled that during their last meeting, Huang Qingchan had been visiting her in the hospital. "My mother's condition has worsened. She requires substantial funds for treatment, which our family cannot afford. That's why I thought of hastening Shueqiu's upgrade to earn money," Huang Qingchan lamented, tears welling in her eyes. Yin Xian sighed, recognizing that every family has its burdens. He could empathize with Huang Qingchan's plight. The doubts he had felt about her began to dissipate. After conversing for a while longer, Huang Qingchan shared more about her family's situation, and Yin Xian offered several suggestions, such as seeking assistance from their homeroom teacher or contacting charitable organizations. Eventually, they bid each other farewell, with Yin Xian intending to continue hunting phantom beasts to elevate Xiaogu's level, while Huang Qingchan resolved to steadily enhance the white jade cat's level in a lower-tier area. Standing in place, Huang Qingchan watched as Yin Xian's silhouette gradually vanished from view. After a while, a figure cloaked entirely in black appeared before Huang Qingchan. Upon seeing the man in black, she quickly knelt in deference, greeting, "I pay my respects to the esteemed steward." "Rise," the man in black replied coldly. "Yes," Huang Qingchan stood, yet kept her head lowered, unwilling to meet the gaze of the steward. "This time, it was my oversight for not informing you that Yin Xian was also here," the man in black continued. "However, you performed commendably. Your final statements dispelled Yin Xian's suspicions." Huang Qingchan refrained from seeking praise, standing silently. The man in black added, "The organization will cover your mother's medical expenses at this stage, but whether they continue to do so will depend on your performance." Upon hearing this, Huang Qingchan trembled slightly, responding, "Thank you, esteemed steward. Work diligently and quickly win over Yin Xian. The organization will not neglect you," the man concluded, before a shadow enveloped him from below, causing him to vanish entirely. After the man in black departed, Huang Qingchan finally raised her head. A smile, uncontrollable, spread across her face as she muttered to herself, "Wonderful. My mother's surgery can finally be funded. All I need to do now is..." Though Huang Qingchan's words to Yin Xian were not entirely false, her mother's condition indeed required surgery, and she truly needed financial assistance. She had framed the organization's demands as her own impatience during their conversation. This misled Yin Xian into misjudging her reasons for troubling the white jade cat, thereby reducing his suspicions. A blend of 3 parts truth and 7 parts deceit is often more convincing. Yin Xin. Huang Chengchan fell into contemplation, pondering how she might draw him into the organization and fulfill the task assigned to her. After parting ways with Huang Chengchan, Yin Xin wandered through the Blackwood graveyard with Xiaogu. Hunting numerous wild phantom beasts, he only exited the phantom realm when his stomach began to rumble. While waiting for his meal at the restaurant, Yin Xin found his thoughts drifting back to Huang Chengchan. Although he had initially believed her words, a lingering doubt remained unresolved. The white jade cat was merely at the black iron 3rd stage, while the phantom beasts in her area were at least at the black iron 5th stage. How had she managed to traverse the outskirts and reach this point? Was it purely by chance? Yin Xin deemed this unlikely. Furthermore, from their very first meeting, Huang Chengchan had exhibited an inexplicable fondness for him. This only added to the mystery. Yin Xin considered himself somewhat handsome, but not to the extent that a girl would be so enamored upon first meeting him. Moreover, Huang Chengchan was sweet and charming. She must have had no shortage of admirers and could not possibly be so easily swayed by a handsome face. Yet, Yin Xin remained oblivious to her true intentions. Could it be that she viewed him as a promising prospect and wished to invest early? Yin Xin found this possibility the most plausible. Never mind. I will not dwell on this matter for now. Perhaps it will not affect us in the future. He accepted his dinner from the server, choosing to set aside thoughts of Huang Chengchan. The world is vast, but eating is paramount. Delicious, Yin Xin remarked contentedly. It had been several days since he last saw Wu Shimu. He wondered if his injuries had healed. Chapter 40. News of Greystone Water. After dinner, Yin Xin called Wu Shimu. How is your recovery? Completely fine, Wu Shimu replied robustly from the other end of the line. The two engaged in a conversation about the evolution of phantom beasts. Wu Shimu then delivered good news to Yin Xin. You're looking for Greystone Water? I know someone who has it. Really? Let us meet tomorrow to discuss. Yin Xin and Wu Shimu arranged the time and place for their meeting. The next day, as Yin Xin entered a CAF near the school, he quickly spotted Wu Shimu seated beside a partition. Wu Shimu noticed Yin Xin as well and waved him over with a smile. Approaching the table, Yin Xin found 3 steaming cups of coffee awaiting them. Is someone else joining us? Yin Xin inquired. Wu Shimu nodded, saying, Yes, it's the person I mentioned yesterday. Yin Xin picked up a cup of coffee, took a small sip, and asked, What is the situation? Please enlighten me. Wu Shimu stirred his cup with a spoon as he explained, It's my cousin. He possesses Greystone Water and is willing to trade it. However, he has one condition. He wants someone to accompany him to the Falling Leaves Forest to hunt a minotaur. What level is the minotaur? Yin Xin questioned. Around the Black Iron 7th stage. Wu Shimu had already researched. All right, no problem, Yin Xin replied, sipping his coffee in satisfaction. Aren't you curious why he wants to hunt the minotaur? Wu Shimu asked, his curiosity piqued. Yin Xin looked at Wu Shimu in confusion and retorted. Why should I be curious about his motivations for hunting the minotaur? Wu Shimu was momentarily left speechless, realizing that Yin Xin's point was valid. Hey, cousin. A chubby boy sat down, greeting Wu Shimu with familiarity and promptly gulping down the coffee before him. I'm parched in this sweltering heat. Be careful, that coffee is still hot, Wu Shimu cautioned. The boy finished the cup in one go, set it down, wiped his mouth and said, No worries, cousin. I'm used to it. Noticing Yin Xin sitting nearby, the boy asked curiously, Cousin, is this the classmate you mentioned? Introduce us. Wu Shimu pointed at Yin Xin and said, This is my classmate, Yin Xin. Then, pointing at the young man, he said to Yin Xin, This is my cousin, Feng Wanyuan. Hello. The young man smiled and nodded at Yin Xin. Yin Xin reciprocated, Hello. After the introductions, Feng Wanyuan eagerly remarked to Yin Xin, My cousin must have told you the conditions, right? If you cooperate with me to slay the Tauren, I will provide you with the Greystone Water. Cooperate with you to slay the Tauren? Yin Xin asked, puzzled. How do you intend for us to cooperate? Feng Wanyuan replied, As long as your phantom beast can restrain the Tauren, the rest will be left to me. No problem, Yin Xin agreed, but added, I would like to confirm how many Tauren you plan to kill. Feng Wanyuan was taken aback by Yin Xin's question. He had been so caught up in the excitement of hunting Tauren that he hadn't considered the number. Feng Wanyuan thought for a moment and tentatively suggested, 100, cough, cough, cough. Wu Shimu, who was sipping coffee, nearly choked upon hearing the figure Feng Wanyuan mentioned. Wiping his mouth with a tissue, Wu Shimu said, Tauren are not social creatures. Just locating 100 of them will require considerable effort. Moreover, they are not easily slain. It might take several days to achieve that. I would first like to ask about the strength of your phantom beast, Yin Xian inquired, neither directly agreeing nor refusing why phantom beast is a black rhinoceros. Currently at the 5th tier of black iron, Feng Wanyuan stated, the black rhinoceros. Yin Xian and Wu Shimu exchanged knowing glances, both recalling the black rhinoceros meat they had eaten in the hospital that day. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Feng Wanyuan asked, "What's wrong with you two?" Cough, cough. "Nothing. I just remembered encountering a black rhinoceros on Yungang Mountain. Its immense power left a profound impression on me." Yin Xian reminisced. I see. Feng Wanyuan turned to Wu Shimu. "Cousin, did you have a similar experience?" "Indeed. I teamed up with Yin Xian to confront that black rhinoceros," Wu Shimu replied nonchalantly. Sharing a meal of beef could also be considered teaming up, given how tough the black rhinoceros meat is, posing a significant challenge for the teeth and jaws. "Oh!" Feng Wanyuan exclaimed, then pointed at the corner of Yin Xian's mouth. "Yin Xian, why is there drool at the corner of your mouth?" Yin Xian was taken aback and hurriedly wiped his mouth. "Is there? Perhaps I splashed some coffee on my face without realizing it." Feng Wanyuan accepted this explanation, as he often found coffee splattering on his face while drinking. "Let us not dwell on the coffee issue. Wanyuan, why didn't you mention that your black rhinoceros is only at the 5th tier of black iron? It's quite challenging to slay Tauren at such a level." Wu Shimu redirected the conversation. "Cousin, you didn't ask me. Besides, Yin Xian is here, isn't he?" Feng Wanyuan countered. Yin Xian felt somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated that he would need to assist a black iron 5th tier black rhinoceros in hunting Tauren with an average level of black iron 7th tier. And his phantom beast was only responsible for restraining. "If you agree to allow my phantom beast to strike down the Tauren, I can accept your terms," Yin Xian contemplated aloud. Though slaying 100 Tauren would require considerable time, it would ensure a stable acquisition of greystone water, far better than searching aimlessly. "No, I must personally slay the Tauren," Feng Wanyuan insisted, shaking his head vigorously. "The number must be reduced. You know the challenges of slaying creatures of higher tiers." Yin Xian proposed an alternative. Feng Wanyuan appeared conflicted but eventually relented. "Then let us make it 90. Yin Xian shook his head, stating, 90 is hardly different from 100. Thus, the two began to negotiate the number of Tauren to be slain. After some deliberation, they reached an agreement. Yin Xian would give Feng Wanyuan 3 days, and the number of Tauren he could slay would depend on Feng Wanyuan's own capabilities. Feng Wanyuan was somewhat satisfied with this outcome, as it gave him a sense that, with effort, he could slay more Tauren. They agreed to commence the following day. Once their discussion concluded, Wu Shimu turned to Yin Xian to inquire about the secret realm. "Yin Xian, could you tell me about your experiences in the secret realm?" "I'm quite curious." Wu Shimu had missed the opportunity to visit the secret realm due to his injuries, which left him feeling somewhat regretful. Of course, Yin Xian readily agreed to Wu Shimu's request. "In the secret realm, I encountered." Yin Xian began to recount his experiences in the secret realm, albeit with certain details concealed and modified. For instance, he refrained from mentioning the diary he had found in the basement, sensing it might have further implications. After listening to Yin Xian's account, Wu Shimu nodded repeatedly. "I see. I had heard others speak of the secret realm, but none were as detailed as your account. So the secret realm is this intriguing. I must find a secret realm to explore next time," Feng Wanyuan exclaimed in excitement, rubbing his hands together. "Wanyuan, the secret realm is not as enjoyable as you might think. On the contrary, it is often fraught with danger," Wu Shimu cautioned earnestly. "Do you know why certain historical episodes evolve into secret realms?" "Why?" Feng Wanyuan inquired with wide eyes, like a curious child. Yin Xian leaned forward slightly, clasping his hands in front of his chest, adopting a posture of attentive learning. He too was eager to understand more about the secret realms. "It is because the events that evolve into secret realms have significantly influenced the course of history," Wu Shimu explained. "Only major historical events can give rise to a secret realm. The mundane daily lives of ordinary people do not transform into secret realms." "So do you understand why I say that secret realms are filled with danger?" Yin Xian nodded slightly. He understood that historical changes often accompany war and bloodshed. Thus, it was conceivable what kind of societal environment a beastmaster would face when entering such historical fragments. Upon hearing Wu Shimu's explanation, Yin Xian began to understand why this farm had become a secret realm. The owner of the diary must have had a profound impact on the history of that world. "So the secret realm holds such secrets," Feng Wanyuan murmured to himself. Yin Xin, do you know how many people entered the secret realm this time? Wu Shimu suddenly asked. Yin Xin recalled, there were me, Yu Xiao, Lu Yinkai. Just a few of you as a self-proclaimed scholar. Yin Xin had a remarkable memory. Even though he had only met these individuals briefly in the secret realm, he could still recall their names. In fact, there were not just the 8 of you. There were 3 others as well. Wu Shimu stated. 3 more? Yin Xin had thought there were only 2. What happened to those 3? Yin Xin asked. Knowing that Wu Shimu wouldn't mention this matter without reason, especially since he had just been explaining the dangers of secret realms to Feng Wanyuan. Yes, Wu Shimu lowered his voice. 2 of them did not emerge before the secret realm closed. Yin Xion's breath hitched, and he too lowered his voice. They're gone? Wu Shimu nodded. They likely encountered an accident in the secret realm, which is why they couldn't exit before it closed. Do you know who the 2 were? Wu Shimu named 2 unfamiliar individuals. Yin Xion sighed, reflecting on how treacherous the path of a beast master could be. These 2 classmates had only recently become beast masters before facing danger, highlighting the perilous journey one must undertake to become a powerful beast master. With the conversation turning somber due to the mention of classmates' deaths, the trio found little enthusiasm to continue their coffee chat. After exchanging a few more words, they each went their separate ways. When the agreed time arrived the following day, Yin Xian entered the Falling Leaves Forest alongside Feng Wanyuan. As the name suggests, the Falling Leaves Forest is a woodland where the trees shed their leaves throughout the seasons, thus earning its name. The outskirts of the Falling Leaves Forest are inhabited by relatively weaker phantom beasts. To find the Tauren, one must venture deeper into the forest. The phantom beasts residing at the forest's edge are typically timid and do not initiate attacks on humans. So there is no need to worry about ambushes from creatures like the ebony snake. Yin Xian encountered Feng Wanyuan's black rhinoceros, which resembled the one he had seen on Yungang Mountain, though it was somewhat larger in size. Since they had not yet reached the Torrent's territory, Feng Wanyuan chose to ride atop the black rhinoceros, which made Yin Xian enviously resolve to find a phantom beast he could ride as well. Along the way, Yin Xian and Feng Wanyuan briefly discussed their strategy for confronting the Tauren. Feng Wanyuan was confident in his black rhinoceros, believing that as long as Xiao Gu could restrain the Tauren, it could charge and knock the Tauren away. They entered a clearing, which lay within the realm of the Tauren. Due to their imposing stature, the Tauren would clear trees to expand their territory. Suddenly, a 2-meter-tall, muscular Tauren emerged from the woods. Upon sighting the Tauren, Feng Wanyuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Come here, he commanded, directing the black rhinoceros toward the Tauren, even forgetting that he was still mounted on its back. This guy, Yin Xian thought, exasperated, as he face-palmed and gestured for Xiao Gu to follow. The black rhinoceros charged forward at great speed, swiftly closing the distance to the Tauren. The Minotaur, of course, could not have overlooked the black rhinoceros. However, it was not intimidated. Instead, it slightly crouched down, extending its robust arms, and seized the opportunity to grasp the rhinoceros's horn with remarkable precision. The tremendous force transmitted through the horn caused the Minotaur to slide back several meters. Once the initial impulse subsided, Feng Wanyuan gradually regained his composure. He gazed at the Minotaur, now alarmingly close, and felt the warm breath emanating from its flaring nostrils wash over his face, plunging him into a state of panic. "Help me, Yan Sheng," he cried out, clumsily scrambling down from the back of the black rhinoceros while calling for assistance. The Minotaur paid no heed to Feng Wanyuan. It clutched the horn of the rhinoceros tightly and yanked with all its might, attempting to fling the creature away. Yet, the flesh on the rhinoceros was not without its strength, and even the Minotaur could only manage to move it a short distance, with a tremendous roar. The Minotaur exerted itself fully and, astonishingly, managed to topple the black rhinoceros to the ground. Triumphantly, the victorious Minotaur bellowed at the sky, striking several poses to display its muscles, an exhibition whose origin remained a mystery. After its display of strength, the Minotaur lowered its gaze to the fallen rhinoceros, lifting its right leg to deliver a crushing stomp. At that moment, Xiaogu had arrived beside the black rhinoceros, unleashing a devastating blow against the Minotaur's raised limb. The flash of the blade severed the Minotaur's right foot in an instant, leaving it to howl in agony as pain surged through its mind. It steadied itself on one leg, its right fist raised, ready to strike down upon Xiaogu. Chapter 42. The hunt for the Minotaur Xiaogu nimbly evaded the Minotaur's powerful punch and retaliated by slashing at its remaining lower leg, with both legs cleaved. The Minotaur lost its balance and crashed heavily to the ground, yet its fierce gaze remained fixed on Xiaogu, its arms flailing in a desperate attempt to land a blow. After severing the Minotaur's legs, Xiaogu remained poised, directing the bone blade toward the Minotaur's throat, ensuring that when a multitude of Minotaurs arrived for support, it could swiftly dispatch this one and retreat from the illusionary realm. Yinsheng approached Feng Wanyuan, helping him to his feet. The Minotaur is incapacitated now. You can send the black rhinoceros to finish it off, she suggested. Feng Wanyuan cast a venomous glare at the Minotaur before commanding the black rhinoceros to charge at it repeatedly. The Minotaur attempted to block the rhinoceros with its hands, but whenever it swung its arms, Xiaogu would strike with precision. The unfortunate Minotaur, having lost its legs and needing to defend against Xiaogu, could do nothing but lie on the ground and endure the relentless trampling of the black rhinoceros. After several charges back and forth, the Minotaur finally found relief in death. Once the Minotaur perished, Feng Wanyuan sighed deeply, feeling a measure of the pent-up frustration within him dissipate. Yet, it was not enough. The Minotaur had to die. Yinsheng, let us continue, Feng Wanyuan declared with fervor. Yinsheng shrugged, trailing behind him, acknowledging, "You're the boss." As long as you are pleased. Upon encountering another Minotaur, Feng Wanyuan refrained from directly sending the black rhinoceros into the fray. Instead, he looked to Yinsheng. Having learned from the previous encounter, he hesitated to surrender everything to her and patiently awaited Xiaogu's action. Yinsheng offered him a reassuring glance and instructed Xiaogu, "Xiaogu, go and break its legs." Xiaogu, ever obedient, acted promptly without questioning the rationale, though it was incapable of speech. The Minotaur, muscular yet simple-minded, charged at the adversary without hesitation. With fists swinging, both of its punches were deftly avoided by Xiaogu, who targeted the Minotaur's knee with a precise strike that severed the kneecap. The Minotaur collapsed to its knees, blood gushing from its wound. Yet it continued to lash out at Xiaogu with its hands. Xiaogu blocked the Minotaur's frenzied attacks, the bone blade carving deep gashes into its arms. Feng Wanyuan urgently called out, "Xiaogu, cease, do not sever its arms." However, Xiaogu paid no heed to his command, continuing to wield the bone knife. In a state of growing anxiety, Feng Wanyuan turned to Yinsheng for assistance. She ordered, "Xiaogu, stop." Immediately, Xiaogu halted its actions, retreating from the Minotaur's range of attack. Only then did Feng Wanyuan direct the black rhinoceros to charge forward. The Minotaur extended its hands in a futile attempt to stop the black rhinoceros, but having lost a significant amount of blood, it had grown weak and could not withstand the force of the charge, being sent flying. The black rhinoceros slowed and turned, launching another assault aimed at the Minotaur's back, unaware of the impending danger. The Minotaur was again struck by the rhinoceros. Feng Wanyuan clapped his hands in excitement, raising his right arm in a triumphant cheer for the black rhinoceros. Yinsheng cast a sidelong glance at him, pondering internally, what on earth has this fellow experienced to harbor such animosity towards Minotaurs? Oblivious to Yinsheng's thoughts, Feng Wanyuan's focus remained solely on the black rhinoceros and the Minotaur. Witnessing the black rhinoceros vanquish another Minotaur heightened his exhilaration. Yinsheng, for the next Minotaur, let Xiaogu sever its legs. Ignoring the upper body, he instructed, aware that Xiaogu might not heed his words, thus informing Yinsheng in advance. "No problem," she replied, a competent partner ready to accommodate her boss's reasonable requests. Thus, when they encountered another Minotaur, Xiaogu swiftly severed its legs before retreating to the sidelines. As this particular Minotaur's arms remained unscathed, it fought evenly against the black rhinoceros, resulting in a standoff. Yinsheng had expected Feng Wanyuan to seek her assistance. Yet he merely clenched his fists in encouragement for the black rhinoceros, showing no intention of calling for help. After a fierce battle, the black rhinoceros managed to overpower the Minotaur. However, the Minotaur exhibited a remarkable strength, dealing considerable damage with its powerful blows. The black rhinoceros approached Feng Wanyuan, its nose bloodied from the Minotaur's strikes, while Yinsheng intended to use a healing spell to mend the rhinoceros's wounds. Feng Wanyuan acted swiftly, retrieving a vial of crimson liquid from the Beastmaster's codex and administering it to the black rhinoceros. Upon noticing the label on the liquid, Yinsheng thought to herself, "A healing potion? Goodness, Feng Wanyuan has even prepared this, truly a testament to his affluent lineage as Wu Shimu's cousin. Consequently, she discreetly lowered her raised hand. The black rhinoceros, its injuries not severe, recovered quickly after consuming the potion. Suddenly, two minotaurs burst forth from the forest, launching an assault on Yinxing and Feng Wanyuan. Feng Wanyuan was startled, yet Yinxing remained unfazed. Tio Xiaogu, whether facing one minotaur or two made little difference, as its resilient form could withstand the minotaur's attacks. After dealing with both minotaurs in similar fashion, a golden light enveloped the black rhinoceros. It had leveled up. Ha ha! Feng Wanyuan laughed heartily, a surge of confidence washing over him. Yinsheng, if we encounter minotaurs below the black iron 7th rank, allow Xiaogu to assist from the sidelines without intervening. Yinsheng agreed. Henceforth, whenever they faced minotaurs of equal or lesser rank than the black rhinoceros, Xiaogu would refrain from engaging, only intervening if multiple minotaurs appeared or if the black rhinoceros found itself in peril. Through their battles against the minotaurs, the black rhinoceros accumulated considerable combat experience, becoming increasingly adept at facing these foes. Thus, the pair continued their relentless hunt for 2 days within the leaf-strewn forest. Today marked the final day. After 2 days of slaying minotaurs, Feng Wanyuan exuded a newfound confidence, seemingly having emerged from the shadows. Minotaurs are truly nothing formidable, he proclaimed, tossing his hair with an air of self-satisfaction. Yinsheng, too, smiled in delight, anticipating the acquisition of Greystone water, which would bring Xiaogu one step closer to evolution. As the two envisioned their promising future, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. Chapter 43. The giant minotaur, what is happening? Feng Wanyuan gasped, instinctively clutching Yinsheng's arm. She shook off his grip in disdain, her expression grave as she gazed toward the north. The black rhinoceros circled Feng Wanyuan, emitting anxious grunts. Only Xiaogu remained composed. The distant sound of trees crashing to the ground echoed ominously. Is a colossal phantom beast wreaking havoc in the forest? A thought flashed through Yinsheng's mind. In an instant, her suspicion was confirmed. A massive pair of black horns burst through the dense foliage, coming into view of the two. What a towering minotaur! Feng Wanyuan exclaimed, craning his neck until it nearly reached a 90-degree angle to discern the true visage of this formidable creature. Let me assess the strength of this minotaur, he declared, retrieving a reconnaissance talisman and casting it toward the giant minotaur. Before long, the basic information of the giant minotaur appeared in Feng Wanyuan's Beastmaster S Codex. Upon noting its level, he gasped in shock. This giant minotaur possessed the strength of a second-tier silver creature. What a terrifying prospect! How could such a powerful phantom beast be found here? Yinsheng, we must flee. We stand no chance against this giant minotaur. Feng Wanyuan swiftly scrambled onto the back of the black rhinoceros, calling out to Yinsheng. She shook her head, pointing at the giant minotaur. Look, there's a shadow cat attacking it. There must be a beastmaster engaged in battle with that giant minotaur. Feng Wanyuan hastily patted the back of the black rhinoceros, urging it to turn around. This fellow had already bolted after conversing with Yin Xian. Upon examining the bare upper body of the colossal bull-headed man, Feng Wanyuan discerned a dark shadow cat darting back and forth along the giant's arm. Astonishingly, it truly existed. Feng Wanyuan felt as if he had inhaled a ton of cold air today. A phantom beast capable of battling this giant bull-headed man must undoubtedly be of silver rank. He pondered whether its master was a senior from their school. Yin Xian had caught a glimpse of the name of the shadow cat's owner. Yet he had never heard of this individual before. It appeared that some beastmaster was hunting this colossal bull-headed man, although the reason for their presence here remained elusive. Observing the giant bull-headed man being restrained by the shadow cat, Feng Wanyuan's courage began to swell, and he rode back on the black rhinoceros. The two stood their ground, gazing up at the battle between the shadow cat and the giant bull-headed man. With each leap, the shadow cat inflicted a wound on the giant. The cuts were not deep, yet the shadow cat's claws seemed to harbor a mysterious force that stymied the healing of the wounds. Renowned for their formidable physique, bull-headed men not only possessed immense strength but also boasted the ability to heal quickly. When Yin Xian had assisted Feng Wanyuan in hunting a bull-headed man previously, he had noticed that even minor wounds healed remarkably fast. Of course, the ordinary bull-headed men lacked the extraordinary ability to regenerate severed limbs. Only those who had undergone multiple evolutions could awaken such miraculous powers. The healing capacity of the colossal bull-headed man far surpassed that of the ordinary specimens hunted by Yin Xian and Feng Wanyuan. Yet this ability proved utterly ineffective against the Shadow Cat. Although the damage inflicted by the Shadow Cat was not substantial, the frequency of its attacks was relentless. The colossal bull-headed man had only appeared before Yin Xian for a short while. Yet its upper body was already marred by numerous wounds. The Shadow Cat's flea-like behavior naturally incited the giant's wrath as it extended its enormous hand, attempting to seize the Shadow Cat. However, the nimble and small Shadow Cat evaded capture time and again, darting away just before the giant's grasp could close around it. The Shadow Cat frolicked upon the giant's back, seemingly indifferent to the latter's attempts to retaliate. Feng Wanyuan, witnessing the Shadow Cat's agility, gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Yin Xian, look at that Shadow Cat. Its power is astounding. The colossal bull-headed man is likely to be worn down by it." Yin Xian remained silent, understanding that the giant's capabilities extended beyond mere physical prowess. Moreover, despite the multitude of wounds the Shadow Cat inflicted, the damage was superficial. With ample vitality, the colossal bull-headed man, even if bleeding from these wounds, would not suffer significant detriment in the short term. The question remained as to how long the Shadow Cat could maintain such an aggressive onslaught. What truly enraged the giant was not the physical injuries it sustained, but rather the incessant and irritating antics of the Shadow Cat. Suddenly, Yin Xian turned and sprinted away, prompting Xiaogu to promptly follow his lead. Feng Wanyuan was taken aback. Had he not just declared they would not flee? Yet, he too acted swiftly, slapping the black rhinoceros to keep pace. Observing Yin Xian's fervent dash, Feng Wanyuan extended an invitation. "Yin Xian, why not hop onto the back of the black rhinoceros? We could squeeze together." Yin Xian shook his head, declining, "No need. I won't run far." After estimating the distance, he deemed it sufficient and came to a halt. Feng Wanyuan, who had been trailing closely behind, also brought the black rhinoceros to a stop. "Yin Xian, what are you doing? Why the sudden retreat and then a stop?" Feng Wanyuan inquired curiously. Yin Xian did not immediately respond but squinted, observing the colossal bull-headed man. Noticing that Yin Xian was ignoring him, Feng Wanyuan mimicked his behavior, gazing at the giant. Yin Xian observed the giant's cheek pulsing rhythmically and urgently warned, "Be cautious, cover your ears immediately." Feng Wanyuan instinctively complied, and the next moment, a deafening roar erupted from the giant's mouth. Even with a considerable distance between them and the giant, and with their ears covered, both felt a disorienting sensation. One could only imagine the fate that would have befallen them had they not fled or covered their ears. They would likely have collapsed to the ground. Even the black rhinoceros swayed unsteadily. The Shadow Cat, being the closest, bore the brunt of the impact. Yin Xian vaguely saw a dark shape tumble from the giant's form. This was dire. Furrowing his brow, Yin Xian realized that although cats possessed the ability to land unscathed from heights, the Shadow Cat was currently in a state of unconsciousness, rendering any abilities moot. "We should prepare to exit the Phantom Realm," Yin Xian instructed Feng Wanyuan. Without the Shadow Cat's restraining presence, should the colossal bull-headed man fix his attention on them, even an extra pair of legs would not suffice for their escape. Chapter 44. Farewell to Jean waning. Just as Yin Xian remained vigilant against the giant, a melodious bird call resonated nearby. "Yin Xian, look quickly!" Feng Wanyuan exclaimed, raising his arm to point at a white figure soaring through the sky. Yin Xian, too, noticed the white apparition, and to his astonishment, recognized its master as someone he knew. The arrival of the Bailu bird did not draw the giant's attention. Instead, it focused on the falling Shadow Cat. Extending its right hand in an attempt to grasp it in that critical moment, a black panther adorned with blue stripes suddenly darted forth, snatching the Shadow Cat just before the giant could seize it. The colossal bull-headed man grasped at air, unleashing an enraged roar, unable to tolerate the persistent annoyance of the Shadow Cat being rescued. Meanwhile, the Bailu bird and a sandworm that had just emerged from the ground launched an assault on the giant. The pain inflicted compelled the bull-headed man to abandon its pursuit of the blue-striped panther, redirecting its fury towards the Bailu bird and the sandworm. The blue-striped panther approached a figure and gently set the Shadow Cat down. Cheng Yue cradled the Shadow Cat, sorrow evident in his eyes. "Yue, are you all right?" Jian Weining rushed over, glancing at the Shadow Cat in Cheng Yue's arms with concern. "I'm fine, thanks to your blue-striped panther." Without it, the shadow cat might not have escaped the giant's grasp. Cheng Yue expressed his gratitude. Jian Weining patted Cheng Yue on the shoulder, saying, "It was a trivial matter. Just remember to treat me to a meal next time." Jian Weining then turned his attention back to the colossal bull-headed man. Cheng Yue stored the shadow cat in his Beastmaster's tome, gazing at the giant with curiosity. "Zhuang Nan's sandworm is here. Where is he?" "He and Su Tao are still en route. Since the sandworm can burrow quickly, they sent it ahead with me," Cheng Yue replied. "Su Tao is also coming, with the three of you here. This colossal bull-headed man should be subdued swiftly," Cheng Yue remarked. "Yue, I must say, as a silver beastmaster, why have you not contracted a second phantom beast? Relying solely on the shadow cat will leave you lagging behind others." Jian Weining lamented. Having been classmates and friends for years, he recognized Cheng Yue's talent, yet Cheng Yue remained obstinate in not contracting a second phantom beast, which Jian Weining found regrettable. Cheng Yue smiled and shook his head. "I have my principles. There's no need for you to advise me each time we meet." "Well, do as you wish," Jian Weining sighed, choosing not to press further. He understood that his friend was resolute. Once he set his mind on something, no amount of persuasion would sway him. Nonetheless, he could not bear to see Cheng Yue fall behind, prompting him to offer counsel whenever they met. "Hello, we haven't arrived too late." "Have we?" Zhuang Nan and Su Tao approached, riding a single-horned horse. "We were just waiting for you too," Jian Weining greeted with a smile. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Su Tao said tersely, offering little more than that. Yet he had already released his phantom beast to assist the Bailu bird. Against overwhelming odds, even the resilient colossal bull-headed man met its demise under the assault of numerous phantom beasts. Several orbs of light emerged from the spot where the giant had fallen. Zhuang Nan stepped forward to collect them, whistling upon discovering a particular item. "Who wants this?" Zhuang Nan displayed the object to the other three. Jian Weining coughed twice. "I have no use for that, me neither." "Likewise. Since none of you want it, I'll reluctantly take it," Zhuang Nan said, contentedly stowing the item in his Beastmaster's tome. After dividing the trifles, they moved on to the main event. Zhuang Nan produced a pair of bull horns and addressed the group. "As previously agreed, the horns of the colossal bull-headed man belong to me. No objections? I trust?" The others shook their heads. "No problem." "All right, then I will withdraw from contention for the remaining items." Zhuang Nan voluntarily stepped back, having acquired what he needed. "Does anyone need the bull's heart? If not, I will take it. Then I'll take this nose ring. Your phantom beasts likely won't need it." The group quickly divided the items dropped by the colossal bull-headed man. The Bailu bird descended from the sky, landing on Jian Weining's shoulder before emitting a few chirps. A few individuals curiously turned their gaze towards Jian Weining, aware that the Bailu Niao was conveying information to him. However, apart from Jian Weining, who shared a spiritual connection with the Bailu Niao, the others were unable to comprehend the meaning behind its calls. Jian Weining nodded thoughtfully while listening, then turned to his companions. "What is Lulu saying?" Zhuang Nan inquired eagerly. Lulu mentioned she saw two individuals nearby, accompanied by a skeletal beast and a black rhinoceros. Jian Weining replied, "If I am not mistaken, one of them should be a junior I am acquainted with." "A skeletal beast and a junior? I believe I have heard of this person," Zhuang Nan mused, stroking his sparse beard. "Is his name Yin? Yin Xian?" Jian Weining reminded him. "Yes, that's correct. I have heard that this person's soul beast has a 5-star qualification. Is that true?" Zhuang Nan looked at Jian Weining with curiosity. "Indeed, I have witnessed it myself," Jian Weining confirmed. "Since you are all so curious, why not go and take a look?" "Sure, let's go," Zhuang Nan said enthusiastically. Leading the way, however, after taking a few steps, he sheepishly returned. Which direction is Yin Xian?" The three others chuckled softly. Jian Weining laughed. "Let me lead the way. I hope they haven't left." Receiving Jian Weining's command, the Bailu Niao soared into the sky, guiding the four of them. Jian Weining and Cheng Yue rode upon the blue shadow leopard, while Zhuang Nan and Su Tao mounted a horned horse, swiftly following the Bailu Niao towards Yin Xian's location. Yin Xian withdrew his gaze from the sky and addressed Feng Wanyuan. "They must have discovered us." "Who are they?" Feng Wanyuan momentarily failed to respond. "They are the beast tamers who defeated the giant bull-headed monsters," Yin Xian clarified. Feng Wanyuan exclaimed in alarm. "What should we do? They won't come to kill us, will they? Perhaps we should just exit the illusionary realm." Feng Wanyuan's concerns were not unfounded. In the illusionary realm, one must be wary not only of wild beasts, but also of unfamiliar beast tamers. No one could predict whether these individuals would suddenly strike from behind. As death in the illusionary realm leaves no trace. Chapter 45. Twin brothers. Thus, some say the illusionary realm is the most suitable place for murder and theft, as no evidence is left behind. It is no wonder that Feng Wanyuan felt so tense. Yin Xian shook his head. Don't be anxious. I know the owner of that Bai Lun Yao. He is a senior from our school. How fortunate that we encountered a senior here, Feng Wanyuan said, momentarily easing his anxiety. Yin Xian, do you think those seniors will come looking for us? Yin Xian nodded affirmatively. Certainly. Jian Weining will definitely come to meet me if he is here. Then let us wait for a while, Feng Wanyuan said. Having fulfilled his wish and not minding a little delay, he sat down on the ground, suddenly slapping his forehead, and pulled out some gray stone water from his beast taming manual. I almost forgot. This is for you. Although gray stone water is a liquid, being a material of high quality, it does not spill everywhere like ordinary water even without a container. Thus, Feng Wanyuan poured it out without worry. Yin Xian unceremoniously collected the gray stone water into his beast taming manual, completing the collection of the 3 materials needed for Xiao Gu's upgrade. As for the second condition, defeating at least 100 beasts with a melee weapon. Matching in strength, he had already accomplished that long ago. Only the absorption of 10 red soul flames remained, the most challenging condition. Yin Xian planned to complete this after Xiao Gu reached the 9th or even 10th tier of black iron. Thud thud. Yin Xian heard the sound of hooves. The silhouettes of 4 individuals appeared before him. They're here, Yin Xian remarked. Feng Wanyuan stood up, brushing off the grass from his pants and fixing his hair. Yin Xian noticed Jian Weining riding on the blue shadow leopard and waved at him. The blue shadow leopard stopped before Yin Xian, crouching down to allow Jian Weining and his companions to dismount. What a surprise to meet here, Jian Weining said with a smile, patting Yin Xian on the shoulder, holding him in high regard. What a coincidence, senior, Yin Xian replied with a grin. Zhuang Nan nudged Jian Weining's shoulder. Aren't you going to introduce this junior to me? Hello, senior. My name is Yin Xian, Yin Xian said, extending his hand. Zhuang Nan grasped Yin Xian's hand, laughing heartily. I am Zhuang Nan, just like Lao Jin, your senior. He then pointed to the 2 behind him. That cool-faced one is Su Tao, and the other is Cheng Yue. Hearing their names, Su Tao and Cheng Yue smiled at Yin Xian. Just as Yin Xian was about to introduce Feng Wanyuan to the seniors, he noticed Feng Wanyuan's face suddenly darkening, seemingly upon seeing an enemy. Connecting Feng Wanyuan's hatred towards the bull-headed monsters, Yin Xian immediately speculated that one of these seniors might be the person Feng Wanyuan despised. He quickly scrutinized the faces of the 4 seniors for any clues. However, all 4 appeared completely normal, showing no signs of distress. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Yin Xian began to doubt his hypothesis. Just then, Feng Wanyuan's mood calmed down, and the anger on his face gradually dissipated. However, the 4 were not blind. They had certainly noticed the anger on Feng Wanyuan's face moments ago. Yet, none of them recognized Feng Wanyuan and were puzzled as to why Yin Xian's friend exhibited hostility upon their first meeting. Jian Weining placed a hand on Yin Xian's shoulder and moved aside, whispering, Yin Xian, what is up with your friend? Why did he give us such a cold shoulder, as if we had stolen his girlfriend? Yin Xian looked at Jian Weining with an odd expression. You guessed accurately. Could it be you? What's wrong? Jian Weining asked, confused. Yin Xian shook his head. Nothing. I just don't understand why he would act that way. All right then. Jian Weining released his grip on Yin Xian's shoulder. At that moment, Feng Wanyuan suddenly approached Zhuang Nan. Zhuang Nan looked at Feng Wanyuan in confusion. Do you need something? Feng Wanyuan took a deep breath and asked. Senior, do you happen to have a twin brother? Zhuang Nan replied with surprise. How did you know? Have you met him? Feng Wanyuan did not answer Zhuang Nan's question but stated emphatically, please tell Zhuang Sheng that I will challenge him in a year. By then, I will prove who is truly worthy of her. With that, Feng Wanyuan exited the illusionary realm without hesitation. Zhuang Nan stood there, bewildered, then shrugged. What the heck? It seems your brother has quite a significant conflict with this junior. Cheng Yue remarked. Not just a significant conflict. This is clearly a rivalry over a woman, Jian Weining declared, moving closer to Zhuang Nan, agitated. You, a single dog without a girlfriend, what do you know about rivalries over women? Zhuang Nan rolled his eyes at Jian Weining. Besides, it's not me who stole his girlfriend. So why are you all looking at me like I'm a scoundrel? Zhuang Nan suddenly realized something crucial. Speaking of which, your brother's soul beast is a bull-headed monster, right? Su Tao inquired. Are you planning to give him the bull's horn? Yes, initially I did not intend to help that guy gather materials. But who knew he would complain to my mother, saying I was neglecting our brotherly bond? Zhuang Nan lamented, why mother dotes on Zhuang Sheng. So when he made a fuss, she came to implore me to assist him. Having such a brother is no easy task, Jian Weining sympathized. Moreover, you two look so alike. If it weren't for the completely different temperaments, I might have mistaken one for the other. Oh, your brother really did steal someone's girlfriend? Cheng Yue asked. Zhuang Nan shrugged, I suppose so. Otherwise, this junior wouldn't have reacted so strongly. However, based on what I know about my brother, this junior's objective is likely unattainable. Why do you say that? Jian Weining asked with curiosity. I recall your brother not being very diligent with training his soul beast. He is still merely a bronze summoner. If that junior is serious, he should be able to catch up to your brother in a year. I'm not talking about strength. It's just that my brother probably won't be with that girl for long, Zhuang Nan explained. He has a peculiar habit of being attracted to girls who have boyfriends. Once that girl breaks up with her boyfriend, he loses interest. Yin Xin and the others were left dumbfounded. There are actually people like that, Zhuang Nan sighed, recounting how he had been ambushed multiple times by girls and their ex-boyfriends due to his appearance. Chapter 46. Searching for the silver Zhaoxi until Yin Xin returned from the illusionary realm. His mind was still in a daze, as he had never expected someone like Zhuang Sheng to exist in this world. Truly, the world is vast and filled with wonders. Yin Xin was unsure whether to share this news with Feng Wanyuan. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to inform Wu Shimu first, leaving it to him to decide whether to disclose it to Feng Wanyuan. After hearing the news, Wu Shimu remained silent for a long while, finally letting out a deep sigh. I have encountered Wanyuan's girlfriend, and at that time, I found her appearance charming and her demeanor gentle. Their bond seemed profound, and I believed they would continue their journey together, but unexpectedly, alas. Yanxin has never met Feng Wanyuan's girlfriend, yet from Wu Shimu's description, it was evident that he initially held a strong endorsement of Feng Wanyuan's relationship. Wu Shimu paced back and forth, grappling with whether or not to disclose this matter to Feng Wanyuan. After several laps around the room, he finally resolved to refrain from mentioning it to Wanyuan for the time being. It was rare for him to exert such effort, and Wu Shimu feared that revealing the truth might diminish his motivation. Yanxin was uncertain whether Wu Shimu's choice was right or wrong. Perhaps only time would render judgment. Once Yanxin had settled matters concerning Feng Wanyuan, she opened the forum, intending to discover any significant recent developments. A trending post captured her attention. The silver Zhao King snakes of Yungang Mountain have been eradicated. Leaving the silver Zhao snakes' whereabouts unknown? The 2 silver Zhao King snakes have actually been vanquished. I did not anticipate such swift action from the seniors. Yanxin was somewhat surprised, having thought the snake plague at Yungang Mountain would linger for a considerable time. This popular post was authored by a senior who participated in the hunt for the silver Zhao King snakes, detailing the entire process of their eradication. In truth, there were multiple contributors to the thread, but this senior's writing was the most compelling, igniting readers' fervor and inciting a desire to join the fray with their own beast companions. The posts from others were mostly straightforward and lacked immersion, which is why this senior's account gained traction. The conclusion of his post, the senior noted that during the final chaotic battle, a silver Zhao snake had managed to escape the battlefield, shielded by the 2 silver Zhao King snakes, and its current location remained a mystery. Based on the senior's speculation, it was highly probable that this fleeing silver Zhao snake was still concealed somewhere within Yungang Mountain. Given that the serpentine beasts were entirely wiped out during the campaign against the silver Zhao King snakes, there would not be an abundance of serpentine beasts available for the silver Zhao snake to command in the near future. Thus, it was at its most vulnerable state, with limited options for escape. The silver Zhao snake was merely a black iron-level beast, and without its subordinates, its threat level was significantly diminished. Consequently, the seniors from the 3rd class did not invest further time in the pursuit of this fleeing creature. Yanxin felt a stirring desire to seek out the silver Zhao snake, as she noticed that the seniors had obtained a piece of equipment after slaying the silver Zhao King snakes. Silver snake earrings, quality, superior description, increases the wearer's mental resistance. When activated, it can disrupt the minds of serpentine beasts. Effectiveness depends on the wearer's mental strength. This item was ultimately claimed by the senior who contributed the most during the battle. That senior also commented below the post regarding his testing results for the earrings. According to his tests, these earrings were best suited for beast tamers, as their active effects were related to mental strength. Aside from specialized mental strength beasts, Ordinary beasts could not match a beast tamer's mental prowess at the same level. When he donned the earrings, he could render serpentine beasts of equal level incapable of controlling their bodies within 2 or 3 seconds. When facing lower-level serpentine beasts, he could even achieve effects akin to the silver Zhao King snakes controlling a throng of snakes, albeit in a diminished capacity. The seniors speculated that the silver Zhao snake might also drop a similar piece of equipment, albeit of much lower quality and effectiveness. Seniors who had reached the silver level certainly looked down upon the lowly silver snake earrings, yet those of lesser strength and the newly minted second-year beast tamers were quite intrigued. Thus, after the snake plague was eradicated, many ventured to Yungang Mountain in search of the silver Zhao snake. However, to date, no news of its demise has surfaced, leaving uncertainty as to whether the silver Zhao snake has yet to be discovered or if it has been slain without any reports. Yanxin felt a twinge of temptation, prompting her to head to Yungang Mountain in hopes of a fortuitous encounter. The teleportation point at the school remained as bustling as ever, with many entering and exiting the illusion realm. Yanxin squeezed through the teleportation portal behind a robust classmate. Where to begin her search? Considering that the locations where the silver Zhao King snakes had appeared would likely be popular choices. It was probable that those who went there had already scoured the area thoroughly. After a moment's contemplation, Yanxin promptly abandoned that notion. Perhaps she would first explore the foothills. It was possible that the little snake had fled to this vicinity. With a plan in mind, Yanxin, accompanied by Xiaogu, retraced her steps along the path she took during her initial visit to Yungang Mountain and encountered several familiar faces. They exchanged knowing smiles, each aware of the other's purpose for being there. Given the multitude of competitors, they cherished their time and engaged in little idle chatter, thinking that the silver Zhao snake might seek water. Yanxin approached a spring, intent on searching for any signs of the silver Zhao snake. However, it became apparent that Yanxin had overestimated her investigative abilities, as she found herself unable to discern which of the myriad traces on the ground belonged to the silver Zhao snake. Unbeknownst to her, Yanxin found herself at the location where she had previously captured the treasure mouse. The hole that Xiaogu had once excavated had been filled in, if a place seldom attracted beast tamers. The illusion realm would self-correct, erasing the impact caused by the beast tamers. Yanxin scanned her surroundings and, struck by inspiration, instructed Xiaogu to dig in the same spot once more. She wished to discover if the treasure mouse would return to its former lair. Xiaogu dutifully began to excavate the ground. Upon reaching the same depth, however, no signs of the treasure mouse could be found. It seemed she had been overly optimistic. Yanxin shook her head, beckoning Xiaogu to emerge from the hole. Perhaps she should explore that other location. Yanxin recalled that during her pursuit of the treasure mouse, she had noticed it lingering in a certain area for quite some time. That place must harbor something enticing to the treasure mouse, and it might even serve as its second home. Since there were no leads in her search for the silver Zhao snake, it would be prudent to seek out the treasure mouse first. Perhaps unexpected gains awaited her. Yanxin summoned her map and marked a coordinate based on her recollections. After a brief planning of her route, she set off. The new coordinate was also at the mountain's foothills, but in a more secluded area. Chapter 47. Silver Snake Earrings. Yanxin arrived at a tranquil grove. Let the search commence from here. She paused before a small tree. The next steps are entrusted to you. Yanxin patted Xiaogu's shoulder. Xiaogu, a diligent and uncomplaining beast, immediately began to dig upon receiving the command. Soon, the ground of the grove was riddled with holes, nearly impassable. Suddenly, Xiaogu halted mid-digging, turning its head to Yanxin. Have you found something? Instantly alert, Yanxin rushed over, nearly tripping over a small mound of dirt in her haste. Xiaogu struck the ground with its bone knife, producing a metallic clang. This sound feels like ore. Yanxin's eyes sparkled with excitement. With or present, this might indeed be the treasure mouse's new abode. Dig faster, Yanxin commanded. Xiaogu plunged its bone knife into the surrounding soil and unearthed a piece of dusty ore. Gray true rock, quality. Common description, brittle in texture. It is a primary food source for certain beasts. Yanxin had read that some subterranean insect-like beasts favored ore as sustenance, and gray true rock likely featured in their diet. After stowing away the gray true rock, Yanxin directed Xiaogu to continue digging nearby. Suddenly, a darkwood snake emerged from an unknown location and lunged at Yanxin. Xiaogu reacted swiftly, severing the darkwood snake's head with a swift stroke of its bone knife. Darkwood snakes prefer to dwell in tall trees, yet the trees in this grove are not particularly high. It seemed illogical for a darkwood snake to reside here. Could it have been summoned by the silver Zhao snake? Yanxin speculated. With this thought in mind, she urged Xiaogu to keep digging, for the sudden ambush from the darkwood snake suggested that the silver Zhao snake might be lurking nearby. Xiaogu's excavation activities likely posed a threat, prompting the silver Zhao snake to summon a darkwood snake for protection. As Xiaogu dug at a certain spot, a hole suddenly appeared before Yanxin. Found it. No sooner had she spoken than a silver-white snake shot out of the hole with remarkable speed, leaving behind a blur. However, Xiaogu was quicker, throwing its bone knife as the snake darted past, pinning it to the ground. Indeed, it was the silver Zhao snake. Who would have thought it would hide here? Yanxin approached, examining this renowned beast. She had not anticipated that the elusive silver Zhao snake, sought by so many, would be concealed in this spot. She had merely aimed to take a chance on finding the treasure mouse and unexpectedly captured the silver Zhao snake. Squeak! A faint sound arose behind Yanxin. Turning, she was astonished to see a treasure mouse. The treasure mouse, at the entrance of its burrow, caught sight of Yanxin and immediately scurried back into the hole without a second glance. Given their equal levels, it appeared to be the same treasure mouse she had encountered previously. But what was it doing here? Yanxin pondered, baffled. Could it be that this treasure mouse cohabited with the silver Zhao snake? Yanxin felt incredulous, for snakes typically regarded rodents as prey, making it difficult to fathom how these two types of beasts could coexist harmoniously. The treasure mouse fled, and Yanxin had no intention of pursuing it. However, she could still plunder its home. She wondered if, in her absence, the treasure mouse had unearthed any new materials. Xiaogu, dispose of the silver Zhao snake, Yanxin remarked casually. The flickering flame of the soul within Xiaogu's skull danced twice, and it extended its left foot to pin down the silver Zhao snake's tail, drawing out its bone knife as the snake twisted its body to bite into its calf. Then, with a swift stroke, it severed the silver Zhao snake's body. Yanxin eagerly gazed at the shimmering lights, silently praying for the emergence of the silver serpent earrings. A glimmer descended upon the ground, and Yanxin swiftly grasped it. Indeed, it was the silver serpent earrings. However, these earrings were of a mere ordinary grade, far inferior to those that had emerged from the silver Zhao King serpent. Yanxin adorned his ears with the earrings, which fastened themselves to his earlobes without the need for piercings, alleviating any concerns of them falling off. Since the silver serpent earrings enhanced the wearer's mental resistance rather than their mental strength, Yanxin felt no immediate changes. Only when confronted by a phantom beast's mental assault would he perceive any difference. After trying them on, Yanxin stored the earrings within his Beast Master's codex, wishing to keep his victory over the silver Zhao serpent a secret from others. Having acquired the earrings, he did not forget about the treasures of the treasure mouse. Xiaogu rummaged through the cave, extending his hand within but found nothing. Yanxin suspected that the treasure mouse had become cunning, taking its hoard with it upon fleeing. Exiting the illusion realm, Yanxin promptly re-entered the portal, this time aiming for the Blackwood Cemetery. He intended for Xiaogu to level up here while fulfilling the final requirement for evolution. Prior to entering the cemetery, Yanxin donned the silver serpent earrings as a precaution. Considering that Xiaogu was currently unable to contend with the skeleton giant and that battling grave spiders posed significant challenges, Yanxin chose a different route this time. Perhaps due to everyone searching for the silver Zhao serpent in Yungang Mountain, the Blackwood Cemetery was unusually desolate. As he passed through a dark forest, Yanxin suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back. Turning around, he discovered a ghost clinging to him. The specter's form was somewhat distorted, far from resembling a human. Its hollow eye sockets were menacing, sure to haunt children's dreams at night. Yanxin was startled and immediately sought refuge behind Xiaogu. The ghost drifted slowly toward him in the air. Xiaogu swung his blade at the ghost a few times, but to no avail. It inflicted no damage. The bone blade merely passed through the specter as if it were AI or it appeared that only phantom beasts skilled in magical attacks could harm these spirits. With no means to confront the specters, Yanxin had no choice but to flee. Along the way, he collided with several ghosts. Each encounter left him feeling icy, as if frozen. Strangely, perhaps due to the silver serpent earrings, he felt little else amiss aside from a slight chill. After a good 15 minutes, Yanxin finally escaped the dark forest, the ghost having retreated back within its depths. This reinforced his belief that the phantom beasts in the Blackwood Cemetery possessed a strong sense of territoriality. Beyond the dark forest lay a graveyard, with tombstones of various sizes dotting the landscape, evoking an eerie atmosphere. The commotion caused by Yinxin's arrival disturbed the restive spirits within the graves, the sound of coffins being pushed open resonating throughout. Mummies wrapped in bandages crawled from their coffins, staggering toward Yinxin. Though the mummies moved slowly, their strength was formidable. Their arms struck Xiaogu with a heavy thud. Chapter 48. The mummy priest, however, such attacks were insufficient to harm Xiaogu. Xiaogu swiftly swung his blade at the mummy's neck, catching it off guard. The bone blade struck, producing a metallic clang. The bandages encircling the mummy were not ordinary. They possessed remarkable hardness, enabling them to absorb damage. Yet, when confronted by Xiaogu's bone blade, they proved ineffective. The blade paused briefly before effortlessly slicing through the mummy's neck. The mummy's head fell to the ground, disintegrating into light alongside its body. The demise of one mummy did not deter the others. They continued to advance toward Xiaogu. The true challenge posed by the mummies lay in their formidable defenses and their own immense strength. Nevertheless, these factors became moot against Xiaogu, who dispatched them with ease. Once all the mummies in the vicinity had been vanquished, Xiaogu joyfully ascended to the 9th rank of Black Iron. Yinxin collected 2 bundles of mummy bandages. With Xiaogu now at the 9th rank, perhaps it was time to consider taking on bronze-level phantom beasts. Yinxin pondered this prospect, but he knew better than to recklessly charge in. Failing in the Blackwood Cemetery would be disastrous. He decided to proceed cautiously, identifying suitable targets before strategizing their defeat. Generally, phantom beasts within the Blackwood Cemetery congregated in territories by species, much like the grave spiders had. Thus, Yinxin speculated that the mummies might have a similar territorial leader akin to the golden spider of the grave spider lair. Unlike grave spiders, mummies, which relied on physical combat, were more suitable opponents for Xiaogu. Yinxin resolved to explore the territory of the mummies, hoping to find their evolved forms. The mummies resided within underground coffins. As Yinxin approached, the ground trembled, and one after another, mummies emerged, pushing open their coffins. The sight of mummies surfacing amidst the surrounding environment was quite haunting. However, Yinxin found the mummy's mechanism relatively benign. They would warn him of their impending attacks rather than ambushing him like the ebony serpent had. The mere thought of the ebony serpent reminded Yinxin of his last encounter with Wu Shimu when discussing Yungang Mountain, during which he unconsciously placed his right hand near his backside, evidence of the psychological trauma the serpent's ambush had inflicted upon him. Most of these mummies were around the 8th rank of Black Iron. As long as Xiaogu wasn't overwhelmed by a horde, he faced little pressure. However, as they ventured deeper, the awakened mummies' ranks grew higher. Xiaogu found it increasingly challenging to dispatch them with the same ease as before. Defeated mummies occasionally dropped mummy bandages, and Yinxin gathered several, noting their decent drop rate. Observing Xiaogu, clad in tattered cloth yet revealing numerous bare bones, an idea suddenly struck Yinxin. Why not wrap the mummy bandages around Xiaogu? These bandages, unknown in their composition yet possessing commendable defensive capabilities, would serve him well against ambushes by phantom beasts. Yet, according to the rules of the illusion realm, while the bandages may have originated from the mummies, they were not necessarily the same ones that had been bound to them. They could be new. Yinxin shook his head, swiftly dismissing this macabre notion. Xiaogu, come here. I have something splendid to show you, he beckoned, his tone laced with a hint of persuasion he was unaware of. Unsure if Xiaogu would reject the mummy bandages, Yinxin first wrapped one around its wrist. After a few turns and receiving no reaction from Xiaogu, he proceeded to fully adorn it with the bandage. One mummy bandage was quite lengthy, sufficient to cover an entire arm. In the end, he tied a charming bow, proud of his handiwork. Yinxin clapped his hands, nodding in satisfaction at his creation. At that moment, Xiaogu donned a linen tunic, with white mummy bandages wrapping around its arms and legs. If one overlooked the flaming skull, it appeared quite presentable. The mummy bandages did not hinder Xiaogu's movements. Instead, they provided a buffer against the mummy's attacks. A Black Iron 10th rank mummy fell to Xiaogu's blade. Cleaved through the chest, Yinxin and Xiaogu had ventured deep into the territory of the mummies, where the number of emerging mummies had diminished significantly, yet their ranks had escalated to the 10th rank of Black Iron. Before Yinxin stood a distinctive tomb, adorned with an oil lamp that cast a faint glow, clearly the lair of the territory's leader. Yinxin retreated a few steps, remaining discreet. Flanking the tomb with the oil lamp were 2 smaller graves. one on each side. As Xiaogu approached, the ground around the two smaller graves began to tremble, and two black iron 10th rank mummies emerged from within. Big brother is occupied. Let the little brothers take the lead. While Xiaogu engaged the two mummies, the remaining grave began to shake ominously. Yanxin's eyes were fixed on the tomb, bracing for whatever might emerge. A frail, withered hand broke through the earth, followed by a mummy, smaller than the previous two, crawling out of the grave. Mummy priest, quality, 3 stars strength, bronze first-rank skills, summon mummy, sacrifice overview. Once a beloved priest, he was mummified after death. Unlike other mummies that fight barehanded, the mummy priest emerged wielding a serpent-headed staff. Raising the staff high, the mummy priest opened and closed its mouth a few times, conjuring 2 dark orbs that floated down to the ground, transforming into 2 black iron 8th rank mummies. What a marvel, conjuring mummies out of thin air. Fortunately, their ranks are manageable. Yanxin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the 2 newly spawned mummies were only of the 8th rank. However, the actions of the mummy priest were far from over. It continued to raise its staff high, its mouth opening and closing several times, and soon 2 dark orbs of light materialized once more. These 2 orbs descended to the ground, transforming into 2 additional mummies. More? Yanxin swallowed hard. Yet, the mummy priest did not lower its staff, and new orbs of light were on the verge of being summoned. Chapter 49. Absorbing Soul Fire. Hey, 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 when will this end? Yanxin had not anticipated the mummy priest's remarkable endurance, summoning a total of 8 mummies in one breath. Moreover, these summoned mummies were not mindless like their predecessors. They coordinated with one another, starkly contrasting those who merely advanced one by one to meet their demise. It was clear that the later mummies were under the control of the priest. But Yanxin could not simply eliminate the mummy priest on her own. Xiaogu had already dispatched 1 black iron tier mummy, yet the remaining 9 were still too formidable for her to contend with at that moment. The black iron tier mummy was the primary attacker against Xiaogu. Unlike the 8 newly summoned mummies, it was not subject to the priest's control. However, the mummy priest could command its summoned mummies to assist the black iron tier 1. Each time Xiaogu attempted to strike, other mummies would grasp her arms to thwart her assault. Some mummies even positioned their bodies to shield the black iron tier mummy from harm. 2 fists struggle against 4 hands. Moreover, Xiaogu now faced a daunting 18 hands. The mummies encircled Xiaogu, striking her from various angles. Fortunately, her skeletal structure was resilient, and with the mummy's bandages wrapped around her, although she endured several blows, the damage was not severe. Unlike the tomb spiders, these mummies were sluggish and could not continuously restrict Xiaogu's movements. Thus, she withstood their onslaught, opting for a strategy of trading injury for injury to eliminate these mummies. The mummy priest merely observed, showing no inclination to attack Xiaojiud. At the cost of 2 broken bones, Xiaogu finally felled the black iron tier mummy. With the loss of its significant offensive force, Xiaogu felt a considerable reduction in pressure. Just then, the mummy priest raised its staff once more, opening and closing its mouth. Would it continue summoning mummies? However, this time, no dark orbs appeared atop the staff. After chanting for several seconds, the priest flipped its wrist, directing the staff at the 8 mummies surrounding Xiaogu. The beam of black laser shot forth from the staff, striking one of the mummies. The mummy hit by the black laser instantly froze, its body igniting in black flames. Soon, the mummy was entirely consumed by the fire, yet the soul fire within its head remained unextinguished. The black laser coiled around the soul fire like a serpent, compressing it until it transformed into a black orb. The orb ascended skyward, splitting into 7, each entering the bodies of the remaining 7 mummies. Upon receiving the orb, the bandages on the 7 mummies gradually turned black, their movements becoming more agile, no longer sluggish as before. Sacrificing one mummy to enhance the others was the mummy priest's sacrificial skill. Xiaogu's pressure surged instantly, the sound of cracking bones emanating from multiple parts of her body. Nevertheless, the injuries did not impair her combat efficacy. As long as her arms remained intact, she could exert her strength. Healing spell, a green light emanated from Yanxin's fingertips, descending upon Xiaogu. This marked Yanxin's first application of a healing spell on Xiaogu. Previous injuries had been minor, leading Yanxin to recall her into the Beast Mastery Codex for self-recovery. But now, she could not afford to be stingy with her mental energy. She had to summon all her strength. As the healing light enveloped Xiaogu, the previously shattered bones began to mend, allowing Xiaogu to rise once more. With half the mummies eliminated, it was merely a matter of time before the remaining 4 would meet the same fate. The mummy priest appeared somewhat anxious, beginning to pace restlessly, yet its strength had been depleted, rendering it incapable of summoning new mummies. It could only watch as Xiaogu gradually dispatched its minions at minimal cost. Once Xiaogu had dealt with all the mummies, she advanced towards the mummy priest. The mummy priest raised its serpent-headed staff, clashing with Xiaogu's bone knife. Although the mummy priest was a bronze-tier phantom beast, its melee prowess paled in comparison to that of lower-tier mummies. After only a few exchanges, Xiaogu thrust the bone knife into the mummy priest's body, pinning it to the ground. Xiaogu plunged her hand into the mummy priest's head, seizing its soul fire, then withdrew her hand to press it against her forehead. The white soul fire ravenously consumed the red soul fire. Xiaogu maintained a half-kneeling position until the red soul fire was entirely absorbed. Yin Xing examined Xiaogu's soul fire. The once pure white flame now flickered with sporadic red tongues of fire. Thus, Xiaogu had absorbed her first fragment of red soul fire, finally taking her first step forward. Yin Xing exhaled deeply. After eliminating the mummy priest, there was no need to linger in this territory. It was time to seek the next bronze-tier undead phantom beast. The mummy priest could respawn, indicating that if Xiaogu struggled against other bronze-tier phantom beasts, she could return to confront the mummy priest once more. After all, evolution did not necessitate the acquisition of 10 distinct soul fires. Yin Xing chose not to venture deeper into the mummy territory but instead moved laterally. The Blackwood Graveyard was a vast cemetery, with the activity zones of phantom beasts categorized by depth. Yin Xing sought only a solitary bronze phantom beast, wishing to avoid plunging into a horde of them. Thus, she needed only to search for her target at the same depth. Adjacent to the mummy territory lay a patch of soft earth, dotted with small mounds. Undoubtedly, these mounds concealed phantom beasts beneath them. Xiaogu approached one of the mounds and, before the phantom beast could emerge, plunged her bone knife into it. A hoarse cry echoed from beneath the mound. But it lasted only a few seconds, as Xiaogu delivered a follow-up strike. Yin Xing shook her head at the scene, thinking, young bones, so lacking in martial ethics. Whether it was the cries of their companions that provoked them. Several nearby mounds began to tremble, and a group of grotesque, contorted creatures crawled out. Corpse robbers, a horde of phantom beasts that feasted on corpses. Yin Xing recalled that beneath the thick bandages of the mummies lay actual corpses. These corpse robbers resided close to the mummies. Might they stealthily capture mummies? After careful consideration, Yin Xing deemed that such a possibility was not without merit. The corpse robbers possessed significant strength, and upon seizing Xiaogu's arm, they attempted to drag her underground. Xiaogu, equally determined, pulled the corpse robber towards her, then drove her knife into its head. The corpse robbers, like the tomb spiders, were living beings devoid of soul fire. Thus, Yin Xing had no intention of lingering. Chapter 50, The Map. However, the corpse robbers clearly did not intend to let Yin Xing and Xiaogu escape so easily. Ignoring the deaths of their companions, they surged forward, displaying an unwavering resolve to turn Yin Xing into a corpse. Yin Xing, feeling exasperated, thought, "This is precisely what you wished for. Xiaogu, eliminate them," Yin Xing commanded. Xiaogu, wielding her bone knife, fought valiantly like a lone warrior defending a solitary fortress, slaying the advancing corpse robbers. With the corpse robbers no longer obstructing their path, Yin Xing and Xiaogu proceeded to the next area. This was a gravelly expanse, where the phantom beasts beneath were carrion beetles, which Yin Xing recognized. Carrion beetles were not the deceased and thus lacked soul fire, making them unsuitable targets. After wasting time in 2 consecutive areas, Yin Xing resolved to adjust her approach. Perhaps I require a map annotated with phantom beast information? She pondered. Wandering aimlessly was undoubtedly a waste of time. Consequently, Yin Xing exited the illusion realm and posted in the forum, inquiring if anyone possessed a map detailing the distribution of phantom beasts in the Blackwood Graveyard. Unfortunately, the trading market at the school had already concluded. Otherwise, seeking out those senior students might have yielded results. Yin Xing regretted not considering this sooner, as soon as the post was submitted, no one replied. Yin Xing remained unperturbed, browsing through other posts to see what others were engaged in. After skimming through 4 or 5 posts, A red dot appeared in the upper right corner of the interface. Someone had replied. Yin Xing clicked on the post, discovering a user named Newcomer Minter had responded with just 2 words, private message. Although puzzled as to why this person chose to reply publicly rather than directly messaging her. Yin Xing nonetheless sent a private message. Hello, do you have a map of the Blackwood graveyard? Almost instantaneously, a response arrived. .1 Common material, so affordable. No wonder they are called Newcomer Minter. They seem to be a helpful individual. Elated, Yin Xing intended to inquire about the trade location, only to find another user had sent her a private message. Opening the message revealed content that took Yin Xing by surprise. Don't trust that person named Newcomer Minter. He is a scammer. You can search his name in the forum. Yin Xing quickly searched for Newcomer Minter in the forum, discovering numerous posts accusing this individual of dishonesty, claiming he had swindled materials and fled. It was at this point that Yin Xing noticed the user who messaged her was ironically named Newcomer Minter is a scammer. Could it be that this individual had fallen victim to the Newcomer Minter's deceit in the past? Yin Xing speculated. Newcomer Minter is a scammer. Sent another private message to Yin Xing. He was restricted by the administrator from changing his name and initiating private messages due to his deceitful behavior. Yet he would still reply to posts made by newcomers, luring them into messaging him. Why, then, has the administrator not directly banned his account? Yin Xian replied, for certain special reasons, his account cannot be banned. Which is why I have been following him to prevent him from deceiving others. I see you require the map of the Blackwood Cemetery. I possess it. Would you like to purchase it? Yin Xian's vigilance instantly heightened. He began to suspect that these 2 individuals were engaging in a duplicitous act. Be cautious. Yin Xian searched the forum for Newcomer Minter is a fraud. He discovered that this person had a fairly good reputation on the forum, with many posts thanking him for exposing fraudsters. If you are not at ease, we can conduct the transaction at school, and I can share the map with you first. A Newcomer Minter is a fraud. Seem to have anticipated Yin Xian's concerns. Once the map is shared, it cannot be revoked, so Yin Xian, upon hearing this, believed him to some extent. What is the price? Yin Xian inquired. I estimate you cannot afford the entire map of the Blackwood Cemetery, but if you only desire the map of the Black Iron area, it will cost you 2 common materials, and if I wish to include the map of the Bronze area, 2 good quality materials. Ultimately, Yin Xian opted to purchase only the map of the Bronze area. The 2 agreed to meet for the transaction on the 1st floor of the comprehensive building at the 3rd middle school, the same location where the trading market had previously opened. Yin Xian emerged from the teleportation portal within the 3rd middle school, quickly arriving at the comprehensive building. Approximately 10 minutes later, a girl dressed in a white short-sleeve shirt and a baseball cap entered the building. She scanned the 1st floor and spotted Yin Xian sitting on the sofa. Noticing someone approaching, Yin Xian looked up and recognized that the person's attire matched the description given by Newcomer Minter is a fraud. Confirming her arrival, hello, you must be Chieting Fengyin, the girl greeted him. Chieting Fengyin was Yin Xian's username on the forum. Yes, and you are. Yin Xian faltered, saying her name aloud felt odd, leaving him momentarily unsure of how to address her. Fortunately, the girl had experienced similar situations and confidently replied, just call me Xian Yin. Hello, Xian Yin. Without further ado, Xian Yin directly got to the point. Please summon your map. I will share it with you right away. Yin Xian did not expect Xian Yin to be so straightforward, but this suited him perfectly. They each summoned their maps, and Xian Yin shared the agreed-upon map with Yin Xian. Upon inspection, he confirmed that it illuminated a significant area surrounding the Blackwood Cemetery, and the information regarding the phantom beasts was consistent with what Yin Xian had observed. The maps in the Phantom Realm gradually illuminate as beast masters explore. But the noted information about phantom beasts must be manually added by the beast masters themselves. Thus, selling maps essentially involves selling these annotations. What do you think? Xian Yin inquired. Yin Xian nodded, no problem. The annotations on the map are quite detailed. Since Xian Yin did not specify any particular material, Yin Xian produced 2 rolls of mummy bandages and handed them to her. These are the 2 rolls left after wrapping up the little skeleton. Mummy bandages, quite decent, Xian Yin remarked after glancing at them, immediately storing the bandages in her Beastmaster Codex. Pleasant transaction, Xian Yin extended her right hand. Pleasant transaction, Yin Xian reciprocated, shaking her hand. For future map transactions, feel free to seek me out. I assure you quality and reasonable prices. Xian Yin did not forget to promote her services before departing. Yin Xian casually agreed. After Xian Yin left, Yin Xian opened the map and began to study it. The mummy priest respawns every 3 days, so I can return to farm again in 3 days. It turns out there is a cave here, where I can find a skeletal archer, with levels fluctuating between bronze tier 1 and tier 2. The map provided by Xian Yin was very detailed, indicating hidden areas that Yin Xian had passed by without noticing, prompting him to exclaim that it was worth every penny. Chapter 51. Collecting Soul Fire. Yin Xian selected the phantom beast he intended to hunt on the map and re-entered the phantom realm. The first phantom beast he chose was the skeletal archer, located in a cave not far from the entrance of the Blackwood Cemetery. The cave's position was quite concealed. Yin Xian had passed by multiple times without realizing it. Following the map's guidance, Yin Xian arrived at a pile of rubble and pushed aside some weeds, revealing a dark entrance before him. Without this map, Yin Xian would never have imagined there was a cave here. As per routine, the little skeleton entered first, with Yin Xian following closely behind. The entrance was small, requiring Yin Xian to bend slightly to squeeze through. According to the map's notes, there were no other phantom beasts in the cave aside from the skeletal archer. The skeletal archer had a rapid firing speed and could also shoot fire arrows, all of which were noted on the map. These details compelled Yin Xian to admire Xian Yan's meticulousness. To reach the cave's interior from the entrance, they had to traverse a dark passage, where visibility was nearly non-existent. The little skeleton was 5 steps ahead of Yin Xian. Suddenly, a faint sound of air being cut pierced the silence, and something struck the little skeleton, producing a noise. An arrow. Yin Xian quickly deduced what the flying object was. Clearly, the skeletal archer had detected their presence. The little skeleton bolted, escaping the passage. Yin Xian did not follow. Knowing the skeletal archer's arrows were swift, once targeted, he would have no chance to evade. Thud, thud. The cave echoed with the continuous sound of objects colliding. The skeletal archer was relentlessly shooting arrows at the little skeleton. Yin Xian could envision the scene of the little skeleton charging towards the skeletal archer amid a rain of arrows. Whoosh, a new sound emerged. It must be a fire arrow. Yin Xian recalled the sound he heard while wielding a torch. Recognizing its similarity, it appeared that ordinary arrows were not inflicting significant harm on the little skeleton, prompting the skeletal archer to resort to fire arrows. Concerned for the little skeleton, Yin Xian cautiously peeked his head out to observe the interior of the cave. The ground was littered with numerous arrows, many of which were aflame. These flames illuminated the cave, allowing Yin Xian to clearly see the ongoing battle. The little skeleton had closed in on the skeletal archer, and the two skeletal monsters were engaged in close combat. The skeletal archer had discarded its bone bow and was now wielding an arrow, jabbing at the little skeleton with its sharp tip. Unfazed by the skeletal archer's attacks, the little skeleton swung its bone knife at the archer's neck. Due to the distance and the dim surroundings, Yin Xian could not discern whether the little skeleton had sustained any injuries. However, this did not prevent him from casting a healing spell on it. A beam of green light suddenly appeared in the dark cave, somewhat blinding. The skeletal archer noticed Yin Xian hiding in the passage, but it no longer possessed the ability to threaten him. Yin Xian stepped out from the passage. After a fierce struggle, the little skeleton managed to sever the skeletal archer's head and absorbed the soul fire within. Simultaneously, it leveled up to Black Iron Tier 10. A light spot fell to the ground. Yin Xian picked it up, discovering it to be an arrow. Flame arrow, quality, good description. An arrow imbued with the power of fire. Regardless of how it is launched, flames will ignite upon the arrowhead. Yin Xian attempted to grasp the flame arrow and threw it forcefully. Indeed, as the flame arrow soared through the air, flames ignited at its tip. The flames only began to dissipate half a minute after the arrow struck the ground, a rather decent piece of equipment. Yin Xian did not store the flame arrow in the Beastmaster Codex, but instead held it in his hand as a means of self-defense. Perhaps it could also serve as a torch at times. Crawling out of the cave, Yin Xian opened the map to confirm his next target for hunting, a bronze tier 1 skeletal ghoul. The location of the skeletal ghoul was not far from the cave, but it lay within the territory of a group of skeletal warriors. If he chose to take a detour, it would take a considerable amount of time. Therefore, Yin Xian decided to traverse directly through the middle of the territory. These skeletal warriors were of low level, mostly around Black Iron Tier 3. For the little skeleton at present, these peers were far too weak. It could easily defeat one with a mere punch. even without using its bone knife. Seeing the little skeleton handle them with such ease, Yin Exine could not resist poking a few of the skeletal warriors with the flame arrow. Although the flame arrow did not ignite until shot, its sheer hardness could still inflict considerable damage on these low-level skeletal warriors. With the little skeleton's protection, Yin Exine felt no fear of sustaining any harm. Thus, Yin Exine and the little skeleton traversed through the territory of the skeletal warriors in under 10 minutes. The skeletal ghoul was an evolved form of the ghoul. Compared to ordinary ghouls, it possessed a more massive physique, resembling a creature clad in skeletal armor, exuding an even greater sense of oppression. The skeletal ghoul Yin Exine sought was not situated within the ghoul's territory, but rather on the outskirts. Within the territory, there was an even higher-level skeletal ghoul, but Yin Exine had no intention of provoking it at the moment. On a sand dune, Yin Exine spotted the skeletal ghoul, which was toying with the skulls of two skeletal warriors. The moment Yin Exine laid eyes on the skeletal ghoul, it too noticed the two adversaries below. It leaped into the air, directly descending from the sand dune. Dodge! Yin Exine had anticipated this and, at the instant the skeletal ghoul jumped, swiftly moved aside with the little skeleton. The heavy form of the skeletal ghoul crashed to the ground, stirring up a great cloud of dust that obscured Yin Xin's vision. In the next moment, two severed heads were hurled from the dust by the skeletal ghoul, hurtling towards Xiaogu. Xiaogu swung the bone knife, cleaving through the two heads, seizing the opportunity presented by Xiaogu's attack. The skeletal ghoul lunged forth from the swirling dust, slamming Xiaogu down onto the ground with a single powerful strike. Yin Xin's heart raced in alarm, but in the very next instant, he witnessed the bone knife slice upwards, carving a gash into the skeletal ghoul's arm. With one hand pinning Xiaogu down, the skeletal ghoul balled its other hand into a fist and aimed a blow at Xiaogu's face. In response, Xiaogu raised the bone knife, thrusting it towards the skeletal ghoul's fist. The skeletal ghoul crushed Xiaogu's right arm into the ground, yet simultaneously, the bone knife embedded itself into its palm. Although the skeletal ghoul felt no pain, its hand was nonetheless constrained. Xiaogu extended his left hand, grasping the skeletal ghoul's wrist, and forcefully shoved its hand aside. Chapter 52. Slaying the skeletal ghoul. As Xiaogu pried open the skeletal ghoul's right hand, its heavy body bore down upon Xiaogu, pinning his lower half. Meanwhile, the bone knife remained lodged in the skeletal ghoul's left palm, seemingly leaving Xiaogu without a weapon for retaliation. Yet, surprising Yin Xin, Xiaogu made an unexpected move. He forcefully lifted his head and charged it against the skeletal ghoul's chest. With a resounding thud, the impact echoed, indicating the immense force Xiaogu had exerted. The bone armor on the skeletal ghoul's chest dented from Xiaogu's attack, while a fine crack appeared on the forehead of Xiaogu. Oblivious to the injury, Xiaogu continued to ram his head against the same spot on the skeletal ghoul's chest. Once, twice, thrice, Xiaogu struck repeatedly until finally, a hole was made in the skeletal ghoul's armor. However, his forehead was now riddled with cracks. Yin Xin hastily cast a healing spell on Xiaogu, fearing that his skull might shatter at any moment. The damage to the armor only fueled the skeletal ghoul's fury, as it summoned greater strength to lift Xiaogu. This time, Xiaogu did not resist. Instead, he seized the moment to withdraw his bone knife from the skeletal ghoul's grasp. The skeletal ghoul then flung Xiaogu to the ground a distance away. After rolling several times upon landing, Xiaogu sprang back to his feet as if unscathed. This time, he fixed his gaze intently on the gaping wound in the skeletal ghoul's chest, where a pulsating heart lay within. This was the first organ to regenerate after the ghoul's evolution. Though the skeletal ghoul possessed greater strength than its predecessor, it had also acquired a fatal weakness. Its heart. To protect this vital organ, the skeletal ghoul would typically manifest a thick layer of bone armor over its chest. Yet, that very armor had now been shattered by Xiaogu's relentless assaults. Instinctively, the skeletal ghoul raised its left arm to shield its chest. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaogu charged forward, the bone knife aimed directly at the skeletal ghoul's heart. The skeletal ghoul swung its right hand down from above, intent on swatting Xiaogu away. However, as Xiaogu approached, he executed a roll, evading the ghoul's strike and pressing himself against its chest. Sensing danger, the skeletal ghoul attempted to swat Xiaogu away with its left arm, inadvertently exposing its vulnerable chest. Xiaogu capitalized on this opening, bracing his head against the skeletal ghoul's attack before driving the bone knife into its chest, directly targeting the heart. He then twisted the knife's handle, causing it to churn within the heart. The skeletal ghoul let out a furious roar, delivering a punch that sent Xiaogu sprawling to the ground. Yet, before it could follow up with another attack, its heart ceased to beat. The cessation of its heartbeat did not spell immediate death for the skeletal ghoul. As it was an undead creature, its movements were still governed by the soul fire within its skull. Nevertheless, the heart was the source of most of its power, and with its loss, the skeletal ghoul's strength plummeted, rendering it no match for Xiaogu. Rising from the ground, Xiaogu delivered a punch to the skeletal ghoul's head, toppling the once formidable creature. Withdrawing the bone knife from the skeletal ghoul's chest, Xiaogu plunged it into its skull, bringing an end to the skeletal ghoul's existence. The third red soul fire was absorbed. With the skeletal ghoul dispatched, the next target was clear. Yanxin summoned a map, circling a dog-headed figure. This is it? The skeletal hound. The skeletal hound is an evolved form of the skeletal dog, appearing largely similar yet exhibiting enhanced strength and speed. This evolutionary path is regarded by beast tamers as the most mundane form of evolution, unremarkable yet generally reliable. The skeletal hound was distant from the skeletal ghoul, and had it not been for the lack of suitable phantom beasts nearby, Yanxin would have preferred not to trek so far. The route to the skeletal hound would lead through the territory of the specters, one of the phantom beasts Yanxin most wished to avoid. Since specters lack physical forms, they are impervious to physical damage, rendering Xiaogu powerless against them. However, if one cannot confront them, can one not simply evade them? Yanxin opted to take a detour, skirting the edges of the specter territory. Yanxin halted, glancing into the depths of the dark forest. Had he just heard a voice? Listening intently, Yanxin confirmed there were indeed voices within the forest. That voice sounds oddly familiar. Frowning, Yanxin pondered for a moment, realizing he had indeed heard this voice before. As the familiar voice drew closer, Yanxin instructed Xiaogu to prepare for battle. It was wise to be ready for any potential adversary. Oh my goodness! A person Yanxin recognized well emerged from the dark forest, a small, earthy-colored dog trotting at his heels. Xuechong! Yanxin exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting to encounter a classmate here. Upon hearing his name called, Xuechong looked up in surprise. Yanxin, what are you doing here? Yanxin was about to explain, but Xuechong waved him off. Never mind that, let's just run for now. With that, Xuechong dashed past Yanxin. Confused, Yanxin followed, glancing back to see a swarm of specters trailing behind them. After running for 5 or 6 minutes and confirming the specters had not pursued them further, Xuechong finally came to a stop. Panting heavily, Xuechong, how did you end up in the dark forest and attract a whole horde of specters? I doubt your phantom beast has any magical attacks, right? Yanxin inquired. After catching his breath, Xuechong replied, well, I didn't expect this. I initially intended to take my time dealing with the specters, but I didn't realize how potent this thing was. It attracted a whole bunch of them at once. What thing? This. Xuechong handed Yanxin a small vial containing a transparent liquid that glimmered faintly. Diluted spirit-breaking potion. Rank. Common item overview. A diluted spirit-breaking potion that, when applied to weapons, can harm spiritual entities but will attract nearby spirits. Chapter 53. The diluted spirit-breaking potion. So you used this earlier, which is why so many specters came after you? Yanxin asked, shaking the vial. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xuechong rubbed his nose. Yes, I didn't expect the potion to attract spirits so strongly. Does applying the potion actually allow you to harm the specters? Yanxin queried. Indeed, Xuechong confirmed. That's precisely why I purchased it. Why are you hunting specters? Wouldn't it be easier to defeat other phantom beasts for experience? Without having to buy potions? Yanxin wondered. Not for experience. I'm actually gathering materials. Specters drop a substance called spirit dust, which is needed for Huang Huang's evolution, Xuechong explained. Huang Huang was the long-haired dog accompanying him. Oh, so your long-haired dog requires spirit dust for its evolution. Yanxin expressed mild surprise. Xuechong smiled. That I plan to have Huang Huang evolve into a spirit sight dog, which requires spirit dust. I see. Yanxin nodded in understanding. Though the spirit sight dog may lack combat prowess, its ability to perceive the surroundings is highly valued by adventuring teams. It seems Xuechong intends to serve as the reconnaissance agent for their team. Have you managed to collect any spirit dust yet? Yanxin asked. Not yet. Xuechong scratched his head. I haven't defeated many specters before being surrounded by a horde, which is when I ran into you. Unlucky. Next time, consider applying less potion, Yanxin comforted. Patting Xuechang on the shoulder, by the way, Yanqin, are you here for materials too? Xuechang inquired. Yanqin nodded. Yes, I still need a few more materials, so it looks like I have some work ahead of me. How about this? We team up that I can help you gather materials, and then you can assist me in collecting spirit dust. How does that sound? Xuechang proposed. Yanqin hesitated, wanting to say, young man, the phantom beasts I intend to hunt may be beyond your capabilities. Xuechang's long-haired dog was merely at the Black Iron 5th tier. It was hardly capable of assisting Yin Xian, let alone qualifying as a support. However, given their 2-year camaraderie as classmates and having shared a desk, Yin Xian felt reluctant to bluntly inform him of his insufficient strength. Moreover, Xuechang, with good intentions, was eager to gather materials for Yin Xian, fearing she might decline his offer. After some contemplation, Yin Xian replied, There's no rush for my materials. Let us first assist you in defeating the spirits. I am also keen to test the efficacy of this potion. Xuechang was overjoyed, throwing his arm around Yin Xian's shoulder, exclaiming, Good buddy, I knew I had not misjudged you. Due to their height difference, this gesture proved somewhat strenuous for Xuechang, and he soon released Yin Xian's shoulder. Let us head back and fight, Xuechang proclaimed, raising his right hand with exuberance. His earlier awkwardness vanished from his visage. As they approached the edge of the Black Forest, Xuechang produced a half-full vial of the broken spirit potion, pouring it over the yellow dog's 4 paws and evenly distributing the liquid with his hands. Yin Xian, in turn, poured the potion Xuechang had handed him onto his bone knife. Having learned from Xuechang's previous experiences, they both refrained from using excessive amounts. It was uncertain whether it was the potion's effect, but as soon as they entered the Black Forest, 2 specters drifted toward them, wearing the same contorted expressions that could frighten children at midnight. The 2 specters lunged at the yellow dog and the small bone. The specters' attack methods were rather rudimentary, merely clinging to their enemies, an action they referred to as cling-cling. However, this cling was no trivial matter. If one did not shake off the specter promptly, they would incur mental damage. Previously, Yin Xian had experienced such a cling from a specter but had managed to escape swiftly, thanks to his speed and the protection of his silver snake earrings, thus avoiding harm. Prior to acquiring the broken spirit potion, Yin Xian could only flee upon encountering a specter, but now he was in a position to retaliate. The small bone struck out with its knife, landing a blow before the specter could attach itself. As the bone knife made contact, a silvery light shimmered along its blade, and the specter was cleaved in 2. Xuechang had been observing the small bone with keen interest, curious about the extent of Yin Xian's training with this 5-star skeleton. Witnessing the effortless defeat of a specter left him astounded, his jaw nearly dropping. This you killed a specter so easily? In contrast, his own yellow dog was still leaping and dodging while tearing off chunks of the specter's form. Although the yellow dog appeared to be managing well, it was nowhere near the efficiency of the small bone's single strike. As Yin Xian watched the yellow dog's assault, he mused, so that's how the yellow dog kills a specter. It looks as simple as tearing paper. Xuechang quietly approached Yin Xian and inquired, Yin Xian, what level is your skeleton now? Tier 10, Yin Xian replied. Although Xuechang had anticipated this, the revelation still surpassed his expectations. Truly, a 5-star qualified phantom beast. Its rate of advancement was enviable. Yin Xian did not deny that many times. It was the small bone's strength that bulldozed through enemies, explaining its rapid leveling. Yin Xian, you must be close to gathering your evolution materials, right? Xuechang asked. Yin Xian nodded, almost there, just a few more to go. How enviable, Xuechang sighed as they conversed. The yellow dog finally tore the specter into fragments. However, neither of the specters dropped any spirit dust. Thus, they continued deeper into the Black Forest. Uncertain if the earlier group of specters that had pursued Xuechang had fully dispersed, they encountered yet another group shortly after. If it had been Xuechang alone, he would have had no choice but to flee as before. But now with Yin Xian, the small bone was easily capable of dispatching a large number of specters. Witnessing the specters that had once chased him down now being effortlessly vanquished by the small bone, Xuechang displayed a complex expression. I think, Yin Xian, you likely no longer need my assistance. He sighed. I'll treat you to a meal when we return. In that case, I want the luxurious beef noodles from the 3rd floor, Yin Xian joked. Not a problem, it's on me. Eat as many bowls as you like. Xuechang assured, patting his chest. The side effects of the broken spirit potion continued to take effect, and an unending stream of specters drifted toward them from all directions. However, these specters were all at most black iron 5th tier. Regardless of their numbers, they merely served as fodder for the small boned. A glimmering speck fell to the ground, prompting Xue Chong to excitedly rush over to pick it up as spirit dust. "Congratulations," Yin Xian smiled. "Thanks to your help, Yin Xian. I shudder to think how much time I would have wasted gathering spirit dust on my own," Xue Chong remarked. Chapter 54. The soul made from the moment they entered the Black Forest to slay the specters until they acquired the spirit dust. It had not taken long. The primary reason was the small bone's astonishing speed in defeating the specters, typically claiming one with a single strike. Had he used the long-haired dog, the duration would have multiplied several times over. After obtaining the spirit dust, Xue Chong decided against lingering in the Black Forest any longer. Its eerie atmosphere could drive a normal person to madness with prolonged exposure. Before departing, he gifted the remaining broken spirit potion to Yin Xian, claiming he wouldn't engage with specters for a considerable time, and thus had no further use for it. Since Yin Xian would remain in the Black Forest for a while longer, he accepted it as a means of self-defense. "See you tomorrow at noon in the cafeteria on the 3rd floor." Xue Chong waved goodbye to Yin Xian, who nodded with a smile. Xue Chong then vanished in a burst of light. He had exited the illusionary realm. After bidding farewell to Xue Chong, Yin Xian glanced at the bone knife in the small bone's possession, still imbued with the lingering power of the broken spirit potion. The potion's effectiveness had yet to expire. So he mused, "I might as well linger here a bit longer to make the most of it." Thus, the specters in the Black Forest faced dire consequences. Yin Xian and the small bone traversed the area, slaying as they went. Due to the unique nature of the specters, physical attacks were ineffective against them, and most beastmasters relied solely on physical strikes, resulting in few daring to enter this realm. Hence, the specter population thrived. This allowed the broken spirit potion side effects to amplify, with specters appearing from all directions with every few steps Yin Xian took. Yin Xian was not aimlessly wandering the Black Forest. His objective was a bronze-tier phantom beast, the Soul Maid. According to the map, a Soul Maid would emerge deep within the Black Forest, though she typically did not roam the area. It was only when outsiders wreaked havoc, inciting the spirit's wrath, that she would reveal herself. Yin Xian glanced at the 2 pieces of spirit dust in his possession. His newly acquired spoils. Surely this counts as wreaking havoc. I wonder if the Soul Maid will manifest. He pondered idly. Though the Soul Maid lacked a soul flame, it did not deter his desire to encounter her. After all, he had invested considerable time in the Black Forest and hoped for some reward. Gradually, he made his way to the heart of the Black Forest, where the sturdiest tree stood. Just approaching this great tree sent chills through Yin Xian. Perhaps due to his prolonged stay, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Where do these specters usually rest? Surely it must be in these towering trees. Standing beneath the great tree, he gazed upwards, only to be jolted by the sight of a female specter with iron-gray skin, perched upon the branches. Her hair cascading wildly, her head twisted at an unnatural angle. Though her eyes were obscured, Yin Xian felt her gaze upon him. Simultaneously, the specter's information materialized before him. The Soul Maid, quality, 5-star strength, bronze tier 3 skills, terrifying wail. Weakness curse overview, a maid with disturbed mental faculties, who would dare to have her serve. Compatibility, Yin Xian 90 evolves post-silver tier 10. 5-star phantom beast, Yin Xian exclaimed in awe. This marked his first encounter with a wild 5-star phantom beast, particularly a rare spectral type. The Soul Maid locked eyes with Yin Xian for a spell, then, without warning, floated down from the tree trunk. Yin Xian's heart sank. He swiftly chanted exit in his mind. The Soul Maid was no ordinary specter. Contact with a living being would inflict harm. Her 2 skills, while we could set aside the weakness curse. The terrifying wail was a legitimate mental assault, and Yin Xian could not guarantee the extent of damage he would suffer from being struck at close range. Fortunately, the Soul Maid, afflicted with her own mental issues, did not attack immediately upon noticing Yin Xian. Otherwise, he could only dread the potential consequences. This specter was beyond his current capabilities. He would have to wait until the small bone evolved to challenge her. Upon noticing a living being and a skeleton suddenly vanish, the Soul Maid's expression shifted to one of perplexity. The soul maid unleashed a terrifying wail, the piercing scream echoing throughout the black forest. Scattering nearby specters into wisps of spirit, it was a completely indiscriminate assault. Having returned from the illusionary realm, Yin Xian sat in the cafeteria, savoring his dinner. Initially, he had intended to re-enter the illusionary realm to hunt the skeletal hound. But his stomach growled insistently, compelling him to prioritize replenishing his energy. The ghostly maid may very well serve as a potential candidate for the next mythical beast. As Yin Xin dined, he pondered silently. A 5-star quality mythical beast is not easily encountered, and the ghostly maid's skill in mental attacks could compensate for the singularity of my offensive strategies. Yin Xin weighed the advantages and disadvantages of making the ghostly maid his second mythical beast. Every selection of a mythical beast by a beast master requires meticulous consideration. Although a beast master can sever contracts with non-soul beasts, the cost of such a dissolution is substantial, which is why most beast masters do not part with a mythical beast lightly. Just as Yin Xin was deep in thought, a familiar voice broke through his reverie. "Long time no see, Yin Xin." Yin Xin looked up to find Yu Xiao seated across from him, holding a tray of food. The two had not seen each other since their meeting at the trading market. While it could not be classified as a long-awaited reunion, it had certainly been several days since their last encounter. It has indeed been a few days. I have been immersed in the realm of illusions daily. Leaving little time for leisure, Yin Xin replied with a smile. Yu Xiao empathized, explaining that since becoming a beast master, his thoughts were consumed by entering the realm of illusions to hunt monsters, level up, and gather materials. Feeling even busier than during his school days, by the way, what level is your lightning bear now? Yin Xin inquired. Upon mentioning the lightning bear, Yu Xiao's face lit up with excitement. It has already reached the 8th tier of black iron. Impressive, isn't it? I take it out hunting every day to achieve such rapid advancement. Quite remarkable, Yin Xin duly applauded. After Yu Xiao regaled him with tales of his recent adventures in the realm of illusions, he finally remembered Yin Xin. Yin Xin, what level is your skeleton? It should be on par with mine, right? Yin Xin, unhurried, took a sip of soup before responding nonchalantly, it is merely 2 levels higher than yours. Oh, so it's only 2 levels higher? That's not much. What? It's 2 levels higher than Little Lightning? Yu Xiao, initially taken aback and still chewing his food, soon realized that his little skeleton had reached the 10th tier of black iron, merely a step away from evolution. Due to Yu Xiao's loud exclamation, surrounding classmates cast puzzled glances in their direction, and Yin Xin, feeling embarrassed, gestured for Yu Xiao to lower his voice. Keep it down. The people around us are staring. Oh, Yu Xiao, ever oblivious, had not paid any mind to the curious stares. But being a person of some refinement, he quickly quieted down upon being reminded. Yin Xin, what kind of potent elixir have you been feeding little Bone to level up so swiftly? Yu Xiao asked quietly. Yin Xin, at a loss for words, replied, there is no such elixir, and even if there were, I could not afford it. I see, Yu Xiao responded, appearing enlightened. The two continued to eat in silence until Yu Xiao suddenly recalled something. He patted Yin Xin's shoulder and asked, Yin Xin, do you still have any of the pure water you brought back from the secret realm? Of course, I have plenty left. I have scarcely used it. Have you run out so soon? Yin Xin inquired, puzzled. Did you not have a significant amount of pure water stored? Yu Xiao scratched the back of his head, explaining, actually, it's not that I used it up quickly, but one day while I was feeding the lightning bear, Teacher Wang saw me and requested some. Teacher Wang? Yin Xin could not immediately recall who that was. Noticing Yin Xin's confusion, Yu Xiao clarified, she's the one who helped Liang Shijiao's mythical beast with its poison. Yin Xin then remembered. Ah, her? I recall Liang Shijiao mentioning that Teacher Wang wanted that vial of blood as well. Yu Xiao nodded. Yes, that's her. After she requested pure water last week, she came back this week to ask if I had any more. She is willing to trade materials for IT's. Oh, you just gave it all to her? Yin Xin remarked. Indeed, Teacher Wang had the exact materials I needed, so I exchanged it with her. If Little Bone is about to evolve, you could also seek her out for materials, Yu Xiao suggested. Did you inform Teacher Wang that I have pure water? Yin Xin asked. Yu Xiao shook his head. I did not mention it, but she said that if I had any more, I could approach her for a trade. I see. I will consider it when the time comes, Yin Xin replied vaguely. Speaking of materials, Yu Xiao seemed somewhat embarrassed. Yin Xin, about that high-level evolutionist I mentioned last time, he has been traveling and is currently unreachable. It's all right, I have a plan. Yin Xin quickly waved off, surprised that Yu Xiao remembered this matter. Really? That's wonderful, Yu Xiao sighed in relief. Suddenly, Yu Xiao's phone rang. Hello, what's the matter? Oh, I understand. I'll be right there. After hanging up, he hastily finished the remaining food and said to Yanxin, I have to go. Something came up with my friend. All right, see you next time, Yanxin replied. After Yu Xiao departed, Yanxin resumed contemplating Teacher Wang. Having taken both blood and pure water, it seemed she was quite invested in that world. Generally speaking, once a secret realm is cleared, it closes, rendering further exploration of its world largely pointless. Unless the realm can be reset, or she has yet to enter it, which would explain her keen interest in items from the same world. Yanxin felt he had found an answer. However, regardless of the circumstances, it has little to do with me at present. He reminded himself that he was merely a black iron beastmaster, and those who could teach beast mastery courses at the academy were at least platinum-level beastmasters. The secret realm they were concerned about was far beyond Yanxin's current capabilities. Should he find himself in dire need of materials, he might consider seeking Teacher Wang. She would likely be very interested in that diary. Yanxin did not intend to keep the diary indefinitely. He had already memorized its contents, and its utility for him remained uncertain. It would be wiser to exchange it for materials he could actually use. After finishing his meal, Yanxin once again entered the realm of illusions. The Blackwood graveyard appeared even more sinister and terrifying under the cover of night, and few beast masters ventured here at this hour. Firstly, the dim environment obscured visibility, and novice beast masters lacked means to enhance their sight. Secondly, undead mythical beasts grew stronger in the dark, posing a greater threat than during the day. Lastly, most individuals were timid, and the fearsome appearance of the undead beasts could easily induce a heart attack in the dark. However, none of these concerns deterred Yanxin. With the eye of insight, the distinction between day and night was negligible for him. Moreover, Little Bone was also an undead mythical beast, its strength enhanced as well. The only inconvenience was that certain mythical beasts that slept during the day would emerge at night, potentially hindering Yanxin's movements. The skeletal hellhound was one such creature. Yanxin withdrew the map and surveyed his surroundings. The ground was littered with numerous four-pawed footprints, indicating a significant presence of skeletal dogs in the area. However, these skeletal dogs would no longer leave traces behind, as they had all been dispatched by Little Bone. Yet, why are there so few skeletal dogs here? And where is the skeletal hellhound? Yanxin questioned. Perplexed. How could it have eliminated its minions and not make an appearance? It seemed unusually patient. Yanxin and Little Bone scoured the territory of the skeletal dogs, but still found no trace of the skeletal hellhound. Could it have been slain by someone else and not yet respawned? Yanxin pondered a possibility, which could also explain the sparse number of skeletal dogs here. Never mind, I shall move on to the next location. Yanxin resolved not to waste time here. The closest target to the skeletal hellhound was the skeletal two-headed snake, the last suitable target marked on the map. The territory of the skeletal two-headed snake lay to the west of the skeletal hellhound. And as Yanxin followed the designated route on the map, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a fierce battle between the skeletal snake and the skeletal dogs. Could it be that the skeletal hellhound brought its minions to engage the skeletal two-headed snake? The more Yanxin thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, as the number of skeletal dogs in the hellhound's territory was scant. Apart from the possibility of being slain by beast masters, the most likely scenario was that they had been led over by the skeletal hellhound. However, it was premature to draw conclusions. After all, seeing is believing. Yanxin initially intended to circumvent the brawling skeletal dogs and skeletal snakes. But unexpectedly, the combatants abandoned their mutual hostility upon spotting Yanxin and charged toward him. So I am the greatest foe they perceive. Yanxin mused, realizing that living beings were viewed as the ultimate enemy by these undead creatures. Since you won't let me pass, very well, Little Bone. Eliminate them, Yanxin commanded. Little Bone was now quite adept at dispatching weaker foes. The skeletal dogs and skeletal snakes were but a disorganized rabble before it. With minimal effort, Little Bone eradicated the pursuing skeletal dogs and skeletal snakes. However, their actions served as a reminder to Yanxin. Regardless of any enmity among the undead, they shared a common adversary, living beings like Yanxin. A profound chasm separates the dead from the living. Exercise caution while searching for the skeletal hellhound and the skeletal hydra. Should these two formidable creatures cease their combat upon noticing me and join forces against me, it would spell disaster. Yanxin quietly cautioned himself. Thus, he treaded carefully, acutely attuned to the sounds surrounding him. The clash between the two bronze-tier phantoms would undoubtedly generate considerable commotion, and with focused attention, he was certain to notice it. As Yin ventured deeper into the territory of the skeletal hydra, he discerned a series of relentless crashing sounds emanating from a certain direction. That where the commotion lies. Yin fixed his gaze to the right front. Although the scene was obscured from view, he harbored a premonition that the skeletal hellhound was engaged in a fierce confrontation with the skeletal hydra. After a moment's contemplation, Yin decided against approaching. Instead, he sought refuge behind a large boulder, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the battle between the skeletal hellhound and the skeletal hydra. Regardless of the victor, both would inevitably sustain grievous injuries. The most favorable outcome would be a mutual annihilation. Allowing Yin to reap the rewards in such a case, Xiaogu would acquire 2 soul flames in one go. In the distance, the skeletal hellhound and the skeletal hydra were locked in a fierce struggle. Both were at the first tier of bronze, their strengths evenly matched, resulting in a fiercely contested battle. After several exchanges, both phantoms bore numerous gashes, with some bones having endured repeated assaults, even fracturing. However, being a native combatant, the skeletal hydra was well acquainted with its surroundings. Leveraging its understanding of the terrain, it outmaneuvered the skeletal hellhound on several occasions, gaining a significant advantage. Should the skeletal hellhound possess no other means, the ultimate victor would surely be the hydra. Despite lacking complete cognitive faculties, the bronze-tier phantom had partially reclaimed its instinctual drive for survival. It recognized the disadvantage it faced against the skeletal hydra and hesitated. Contemplating whether to continue the fray, a few skeletal snakes entered the battlefield, encircling the skeletal hellhound. While these skeletal snakes posed little threat to the hellhound, their presence signified that the hellhound's allies were faltering in this clan skirmish. Ultimately, the skeletal hellhound abandoned its desire to fight, turning and fleeing. The skeletal hydra, however, had no intention of pursuing. In terms of speed, it could not match the hellhound. Although the hellhound had sustained injuries that hampered its movement, the hydra too found itself at a disadvantage. As the sounds of conflict subsided, Yin tilted his head slightly. Had the battle concluded? Just as he prepared to venture forth with Xiaogu to collect the spoils, a rapid patter of footsteps reached his ears. Was it the skeletal hellhound? Yinshin's expression hardened as he grasped a flame arrow in his hand, cautiously peeking out. A skeletal hellhound, missing a hind leg, entered Yinshin's line of sight. It was evident that this skeletal hellhound had been injured in the preceding battle, and its wounds had adversely affected its mobility. What a splendid opportunity to strike while the iron is hot. Yinshin would not let such an occasion slip by. However, he refrained from rushing out, instead remaining crouched behind the boulder, awaiting the hellhound's approach. Given the hellhound's escape route, it was inevitable that it would pass by the very boulder where Yinshin concealed himself. In its injured state and haste to return to its territory, the skeletal hellhound remained oblivious to its surroundings, failing to notice the half-exposed head peeking from behind the boulder. Estimating that the moment was ripe, Yinshin allowed Xiaogu to emerge from behind the stone, blocking the skeletal hellhound's path. The hellhound immediately spotted Xiaogu. Although it sensed that Xiaogu's strength had diminished from its peak, it was currently wounded and thus lacked the combat prowess to engage. It resolved to change direction to flee. However, Xiaogu was not inclined to let it escape. Delivering a powerful strike to the hellhound's flank, it cleaved through several bones with tremendous force. The skeletal hellhound was toppled by Xiaogu's blow, rolling several times before it managed to prop itself up with its forelegs, attempting to stand. Yet, Xiaogu was upon it, seizing it and flipping it back to the ground. Taking full advantage of its momentum, Xiaogu sat upon the skeletal hellhound's midsection, relentlessly striking its skull until the hellhound fell silent, at which point Xiaogu extracted and absorbed its soul flame, as the skeletal hellhound's form dissipated from view. Yinshin turned his attention to the right front, where another prey awaited him. The skeletal hydra coiled upon a rock. Though devoid of a physical body, it retained its serpentine instincts. Nearby, several skeletal snakes scavenged for bones, presenting suitable finds to the skeletal hydra. Should it express satisfaction, the hydra would incorporate the bone into its own structure. The skeletal phantoms employed this rudimentary yet brutal method of self-repair. The new bones would, under the influence of the soul flame, become as resilient as the originals, albeit requiring time for the process to unfold. With the distraction of the skeletal hellhound now absent, the skeletal hydra could have easily navigated this interim period. But an unwelcome intruder appeared. Xiaogu dispatched the obstructing skeletal snakes and launched a strike towards the skeletal hydra. The blow struck precisely upon the hydra's newly formed bone, causing it to shatter. In the previous confrontation, the skeletal hydra had sustained only minor injuries, retaining most of its strength. Thus, unlike the skeletal hellhound, it was not inclined to flee but instead reared up, both heads poised to strike at Xiaogu's skull. The skeletal hydra's lunge was swift, catching Xiaogu off guard as one head clamped onto its cranium, while the other seized its hand, maneuvering its massive form to ensnare Xiaogu entirely. Chapter 57. The initial trial of soul connection. Xiaogu extended its left hand, grasping one of the skeletal hydra's heads, and thrust its bone knife towards the soul flame nestled within. Sensing the impending danger, the other head promptly released its grip on Xiaogu's head and chomped down on its right hand. In this standoff, Xiaogu's hands were locked against the hydra's heads. However, the skeletal hydra could still utilize its formidable serpentine body to constrict Xiaogu. As the stalemate prolonged, the hydra's tightening coils intensified, accompanied by a series of ominous creaks. Not only were the bones within Xiaogu being distorted and damaged, but signs of fracture also emerged upon the skeletal hydra itself. Yet, the skeletal hydra appeared incensed by Xiaogu's defiance, despite sustaining similar injuries. It persisted in its relentless pursuit of Xiaogu, edging toward a mutual destruction scenario. Yanxin furrowed his brows, taken aback by the tenacity of the skeletal hydra. He first cast a healing spell upon Xiaogu. Though its efficacy was limited, as the mended bones simultaneously endured further damage, this was not the outcome Yanxin desired. Unsure of the utility of a certain item, he touched the silver snake earring adorning his earlobe. It was worth a try. He had no better options at hand. Yanxin grasped the silver snake earring and uttered a single word directed at the skeletal hydra. Bewitch. No sooner had the word left his lips than Yanxin felt his mental energy significantly deplete, far more exhausting than casting 3 healing spells consecutively. However, the results were immediate. The skeletal hydra froze for a brief moment. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaogu drove the bone knife into one of the hydra's heads, absorbing half of its soul flame. The severed head drooped limply, and the constricting force of the serpentine body diminished drastically. With only half its strength remaining, the skeletal hydra could no longer contend with Xiaogu. Xiaogu seized the hydra's head, yanking it down and smashing it against the hydra's serpentine body. The bones at the head were more resilient than those along the body, resulting in several fractures along the latter as the head became lodged amidst the wreckage. At this moment, Xiaogu raised the bone knife and plunged it into the immobilized head, drawing forth the soul flame, which flowed into Xiaogu's body. The 5th soul flame successfully absorbed. Following the vanishing of the skeletal hydra, the area below Xiaogu's head was finally revealed. What remained of its tattered clothing had been reduced to mere strips, and the bones beneath exhibited numerous fractures. Conversely, the bones ensnared by the mummy bandages appeared relatively intact, albeit exhibiting signs of cracking. This condition was undoubtedly exacerbated by the greater pressure sustained by its upper body. Whether the tattered fabric could be repaired remained uncertain. Yanxin raked his fingers through his hair in exasperation. He should inquire with Yu Xiao and Wu Shimu, as their extensive experience would likely yield some insight. Given Xiaogu's current state was ill-suited for combat, Yanxin administered a few healing spells before retreating from the Phantom Realm. Upon emerging, dawn had already broken. After a meal that could serve as either a late-night snack or breakfast, Yanxin returned home to rest. Upon waking, he messaged Yu Xiao and Wu Shimu, inquiring if they possessed any methods for repairing equipment. Both replied in succession, and upon reviewing their messages, Yanxin discovered their suggestions were identical. Point 1 method involved the use of equipment repair stones, a resource exclusive to the Phantom Realm, randomly dropped by slain wild phantoms. With a notoriously low drop rate and high demand, thus commanding a lofty market value. The other method entailed utilizing realm energy to repair equipment. The higher the grade and the greater the damage, the more realm energy required. Yanxin's realm energy had been entirely expended during Xiaogu's recent upgrade, leaving Xiaogu to don its ragged strips for the time being. Nevertheless, given Xiaogu's fondness for tattered fabric, adorning itself with a few strips should pose no significant issue, Yanxin mused. Additionally, Yu Xiao proffered further advice. Should Yanxin wish to repair the garment procured from the previous transaction market, simply exchanging it for another would be more economical than attempting repairs. Speaking of which, Realm Energy's applications were exceedingly broad, even extending to equipment repairs. No wonder the major factions vie for control over the rebootable realms. Yin Xian once again felt the immense value of the mysterious energy. He had successfully vanquished the 5 formidable targets suitable for challenge on the outskirts of the Blackwood Cemetery. The other bronze-level phantom beasts either lacked soulfire or were of too high a level to defeat. During the days of waiting for the phantom beasts to respawn, Yin Xian seldom ventured into the phantom realm, instead immersing himself in the library. He had not forgotten his aspiration to become a beast evolutionist. So he devoted the past few days to diligently absorbing relevant information. According to the texts, to become an evolutionist, one must first possess a sensitive soul. Sensitivity is unrelated to the strength of the soul. Rather, it is a characteristic inherent from birth, unattainable through later efforts. This implies that the potential to become an evolutionist is determined at birth. Only a sensitive soul can resonate with phantom beasts, thereby unveiling the secrets of their evolution. This scarcity of evolutionists is precisely why they are so rare. To ascertain whether one's soul possesses this sensitivity, one could either pay for a screening at the Evolutionist Association or follow the methods outlined in the text to directly sense the soul of a phantom beast. Success in this endeavor would naturally indicate the presence of sensitivity. Different evolutionists employ their own unique sensing methods, with the ones described in the book being the most conventional and suitable for beginners. Yin Xian, of course, decided to give it a try. Following the instructions in the book, he positioned Xiao Gu on the ground and gently cradled its head with both hands. Feel the part of the phantom beast that is closest to its soul. He read, which sounded somewhat peculiar, yet one could certainly assume it to be the head. It felt quite smooth. Instinctively, Yin Xian rubbed it, appreciating the pleasant sensation. He then relaxed his breathing and envisioned his soul connecting with the soul of the phantom beast. Yin Xian emptied his mind, entering a state reminiscent of meditation. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to envision a blood-red sky, where the ground was littered with discarded weapons and the severed limbs of the deceased. A tall warrior clad in black armor stood with his back to him, silently gazing into the distance. Just as Yin Xian contemplated circling around to discern the warrior's face, a sudden sharp pain jolted him back to reality. He immediately released his grip on Xiao Gu's head. Had his mental energy been depleted so quickly? At that moment, Yin Xian understood why Jin Weining had only glimpsed a fragment of the scene. The demands of soul sensing on mental energy were exceedingly high. The reason he could perceive so much was likely due to Xiao Gu being his soul beast, their soul affinity reducing the expenditure of mental energy. Yet why did the vision he witnessed differ from what his senior had seen? After conducting a search on his phone, Yin Xian discovered that this was a normal phenomenon. Different evolutionists perceive varying scenes. And even the same evolutionist sensing the same phantom beast may encounter different visions. The reasons for these discrepancies remain a mystery to all. With this knowledge, Yin Xian ceased to dwell on the matter, focusing instead on his new vocation. To his astonishment, he discovered that he possessed the capability to become an evolutionist, alleviating his fears of unforeseen circumstances. Evolutionists are required to be licensed. Once Xiao Gu undergoes evolution, he would promptly register at the Evolutionist Association. The summer break was long, yet Yin Xian had numerous ambitions to pursue. Thus, planning ahead and utilizing his time efficiently was imperative. 3 days swiftly passed, and the phantom beasts at the Blackwood Cemetery had respawned once more. Yin Xian was finally poised to complete the final step of Xiao Gu's evolution. "Hello, my friend. Long time no see." Yin Xian greeted the mummy priest that had just emerged from the grave. This newly spawned mummy priest bore no connection to the one Yin Xian had previously defeated and naturally would not remember him, making Yin Xian's greeting merely a form of self-entertainment. The mummy priest, as before, raised its staff to summon its minions, but this time Xiao Gu swiftly dispatched 2 guarding mummies and then charged in to interrupt its casting, causing the mummy priest to die in frustration without having unleashed its full potential. Dropping a staff as a celebratory gift for Xiao Gu's evolution, the first target was dealt with. Next came the familiar cave, where the skeletal archers once again welcomed Xiao Gu with a barrage of arrows. Xiao Gu retaliated with a series of thrusts, sending the skeletal archer to its demise. Unfortunately, it did not drop any equipment. An unexpected turn occurred while searching for the skeletal ghoul. The freshly spawned skeletal ghoul was not in its usual spot, and Yin Xian even circled the perimeter of its territory to no avail. Ultimately, he had to enter the ghoul's domain, where he found it at the center. Curiously, there should have been another bronze-level skeletal ghoul within the territory, yet Yin Xian saw none. Perhaps the absence of the stronger ghoul emboldened the weaker one to venture into the territory, relishing in its moment of dominance. After Xiao Gu eliminated the skeletal ghoul, Yin Xian hurriedly departed, eager to avoid an encounter with the bronze-level skeletal ghoul. Shortly after Yin Xian's departure, the bronze-level skeletal ghoul returned, visibly injured with several distinct wounds. The nature of these wounds did not resemble common claw or blade marks. Rather, they appeared as if inflicted by a long, rectangular object. Upon returning, it was furious to find its territory in disarray, mistakenly attributing the destruction to its weaker kin, and it rushed toward the location where it had exiled its fellow ghoul, intent on teaching it a lesson. However, it was evident that it would not locate its kin anytime soon. The skeletal hound was located a bit farther away, and Yin Xian took some time to reach it. The freshly spawned skeletal hound, in its prime, immediately charged at Yin Xian and Xiao Gu upon sight. Xiao Gu, never one to back down, struck back against the skeletal hound's aerial assault, severing half of its jaw with a swift blow. Nevertheless, the skeletal hound managed to knock Xiao Gu down, its forepaws striking repeatedly at Xiao Gu's head. Xiao Gu relinquished the bone blade, grasping the skeletal hound's skull with both hands, yanking it forcefully to the ground before delivering a barrage of punches to its head. Finally, he retrieved the bone blade from the ground and severed the skeletal hound's neck. Noticing several wounds on Xiao Gu, Yin Xian cast a healing spell, ensuring Xiao Gu was in optimal condition to face the final skeletal two-headed serpent. As they entered the territory of the skeletal two-headed serpent, Yin Xian navigated effortlessly to its location. It remained coiled upon a large stone. Yin Xian suspected that the smoothness of the stone was due to the skeletal two-headed serpent's habitual presence, polishing it over time. With no opportunity for a surprise attack, as both heads of the serpent could independently survey their surroundings, Xiao Gu's arrival did not escape its notice. One head of the skeletal two-headed serpent turned to face Xiao Gu as the other shifted from behind, loosening its tightly coiled body in preparation for an assault. Heeding Yin Xian's command, Xiao Gu did not charge recklessly as with other phantom beasts. Instead, it approached the skeletal two-headed serpent slowly, for Yin Xian needed the serpent to initiate the attack, allowing him to seize the right moment to activate the effect of the silver serpent earrings. The two heads of the skeletal two-headed serpent swayed rhythmically, yet it did not launch an attack. Serpents are notoriously patient, only striking when certain of a successful hit. As Xiao Gu drew nearer, the skeletal two-headed serpent began to coil its body, resembling a drawn bow, poised to strike at any moment. Suddenly, without warning, the skeletal two-headed serpent lunged forward, both heads aiming to bite down on Xiao Gu's skull. At that instant, Yin Xian, who had been fixated on the serpent, activated the effect of the silver serpent earrings. In that moment, the skeletal two-headed serpent's body momentarily froze. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Gu struck down the right head. When the effect of the silver serpent earrings concluded, the skeletal two-headed serpent was left with only half of its strength. There was no further need for Yin Xian to intervene, as Xiao Gu swiftly dispatched the skeletal two-headed serpent. Thus, all 10 soul fires were absorbed. Xiao Gu's evolution was not location-restricted, so to be cautious. Yin Xian returned home. The evolution of a black iron-level phantom beast would not cause much commotion, alleviating concerns about damaging his house. Yin Xian prepared a wooden tub and had Xiao Gu sit inside. Then tossed in the 3 materials: crimson golden jade, dark secret bone, and gray stone water. Remarkably, upon contact with gray stone water, both the crimson golden jade and dark secret bone began to melt gradually. Xiao Gu was immersed in the solution formed by these 3 materials. Yin Xian peered into the tub and observed that Xiao Gu's body was absorbing the solution at an astonishing pace. The liquid within the tub diminished, while the soul fire within Xiao Gu's skull grew increasingly radiant, resembling a blazing flame. The temperature around the tub began to rise to an unbearable level for Yin Xian, prompting him to step back. After Xiao Gu absorbed all the liquid in the tub, a cloud of black mist emanated from its body, enveloping it. Through the eye of insight, Yin Xian could see this black mist transforming Xiao Gu, augmenting its bones to become sturdier and more resilient, a vivid metaphor for a complete metamorphosis. After the transformation came to an end, the swirling black mist did not dissipate. Instead, it gradually solidified and ultimately morphed into a suit of armor that adorned the figure of Xiao Gu. Is it over? Yin Xian gazed intently at the wooden tub. The evolved Xiao Gu slowly rose to his feet, causing the tub, unable to bear his weight, to creak ominously, raising concerns that it might shatter at any moment. With ease, Xiao Gu stepped out of the tub and stood before Yin Xian. It was at this moment that Yin Xian realized she now had to look up to see Xiao Gu's head. How tall he is! It must be at least over 2 meters, Yin Xian estimated. The once emaciated Xiao Gu now resembled a towering warrior. His entire form, including his head, was enveloped in deep black armor, rendering him unrecognizable as a skeleton, and instead, he appeared to be a formidable fighter. Of course, this armor could vanish at Xiao Gu's whim. Without it, he would still resemble a mere skeletal frame. Skeleton warrior, quality, 5-star strength, bronze level 1 skills, heavy strike, breath of underworld fire, underworld armor possession overview. A skeleton warrior of extraordinary origin, gradually reclaiming his identity. Compatibility, Yin Xian 96 evolvable after silver level 10. Bone commander, 5 stars. Upon observing Xiao Gu's new status panel, Yin Xian felt a wave of curiosity arise within her. When did the compatibility between Xiao Gu and herself increase? Was it due to the evolution, or perhaps the previous soul connection? Yin Xian was uncertain. As she had not checked Xiao Gu's information after their last connection, a direct test would suffice. Yin Xian instructed Xiao Gu to remove his armor, then embraced his head with both hands. Breathe, meditate, in the blink of an eye. Yin Xian found herself atop a city wall. A well-organized army was marching out of the city, and she immediately spotted a commander in black armor at the forefront. Just as she intended to investigate further, a familiar sharp pain struck her suddenly. Yin Xian awoke from her meditation and glanced back at Xiao Gu's panel, noting that the compatibility had not increased. This time, the soul connection did not enhance compatibility, perhaps due to the brevity of the experience. She resolved to try again when time permitted. Yin Xian set a reminder on her phone to avoid forgetting. The ghostly maid was a 5-star quality phantom beast, and to be prudent, she would wait until Xiao Gu reached bronze level 3 before attempting to acquire her. Moreover, she needed to prepare several pieces of equipment to withstand mental attacks. To avoid being a liability, as the level of phantom beasts rose, the battles they faced would grow increasingly fierce. Beastmasters without sufficient means of self-protection could easily become targets for enemies. Self-protection measures generally fall into 2 categories. One involves the Beastmaster donning protective gear and preparing defensive items. The other entails contracting a phantom beast with protective abilities. Most Beastmasters adopt a balanced approach, but some extreme ones champion the philosophy that offense is the best defense, often uttering the phrase. Low-level Beastmasters have fewer contracted phantom beasts and cannot cover all aspects, making the importance of equipment and items all the more pronounced. Yin Xian possessed a silver snake earring that could enhance the wearer's mental resistance. But considering that the ghostly maid was a bronze level 3 phantom beast, it would be wise to prepare additional measures. She could purchase equipment similar to the silver snake earring or acquire items that temporarily boost mental resistance. Such as mental resistance potions. In Yuling City, there are shops specializing in items related to Beastmasters, though their prices tend to be quite steep. While these shops offer convenience, they were not Yin Xian's first choice. Besides these shops, there are markets, akin to the trading market at Sanzhong, but on a much larger scale. The market is not comparable to the small-scale trading at Sanzhong. The meager possessions Yin Xian had would hardly make a ripple there. Thus, she needed to devise ways to earn money. Beastmasters can generate income not only by selling equipment and materials, but also by completing commissions for others, similar to how Feng Wanyuan sought Yin Xian's assistance to slay a minotaur. However, Feng Wanyuan had contacted Yin Xian through Wu Shimu. A more common method for commissions is through bounty associations that publish requests for jobs. Within the bounty association, various commissions exist, ranging from slaying phantom beasts to gathering materials, encompassing any task related to Beastmasters or the Phantom Realm. In addition to these perilous commissions requiring entry into the Phantom Realm, there is a category of commissions that do not necessitate combat yet offer substantial rewards, those exclusive to evolutionists. Becoming an evolutionist and amassing wealth is a dream cherished by countless individuals. However, evolutionists face a significant risk. If they misjudge a client's phantom beast and select an erroneous evolutionary path, the consequences could be dire. If the client is understanding, they might simply incur a financial loss. Yet, if the client possesses a volatile temperament, their life may very well be at stake. Yin Xian had no need to worry about the risks, as she was an expert in evolution. The location of the Evolutionist Association is easy to find. It is typically housed in the most opulent of buildings. Wealth affords one the luxury of indulgence. Few individuals are present within the Evolutionist Association. Upon Yin Xian's entrance, a staff member clad in the association's uniform, with a sweet smile, approached her. "Hello, are you here to publish a commission? Currently, we have evolutionists available to take orders." It was evident that the staff member mistook the school uniform-clad Yin Xian for a customer intending to publish a commission. Yin Xian chose not to interrupt her, instead listening with interest before posing her query. "Do many individuals like me come to publish commissions? By the look of your attire, you must be a prospective senior from Sanzhou, right? Recently, we've had quite a few people like you come in for inquiries. See, there's one over there." The staff member pointed toward an individual. Yin Xian followed her gesture and saw a girl with shoulder-length hair, donning the same Sanzhou uniform, a fellow alumnus, though not someone she recognized. Yin Xian merely glanced at her before shifting her focus. "What are the fees like here?" Yin Xian inquired again. "Since you've inquired about the fees, it's clear you intend to publish a commission." The staff member's smile brightened further, her voice becoming even sweeter. "Our fees are not fixed. Since the commissions are published by clients, the pricing is determined by the clients themselves, as long as there is an evolutionist willing to accept the commission." Chapter 60. Testing if I plan to publish a commission for the evolution of a black iron level phantom beast. How much would it cost for an evolutionist to be willing to accept the commission? Yin Xian continued her inquiry. Different levels of evolutionists have varying price expectations. For a junior evolutionist, a fee of 10,000 yuan would suffice to attract someone willing to take the job. For a mid-level evolutionist, the fee would need to be at least 50,000 yuan or more, and it could take a considerable amount of time to wait. The staff member patiently explained, "Does a junior evolutionist really require 10,000 yuan? I previously saw a junior evolutionist accepting commissions on the street for just 1 or 2,000 yuan to assist in sensing a phantom beast's evolutionary direction." Yin Xian slightly altered the details of Jean Weining's case to avoid drawing attention to herself. The staff member pondered for a moment before responding. "First, you should consider whether that junior evolutionist might be a fraud. Secondly, you need to assess that evolutionist's skill level. Although it may sound harsh, I must remind you that the evaluation of evolutionists does involve an element of luck. It's possible that the evolutionist you encountered was simply fortunate. Of course, there is also the possibility that they are a newcomer, taking on low-priced commissions to improve their skills and reputation." Yin Xian nodded. It was clear that Jean Weining belonged to the latter category. Furthermore, he likely had the intention of assisting his junior classmates, which could explain his low pricing. "You mentioned the prices for junior and mid-level evolutionists. What about high-level evolutionists?" Yin Xian inquired. The staff member smiled and replied, "High-level evolutionists generally do not accept orders of that level within the association." Yin Xian understood. It seemed that Yu Xiao had strong connections to secure a high-level evolutionist assistance. "Fellow student, you must be familiar with our Evolutionist Association. What kind of commission do you wish to publish?" the staff member asked. "Actually, I am here to certify as a junior evolutionist," Yin Xian said, her large eyes gazing at the staff member. "What did you say?" The staff member was taken aback, even rubbing her ears in disbelief. Yin Xian repeated, "I am here to certify as a junior evolutionist." "All right, please follow me." The staff member, evidently trained rigorously, immediately switched her demeanor and displayed no hint of displeasure. Yin Xian noted that her expression management was exceptionally well executed. The staff member led Yin Xian to a middle-aged man. "There's something you need. Xiao Rue?" The middle-aged man set aside his book. A warm smile gracing his face. Chun Rue slightly inclined her body and said, "Teacher Ding, this student wishes to certify as a junior evolutionist." "Oh?" Ding Huishun raised his head, scrutinizing Yin Xian, a student from Sanzhou. "Huh? You appear to be a prospective senior. Are you certain you wish to certify?" Yin Xian regarded Ding Huishuan's playful smile, feeling a sense of unease. Could there be unspoken rules regarding the certification process that she was unaware of? "May I ask, Teacher Ding, what are the requirements for certifying as a junior evolutionist?" Yin Xian inquired cautiously. "There are no specific conditions. You just need to pay a small certification fee," Ding Huishun replied. "Is that all?" Yin Xian sighed in relief, having already familiarized himself with the matter while researching. 50,000, right? I'm aware of it, Yin Xian remarked. Upon confirming Yin Xian's understanding, Ding Huishun instructed Qin Rui to accompany Yin Xian to complete the necessary procedures. Before Yin Xian made the payment, Qin Rui posed a question. Have you undergone a screening for soul sensitivity traits? Yin Xian shook his head, indicating he had not. Then why are you pursuing certification? Qin Rui asked, astonished. Perhaps you should consider undergoing a screening first to avoid wasting money. How much does the screening cost? Yin Xian inquired. 20,000, Qin Rui replied. Upon hearing this figure, Yin Xian promptly declined Qin Rui's well-intentioned suggestion, saying, no need, I've already conducted the test myself. I won't spend that money. Qin Rui insisted. I recommend you spend the 20,000 on a screening. If you lack the sensitivity traits, you won't need to squander 50,000 on certification. If I undergo the screening, will the certification fee be reduced by 20,000? Yin Xian was aware that the first step in qualification certification was to test for soul sensitivity traits. That is not possible, Qin Rui responded somewhat awkwardly. Then I shall forego it. It seems unnecessary, Yin Xian decisively declined Qin Rui's proposal. After completing the payment, Qin Rui led Yin Xian into a small room. Inside was a metallic chair, accompanied by a helmet. Aware that Yin Xian had not undergone a screening, Qin Rui kindly instructed, once you enter, please sit in the chair and wear the helmet. Relax your body, and only remove it when we signal you to stop. During the testing process, you may experience some discomfort, which is entirely normal. Yin Xian entered the room alone, prepared as per Qin Rui's guidance. As he placed his hands on the armrests, 2 shackles rose from beneath, securing his wrists, while his legs were similarly restrained. Is such a grand display necessary? Yin Xian pondered, bemused, feeling as if he were being subjected to interrogation. After a brief moment of grumbling, Yin Xian complied, relaxing his body and entering a state akin to soul resonance. Outside the room, Qin Rui and Ding Huishun observed Yin Xian through the glass. While several staff members adjusted the equipment, Teacher Ding, do you think he will succeed? Qin Rui asked curiously. This young fellow appears quite confident. However, I have encountered many like him who come for certification without prior screening. 90% of them are merely hysterical. Ding Huishun remarked casually. Qin Rui lamented. I sincerely advised him to undergo a screening, yet he dismissed my concerns, probably having read a few books and mistakenly believing he could achieve soul resonance, which led him to rush here impulsively. Ding Huishun smiled silently, having seen many individuals like Yin Xian who overestimate their innate abilities. He recalled a case where someone underwent screening, discovering they lacked the necessary soul sensitivity traits and were inherently incapable of becoming an evolutionist. Nevertheless, that individual fervently insisted they had achieved soul resonance, and the association, considering the fee they had paid, permitted a test. The result was that the individual fell asleep during the soul resonance attempt. The scenes they claimed to have witnessed were merely dreams they had experienced. Ding Huishun vividly remembered the incident, as he had been the chief examiner, and the young man had confidently invited friends and family to witness the event, resulting in inevitable ridicule. Teacher Ding, the equipment is ready, a staff member announced. Ding Huishun nodded, then let us commence. The staff activated the switch, and the indicator light on Yin Xian's helmet emitted a red glow, while a chaotic array of lines appeared on the white wall behind him. Chapter 61. Written Examination. Observing this, Ding Huishun inhaled sharply, astonished at how quickly Yin Xian had resonated, suggesting the young man's claims might indeed hold merit. Qin Rui, having worked at the Evolutionist Association for many years, recognized that Yin Xian's display was extraordinarily remarkable. The disordered lines danced wildly on the white wall before gradually coalescing into the shape of a cat. Ding Huishun, examining the cat's form, turned to a nearby staff member, asking, "Did you preset it as a gray wildcat?" The staff member confirmed, "Indeed." The depiction of the gray wildcat on the white wall became increasingly vivid. As if a realist painter were at work, that will suffice. Let's halt the testing here, Ding Huishun instructed. The staff pressed the stop button, causing the image on the wall to fade and the helmet's indicator light to extinguish. Ding Huishun opened the door and addressed Yin Xian. The test has concluded. You may remove the helmet now. The shackles on the chair had loosened, allowing Yin Xian to lift the helmet off his head. Did I pass this stage of the test? Yin Xian inquired. Certainly, and the results are quite impressive, Ding Huishun smiled. Follow me. The next stage is the written examination. As they exited the room, Qin Rui gestured encouragingly to Yin Xian, who returned her smile. Ding Huishun led Yin Xian to a room resembling a classroom. Please wait here for a moment while I fetch the exam papers, Ding Huishun said. Yin Xian took a seat in the front row. Staring blankly at the ceiling, to become an evolutionist, one must possess not only talent but also a solid foundational knowledge of fantasy beasts, making the written examination an indispensable component of the certification process. Ding Huishun returned to the room after more than 10 minutes, accompanied by a male student who appeared a few years older than Yin Xian. Perhaps due to Yin Xian's excellent performance during the testing, Ding Huishun explained that the student would also be participating in the evolutionist certification, and they would take the exam together. After Ding Huishun's explanation, the male student smiled amicably at Yin Xian. The time limit is 120 minutes, with a total score of 100 points. A score of 80 or above is considered passing. Ding Huishun announced the exam rules before distributing the test papers. Yin Xian took the paper, skimmed it briefly, and began to write his answers. The exam for evolutionist was significantly more challenging than school tests, and even he needed to work swiftly. Chen Rui tiptoed into the examination room and whispered a few words to Ding Huishun. Ding Huishun nodded slightly, allowing Chen Rui to remain in the examination room while he stepped outside. 30 minutes later, Ding Huishun returned to the examination room, observing Yin Xian still writing fluently, prompting him to nod approvingly. However, upon noticing the male student next to Yin Xian biting his pen and appearing distressed, Ding Huishun frowned. Approaching Yin Xian, he quietly reviewed a few of his completed answers, finding them mostly correct. It seemed this young man had indeed prepared thoroughly. Ding Huishun grew increasingly amazed. If Yin Xian maintained the same accuracy for the remaining questions, he would undoubtedly achieve a score above 80. He then turned to the male student's paper, raised an eyebrow, and found the student's accuracy surprisingly commendable. It appeared that Qian Zhengxiu had indeed invested effort into his studies. Perhaps he would genuinely pass the exam this time. Setting down the papers, a smile crept onto Ding Huishun's face. The examination room was enveloped in silence, broken only by the sound of pen tips scratching against paper. Time's up, Ding Huishun announced, concluding the examination. Yin Xian and Qian Zhengxiu simultaneously set down their pens, yet their expressions were starkly different. Yin Xian appeared relaxed, clearly confident in his answers, while Qian Zhengxiu appeared anxious, muttering to himself. Ding Huishun picked up Yin Xian's paper and quickly graded it. Yin Xian, 97 points, you have passed. Qian Zhengxiu stared at Yin Xian in astonishment, unable to believe that this high school student had achieved such a high score. As Ding Huishun approached him, Qian Zhengxiu's anxiety resurfaced. This was his third attempt at the exam, having failed the written portion twice. The brief grading period felt to Qian Zhengxiu like an eternity. Qian Zhengxiu, 83 points, you have passed. Ding Huishun placed the paper down. Smiling faintly, Qian Zhengxiu erupted in cheers. That's fantastic, I've finally passed. Don't get too ahead of yourself. There is still the final stage, Ding Huishun reminded him. However, Qian Zhengxiu, now brimming with confidence, showed no signs of the tension he had before the exam. Uncle Ding, you know that practical tests pose no pressure for me. Upon hearing Qian Zhengxiu refer to Ding Huishun as uncle, Yin Xian glanced at him again, realizing he was an acquaintance. Ding Huishun? Noticing Yin Xian's gaze, worried he might misinterpret the relationship, promptly adopted a stern demeanor, saying, What do you mean, Uncle Ding? From now on, refer to me as Examiner Ding. Qian Zhengxiu replied quietly. Follow me, Ding Huishun said, leading Yin Xian and Qian Zhengxiu to another room. Along the way, Qian Zhengxiu leaned closer to Yin Xian, whispering, Hey, buddy, are you from the third high school? Yes, Yin Xian replied, I used to attend the first high school, but I graduated several years ago. Qian Zhengxiu, feeling chatty, remarked, I see you're still in your school uniform. You haven't graduated yet, have you? I'm a prospective third-year student, Yin Xian responded. Prospective third year? So, you haven't been a beast tamer for long? Yet you're already here for evolutionist certification? Impressive. Qian Zhengxiu's enthusiasm grew. Back when I was in third year, I couldn't even memorize 100 common fantasy beasts. Qian Zhengxiu rambled on about his high school days. Yin Xian glanced at Qian Zhengxiu, thinking to himself that if he could pass the written exam with such a lack of preparation, that was quite an achievement. In a whispering, Ding Huishun interjected, unable to tolerate Qian Zhengxiu's incessant chatter. Qian Zhengxiu appeared intimidated by Ding Huishun and promptly fell silent at the reprimand. To prevent Qian Zhengxiu from further distracting himself, Ding Huishun began explaining the rules for the final stage. The final challenge is practical. The assessment for junior evolutionists is quite straightforward. one must successfully evolve a black iron-level phantom beast. What constitutes a successful evolution? Yin Xian inquired. Ding Huishan explained. The association will select a phantom beast with 2-star qualifications. As long as you can ensure that its quality does not diminish after evolution, it will be deemed a success. The three of them entered a room the size of a football field, where 3 individuals were present, one of whom was Chen Rue, someone Yin Xian had previously met. The phantom beasts belonging to the 2 of them will be the subjects of your assessment. Please each choose one, Ding Huishan stated. Aren't they supposed to be wild phantom beasts? Yin Xian was taken aback that the association had directly brought in 2 people. Ding Huishan shook his head and explained. Wild black iron-level phantom beasts can only be found in the wasteland. Capturing them from the wasteland and then nurturing them to the 10th tier incurs too high a cost. It is more efficient to directly seek volunteers, as it is free and there is no shortage of people willing to participate. Chapter 62. Selection. Yunling City, where Yin Xian resided, is located in the central western region of Xia Country. Far from the wasteland, thus wild phantom beasts rarely appear. They only emerge when dimensional fluctuations occur, allowing phantom beasts to escape from the phantom realm or secret places, but these escaped beasts are often swiftly dealt with by the authorities or bounty hunters. Moreover, the authorities strictly prohibit the private possession of wild phantom beasts due to their uncontrollable nature and high danger factor. Only large organizations like the Evolutionist Association, which have obtained the necessary permits, are allowed to rear a certain number of wild phantom beasts. However, as Ding Huishan mentioned, as long as the slogan of free evolution is put forth, a multitude of volunteers will eagerly sign up. In comparison, cultivating a wild phantom beast solely for testing purposes proves to be far less cost-effective. The 2 volunteers clearly recognized Ding Huishan, and upon seeing him, they excitedly stood up and respectfully greeted. Master Ding. The age difference between the 2 volunteers was significant. One appeared to be around the same age as Qian Jingxiu, while the other was middle-aged, yet both held Ding Huishan in high esteem. The fact that their examiner was an evolution master left Yin Xian astonished. How extravagant is the Evolutionist Association to appoint a master to oversee the assessment of junior evolutionists? Ding Huishan, perceiving Yin Xian's astonishment, smiled and shook his head. I am not a master. I am merely a senior evolutionist who has not progressed in a long time. The term master is merely a polite address. This was, of course, a humble assertion from Ding Huishan. A senior evolutionist commands ample respect wherever they go. Furthermore, given Ding Huishan's relatively young age, he still has the opportunity to strive towards becoming an evolution master. Approaching the 2 volunteers, Ding Huishan briefly introduced Yin Xian and Qian Jingxiu. Upon hearing that Yin Xian was merely a prospective senior high school student, the 2 volunteers were taken aback. It is well known that current prospective senior high school students possess their phantom beasts for less than a month. To seek certification as an evolutionist within such a short time undoubtedly signifies immense confidence. However, despite their surprise, the 2 volunteers leaned more towards selecting Qian Jingxiu, who appeared to be more seasoned. While the talent of an evolutionist is indeed crucial, experience holds equal significance. Yin Xian's youth suggested that within such a brief period, he likely lacked opportunities for practical evolution of phantom beasts. Choosing him would mean that their phantom beast would most likely become a test subject. In contrast, Qian Zhangxiu's mature appearance might indicate potential success, making him a safer choice. Those aware of the recruitment of volunteers by the Evolutionist Association would naturally have some understanding of the assessment criteria, knowing which candidates would likely succeed. Please summon your phantom beasts. Chen Rue reminded. The 2 volunteers summoned their respective phantom beasts. The middle-aged man's phantom beast resembled a chi-hound, similar to one belonging to a female classmate of Yin Xian's, while the young man's phantom beast was a wumu snake. Upon seeing the wumu snake, Yin Xian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After all, Xiaogu had a wumu snake ring on her hand. You may choose first, Qian Jingxiu said, displaying deference to his junior and granting Yin Xian the initiative. Just as Yin Xian was about to select the wumu snake as his assessment subject, the young man suddenly interjected, addressing Yin Xian, little brother, the evolution difficulty of the wumu snake is relatively high. Perhaps you should consider the uncle's chi-hound instead? Yin Xian was taken aback, surprised that this individual held such a low opinion of him. Both the chi-hound and wumu snake are common phantom beasts in Yunling City, and since both before him were 2-star qualified, it was perplexing to hear that the wumu snake had a higher evolution difficulty. It was clear that this person was dismissive of Yin Xian. After making his remark, the young man averted his gaze, staring fixedly at the ceiling, evidently aware that his words could easily offend. Ding Huishun remained composed, showing no inclination to intervene. The atmosphere became profoundly quiet. At this moment, the middle-aged man jovially spoke. "Classmate, would you mind helping my Chi-hound to evolve?" "No problem," Yin Xian replied with a smile. The young man sighed in relief upon hearing this. However, Qian Zhengxiu appeared somewhat awkward, glancing at Yin Xian from time to time. "Now that you have made your choices, proceed with the evolution. You have a time limit of half an hour, and you may freely use the materials here." Ding Huishun instructed. Chun Rue pressed the timer. The ticking of the clock constantly reminded the two to be mindful of the time. Qian Zhengxiu had already begun soul sensing with the Wumu snake, while Yin Xian continued to gaze at the Chi-hound, seemingly lost in thought. The middle-aged man, mistaking Yin Xian's demeanor for nervousness, reassured him, "Don't be anxious, just do your best. Even if it fails, I won't hold it against you." Yin Xian was certainly not anxious. He was simply examining the information regarding the Chi-hound. After reviewing the reference data, he confidently remarked, "You can rest assured, uncle. While I can't guarantee success with other phantom beasts, you can be completely at ease in trusting the Chi-hound to me." The uncle was overjoyed. "Really? Thank you so much." Although he claimed it was no trouble, Yin Xian could see from the way the uncle looked at the Chi-hound that he cared deeply for it, which prompted Yin Xian to speak in such a manner to put him at ease. Chi-hound quality, 2-star strength, black iron 10th tier skills, bite overview, a red-hued hunting dog. Compatibility, Lupu 88 can evolve after reaching black iron 10th tier, blood tracking hound, 3-star, crimson flame hound, 3-star. This Chi-hound has 2 potential evolutionary paths, so Yin Xian decided to leave the choice up to the uncle. However, before speaking, he conducted a soul sensing with the Chi-hound. The process must be thorough to avoid any doubts from others. During the soul sensing, Yin Xian envisioned a hunting dog that bore a striking resemblance to the Chi-hound but was larger and more robust. Pursuing its prey, a faint red line guided the beast towards its quarry. Without a doubt, Yin Xian was witnessing the Chi-hound's evolution into a blood-tracking hound. Upon opening his eyes, he met the uncle's expectant gaze. Yin Xian flashed a confident smile at him before proceeding to select materials from the storage cabinet. While gathering materials, Yin Xian casually inquired, "Uncle, have you ever considered what kind of phantom beast the Chi-hound might evolve into?" The uncle, taking Yin Xian's question as casual conversation, replied, "What phantom beast could it evolve into? I think it might be a blood-tracking hound. I enjoy hunting, and Wang Kai understands me well. He will surely want to assist me." "A good thought," Yin Xian chuckled. "Coincidentally, the blood-tracking hound is indeed the most suitable evolutionary direction for this Chi-hound. Perhaps this is a form of fate?" After retrieving the Li Shui stone and Qing Shu branch from the storage cabinet, Yin Xian also took a stone mortar. He placed the Li Shui stone and Qing Shu branch into the mortar and forcefully ground them into powder. Chapter 63. The ring here, take this and consume it. Yin Xian beckoned to the Chi-hound. The Chi-hound approached the stone mortar, sniffing the powder within. The uncle anxiously observed the Chi-hound. After a couple of sniffs, the Chi-hound joyfully opened its mouth and extended its tongue, quickly consuming the powder in a few gulps. Yin Xian then fetched a bowl of beast blood, but instead of feeding it to the Chi-hound, he poured it onto the ground, encircling the Chi-hound with a circle. Once the circle was closed, Yin Xian let out a sigh of relief and stepped beside the uncle. Noticing the uncle's puzzled expression, Yin Xian softly said, "Just wait a moment." The beast blood poured onto the ground began to evaporate rapidly, forming a crimson mist wall. The Chi-hound inhaled the mist, which reacted with the powder inside its body, causing it to tremble. Its originally red fur gradually faded to black, with only a portion of the fur on its head remaining red. As its body seemed to be pulled back and forth by invisible hands, stretching at a slow pace, the mist was completely absorbed by the Chi-hound. Its appearance transformed dramatically, ultimately resembling the hunting dog Yin Xian had seen during the soul sensing. Evolution complete. Yin Xian beamed with a radiant smile. "Uncle, you may check the Beastmaster's compendium. There might be a delightful surprise awaiting you." "Surprise?" The uncle felt a sense of awe but complied with Yin Xian's suggestion and opened the Beastmaster's compendium. Upon seeing the information about the blood-tracking hound, he stood frozen like a statue, stunned in place. "How does it feel?" Yin Xian inquired. The uncle, snapping back to reality, grasped Yin Xian's hand and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. I never expected Wang Kai to evolve into a blood-tracking hound, and it even... Sure, they are still busy over there. Let us not disturb them. Yin Xian motioned for silence. Pointing towards the other two individuals, the uncle quickly covered his mouth and nodded repeatedly, yet the gratitude in his eyes remained undiminished. The youthful lad heard the voice of the middle-aged man and cast a glance towards Yin Xian. Upon spotting the bloodhound, he raised an eyebrow, yet remained unresponsive. To his surprise, this red dog had successfully evolved. It seemed this fellow possessed some latent potential, though he wondered if its star rating had diminished post-evolution. The young man contemplated silently. At this moment, Qian Zhengxiu was fully absorbed in his task. He had determined the evolutionary path of the ebony serpent through soul sensing and material enticement, weighing the quantity and types of materials needed. The withered leaves should be minimal, while the dew must be abundant, and so forth. Qian Zhengxiu muttered under his breath. Yin Xian had completed his assessment and stood nearby, keenly observing Qian Zhengxiu's actions. He noted that Qian Zhengxiu, much like Jin Waning, not only performed soul sensing but also utilized various materials for further evaluation. Perhaps this was indeed the method befitting a junior evolutionist. His own direct evolution post-soul sensing felt rather unconventional. Perhaps I should incorporate this step next time? Yin Xian mused inwardly. Ding Huishan was equally astonished that Yin Xian had taken even less time than Qian Zhengxiu. Judging by the condition of the bloodhound, it appeared to surpass the pre-evolution state of the red dog. Not only had it not downgraded, but it might have even upgraded. Had Yin Xian heard Ding Huishuan's unspoken thoughts, he would surely have given him a thumbs up, truly a senior evolutionist. With an astute eye, able to discern the uniqueness of the bloodhound merely with the naked eye. Although Ding Huishan had his suspicions, he refrained from seeking confirmation from Yin Xian and continued to wait for Qian Zhengxiu. As the countdown dwindled to 10 minutes, Qian Zhengxiu completed the evolution of the ebony serpent. He felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. His tone imbued with a hint of self-satisfaction. The young man beamed with joy, cradling the evolved ebony serpent, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master Qian. Noticing that both had completed their evolutions, Ding Huishan clapped his hands. Come over, everyone. The four of them formed two teams before Ding Huishan. He appraised the bloodhound and ebony serpent, stating, I have previously articulated the standards for success, so I shall not repeat them. You may each open your Beast Mastery Codex for me to record the information before I announce the results. With that, Ding Huishan regarded the two teams, inquiring, who would like to go first? The young lad raised his hand enthusiastically, declaring, I will go first. He then promptly opened the Beast Mastery Codex, presenting the information of the ebony serpent for all to see. Its qualification remained at 2 stars, acceptable. Ding Huishan announced Qian Zhengxiu's achievement. Qian Zhengxiu celebrated with a clenched fist, having finally passed after 3 attempts. The middle-aged man then stepped forward, and the gazes of Qian Zhengxiu and the young lad immediately fixated on him. When they discerned the information on the man's Beast Mastery Codex, their expressions shifted dramatically. Qian Zhengxiu first displayed astonishment, followed by a tinge of disappointment. He hadn't anticipated Yin Xian's prowess to be so formidable that the red dog could upgrade post-evolution. It appeared he had much to learn. The young man, on the other hand, wore an expression of disbelief, soon replaced by profound regret. Clearly, he had been the one to choose first. Why had he declined? How splendid it would have been if his ebony serpent had upgraded. Ding Huishan had anticipated this outcome. Thus, when he beheld the information of the bloodhound, he was not overly surprised. The bloodhound had indeed upgraded. Excellent. In terms of certification results, there was little distinction between acceptable and excellent. Both indicated that the candidates had passed the assessment and ascended to the rank of junior evolutionists. However, for ambitious evolutionists, a passing score signified that they had not achieved their utmost. Not long after Ding Huishan declared the results, Chen Rui approached with 2 rings in hand. These are the identity rings for junior evolutionists. Embedded with the association's certification, Chen Rui explained. Yin Xian and Qian Zhengxiu each took a ring and slipped it onto their fingers. As Yin Xian examined the ring, he noticed no indication of the supposed certification. Sensing Yin Xian's confusion, Chen Rui smiled and said, You may open your Beast Mastery Codex to view the information regarding the ring. Following her advice, Yin Xian opened the codex and indeed found the ring displayed therein. Junior Evolutionist Ring, Grade, Mundane, Overview. a symbol of identity bestowed by the Evolutionist Association upon junior evolutionists, belonging to Yin Xin.is. This ring not manufactured by the association? Why is it acknowledged by the Beast Mastery Codex? Yin Xin pondered, astonished that a man-made item could be regarded as equipment by the Codex. Chun Rue elaborated. This ring was forged by the association using a special method. As to why it is accepted by the Codex, that remains classified. You need only to know that this ring is virtually impossible to replicate. Yin Xin gazed down at the ring, deeply feeling the might of the Evolutionist Association. Chapter 64. The First Commission. Additionally, your information has been recorded in the association system. Should a client specifically request your assistance for evolution, you will receive a text message. Please remember to check, Chun Rue thoughtfully added. Thank you, Yin Xin nodded in gratitude. It is our duty to serve you, Chun Rue smiled. Having obtained the certification of a junior evolutionist, the next step was naturally to take on commissions, as Yin Xin's initial objective was to leverage the Evolutionist Association as a means to earn money. Hello, I would like to inquire about how to accept a commission, Yin Xin asked Chun Rue. Chun Rue patiently replied. You can open your phone and accept commissions through the association's app, or you can directly select suitable commissions in the association's hall. Let us head to the hall, Yin Xin suggested. Since we are already at the association, we should certainly soak in the atmosphere. Accepting commissions through the phone can wait for another time. Please follow me, Chun Rue gestured invitingly. At that moment, the middle-aged man hurried to Yin Xin's side and called out to him. Classmate, I have a commission. Would you be willing to take it? Yin Xin raised an eyebrow in mild confusion. Uncle, do you have another beast that requires evolution? The man shook his head, explaining. It's not my beast that needs evolution. It's my nephew's beast that requires it. I see. Yin Xin nodded gently. If you trust me, I am certainly willing to accept this commission. Seeing Yin Xin agree, the middle-aged man beamed with joy, exclaiming, Wonderful, I've just informed my nephew. He should be arriving at the association shortly. Then let the two of you accompany me to the hall, Chun Rue said. Qian Zhengxiu unexpectedly followed suit. Are you also going to take on a commission? Yin Xin casually inquired. To his surprise, Qian Zhengxiu shook his head, stating, No, I simply wish to observe how you conduct your work. What? Yin Xin's voice instinctively rose a few notches. Qian Zhengxiu assumed Yin Xin was rejecting him and appeared somewhat disheartened. I apologize for my intrusion. It is quite natural for every evolutionist to have their own unique techniques, desiring to keep them discreet from peers. No, if you wish to observe, feel free. I do not mind. Yin Xin replied. Really? Thank you so much, Qian Zhengxiu exclaimed, his spirits lifted, repeatedly mentioning that he would invite Yin Xin over for dinner. The young lad also wished to tag along for the excitement but was politely declined by Yin Xin under the pretext that it would be too noisy with so many people. Upon arriving at the hall, Yin Xin's group immediately captured the attention of the crowd. A youth wearing a baseball cap also noticed them. Upon spotting one of the individuals, he dashed over excitedly, calling out, Uncle, I'm here. The middle-aged man heard the voice, smiled and waved before introducing Yin Xin. This is my nephew. Clearly, the cap-wearing youth had heard descriptions of Yin Xin's appearance from his uncle. As he recognized him at first glance, Hello, my name is Lu Yujia. Hello, Yin Xin replied, shaking his hand. At this moment, the middle-aged man recalled he had yet to introduce himself to Yin Xin, promptly saying, My name is Lu Pu. I apologize for not mentioning it earlier. No worries, Yin Xin was unconcerned about such trivial details. Let me take you all to the evolution room, Chun Rue suggested. Thus, the group followed Chun Rue to a dedicated evolution room for beasts. Upon entering, Lu Yujia summoned his beast, revealing it to be yet another red dog. Now Yin Xin understood why Lu Pu had called for his nephew. Do you have any thoughts on the evolution of the red dog? Yin Xin inquired, as was his custom. Lu Yujia had pondered this question beforehand and replied without hesitation. I hope it can evolve into a bloodhound as well, but ultimately, it is up to you. The evolutionist. Qualification comes first. Yin Xin grasped Lu Yujia's intentions. Please sign here. Chun Rue presented a contract. Yin Xin scrutinized it carefully, noting that it delineated risk responsibilities and offered protection for the evolutionist. Furthermore, he observed that the amount specified was 5,000 yuan, which, although not yet at the average price for junior evolutionists, was quite commendable for a novice. Upon confirming that everything was in order, Yin Xin affixed his signature. Lu Yujia readily signed as well. Yin Xian settled cross-legged before the red dog, placing his hand upon its head to initiate soul sensing. Unlike Lu Pu's wealthy, the vision Yin Xian beheld within the soul of this red dog was that of a hunting hound engulfed in flames, the fiery hound. An alternate, evolutionary branch of the red dog. Retrieving the necessary materials from the cabinet, Yin Xian commenced the evolution process for the red dog. The cost for these materials would need to be covered by the client. Separate from the commission fee, of course, clients could also bring their own materials, thus avoiding any material fees. A roaring flame ignited, and the red dog evolved into the fiery hound amidst the blaze. Moreover, the qualification has ascended from 2 stars to 3 stars. Lu Yujia embraced the Qian hound, exuberantly exclaiming. Qian Zhengxiu gazed at Yin Xian with incredulity. "Why are you looking at me?" Yin Xian inquired. Perplexed, he glanced down at his clothing, finding no issue. "Aren't you going to conduct a secondary confirmation?" Qian Zhengxiu asked, puzzled. The secondary confirmation is a procedure undertaken by Qian Zhengxiu and Jin Weining after their soul resonance, involving the use of different evolutionary materials to attract phantom beasts, thereby further assessing the evolution direction of the beasts. On the surface, Yin Xian remained impassive, yet his mind was racing. Ahem. I believe the evolutionary direction of this Qian hound is quite evident. So there's no need for that, Yin Xian declared, clasping his hands behind his back, adopting an air of superiority. Is this the disparity in talent? Qian Zhengxiu stood there, astonished. During his soul resonance, he could identify numerous evolutionary paths for the phantom beasts. But the choices among different paths often required him to ponder extensively, sometimes necessitating conjecture, rendering him unable to exude the same confidence as Yin Xian. Conversely, Yin Xian felt a sense of helplessness. Each time he engaged in soul resonance, he could only perceive a singular image, leaving him with no room for choice. Were it not for the inside eye, he might not even know if he could make a living as an evolutionary master. Interestingly, the image Yin Xian consistently saw happened to be the optimal solution provided by the inside eye, leaving one to wonder if there was a connection. Lu Yujia readily confirmed the completion of the commission and patted his chest, assuring Yin Xian that he would undoubtedly recommend him to his friends. Yin Xian smiled as he bid farewell to Lu Yujia, then stared blankly at the 3,500 he had just received. Sister Rue, is this amount correct? Wasn't it supposed to be 5,000? The amount is accurate. The association takes a 30% commission from each order for junior evolutionary masters, Qian Zhengxiu interjected to clarify. 30%? Yin Xian exclaimed, the association is quite unscrupulous. Chapter 65. A visit. Chen Rue pretended not to hear Yin Xian's remark and, maintaining her composure, said, "Congratulations on completing your first commission. The client has given you a 5-star review. Each commission you undertake will be recorded in your file, and maintaining a high rating is beneficial for gaining clients' trust. When it comes to interests, you start playing dumb," Yin Xian thought, familiar with such tactics. After all, he was merely a junior evolutionary master, lacking the bargaining power. Upon coming to terms with this, Yin Xian ceased to dwell on it. Stop overthinking. Once you become a mid-level or even senior evolutionary master, the association's commission rate will decrease. Qian Zhengxiu reassured him. You are right. It is better to focus on enhancing my abilities. Yin Xian agreed. That's the right mindset. Rather than indulging in futile complaints, consider how to improve your strength. Qian Zhengxiu concurred. Just then, it was mealtime, so why not dine together? As I mentioned before, I want to invite you home to savor my mother's culinary skills, Qian Zhengxiu enthusiastically proposed. With no urgent matters at hand and Qian Zhengxiu's warm invitation, Yin Xian readily accepted. The two took a car to Qian Zhengxiu's residence. Brother Qian, your home is truly magnificent, Yin Xian remarked as he gazed at the seemingly endless walls. I wonder when I might reside in such a grand villa, he silently mused. Qian Zhengxiu waved his hand dismissively, saying, it merely appears grand. In reality, it is not particularly comfortable. If it weren't for my mother insisting that I stay, I would have moved out long ago. Upon entering the villa, Yin Xian observed several gardeners tending to the garden. Each gardener was accompanied by 1 or 2 phantom beasts, which, while weak, none exceeding bronze level, possessed skills that aided the flowers in thriving. Qian Zhengxiu was accustomed to these sights, greeting the gardeners before proceeding into the main hall. A portly middle-aged man sat in the main seat, with a girl sporting twin ponytails standing before him. The girl animatedly gestured as she spoke to him, and the man listened intently, occasionally responding with a smile. Upon seeing Qian Zhengxiu enter, the middle-aged man pointed toward the entrance and said to the girl, "Look, your brother is back, and he has brought a friend." The girl turned around and saw Qian Zhengxiu and Yin Xian behind him. "Brother, you're back? How did the certification go? Did you pass this time?" She rushed over, inquiring with concern. If one were to observe the girl closely, they would notice her eyes occasionally darting toward Yin Xian, who stood behind Qian Zhengxiu. However, Qian Zhengxiu was entirely oblivious to this detail. Laughing heartily as he opened his right hand to show the girl, "Look, what is this?" The girl blinked a couple of times, noticing the ring on Qian Zhengxiu's finger. Familiar with rings, she quickly understood. Clasping her hands together in delight as she exclaimed, "Brother, you passed? Of course. You should know who your brother is. Achieving Junior Evolutionary Master certification is merely a walk in the park," Qian Zhengxiu boasted in front of his sister. Upon hearing Qian Zhengxiu's words, the girl expressed her confusion. "But brother, you've attempted the exam 3 times already. If it were that easy the first 2 times were accidents." "You know what I mean," Qian Zhengxiu hurriedly interrupted his sister. He suddenly felt that his sister was less endearing. At a time like this, she should be happy for him, not undermining him. The middle-aged man approached, not mentioning Qian Zhengxiu's success, but instead bringing up Yin Xian. "Zhengxiu, why don't you introduce your friend to me and Qian?" Yin Xian noticed that the middle-aged man wore a ring as well, though of a different design than his own. "Dad, I was just about to say." Qian Zhengxiu stepped back, allowing Yin Xian to take center stage as he introduced, "This is my friend I met at the association today. His name is Yin Xian, and like me, he is a junior evolutionary master." Qian Zhengxiu then introduced Yin Xian to his family. Qian Zhengxiu's father was named Qian Huayu, his mother Xiangqiu, and his sister Qian Yinqian Dao. "Did he just pass the certification today as well?" Qian Huayu inquired. "Indeed, and just like Qian, Yin Xian is still merely a prospective senior high school student," Qian Zhengxiu replied. "What?" Qian Yinqian exclaimed, turning to Yin Xian. "Are you in the same year as me?" "I suppose so," Yin Xian replied uncertainly. Qian Yinqian then noticed the school uniform Yin Xian was wearing from Sanzhou. "You're from Sanzhou?" "Yes, and you?" Yin Xian responded. "I'm from Yizhong," Qian Yinqian replied. "No wonder I haven't seen you before." Yin Xian was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending Qian Yinqian's implication. Even within the same school, one might not necessarily encounter each other. Sensing the atmosphere growing chilly, Qian Zhengxiu rekindled the conversation by recounting Yin Xian's achievement of 2 perfect evolutions in a single day. Upon hearing that both Qian hounds had elevated in stars post-evolution, Qian Huayu raised an eyebrow, and his gaze toward Yin Xian shifted, becoming somewhat more intrigued. The astonishment in Qian Yinqian's eyes deepened. Having been born into an evolutionary master family, she was well aware of the intricacies involved in evolution and star elevation. Thus understanding the difficulty, "I never expected that student Yin would possess such talent in evolution mastery," Qian Huayu praised. "It was merely a stroke of luck." Yin Xian was not inclined to boast in the presence of a senior evolutionary master. Qian Yinqian shot a glance at Qian Zhengxiu, remarking, "Luck is also a form of strength. If my brother had your luck, he would have passed the exam long ago." Ahem. Qian Zhengxiu was taken aback that it had turned to him. "I believe I heard Zhengxiu's voice. Is he back?" A gentle voice chimed from the side. Upon hearing the voice, Qian Yinqian immediately ran over, grasping a woman's arm. "Mom, brother is back and has brought a friend." "A friend? Is it a boy or a girl?" "It's a boy, Dado." Yin Xian glanced sideways at Qian Zhengxiu, sensing a multitude of implications in his mother's sigh. "Mom, we have guests. Please refrain from bringing up those matters," Qian Zhengxiu complained, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Brother, you must have misheard. Mom clearly said nothing," Qian Yinqian said with a playful smile directed at her brother. Qian Zhengxiu found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter Qian Yinqian's statement. The 3 of them made their way into the main hall. Xiangqiu, spotting Yin Xian, exclaimed, "Is this your friend, Zhengxiu? He is quite handsome." "Hello, auntie." Yin Xian responded politely. "I hear from Yinqian that you are in the same grade. You two should get to know each other better." Xiangqiu smiled, covering her mouth. Chapter 66. Post-dinner sparring. Upon hearing this, Qian Yinqian covered her face, gently tapping her mother's arm. Yin Xian awkwardly smiled, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Xiangqiu did not pursue the topic further. "I won't tease you any longer. Let us eat," Qian Zhengxiu said, patting Yin Xian's shoulder with enthusiasm. "Come and taste my mother's cooking. It's absolutely of chef-level quality." Yin Xian was curious about just how remarkable the culinary skills that Qian Zhengxiu had continually praised could be. The five of them entered the dining room, where the table was already laden with an array of dishes. Each dish was exquisitely presented, igniting an appetite upon sight. We, the people of Xiagua, emphasize a harmony of color, aroma, and taste in our cooking. My mother has always held herself to this standard, Qian Zhengxiu boasted once more. All right, enough with the flattery. Your mother simply enjoys cooking. It's not as extraordinary as you claim, Xiang Qiu, slightly embarrassed by her son's praise, promptly intervened. What do you mean by flattery? I'm merely speaking the truth. Qian Zhengxiu spoke with a serious demeanor, while Qian Huayu listened with a chuckle beside him. Ultimately, it was Qian Yinqian who stepped forward to bring an end to Qian Zhengxiu's endless bragging, allowing everyone to settle down for a proper meal. Pointing at a plate of beef, Qian Zhengxiu exclaimed, "Come, try this. It's my mother's specialty, black pepper beef strips." Yin Xian took a bite and found it indeed delightful, far superior to the fare prepared by the cafeteria chefs. The beef was tender and succulent, with the black pepper's fragrant spiciness blending perfectly, creating a match made in culinary heaven that left a lasting impression. The chef's exceptional skills were vividly reflected in this dish, Yin Xian remarked. Xiang Qiu couldn't help but smile broadly upon hearing Yin Xian's praise. Qian Yinqian cast a glance at Qian Zhengxiu, exasperated, and said, "Brother, look at how Yin Xian compliments our mother. You could learn a thing or two. Your words are too stiff, leaving little desire to listen." Stunned, Qian Zhengxiu stared at Yin Xian, then quickly gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brilliant, simply brilliant. You truly have a way with words. It seems I must learn from you." After Yin Xian's comments, the dishes on the table appeared even more delectable and were quickly devoured by the group. Once the meal concluded, the conversation shifted to casual banter, soon landing on the topic of fantastical beasts. Since both Yin Xian and Yinqian are in the same grade, how about we have a fantastical beast battle? Consider it a post-meal exercise, proposed Qian Huayu. Yin Xian was somewhat taken aback, not expecting such a suggestion from Qian Huayu, but he had no objections, having only battled wild fantastical beasts thus far. He was curious to experience a fight under the command of a beastmaster. Qian Yinqian was eager to participate, embodying the enthusiasm inherent to a child from a family of evolutionists. With both parties in agreement, it was settled. Since it's a battle, how can we not have a wager? Qian Zhengxiu urged, pulling in his mother to bolster his argument. "Mom, don't you agree?" Xiang Qiu concurred, saying to Qian Huayu, "Zhengxiu makes a valid point. Perhaps you should put forth a prize to motivate the children." With his wife's endorsement, Qian Huayu smiled and declared, "Then it's decided. The victor may select a piece of quality equipment from my collection." Offering quality equipment as a reward for a battle between novice beast masters was more than sufficient, considering that most of the soon-to-be seniors were still stuck at the black iron rank. After Qian Huayu announced the prize, Qian Zhengxiu winked at Yin Xian, as if to say, "Look what I've secured for you." Yin Xian smiled back at Qian Zhengxiu, genuinely pleased with the reward and confident in his ability to win. Although the dining room in Qian's home was spacious, it was clearly not suitable for a battle, so the group moved to the garden. There, they found a clear area that could serve as a makeshift arena. Several cleaning servants overheard the news of their young lady's impending battle with a visiting boy and conspired to sneak a peek. "Hey, who do you think will win, the young lady or that boy? Is that even a question? The young lady will definitely win. Her tail fox is already at black iron level 9, just one step away from evolution. I've heard that boy is an evolutionist, but he likely hasn't spent as much time training as she has. His fantastical beast is probably only at black iron level 6 at best. Then this battle will surely be one-sided. Are you still going to watch? Of course, why wouldn't we? Our rooms are already clean, and I doubt the lady would mind, you're right. Let's hurry over." Thus, the servants employed various means to clandestinely observe the battle. Some feigned cleaning while keeping a watchful eye. Others brought tea and stood by to serve, and a few even hid behind pillars for a better view. These antics did not escape the notice of Qian Huayu and the others, but they chose to remain silent, treating their household staff with leniency. As long as the servants fulfilled their duties, a little idleness would not warrant reprimand. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, the battle between Yin Xian and Qian Yinqian officially commenced. Qian Yinqian summoned a small gray fox, which had a fluffy tail and a collar of white fur around its neck, resembling a scarf and appearing utterly adorable. After rolling around in Qian Yinqian's arms, the tail fox took its position in the arena at her command. Confident in her tail fox, Qian Yinqian even forewarned Yin Xian. My tail fox has already reached Black Iron level 10. So be careful. Her declaration stirred a wave of astonishment among the servants. Goodness, the tail fox has leveled up so quickly. I remember just a few days ago it was still at Black Iron level 9. How did it evolve so fast? The guest might truly be at a disadvantage. Not many novice beast masters can train their fantastical beasts to Black Iron level 9 in such a short time. The young lady is undoubtedly among the elite of the soon-to-be seniors in Yunling City. Even Qian Zhengxiu was taken aback. When did Yinqian manage to train her tail fox to level 10? Xiangqiu reproached him, saying, "Look at you. As an older brother, you don't even keep track of your sister's progress. Even brothers can't possibly know everything about their sisters. Look, Dad only just found out." Qian Zhengxiu attempted to divert attention. Xiangqiu then turned to Qian Huayu, who appeared unfazed, maintaining an air of composure. As she glanced back at him, he murmured, I've nearly prepared the materials for the tail fox's evolution. It will be a surprise for Qianqian." With that, Xiangqiu seized Qian Zhengxiu's ear, exclaiming, "Look, your father has already gathered the evolution materials. How could he not know the tail fox is at level 10? Ouch, it hurts, Mom. I was wrong." Qian Zhengxiu pleaded for mercy. Once Xiangqiu released him, Qian Zhengxiu cast a mournful glance at his father, who feigned ignorance of his son's plight. Meanwhile, the battle was about to commence. After Qian Yinqian summoned her tail fox, Yin Xian was somewhat surprised to discover, through his inside eye, that the tail fox had an astonishingly diverse range of 7 evolutionary paths, all of which retained their star levels. The adaptability of this tail fox was remarkable. It was a pity it only had 4-star aptitude. Had it started as 5-star, it would undoubtedly be an exceptional fantastical beast. Yin Xian mused. "It's your turn. Summon your fantastical beast for me to see." Qian Yinqian urged. "As you wish," Yin Xian responded, summoning his Beastmaster S Codex, a bronze-colored codex. Qian Huayu's gaze shifted. While Qian Yinqian's codex was mostly bronze-hued, the difference was stark when compared to Yin Xian's. "He has already evolved his soul beast. Such speed!" Qian Zhengxiu exclaimed in astonishment. Qian Yinqian noted the color of Yin Xian's codex, and her previously confident smile vanished, replaced by a look of anxiety. When Xiao Gu appeared, the others were equally astonished. "What kind of fantastical beast is this? I've never seen it before." Qian Zhengxiu was momentarily stunned, finding no corresponding creature in his memory. Qian Huayu squinted, scrutinizing Xiao Gu, and then remarked, "This should be a skeleton warrior." "A skeleton warrior? Dad, you must be joking. I've seen plenty of skeleton warriors, but none wear armor like this." Qian Zhengxiu responded incredulously. Having ventured deep into the Blackwood Cemetery, he had encountered numerous skeleton warriors, yet their armor was tattered and barely covered their forms. Even a skeleton warrior at bronze level 10 wore armor that merely clung to them. It could never match the seamless, natural look of Xiao Gu's attire. However, Qian Zhengxiu knew his father was an experienced evolutionist with a keen eye, having seen countless fantastical beasts. If he identified Yin Xian's beast as a skeleton warrior, it was unlikely to be a mistake. Could it be that Yin Xian equipped this skeleton warrior with armored gear? Qian Zhengxiu pondered, arriving at a plausible explanation. Qian Huayu shook his head, suggesting it likely wasn't equipment but perhaps a skill. They would find out shortly. It seemed the outcome of this battle was already determined, Xiangqiu remarked. The Qian father and son made no objections. As Xiao Gu stood opposite the tail fox. The stark contrast between the two fantastical beasts was evident. The towering Xiao Gu, over 2 meters tall, appeared capable of crushing the half-meter-long tail fox with a single hand. The overwhelming disparity caused the eavesdropping servants to quickly change their tune. The young lady is surely going to lose. How can these two fantastical beasts even compete? It feels like one punch could end it. I think she might get sent flying with a single slap. Although Xiao Gu's appearance placed immense pressure on Qian Yinqian, she did not concede. Instead, she swiftly devised a strategy. However, after much contemplation, she realized that she seemingly lacked a way to defeat the unknown phantom beast before her, unless she resorted to the life-saving equipment bestowed upon her by her father. Yin Xian initially intended for Qian Yinqian to take the first move, but upon noticing her remaining stationary for an extended duration without issuing any commands to the tailed fox, he decided to let Xiao Gu take action. Xiao Gu strode purposefully toward the tailed fox, effortlessly covering several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Rather than wielding a bone blade, he simply extended his right hand to grasp the tailed fox. This aligned with Yin Xian's intent. It was merely a sparring session, and he had no intention of forcefully returning the tailed fox to Qian Yinqian's Beastmaster Codex. Upon seeing the opponent initiate the attack, Qian Yinqian had no choice but to order the tailed fox to evade. Lightning Strike. Originally a technique intended for swift assaults, it was now employed to dodge Xiao Gu's onslaught. The tailed fox's body instantaneously transformed into a fleeting shadow, eluding Xiao Gu's grasp. This technique is quite intriguing, capable of instantaneously accelerating one's movements. But how many times can you employ it? After missing his first strike, Xiao Gu hastened his actions. Meanwhile, the tailed fox continued to use Lightning Strike to avoid Xiao Gu's attacks. Although it had successfully dodged twice, Qian Yinqian remained pessimistic. Relying solely on evasion would not lead to victory. Qian Yinqian mused. After the next evasion, perhaps I should attempt an attack. Constantly retreating feels exceedingly frustrating. Thus, when Xiao Gu lunged forward once more, the tailed fox utilized Lightning Strike again to escape from his grasp. However, before Qian Yinqian could issue the command to attack, Xiao Gu's left hand had already secured the tailed fox firmly in his grip. When did this happen? Qian Yinqian exclaimed in astonishment. Yin Xian had kept his focus on Xiao Gu, so he was acutely aware of how Xiao Gu had accomplished this. In fact, after the tailed fox's initial evasion, Xiao Gu had already employed his left hand, positioning it preemptively in anticipation of the tailed fox's Lightning Strike, ready to seize it afterward. The first time he had miscalculated the distance slightly. However, during the second attempt, Xiao Gu accurately predicted the landing point of the tailed fox post-Lightning Strike, successfully capturing it. The tailed fox, now in Xiao Gu's grasp, was rather unruly, incessantly flicking its tail to strike Xiao Gu's palm, attempting to inflict pain and make its escape. Yet, to Xiao Gu, its attempts felt akin to a mere tickle. He even rotated the tailed fox in his hand, allowing its tail to slap against different spots. Observing Xiao Gu's actions, Yin Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment and instructed Xiao Gu to release the tailed fox, as the outcome of this battle was already abundantly clear. Once freed, the tailed fox scurried back to Qian Yinqian's feet without a backward glance, leaping into her embrace, no longer wishing to contend with this formidable opponent. It was simply no fun. I concede, Qian Yinqian sighed. Chapter 68. The incomplete musical score. The outcome of this battle was unexpected. Prior to its commencement, no one would have believed it to be a one-sided domination of Qian Yinqian by Yin Xian. In the eyes of the majority of onlookers, Qian Yinqian was presumed to possess strength that surpassed Yin Xian's. Firstly, she had been raised in a family of evolutionists, endowing her with a deeper understanding and passion for phantom beasts than the average person. Thus her formidable prowess was to be expected. Secondly, there was the perception that becoming an evolutionist required a significant investment of time and effort. For instance, Qian Zhengxiu had participated in the certification assessment 3 times, with the preparation time being incalculable. Conversely, Yin Xian had only been a beastmaster for less than a month. Achieving certification as an evolutionist in such a short span suggested he had devoted the majority of his time to this preparation, leaving little opportunity for leveling up in the Phantom Realm. Thus his Soul Beast S level should rightfully be inferior to Qian Yinqian's. Yet, Yin Xian's performance defied all expectations. Within a month, he not only became an evolutionist but also facilitated the first evolution of his Soul Beast, a feat that could easily be described as genius. Clap, clap, clap. Qian Huayu applauded. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Xiang Qiu's gaze toward Yin Xian brimmed with increasing approval. Well, I didn't expect you to have such hidden talents. Qian Zhengxiu approached, giving Yin Xian a light tap on the chest, exclaiming with excitement. One might have thought his sister had achieved victory, judging by his exuberant demeanor. I haven't hidden anything. You simply didn't ask? Yin Xian shrugged. Qian Yinqian also approached, her face tinged with disappointment. Noticing her forlorn expression, Yin Xian contemplated offering words of comfort but refrained, fearing they might be misconstrued as mockery, and swallowed the words back down. Xiang Qiu pulled her cherished daughter aside for a whispered conversation. Whatever she conveyed seemed to lift Qian Yinqian's spirits, as she soon covered her mouth and laughed. Qian Huayu summoned the Beastmaster Codex and warmly addressed Yin Xian. Previously, I mentioned that the victor could select a piece of quality equipment from me. It is now time for you to claim your reward. With that, Qian Huayu waved his hand, and the codex began to flip through its pages, each displaying a piece of quality equipment, leaving Yin Xian in a daze. Observing Yin Xian's indecisiveness, Qian Zhengxiu leaned closer and suggested, "Why not express a specific need, allowing my father to choose something for you?" Prompted by Qian Zhengxiu's suggestion, Yin Xian quickly formulated a decision. "Uncle, I would like a piece of equipment that can resist mental attacks." "Let me ponder this." Qian Huayu stroked his beard before flipping to a particular page in the codex. It revealed a musical score. Incomplete musical score, quality, good, overview. An incomplete musical score, many compositions within it are missing. When equipped, it can resist mental damage. "What do you think of this piece of equipment?" Qian Huayu pointed at the score. "Can a musical score even be considered equipment? Moreover, this is the first time I have encountered a damaged piece." Yin Xian responded in astonishment. Qian Huayu burst into hearty laughter. "Why can't a musical score be equipment? Some pieces of equipment are even less recognizable than a musical score. As for why this score was incomplete, it was likely due to its peculiar nature." "Peculiar?" Yin Xian inquired. Puzzled, "I acquired this score in a certain secret realm. When I obtained it, several pages had already been torn out, hence it was deemed an incomplete musical score by the Beast Master Codex." Qian Huayu elucidated, "So this musical score has a backstory." Yin Xian nodded in understanding. "Take it. This score should fulfill your requirements." Qian Huayu smiled as he retrieved the incomplete score from the codex and handed it to Yin Xian. "Thank you, uncle." Yin Xian expressed his gratitude sincerely. Qian Huayu waved his hand dismissively. "It's merely a piece of quality equipment, nothing of significance to me." At that moment, Xiang Qiu approached Qian Huayu, beckoning him with a gesture. Due to Qian Huayu's considerable height, he had to bend down to bring his ear closer to Xiang Qiu's lips. After Xiang Qiu whispered something to Qian Huayu, she called over Yin Xian and Qian Yinqian. "Auntie, is there something you need me to assist with?" Yin Xian surmised the reason for Xiang Qiu summoning him. Xiang Qiu nudged Qian Huayu with her elbow. Qian Huayu replied seriously, "Ahem, there is indeed a matter requiring your assistance. As you know, Qianqian's tailed fox is about to evolve. Her intention is to have it evolve into a moonlight fox. All other materials have been prepared, but to successfully evolve into a moonlight fox, it must bathe in moonlight at a location known as the Moonlit Sanctuary during the night. Initially, I planned for Zhengxiu to accompany Qianqian, but he has urgent matters to attend to, so I must trouble you instead." Yin Xian turned to Qian Zhengxiu, only to find him wearing a puzzled expression directed at him. "I'm going out? I was unaware of this." Qian Zhengxiu was filled with questions but wisely chose not to voice them. Yin Xian then asked, "Uncle, could you please tell me what the Moonlit Sanctuary is?" "The Moonlit Sanctuary is a special location that can harness the power of moonlight. You need not worry about its location. I have already found it for Qianqian. However, the journey to the Moonlit Sanctuary will involve encounters with bronze-level phantom beasts, and the tailed fox will require someone to protect it during its evolution, which is why I am inquiring whether you could lend a hand." Yin Xian did not hesitate to agree, deeming it a trivial task. Qian Huayu nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, we shall depart in 2 days." "All right." Following this, Qian Huayu engaged Yin Xian and Qian Zhengxiu in discussions about evolutionists and phantom beasts. True to his status as a senior evolutionist, while many of the techniques he shared regarding the judgment of phantom beast evolution pathways were beyond Yin Xian's current application, the knowledge he imparted about phantom beasts was immensely beneficial to Yin Xian. As their conversation progressed, they soon shifted their focus to Xiao Gu. "Would you like to see my phantom beast again?" Yin Xian inquired. "Indeed. I am rather curious about your phantom beast," Qian Huayu replied. "No problem." Yin Xian summoned Xiao Gu. Upon its appearance, adorned in black armor, Xiao Gu immediately captured the attention of the crowd, even drawing occasional glances from Qian Yinqian, who was whispering to her mother from a distance. Qian Huayu circled around Xiao Gu, extending his hand to touch its armor, and remarked, "Your phantom beast is undoubtedly a skeletal warrior." "Indeed, is there a problem?" Yin Xian was not surprised that Qian Huayu recognized Xiao Gu's species. "Have you encountered any skeletal warriors besides your phantom beast?" Qian Huayu countered. Chapter 69. The Seven-Colored Flower. Yin Xian was momentarily taken aback. He realized he had indeed never seen a skeletal warrior aside from Xiao Jiyut. "Do you know what a typical skeletal warrior looks like?" Qian Huayu inquired. Yin Xin shook her head. "You should search for it." She picked up her phone and looked for images of skeleton warriors. Without exception, these skeleton warriors all wielded long swords and shields, adorned in tattered garments that could barely be described as armor. In contrast, her own Xiaogu was clad in heavy armor, and the difference was so stark that it was hard to believe they belonged to the same race. This made Yanxin even more impressed with Qian Huayo's keen eye. The disparity was so vast, yet he could still discern Xiaogu's lineage. The armor on your skeleton warrior must be a skill, right? Qian Huayu inquired. Indeed, Yanxin replied, subsequently having Xiaogu release the death armor, revealing its true form. Qian Huayu nodded slightly. Upon seeing Xiaogu's skeletal body, Qian Zhengxiu exclaimed, so it truly is a skeleton warrior. In the distance, Qian Yanxian, who had been eavesdropping, was equally astonished to discover that beneath the black armor lay a skeletal frame. Dad, have you ever seen a skeleton warrior with such a skill? Qian Zhengxiu asked. Qian Huayu shook his head. Even after decades of traversing Xia country, he had never encountered a skeleton warrior like Xiaogu that could manifest armor. Indeed, the world of phantom beasts is full of wonders. Even within the same species, peculiar variants can emerge, Qian Zhengxiu remarked in awe. Touching Xiaogu's robust bones, he praised, even without that armor, your phantom beast has already surpassed those ordinary skeleton warriors. Qian Huayu concurred with Qian Zhengxiu's assessment. If Yanxin Xiaogu was a meticulously trained fighter, strong and formidable, then the other skeleton warriors resembled mere laborers, frail and emaciated. Yanxin, could it be that your skeleton warrior possesses 5-star qualifications? Qian Zhengxiu casually asked, laughing at the improbability of his own words. Yanxin was taken aback. How did you know? What? Qian Zhengxiu was momentarily confused by Yanxin's statement. She reiterated, how did you know that my Xiaogu is a 5-star phantom beast? It's actually true. Qian Zhengxiu was astonished that his jest had become reality. Qian Huayu was not particularly surprised. Xiaogu was so extraordinary that if it were not a 5-star phantom beast, he would have found it peculiar. Suddenly, Qian Zhengxiu pondered a question. Did you complete the evolution of the skeleton warrior by yourself? Yanxin nodded. Yes, I did it on my own. You are quite daring. This is the evolution of a 5-star phantom beast. If you make a mistake and it drops in rank, it will be difficult to remedy, Qian Zhengxiu remarked, admiring Yanxin's courage. Yanxin replied nonchalantly, if one lacks confidence, what is the point of being an evolutionist? Qian Huayu cast an approving glance at Yanxin, increasingly finding him to be to his taste. After spending several more hours at the Qian household, Yanxin took his leave under the pretext of a friend needing him. Glancing at the text message on his phone, he felt curious about what Wu Shimu could possibly want at this moment. The message indicated that Wu Shimu had arranged to meet Yanxin at the same CAF as their last encounter. Upon entering the CAF, Yanxin indeed spotted Wu Shimu in the same spot. You really like this position? Yanxin commented. Wu Shimu chuckled lightly. I tend to be nostalgic. After taking a sip of the coffee that had been prepared, Yanxin inquired, is there something specific you wanted to discuss? Transitioning to a serious tone, Wu Shimu replied, I would like to ask you to accompany me to Yungang Mountain. What do we need to do at Yungang Mountain? Yanxin asked. There is a material needed for the evolution of the Qingling that can only be found in the mid to high elevations of Yungang Mountain, and I would appreciate your assistance. Wu Shimu explained. I see. No problem, Yanxin responded, always keen to help a friend. Hearing Yanxin's agreement, Wu Shimu's expression relaxed considerably. That's wonderful, we shouldn't delay. Let us depart at once. I in such a hurry? Yanxin was taken aback. It's a flower with a specific growth cycle. If we miss its blooming time, we will have to wait several weeks, Wu Shimu clarified. Then let's hurry. Yanxin understood the urgency. The CAF was conveniently located near the school. Allowing the two to quickly step through the portal into the phantom realm, Wu Shimu summoned the Qingling butterfly, which had regained its vitality after a period of rest, fluttering gracefully above Wu Shimu's head. Yanxin, in turn, summoned Xiaogu. An unfamiliar black-armored warrior appeared before Wu Shimu, startling him. You have leveled up? Is this your second phantom beast? Yanxin smiled. Indeed, I have leveled up, but I haven't yet contracted a second phantom beast. So this is Xiaogu? Wu Shimu exclaimed in surprise. Yanxin allowed Xiaogu to release the death armor from its head. Upon seeing the familiar skull, Wu Shimu confirmed that this black-armored warrior was indeed the previously white skeletal figure. I didn't expect your speed of advancement to be so rapid. It hasn't been long since our last meeting, and you've already ascended to bronze, Wu Shimu expressed with envy. If you hadn't been injured before, you would have been on par with me, Yanxin reassured him. Wu Shimu let out a sigh of relief. What had happened was in the past, and there was no point in dwelling on it. It was better to focus on the present. Yanxin noticed the Qingling butterfly had upgraded to Black Iron Rank 8, indicating that Wu Shimu had evidently been dedicating time to the Phantom Realm during his recovery, allowing him to elevate the Qingling butterfly so swiftly. Lead the way, Yanxin instructed. Wu Shimu directed the Qingling butterfly to fly ahead. Perhaps due to Xiaogu's new appearance, the low-level phantom beasts at the foot of Yungang Mountain did not dare to challenge them throughout their ascent. What is the name of the flower you wish to collect? Yanxin inquired. It is called the seven-colored flower. Wu Shimu replied without hesitation. The seven-colored flower. Are you planning to have the Qingling butterfly evolve into the colorful pattern butterfly? Yanxin asked. Yes, I consulted with an evolutionist, and the evolution path of the colorful pattern butterfly is well suited for Qingling, aligning perfectly with my ideas, Wu Shimu explained. Indeed, that is a commendable choice, Yanxin agreed. The two continued their ascent, and with Xiaogu at bronze rank 1, they faced no obstacles from the phantom beasts they encountered along the way. No phantom beast could withstand a single strike from Xiaogu. We've arrived, Wu Shimu announced. Halting his steps, Yanxin followed closely and beheld a flower with 7 colors swaying gently beneath a large tree. Is it really this simple? Chapter 70. Crimson Flame Tiger. The two had encountered no threatening phantom beasts along the way, making their journey feel almost unbelievable. Yanxin stopped Wu Shimu to prevent him from rushing ahead. Wait, something feels off. Is there something wrong with the flower? Wu Shimu scrutinized the 7-colored flower. Could it be a fake? The flower is real, but it won't be easy to obtain, Yanxin observed, eyeing the large tree behind the 7-colored flower. Are you saying a phantom beast is lying in ambush nearby? Wu Shimu was quick to grasp the critical point. Yes, it is highly probable that a phantom beast is concealed within that tree, and there may also be others lurking in the nearby underbrush, Yanxin stated with certainty, as he had already detected several hidden phantom beasts. Green leaf snake, quality, 3 stars power, Black Iron rank 10 skills, poison needle overview. A venomous snake that prefers to live in trees. Compatibility, Yanxin 57 can evolve after reaching Black Iron rank 10. Mountain mouse quality, 2 stars power, Black Iron rank 10 skills, sand splash overview. A bipedal creature resembling a mouse that digs holes. Compatibility, Yanxin 36 can evolve after reaching Black Iron rank 10. The green leaf snake and mountain mouse were the 2 highest level ambushers among the phantom beasts, and there were also 3 or 4 lower-ranked phantom beasts nearby. This is troublesome, Wu Shimu frowned. Surprised by the number of phantom beasts coveting the 7-colored flower. Relax, I'm here, Yanxin said with a confident smile. Although he lacked a bronze-level phantom beast, these nearing evolution phantom beasts would suffice to allow Xiaogu to stretch its legs. Right? Xiaogu is already a bronze-level phantom beast. What is there to fear? Wu Shimu's perspective broadened. Let us deal with the green leaf snake in the tree first. Having a venomous snake hanging overhead always brings an unsettling feeling. Yanxin silently contemplated. There were numerous ways to eliminate the green leaf snake, such as having Xiaogu leap up and slay it with a single strike, or chopping down the tree to make the snake fall. But Yanxin wanted to test Xiaogu's new skill, Death Fire Breath. Xiaogu raised its bone sword, and black lines emanated from its palm, converging along the blade until a black-red fireball gradually took shape at the tip. Without any visible movement from Xiaogu, the fireball shot forth at incredible speed toward a branch. Moments later, a charred carcass enveloped in black flames fell from the tree, disintegrating into specks of light mid-air. Such terrifying lethality! Wu Shimu gasped, though he was unsure of the level of the phantom beast that had been eliminated. He knew that it had occupied a prime spot just before the blooming of the 7-colored flower, indicating that its rank must have been significant, potentially reaching Black Iron rank 10. Yanxin, too, was somewhat astonished. This was his first time witnessing Xiaogu utilize the Death Fire Breath skill and was taken aback by its immense power. This is entirely not the strength one would expect from a first-tier bronze phantom beast. It can only be attributed to the varying qualifications of phantom beasts, which have begun to manifest as their levels increase. Becoming increasingly apparent, witnessing the formidable power of Xiaogu, Wu Shimu's previously anxious heart was instantly set at ease. He chuckled and remarked to Yin Xian, with such a display from Xiaogu, I suspect the phantom beasts nearby will be too frightened to emerge. Upon hearing this, Yin Xian offered a slight smile, for indeed, as Wu Shimu had suggested, the mountain mice that had been lurking in the underbrush were nowhere to be seen, likely having burrowed their way to safety. As for the other phantom beasts, most had scattered in a panic, leaving only a few audacious ones behind. The rainbow flower has yet to reach its blossoming time. We need to guard it for a while longer. Wu Shimu stated. Yin Xin could see the state of the rainbow flower, with still 7 minutes remaining until it would bloom. This meant that both Yin Xin and Wu Shimu had to protect the flower for an additional 7 minutes. Typically, the phantom beasts that come to seize the rainbow flower are black iron-level beasts on the verge of evolution, but with Xiaogu present, there is no need for concern, Yin Xin said with an air of ease. Wu Shimu nodded. Having witnessed Xiaogu's prowess, he felt a surge of confidence in safeguarding the rainbow flower. Sitting idly was indeed somewhat tedious, so Yin Xin began sharing experiences from their recent adventures with Wu Shimu. Somehow, their conversation shifted to Feng Wenyuan. By the way, how is your cousin faring these days? Yin Xin suddenly inquired. You mean Wanyuan? Wu Shimu furrowed his brow, candidly admitting, I haven't been in touch with him for quite some time. But my mother mentioned that he rarely comes home and seems to be residing in the phantom realm. It appears that hatred continues to drive him. Yin Xin observed slowly. It is difficult to ascertain whether Wanyuan's state is good or bad. Yet my uncle and the others seem quite pleased, Wu Shimu sighed. Just as the two were engaged in their conversation, the rainbow flower quietly began to bloom. The gently unfurling petals, radiating with 7 colors, resembled a vibrant rainbow after a rain, evoking awe at its beauty. It's truly stunning, Wu Shimu exclaimed. Yin Xin concurred, indeed, it is beautiful. Without the unexpected occurrences they had envisioned, Wu Shimu smoothly stored the rainbow flower in the Beastmaster Codex. If it weren't for the fact that Qingling's evolution requires the rainbow flower, I would be reluctant to use such a beautiful blossom as material, Wu Shimu remarked with a smile. We can collect it next time we encounter it, Yin Xin suggested. Materials like the rainbow flower, due to their high aesthetic appeal, are often sought after for home cultivation as ordinary flowers, resulting in a significant markup in the market. After securing the rainbow flower, Wu Shimu proceeded to prepare for the next material, while Yin Xin planned to linger a while longer on Yungang Mountain, prompting the two to bid farewell on the spot. The phantom beasts on Yungang Mountain are distributed according to elevation. The higher the altitude, the stronger the beasts. Yin Xin found himself at the boundary between black iron and bronze-level phantom beasts, and venturing further up would lead him to encounter numerous bronze-level beasts. Recently, the snake disaster caused by the silver Zhao snake had led to the mass extermination of many phantom beasts by beast masters, leaving the mountain somewhat tranquil. They rounded a bend. Yin Xin suddenly sensed something and looked up to see a crimson flame tiger stealthily emerging from the woods. The tiger appeared to be searching for food. Upon spotting Yin Xin, it pressed its front paws against the ground and leapt into the air. Its razor-sharp claws poised to tear Yin Xin apart. Xiaogu swiftly positioned himself behind Yin Xin, wielding his bone blade to strike at the crimson flame tiger. The tiger let out a furious roar, flames igniting on its 4 paws, preparing to confront Xiaogu head-on. Chapter 71. Mud Beast. The crimson flame tiger, suspended in midair and unable to maneuver, extended its 4 paws, attempting to block Xiaogu's attack with its most fortified body parts. Xiaogu swung his bone knife forward, carving a crescent arc through the air, colliding with the tiger's meaty paw. This strike cleaved the tiger's forepaw in half. The singed half, still ablaze, fell to the ground, igniting the dry grass beneath. Blood gushed from the severed half like a faucet turned on. Although this height posed no issue for the crimson flame tiger, the agony from its severed paw rendered it unable to maintain balance before landing, resulting in a heavy crash. Xiaogu quickly rushed to the front of the tiger, raising his bone knife to strike directly at its head. The tiger howled, flames surging from its limbs, forming a fiery claw that intercepted Xiaogu's blow. Seizing the opportunity presented by the fiery claw, the tiger struggled to rise, using the strength of its hind limbs to leap away from Xiaogu. Xiaogu retracted his bone knife, but the fiery claw lunged at him, only to leave no mark upon his armor. Xiaogu summoned his strength for a powerful strike, landing a blow on the fiery claw. It held for merely 2 seconds before disintegrating into sparks in the air. And the crimson flame tiger coughed up a mouthful of blood, its body growing weaker, causing it to stumble as it tried to leap. Xiaogu raised his bone knife once more, aiming for the tiger's skull. The tiger howled again, but this time the flames barely reached half a meter high before dissipating into the air, failing to form another fiery claw. Without its only means of defense against Xiaogu's assault, The Crimson Flame Tiger could only resign itself to defeat. This marked Xiaogu's first confrontation with a bronze-level Phantom Beast. Although both the Crimson Flame Tiger and Xiaogu were of the same tier, their strengths differed significantly. At the outset of the battle, the tiger's leap provided Xiaogu with the opportunity to initiate the attack. Once Xiaogu severed the tiger's forepaws, the initiative shifted entirely to him. From then on, the tiger merely resorted to delaying tactics, struggling to survive. The disparity between the same tiers had grown even more pronounced compared to the Black Iron level. Yin Xian pondered. This was undoubtedly advantageous for Yin Xian, as under his guidance, Xiaogu would continue to evolve at his peak. Let's seek out a few more Phantom Beasts to test Xiaogu's combat prowess, Yin Xian decided, remaining on Yungang Mountain for this very purpose. Eager to gauge Xiaogu's true fighting capabilities, a black snake stealthily descended from a tree behind him, trailing closely behind Yin Xian. When it drew near, it suddenly lunged forward, aiming to sink its fangs into Yin Xian's thigh. Just as the black snake was about to bite, Xiaogu, having anticipated the attack, reversed his grip on the bone knife and swiftly thrust it into the ground, accurately piercing through the snake's body and pinning it down. The pinned black snake thrashed about, attempting to strike Xiaogu with its robust tail. The swift motion of the snake's tail produced a whooshing sound, illustrating its incredible speed. Xiaogu extended a hand, effortlessly grasping the incoming tail. Refusing to let go despite its vigorous writhing, he then unleashed the breath of dark fire, the black-red flames igniting from the blade's tip, rapidly engulfing the black snake. In no time, the snake was reduced to a skeleton. A glimmering point fell from the black snake's remains. It dropped something, Yin Xian exclaimed as he picked up the luminous point, discovering it to be a scale. What a delightful surprise! Just as Yin Xian was contemplating suitable opponents for Xiaogu, a cry for help suddenly echoed from the mountain. Help! The cry quickly faded, leaving only a lingering ah. Was this person captured by a wild phantom beast? As Yin Xian speculated, a humanoid figure unexpectedly tumbled down the mountain at a remarkable speed. Soaring into the air upon reaching a steep incline, Yin Xian looked up and urgently called out, Xiaogu, catch him! Xiaogu firmly stomped the ground, leaping high into the air, and caught the airborne figure. After placing the individual on the ground, Yin Xian shouted, Are you still alive? It turned out to be a person, one who had rolled down the mountain. Yin Xian quickly realized why the individual had ceased shouting for help. It appeared he was unable to utter any sound. The figure on the ground trembled slightly before shakily rising to his feet. Simultaneously, a sticky liquid began to writhe on his body, ultimately forming a grayish sphere. Observing this seemingly unharmed individual who had rolled down the mountain, Yin Xian took a few steps back, astonished. The mud beast is truly remarkable. You recognize my phantom beast? The rolling figure inquired curiously, having never encountered anyone who could name his beast before. I've heard of it, but this is my first time seeing one in person, Yin Xian responded casually. During a conversation with Qin Huayu, he had come across the mention of various extraordinary phantom beasts, including the mud beast. The mud beast is a fascinating creature. Its essence is merely a puddle of mud, which it usually forms into a spherical shape. When a beast master requires its assistance, it can revert to its liquid form and adhere to the beast master's body, serving a function akin to soft armored. As the mud beast's level increases, so does the defensive capability of its attachment, making it a highly suitable phantom beast for protecting beast masters. However, the mud beast has a significant drawback. It is exceedingly foul-smelling. Anyone who has experienced the stench of a latrine pit can easily imagine the odor of a mud beast. It is precisely due to the shortcomings of the mud beast that it is seldom contracted by beast tamers, leading to its obscurity. Yin Xian did not anticipate that she would fortuitously encounter a beast tamer who had contracted a mud beast. You truly are well informed, praised the individual who had rolled down. Thank you for the compliment, Yin Xian replied politely, then discreetly stepped back 2 paces when the other party was not paying attention. Seeing is believing, Yin Xian thought, initially believing that Qian Hua's description was exaggerated, only to understand the meaning behind his words, that a beast tamer with a mud beast has no friends. When she encountered the mud beast herself, by the way, my name is Niu Chan. Thank you for saving me. The one who had rolled down flashed a bright smile and extended his hand. However, he quickly recalled something and withdrew his hand. Yin Xian pretended not to notice his action and proactively changed the subject. Were you being chased by some phantom beast? How did you end up rolling down the mountain? A cow was chasing me, though I'm not sure what kind of phantom beast it was. Nyo-chan scratched his head. In any case, I definitely couldn't defeat that cow. So I ran away. As for how I ended up rolling down, it was actually an accident. I accidentally kicked a hard rock while fleeing and tripped over it. Yin Xian raised an eyebrow and pointed upwards. Is that hard rock you mentioned that? Nyo-chan turned his head curiously to follow Yin Xian's gesture. Let me see. Oh, it really is. But why is that rock moving? Because it isn't a rock at all. It's a phantom beast, Yin Xian said, exasperated, holding her forehead. What? This is actually a phantom beast? I couldn't tell at all, Nyo-chan exclaimed in astonishment, taking 2 steps forward to scrutinize the creature disguised as a hard rock. Yin Xian couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this person, wondering if he had been dazed from rolling down the mountain. Hey, I advise you to keep your distance. That is a bronze-level rock beast. Yin Xian cautioned earnestly. Upon hearing Yin Xian's warning, Nyo-chan hastily retreated. A bronze-level phantom beast was not something he could provoke. Fortunately, after moving a couple of times, the rock beast resumed its stillness, once again resembling an ordinary stone. Unless one was intimately familiar with it, no one would suspect that this stone was actually a phantom beast. Seeing the rock beast become immobile again, Nyo-chan sighed in relief. You scared me. I thought it was coming to seek revenge on me, but I can't be blamed for this. If that cow hadn't been chasing me, I wouldn't have panicked and fled blindly. If I hadn't fled blindly, I wouldn't have. All right, enough already. If you keep talking, you'll wake the rock beast, and it will come looking for you, Yin Xian interjected, unable to tolerate Nyo-chan's incessant chatter any longer. Nyo-chan immediately sealed his lips at her remark, casting several wary glances at the rock beast, fearful that it would indeed awaken to confront him. Yin Xian appraised Nyo-chan. He appeared to be relatively young and accompanied by a black iron 6th-stage mud beast. Likely a fellow student preparing for the 3rd year of high school like herself. However, she had never encountered him at school, so she remained somewhat cautious. Throughout Nyo-chan's tumble down the mountain, she had maintained a certain distance from him, with Xiaogu always positioning herself between the two. Since you're fine, let's part ways here. Yin Xian decided to continue seeking an opponent for Xiaogu. Wait a moment, Nyo-chan called out to her. Do you have something else to say? Yin Xian inquired, puzzled. You saved my life, so I thought we could exchange contact information. Once we get out, I'd like to treat you to a meal as thanks. Nyo-chan beamed. Yin Xian shook her head. No need. It was just a trivial matter, and besides, with your mud beast at your side, you wouldn't necessarily have perished from the fall. Sensing Yin Xian's firm refusal, Nyo-chan rubbed his hands and paced in place for a moment, then exhaled deeply as if making a significant decision. All right then, since you don't wish to accept my invitation, I will share a secret with you as thanks. A secret? Yin Xian asked, intrigued. Do you know about the recent snake disaster? Nyo-chan inquired. Yes, the discussions on the forum were quite lively, Yin Xian replied, silently thinking, not only do I know about the snake disaster, but I have also seen the mastermind behind it. So, do you know how the snake disaster concluded? Nyo-chan asked mysteriously. Yes, the 2 silver Zhao King snakes were eliminated, but the smaller silver Zhao snake escaped, didn't it? Yin Xian casually responded. Immediately, a thought crossed her mind, and she looked at Nyo-chan suspiciously. You aren't searching for that silver Zhao snake, are you? Indeed, Nyo-chan admitted openly. No news has emerged about that silver Zhao snake being slain, so I suspect it must have fled up the mountain, which is why it hasn't been discovered. Is that so? Yin Xian's interest waned instantly. Well, good luck with your search. Nyo-chan was taken aback by her reaction. Aren't you interested in the silver Zhao snake? Yin Xian's eyelids twitched. She had already eliminated the silver Zhao snake. Why would she be interested in a deceased phantom beast? However, she couldn't reveal the truth. So she concocted an excuse. It's too laborious to search for, and even if I kill it, there's no guarantee it will drop a silver snake earring. Yes, not worth wasting so much time. Nyo-chan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it would not be worthwhile to squander time hunting for a silver snake earring of uncertain value. However, my goal is not the silver snake earring. If it's not for the silver snake earring, then what are you searching for the silver Zhao snake for? Yin Xian asked, puzzled, wondering if there was a secret she was unaware of. But if there truly was a secret, why would those seniors have left so decisively? Actually, the silver Zhao snake possesses a certain item, but many people are unaware of it, even among those who participated in the snake disaster, Nyo-chan explained. I genuinely didn't know that. Please, tell me more. Yin Xian's curiosity was piqued. Niu Chun did not keep her in suspense and directly stated, the Silver Zhao snake has a shed skin that it sheds when evolving into the Silver Zhao King snake. Yin Xian had never heard that the Silver Zhao snake underwent evolution and shed skin. It was quite obscure knowledge. So you're looking for that skin? What use does it have? Yin Xian asked with keen interest. This skin is shed during the evolution of the Silver Zhao snake, so its defensive properties are comparable to good quality equipment. Moreover, it carries the scent of the Silver Zhao King snake. If one wraps themselves in it, they can deceive the perception of snake-type phantom beasts. Niu Chun elaborated. I see. That's quite useful, and no wonder you want to find the Silver Zhao snake. Yin Xian finally understood Niu Chun's motives. The skin would be of little use to an average beast tamer, as they would need to find other materials to secure it for it to be effective, and wearing it would limit mobility, making it impractical to cover the entire body. However, with Niu Chun's mud beast, he could perfectly envelop himself in the snake skin, making it an ideal match for him. Niu Chun was not concerned about Yin Xian discovering this secret for this very reason. Most people, even if they knew, would not expend effort searching for something that would not benefit them. However, since the Silver Zhao snake had already been eliminated by Yin Xian, Niu Chun's search was destined to be in vain. Yet, Yin Xian recalled the treasure mouse that had been with the Silver Zhao snake. When she had eliminated the Silver Zhao snake, she had found nothing in its lair. Could it be that the treasure mouse had taken the snake skin? A thought arose in Yin Xian's mind. Initially, she had not perceived anything unusual about the treasure mouse, but after Niu Chun's remarks, she began to feel something was amiss. Reflecting on the situation, some details she had previously overlooked resurfaced in her mind. When the treasure mouse fled, it seemed to have flashed with a silvery light. At first, Yin Xian had assumed it was merely sunlight reflecting off something, but now she suspected it might have been the snake skin. If the snake skin had indeed been taken by the treasure mouse, then Niu Chun's chances of finding it would be even slimmer. However, that was no longer Yin Xian's concern. She would leave Niu Chun to his own devices. I wish you good fortune in locating the Silver Zhao snake. Yin Xian offered her best wishes. Niu Chun gratefully accepted her blessing and indicated his intention to search in another direction for the Silver Zhao snake. After this minor episode, Yin Xian resumed her quest to find an opponent for Xiao Gu. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back and looked up. The rock beast, still disguised as a stone, remained motionless in its place. This was a characteristic of rock beasts. Apart from certain special circumstances, they typically find a spot to lie down, masquerading as an inconspicuous rock on the road. This rock beast might be a good option. The rock beast was of bronze second-tier rank, possessing great strength and durability, but it was slow-moving, characterized by high strength and low agility, meaning even if Xiao Gu couldn't defeat it, she could still make a hasty retreat with Yin Xian. You shall be the one, Yin Xian decided. The rock beast was positioned above her, and reaching it would require a detour, which would waste time. Therefore, she opted for the most time-efficient method, jumping directly up. With a single arm, Xiao Gu embraced Yinqing, then slightly bent her legs and, in an instant, exerted her strength. However, there remained a considerable distance to the landing point. As Xiao Gu leaped into the air, she skillfully stepped onto the mountainside, propelling herself once more to successfully reach her intended destination. After gently placing Yinqing down, Xiao Gu advanced towards the rock beast. Despite Xiao Gu standing right before it, the rock beast remained utterly still, as if ensnared in slumber. For a stationary target, Xiao Gu's approach was straightforward. She unleashed a powerful strike with her blade. The strike that had cleaved through the crimson flame tiger merely left a shallow gash on the rock beast's surface, failing to sever it entirely. Finally reacting to the attack, the rock beast began to transform, rising from the ground and gradually taking on a humanoid shape. Xiao Gu, of course, would not foolishly wait for the rock beast's transformation to conclude. Seizing the moment, she swiftly struck twice more at the rock beast's form. The locations of her strikes corresponded to the waist of a human. However, although the rock beast could assume a human-like shape, it was not truly human, and thus the location of the blows bore little significance to it. After enduring 2 strikes, the now transformed rock beast finally retaliated. It raised its right hand, causing nearby stones to gravitate towards it, forming a protective layer akin to knuckle guards around its fist, which it then swung towards Xiao Gu. Naturally, Xiao Gu would not choose to confront the rock beast head-on. She attempted to evade, only to find her retreat blocked by a stone wall. While the wall was not particularly sturdy and collapsed after 2 strikes from Xiaogu, the delay granted the rock beast enough time to land a blow on her. The immense force of the stone fist sent Xiaogu staggering back several steps. Yet, as the dust settled, it became clear that no damage marred Xiaogu's armor, not even a dent. Clearly, Xiaogu was just now realizing the impressive defensive capability of her armor. She patted the struck area and charged towards the rock beast with renewed vigor. The rock beast, employing the same tactic, raised both fists simultaneously, drawing in stones from the surroundings, and then aimed its fists at Xiaogu. Having witnessed the armor's resilience, Xiaogu stood her ground, and just before the rock beast's double strike landed, she plunged her bone knife into the creature's chest. Gripping the bone knife tightly, she did not relent even as the rock beast's fists collided with her shoulders. The bone knife failed to penetrate the rock beast's body. As it struck a core far more solid than the beast's exterior, the essence of infernal flame, Xiaogu's inner energy surged, igniting the infernal flame at the knife's tip. Even the hardened core could not withstand the searing heat of the infernal flame, which melted a hole through it. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaogu thrust the knife deeper, effortlessly piercing through the core and exiting from the other side of the rock beast's body. With the destruction of its core, the rock beast's life force flickered out, and the stones it had attracted fell to the ground under the force of gravity. Stirring up a cloud of dust, it appeared that a mere bronze Tier 2 illusion beast was no match for Xiaogu. The rock beast, despite being of above-average strength among its tier, had fallen without inflicting any harm, indicating that Xiaogu's prowess had ascended to the level of bronze tier Is this armor truly so formidable? Yinxing mused, curiously striking Xiaogu's armor with her fist. Indeed, it is quite hard. Yinxing remarked, pulling a wry smile, vowing never to engage in such actions again. Suddenly, a booming sound echoed. What was that? Yinxing scanned the surroundings. Realizing that a tremor emanated from the left behind her, it sounded akin to a tree trunk crashing to the ground. Was some beast colliding with trees? Urgently, Yinxing positioned Xiaogu in front of her. Aware that any beast capable of toppling a tree would pose a significant threat, a black silhouette with a pair of large horns emerged into Yinxing's view, charging towards a tree. The first charge failed to topple the tree, prompting it to retreat a few steps, gather momentum, and launch itself once more against the trunk. The dual impacts left a considerable dent in the old tree's trunk. Yinxing's gaze fell upon the creature's information. It was a giant horned sheep, explaining its penchant for ramming trees. The giant horned sheep possessed a peculiar habit of incessantly colliding with trees, a behavior studied by beast tamers, suggesting it was a method to enhance the hardness of its horns. Some theorized it was a courtship display, where the more trees it toppled, the stronger it appeared, thus winning the favor of potential mates. Yinxing remained unsure which theory held true, but saw no reason to hesitate in treating the giant horned sheep as her next opponent. Go on. Try to avoid direct confrontation and refine your skills, she advised Xiaogu, concerned that too great a reliance on her armor might hinder Xiaogu's full potential. Chapter 74. The giant horned sheep. The soul fire within Xiaogu's skull flickered twice before she nodded gently and approached the giant horned sheep. Meanwhile, the giant horned sheep continued its retreat, preparing for another ramming attempt, displaying an unwavering determination to topple the tree. Xiaogu maintained her stealth, choosing to maneuver around from the side, yet the forest lay in disarray from the giant horned sheep's previous collisions, causing branches and leaves to litter the ground. Despite Xiaogu's cautious footsteps, some noise was inevitably produced. Though the sounds were minimal, the alert giant horned sheep still sensed her presence. It turned its head and spotted Xiaogu approaching, swiftly orienting its horns towards her while retreating slowly to build momentum for a charge. Yinxing, however, was not concerned that the giant horned sheep would flee, for its temperament was notoriously aggressive. It sought confrontation with any creature, only retreating when faced with foes it deemed formidable. Clearly, Xiaogu did not fit that description. Thus, upon encountering Xiaogu, the giant horned sheep readied itself for battle, determined to exact a toll on the intruder disrupting its training. Realizing she had been detected, Xiaogu abandoned her stealthy approach and surged toward the giant horned sheep, lifting her right hand in preparation for a strike. The giant horned sheep bleated defiantly, undeterred by Xiaogu's advance. Lowering its head to charge, intent on pitting the hardness of its horns against Xiaogu's bone knife. In a sense, both beasts rushed toward one another. When Xiaogu was less than 2 meters away from the giant horned sheep, She swiftly pivoted to the right, evading the charge while executing a diagonal upward slash. As she sidestepped the giant horned sheep's assault, she effortlessly severed its horns, much like slicing through tofu. The cut was smooth, devoid of any roughness. Although the giant horned sheep felt no pain, its horns lacking nerves, the sudden lightness of its head alerted it to something amiss. As it slowed to turn its head, Xiaogu pressed her advantage, plunging her knife into the creature's vulnerable rear. Caught off guard by the lethal ambush, the giant horned sheep emitted a thunderous wail, its upper body leaping into the air. Xiaogu remained unyielding, unaffected by the creature's cries. She withdrew her bone knife and aimed for the sheep's neck as it arched upward. With a heavy strike, the giant horned sheep's neck, unlike the rock beast's formidable body, succumbed easily to Xiaogu's attack, sealing its fate. A glimmering point fell to the ground, and Yinxing approached to collect it, a tuft of wool. Giant horned sheep wool quality. Good description. Wool from the giant horned sheep. Somewhat coarse. After dispatching the giant horned sheep, Yinxing prepared to depart, only to be met with the sound of hurried footsteps emerging from the thicket ahead. This sound was not of human origin. It belonged to a four-legged creature. Could it be a companion of the giant horned sheep? Yinxing speculated. As the noise grew louder, she soon spotted the figures, two giant horned sheep. The left one bore horns akin to the one Xiaogu had just vanquished, thick and grand, while the right one had smaller, more intricately shaped horns. It was evident that the two were likely a male and female pair, though their exact relationship remained a mystery to Yinxing. One thing was certain, both displayed a ferocious temperament, bleating aggressively upon sighting Xiaogu. Although Yinxing could not comprehend their language, the tone and poised readiness of their stances indicated their hostility towards Xiaogu. It seemed destined for Yinxing to clash with the sheep today, she mused. Xiaogu refrained from charging directly, opting instead to subtly adjust her position. The male sheep, clearly more aggressive, charged ahead, followed by the female after a brief moment. Xiaogu remained patient, observing the two giant horned sheep intently. As the male sheep was about to collide with Xiaogu, she finally sprang into action, pushing off with her left foot to swiftly shift to the right, raising her bone knife in a diagonal downward strike. However, her target was not the male sheep, but rather the female behind it. Employing the familiar technique, the female sheep's horns fell to the ground in an instant after Xiaogu's blade flashed past. The male sheep fared worse, its horns becoming lodged in a tree stump. Having charged without restraint, utilizing its horns as a battering ram, the horns became deeply embedded in the stump. The male sheep retracted its head, attempting to free its horns, but the entanglement proved too deep to extricate easily. Xiaogu had anticipated the simultaneous confrontation with both giant horned sheep, positioning herself strategically behind a sturdy tree stump. As the sheep charged, she deftly sidestepped, allowing them to collide with the stump, thereby temporarily incapacitating one of them. After severing the horns of the ewe, Xiaogu did not hasten to slay her. Instead, he chose to first deal with the ram. The giant horned sheep, having lost its formidable weapon, was significantly less threatening. Approaching the ram, Xiaogu raised his bone knife and struck fiercely at its neck. The blood that splattered forth stained Xiaogu's body, only to be instantly absorbed by his black armor, rendering him spotless. However, as he dispatched the ram, he remained unaware that Yinxing was positioned behind him. Thus she did not witness the scene. Upon seeing her companion fall, the ewe bellowed in rage, and the remnants of her horns blazed with light as she charged at Xiaogu from behind. The horn collision. The giant horned sheep could temporarily increase the weight of its horns to inflict lethal damage upon its adversary. Yet, the power of the horn collision was inherently linked to the horns themselves. Having lost a significant portion of its horns, the ram's collision was rendered nearly impotent. Xiaogu did not flinch or evade. He extended his left hand to grasp the ram's horn, halting its charge with sheer force. In the next moment, the bone knife pierced the ram's neck from below, emerging from above shortly thereafter. After a brief struggle, the giant horned sheep closed its eyes. Another tuft of giant horned sheep wool fell to the ground. Yinxing, observing the two tufts of wool within the beast taming codex, was struck by a thought. Perhaps she should slay a few more giant horned sheep to craft herself a grand coat. The materials sourced from the illusionary realm could be processed in the real world. However, once processed, they would lose their unique properties, thus rendering them ineligible for inclusion in the beast taming codex. effectively barring them from re-entering the illusionary realm. Therefore, Yin Xian was taken aback upon learning that the Evolutionist Association had developed rings recognized by the Beast Taming Codex. Chapter 75. The Woolen Coat. She pondered what kind of technology the Evolutionist Association had mastered to artificially create illusionary realm equipment. Perhaps one day, when she qualified to ascend to the higher echelons of the Evolutionist Association, she would uncover these secrets. This world held myriad mysteries that Yin Xian yearned to explore. However, these enigmas were beyond her reach at her current stage. Ultimately, it all boiled down to strength, the greater one's power. The more secrets one could unveil. Yin Xian believed she possessed ample potential for growth. She merely required time to fully realize it. Striving for unattainable heights was not prudent. Instead, focusing on excelling at each stage was the true path. She buried her ambitions deep within her heart, intending to unearth them only when she possessed sufficient strength. What she desired to pursue now was shearing sheep for wool. Yin Xian turned her gaze toward the depths of the forest. The direction from which two giant horned sheep approached. Giant horned sheep were social creatures, yet they were not overly communal. Their temperamental nature and tendency to ram into trees necessitated ample personal space. Otherwise, in their fervor, they might inadvertently collide with their kin, leading to inevitable conflicts. To mitigate such fraternal strife, each giant horned sheep kept a respectable distance from others. Nevertheless, they had a penchant for congregating to compete, periodically gathering to showcase whose horns were larger or more splendid, or to see who could fell a tree most swiftly. Thus, the dynamics of the giant horned sheep population were characterized by cycles of gathering and dispersing. Yin Xian felt he had stumbled upon a gathering of giant horned sheep just as they were preparing to part ways. He and Xiao Guo encountered several solitary giant horned sheep in the woods, all seemingly coming from the same direction. This fortunate circumstance greatly facilitated Yin Xian's endeavor to slay the giant horned sheep, allowing him to avoid the time-consuming search for scattered individuals and the worry of being swarmed by a multitude of them. The giant horned sheep possessed two skills, charge and horn collision. Each skill relied on their impressive horns. Hence, Xiaoguo always began by severing the horns of the giant horned sheep to diminish their power, making subsequent kills easier. After skillfully dispatching a giant horned sheep, a golden light flickered around Xiaoguo. He had leveled up, yet Yin Xian still had not acquired any new wool, which left him somewhat disheartened. He glanced up to find the sky noticeably darkening. Although night would not diminish Xiaoguo's strength, in fact enhancing it, Yin Xian, being an ordinary person, felt fatigued and in need of rest. Never mind, I shall continue tomorrow. After all, there remains a day until the appointed time. Yin Xian chuckled, exiting the illusionary realm. After a restful slumber at home, Yin Xian re-entered the illusionary realm. To his surprise, he encountered Niu Chun at the foot of Yungang Mountain. Niu Chun was covered in a layer of gray muck. The state one assumes when possessed by a mud beast. It appeared he was still searching for the silver Zhao serpent. Niu Chun, upon spotting Yin Xian, expressed both surprise and delight. Brother, what a coincidence. We meet again, Niu Chun exclaimed with a grin, allowing the mud beast to descend from him, revealing his true form. Yin Xian raised an eyebrow and inquired, Are you still searching for the silver Zhao serpent? Indeed, I have scoured every accessible area of the mountain. I do not dare venture higher, so I have come down to try my luck, Niu Chun replied with a hint of resignation. Yin Xian recalled that the treasure mouse frequently frequented the area at the foot of Yungang Mountain. Perhaps Niu Chun truly had a chance of finding it. Perhaps that silver Zhao serpent is hidden within one of the caves down here. Keep searching, and you are bound to find it, Yin Xian remarked casually. He bore no ill will toward Niu Chun. Rather, he found him somewhat intriguing and thus did not mind offering a small hint, curious to see if he could seize the opportunity. Ah, brother, you speak wisely. Serpents do indeed favor burrowing, Niu Chun exclaimed, his right fist striking his left palm in epiphany. Yin Xian nodded slightly, then go on and search. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you. All right, farewell, big brother, Niu Chun said excitedly, waving goodbye. After hearing Yin Xian's words, Niu Chun was eager to seek out the silver Zhao serpent, convinced he would surely find it. After parting ways with Niu Chun, Yin Xian instructed Xiao Guo to propel him forward. He had marked the locations where giant horned sheep frequented, so he need not worry about losing his way. Upon arriving at the spot he had exited the previous day, Yin Xian emitted a pleased whistle at the sight before him. Compared to yesterday, the forest bore witness to even more felled trees, undoubtedly the work of the giant horned sheep, for besides them, no other mythical beasts in Yungang Mountain would idly ram so many trees. Just as Yin Xian ventured a few steps into the woods, he spotted a giant horned sheep tilting its head, attempting to extract its right horn from a tree trunk. It had charged too fiercely and inadvertently lodged its horn. Bah! Bah! The giant horned sheep vigorously shook its head, finally dislodging its horn from the trunk, and, having succeeded, let out a few excited bleats. In the next moment, it realized that the surrounding light had dimmed. Looking up, it saw a large, shadowy figure standing beside it, blocking the sunlight, with both hands raised high, clutching a white object. Before the giant horned sheep could react, Xiaogua swung his knife with force, sending the somewhat foolish creature to the afterlife. Skipping even the step of severing its horns, having leveled up, Xiaogua found it even easier to dispatch giant horned sheep. Unless multiple giant horned sheep coordinated an attack, he merely needed to sidestep or deflect their charge with his bone knife to claim their heads. Thus, Yin Xian and Xiaogua embarked upon a spree of slaying within the woods, with any other mythical creatures they encountered also meeting their demise at Xiaogua's blade. After finishing off the giant horned sheep in the area, Yin Xian expanded his search radius, nearly scouring the entirety of the forest surrounding Yungang Mountain before successfully collecting 5 tufts of wool. With such a bounty of wool, he deemed it sufficient for crafting a woolen coat. Estimating he had gathered enough, Yin Xian exited the illusionary realm. There were few tailor shops capable of processing materials from the illusionary realm, so Yin Xian sought out a reputable one on the forum and delivered the wool. Crafting a woolen coat would require a substantial sum, and after reluctantly parting with his money, Yin Xian resolved to dedicate a few days to accepting commissions from the association to earn back his expenses. The shopkeeper informed him that the coat would take approximately 2 weeks to complete, at which point they would notify Yin Xian to collect it. Yin Xian was in no rush. He allowed the shopkeeper to take their time, knowing it was summer and he would not require the woolen coat for several months yet. Chapter 76. Visiting Huang Qingchan's home. After concluding matters regarding the woolen coat, Yin Xian's stomach suddenly rumbled. I should find a place to eat, he mused, rubbing his belly. Yin Xian looked around at the storefronts, searching for a restaurant that suited his taste. However, the entire street was lined with clothing stores, and he could not spot a single eatery. With no other option, Yin Xian inquired with the shopkeeper about nearby dining establishments. You are looking for a place to eat. Just follow this street straight. Then turn left. When you reach the first intersection, turn right, and you'll find a restaurant, the shopkeeper enthusiastically directed Yin Xian, also recommending a noodle shop he frequented. Let me tell you, the beef noodles at Cheng's noodle shop are absolutely exceptional. You must try them. The shopkeeper praised the establishment, raising his thumb in approval, clearly fond of the place. Seeing the shopkeeper's earnest endorsement, Yin Xian felt tempted. He had always enjoyed beef noodles, and it seemed only reasonable to sample something that resonated with his tastes. After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper, Yin Xian followed the directions provided and soon found himself on the food street, spotting the highly recommended Cheng's noodle shop. As the proprietor indicated, the popularity of the Cheng's noodle shop is extraordinarily high. Not only is the interior brimming with diners, but a queue also forms outside, with patrons patiently awaiting their turn. This situation caused Yanxin to hesitate, as his sole intention was to find a restaurant to satisfy his hunger. While savoring his favorite delicacies would indeed be delightful, he was reluctant to endure a lengthy wait for a bowl of beef noodles. After observing the sluggish movement of the line for a few minutes, Yanxin resolutely abandoned the idea of queuing. Never mind, perhaps it would be better to seek out another establishment for a meal. The food street was teeming with restaurants, leaving Yanxin feeling bewildered by the multitude of choices. And he found himself at a loss as to which venue to enter. That moment, he faintly heard someone calling his name. Yanxin, Yanxin. Following the sound, he discovered a girl dressed in a yellow dress waving at him from across the street. Ah, is that not Huang Qingchan? What brings her here? Yanxin realized that the girl in the yellow dress was indeed Huang Qingchan, with whom he had previously crossed paths twice. Upon spotting Yanxin, Huang Qingchan's face lit up with a radiant smile, and her right hand waved even more vigorously. Her charming visage, coupled with her lively gestures, made her the center of attention in the vicinity, the boy passing by, captivated by Huang Qingchan's adorable appearance. found himself repeatedly glancing back, nearly colliding with pedestrians in his distraction. Are your eyes defective? Can't you watch where you're going? He scolded himself. Feeling somewhat ashamed and unable to retort, he could only nod repeatedly in apology. Once the disgruntled pedestrians walked away, the boy hurriedly lifted his gaze to search for the girl who had momentarily captured his attention, only to find that a tall and handsome young man had appeared beside her. And the two were engaged in light-hearted conversation. Silently comparing himself to the other young man, the boy realized he had no feature that could rival him, and thus he departed with a bitter feeling. Sensing that his first love had ended before it even began, Yanxin crossed the street to join Huang Qingchan, curiously asking, "Are you here for a meal as well?" Huang Qingchan appeared to be in high spirits. Her hands clasped behind her back as she leaned slightly towards Yanxin, smiling brightly as she replied, "Not really. I just happened to pass through this street on my way home." "Do you live nearby?" Yanxin inquired, surprised. "Yes." Huang Qingchan nodded. "Would you care to visit my home?" Yanxin waved his hand in refusal, saying, "No, I just came here for a meal before heading back to school." However, Huang Qingchan's eyes lit up. "You haven't eaten yet? Then let us go back to my place for a meal. I haven't eaten either. No, it's really not necessary. I can manage with something simple." Yanxin felt a bit overwhelmed. "Come on, consider it a repayment for the favor you did for me at the Blackwood Cemetery." Huang Qingchan pleaded with her hands clasped together in a gesture of supplication. Faced with her innocent and pleading demeanor, along with her invoking a sense of indebtedness, Yanxin found it difficult to decline. After all, it was merely a meal. He eventually acquiesced to Huang Qingchan's request. "Follow me." Huang Qingchan beamed, leading the way. Yanxin followed her into an old alley. "Oh, Xiaochan is back, bringing a boyfriend to meet your mother?" An elderly lady greeted Huang Qingchan with a smile. "Grandma Feng, don't say such things. He is not my boyfriend," Huang Qingchan retorted playfully. "We are simply classmates who happen to run into each other. I'm just inviting him over for a meal." All right, Grandma, won't he say anything more?" Grandma Feng replied with a chuckle, though it was unclear if she truly grasped the situation. It appeared that Huang Qingchan was well-liked, as Yanxin noted that most of the people they encountered along the way were familiar with her and engaged in brief conversations. Huang Qingchan's home was situated deep within the alley, and it took Yanxin several twists and turns to finally arrive at her doorstep. It was a rather ordinary single-story house. Huang Qingchan produced a key and unlocked the door. "Come in," she invited. Yanxin, intrigued, stepped inside. After securing the door, Huang Qingchan led Yanxin into the dining area, pointing to a seat. "You can sit here for a moment. I'll prepare some food for you." "You can cook?" Yanxin asked. Astonished, "Don't believe me?" Huang Qingchan teased with a smile. "I'm just a bit surprised," Yanxin replied honestly. "Well, you'd better pay attention," Huang Qingchan declared confidently. She tied on an apron, retrieved ingredients from the refrigerator, and skillfully prepared them, soon heating oil in a pan. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. "Come help me with the dishes," Huang Qingchan called from the kitchen. Yanxin brought the finished dishes to the dining table. Huang Qingchan prepared 3 common home-cooked dishes, each exuding a tantalizing fragrance, suggesting her culinary skills were quite proficient. Observing the 2 bowls of rice on the table, Yanxin inquired, "Is it just the 2 of us?" "Yes, my mother is still in the hospital. I just visited her this morning," Huang Qingchan explained. They tacitly decided not to dwell on the topic further, each focusing on their meal. "How does my cooking taste?" Huang Qingchan broke the silence. "Delicious," Yanxin praised. "It's even better than what some restaurants serve. That's wonderful to hear. I was worried it might not suit your taste." Huang Qingchan breathed a sigh of relief. Yanxin's compliment was sincere. He genuinely found the 3 dishes to be quite impressive. It's rare to find a high school student who can cook, especially someone with your skills, he complimented. "I was very good at first, but with practice, I've improved," Huang Qingchan replied. Yanxin had attempted to cook at home himself, but regrettably, he was utterly inept in the culinary arts. His cooking was merely edible, but hardly worth the effort. After a few frustrating attempts, he abandoned the idea of cooking and resorted to dining in the cafeteria instead. With kitchen talk proving unfruitful, their conversation naturally veered towards the topic of mythical beasts. "Yanxin, what do you think is the relationship between a beast master and their mythical beast?" Huang Qingchan queried. Yanxin pondered for a moment before responding. "It should be a bond of the closest companionship, where the mythical beast trusts the beast master, and the beast master reciprocates that trust, companionship." Huang Qingchan reflected on Yinxin's words. It seems you must have a wonderful relationship with your mythical beast. Yinxin nodded, recalling his high compatibility with his little skeleton. And how is your white jade cat faring with you? He inquired. Much improved. Ever since you advised me not to take it to dangerous places, our relationship has gradually strengthened. Huang Qingchan explained. That's good to hear. A poor relationship between a beast master and their mythical beast can adversely affect the beast's performance, Yinxin remarked, feeling reassured. The two delved into a discussion about mythical beasts for over half an hour. Glancing at the time, Yinxin felt a bit bashful. I didn't realize we'd been chatting for so long. I should really be heading back. Huang Qingchan did not press him to stay. Let me walk you out. Initially, Yinxin intended to decline, but recalling how he had navigated the convoluted route to her home, he swallowed his refusal. After escorting Yinxin out of the alley, Huang Qingchan returned home. An elderly, stooped woman had mysteriously appeared in Huang Qingchan's house. Had Yinxin still been present, he would have recognized her as Grandma Feng, who had greeted Huang Qingchan upon their entrance to the alley. Upon seeing Grandma Feng, Huang Qingchan immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, "Good day, esteemed elder." Grandma Feng's expression was devoid of warmth, her demeanor starkly contrasting her earlier amiability. Yinxin spent over half an hour with you. You must have had quite the conversation. Though you think it likely that he could be recruited into our organization? Grandma Feng inquired, her face betraying no emotion. Huang Qingchan kept her gaze lowered. Continuing to respond respectfully during our discussion, I specifically asked Yinxin about his perspective on the relationship between beastmasters and mythical beasts. He believes they should share an intimate partnership, and I fear he may not be able to accept the organization's ideology. Grandma Feng remained silent, closing her eyes in contemplation. Huang Qingchan, uncertain, held her position, kneeling quietly. After a lengthy pause, Grandma Feng finally spoke. What is your answer to this question? Huang Qingchan did not hesitate, stating, I believe mythical beasts are merely tools in the hands of beastmasters. As long as they are effective, there is no need to waste time cultivating so-called emotions. Excellent. One must possess such awareness to become a true beastmaster. Grandma Feng expressed her satisfaction. Do you find Yinxin's worth significant? Huang Qingchan hesitated before answering. Although Yinxin possesses a 5-star qualified soul beast, there are others in the organization with 5-star mythical beasts as well. Perhaps his white bone skeleton has already evolved. And the evolved skeleton warrior is entirely different from ordinary skeleton warriors, Grandma Feng interjected, cutting Huang Qingchan off. Huang Qingchan contemplated Grandma Feng's words, cautious not to respond hastily. The evolution process of the white bone skeleton was most likely prepared by Yinxin himself. Grandma Feng suddenly remarked. Huang Qingchan instinctively lifted her head, meeting Grandma Feng's open eyes. The elderly woman wore a ring from the Evolutionist Association, a symbol reserved for those certified as evolutionists. Although our organization is not lacking in evolutionists, there has not been a single individual like him who has become a beast master and passed the evolutionist assessment in less than a month. Furthermore, we have examined his commission records, noting that he successfully evolved a 2-star red hound to 3 stars. This was his first commission. Huang Qingchan immediately grasped Granny Feng's intent and replied without the slightest hesitation. I understand. I will do my utmost to win over Yinxin. Granny Feng nodded slightly, bypassing Huang Qingchan's form and walking towards the door. As she paused before exiting the room, she remarked softly, You must employ every means at your disposal to gain Yinxin's trust, at least to the extent that he can unconditionally trust you once. Do you understand? Huang Qingchan felt a shiver run through her heart and promptly responded, Yes. Only then did Granny Feng leave Huang Qingchan's residence. To gain Yinxin's unconditional trust just once, has the organization truly prepared to destroy him? Huang Qingchan's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. She indeed held some fondness for Yinxin, but it was far from the point of throwing herself at him. Her several proactive encounters were entirely orchestrated by the organization. Should the organization wish for her to ruin Yinxin, she would not hesitate in the slightest. At most, she would reflect on it with a sense of regret afterward. If such a day were to come, Yinxin, do not blame me. Yinxin remained oblivious to the events that unfolded after his departure. Now, he had entered the illusion realm once more, intent on leveling up with Xiaogu. Only a day remained until he promised to accompany Qian Yinxian to the moonlight-illuminated land, and he needed to seize the moment to enhance his strength. Although he understood that Qian Huayu, a senior evolutionist, must have prepared protective measures for Qian Yinxian, alleviating safety concerns, it was still best to avoid relying on those measures. This would also elevate his standing in Qianhuayo's eyes. Establishing a good rapport with a senior evolutionist was undoubtedly beneficial, as their knowledge and connections could prove advantageous at some point. Thus, during the remaining day, Yin Xing immersed himself in Yungang Mountain, successfully elevating Xiao Gu to the Bronze Tier 3. Xiao Gu had finally reached Bronze Tier 3. After accompanying Qian Yinxian to the moonlight-illuminated land, he could consider capturing that spectral maid. Yin Xing contemplated. Before officially capturing the spectral maid, he certainly needed to make some preparations, such as acquiring some spirit-breaking potions, preferably of high concentration. Yin Xing harbored doubts about the diluted spirit-breaking potion Xuechang had given him, worrying it might be ineffective against the spectral maid. To avert such unforeseen circumstances, he was determined to prepare accordingly. On the appointed day, Yin Xing arrived once again at the Qian residence. Having communicated in advance, he was greeted at the door by Xiangqiu. Yin Xing was taken aback to see Xiangqiu personally welcoming him, feeling both flattered and somewhat reserved. As they made their way inside, they engaged in conversation about the evening's affairs. "Aunt Xiu, I must admit that I still do not know where the moonlight-illuminated land is located." Yin Xing expressed his confusion. Aunt Xiu was the title Xiangqiu requested Yin Xing to use, as she deemed calling her aunt too distant. Xiangqiu explained, "The place you and Qianqian are heading to is called Longning Valley. Within it lies a lake, and the area surrounding that lake is the moonlight-illuminated land." Longning Valley. Yin Xing reflected on the teleportation points he had seen, failing to locate the name Longning Valley. "Aunt Xiu, where exactly is this Longning Valley? It seems my school's teleportation point does not include it." "Let me think. The nearest location to Longning Valley should be the Fallen Leaves Forest. I wonder if you have heard of it?" "I haven't heard of it, but that's all right. Qianqian will take you to the teleportation point that leads directly to Longning Valley." Xiangqiu replied after a moment of contemplation. "Oh, so it's there," Yin Xing realized. He was aware of the Fallen Leaves Forest, as it was where he had previously taken Feng Wanyuan to hunt the minotaurs, and he had encountered a silver-tier giant minotaur there, leaving a deep impression on him. The locations in the illusion realm correspond to real-world geographical positions, and different locations open different teleportation gates. Qianqian knows all these details, so you can simply ask her along the way, Xiangqiu advised. "Yes, I understand, Aunt Xiu," Yin Xing affirmed. Upon entering the main hall, he found both Qian Yinxian and Qian Huayu present. But Qian Jingxiu was conspicuously absent. Upon seeing Yin Xing, Qian Yinxian greeted him warmly, "Good afternoon." Yin Xing, "Good afternoon, Yinxian," Yin Xing replied, looking around for Qian Jingxiu. "Where's brother Jingxiu? Is he not here?" "Jingxiu has gone out for some business." "So he is not here," Xiangqiu explained. After Yin Xing's arrival, Qian Huayu also rose from his seat and approached Yin Xing and Qian Yinxian, saying, "Since Yin Xing has arrived, you two should set off. Departing early will help avoid any unforeseen incidents that might cause Yinxian to miss her appointed time. The lunar energy contained within the moonlight-illuminated land is not constant. It fluctuates with the lunar phases. Only when the lunar energy reaches its peak can the tail fox undergo its evolution most perfectly. Should the optimal moment be missed, the lunar energy may diminish, resulting in a potential failure of the tail fox's evolution." "Understood," both Yin Xing and Qian Yinxian responded in unison. After the two departed from the Qian residence, Qian Huayu exchanged a few words with Xiangqiu before preparing to follow closely behind Yin Xing and Qian Yinxian. Before leaving, Xiangqiu specifically cautioned, "Do be careful, do not let Qianqian discover you, or she will become upset." Qian Huayu patted his belly confidently, "You still doubt my abilities? Not to mention these two young ones. Even those platinum-tier beast masters would be hard-pressed to realize I am tailing them." Xiangqiu shot him a sidelong glance. "Enough with the boasting. After over 20 years of marriage, do you think I am unaware of your capabilities?" Despite her words, Xiangqiu felt a sense of reassurance regarding Qian Huayu's discreet protection of their daughter. If the two were to discover him, it would mean Qian Huayu had lived a few decades in vain. Indeed, while they verbally expressed a lack of concern, both parents were deeply worried about any unforeseen accidents occurring during their daughter's beast evolution. Thus, unbeknownst to Qian Yinxian, Qian Huayu stealthily followed her. Originally, this task was to be entrusted to Qian Jingxiu. But considering his lack of composure, the couple decided it best for Qian Huayu to take matters into his own hands. The teleportation gates in Yunling City were managed by an official organization called the Teleportation Gate Management Bureau. Unlike the free teleportation points in schools, Beastmasters had to pay a fee to use these gates. Each teleportation point was overseen by designated personnel, and the Loaning Valley teleportation point was no exception. Having visited Loaning Valley several times, Qian Yinxian was familiar with the entrance procedures. After paying the fees for both of them, she led Yin Xing through the teleportation gate. They emerged onto a grassy area outside Loaning Valley. Yin Xing gazed to the left, where an expansive forest stretched as far as the eye could see. Noticing Yin Xing's attention, Qian Yinxian explained, "That is the Fallen Leaves Forest." Yin Xing was aware that his school had a teleportation point for the Fallen Leaves Forest, but the location of that point was likely at the opposite end of the forest. To traverse the Fallen Leaves Forest, one would need at least silver tier strength. Yin Xing withdrew his gaze. The most pressing matter was to protect Qian Yinxian as she entered Loaning Valley and located that lake. Qian Yinxian opened a map, revealing a marked point indicating the lake's location. The moonlight-illuminated land, let's refer to it as the Moon Lake, she suggested. The Moon Lake lies deep within Loaning Valley. If we proceed without hindrance, we should reach our destination in about 2 hours. As for potential obstacles along the way, Qian Yinxian refrained from mentioning them, as it depended on their respective strengths. Without further ado, let us enter directly, Yin Xing declared. Loaning Valley was semi-enclosed, with a narrow entrance leading into a spacious interior. Yin Xing observed numerous beast masters battling wild beasts within the valley. A cursory glance revealed that the creatures in Loaning Valley bore a striking resemblance to those in the Fallen Leaves Forest, such as the fire-armored insects and wild boars Yin Xing had encountered before. I wonder if there are minotaurs in Loaning Valley, Yin Xing mused silently. Xiao Gu's imposing figure attracted the attention of many beast masters, who cast envious glances in their direction. Yin Xing suddenly had a whimsical thought. If they were to discover that beneath this armor lay a mere skeleton, their expressions would surely be quite the spectacle. Since the wild beasts at the entrance were not particularly formidable, Qian Yinxian eagerly took on the task of defeating them. Observing the lively tail fox darting about, Yin Xing couldn't help but wonder who the true protector was, as Xiao Gu remained idle by his side. As Yin Xing and Qian Yinxian ventured deeper into Loaning Valley, the wild beasts they encountered began to change significantly. While the entrance had presented a hodgepodge of various creatures, from the midpoint onward, the beasts began to display a more organized distribution by species. The group of wild beasts Yin Xing now faced was comprised of green magic spirits. The green goblins are humanoid phantoms, bearing a striking resemblance to humans. Their stature is generally diminutive, standing at approximately 1.20 meters, and their skin is entirely green. Their facial features appear more rugged compared to those of humans, particularly their noses, which are nearly 3 times the size of an average person's. These green goblins are social creatures, preferring to engage in collective combat, often acting in groups of 10. Thus, when beast tamers set out to vanquish the green goblins, unless they are significantly more powerful, they must form teams to confront them. Yin Xian and Qian Yinxian encountered a group of 10 green goblins, an archetypal combat team. The goblins were of low rank, all below the 6th tier of black iron. Thus, following the usual strategy, they allowed the tail fox to act independently. The green goblins were somewhat intimidated by the towering Xiao Gu, hesitating to approach. However, upon realizing Xiao Gu's inaction, they mustered their courage and advanced. Qian Yinxian did not hastily command the tail fox to engage. Instead, she awaited until the green goblins drew sufficiently near before unleashing the fox's assault. The tail fox leaped from Qian Yinxian's feet like a bolt of lightning, appearing before one green goblin and swinging its large tail to strike the goblin's face. The goblin, struck by the tail, collapsed to the ground, causing its companions to recoil in fear, entirely lacking any intention to assist. The tail fox then pounced upon the fallen goblin, its tail fanning out like a propeller, mercilessly slapping the goblin's face. Once the goblin was dazed, the tail fox extended its sharp claws, swiftly slicing through the goblin's throat. After dispatching this goblin, the remainder of the green goblins finally reacted, shouting and hollering at the tail fox. Yet none dared to step forward. Yin Xian shook his head. Although this group of green goblins acted collectively, they exhibited no sense of teamwork, failing to assist their fallen comrade and instead opting to spectate. Once one of their own was slain, they resorted to shouting in an attempt to intimidate the tail fox. However, when the fox advanced rather than retreating, not a single goblin dared to attack. It was as if the phrase bully the weak and fear the strong was emblazoned on their foreheads. To deal with such cowardly adversaries as the green goblins, it suffices to eliminate one of their number with a thunderous force to shatter their morale. Just as now, the tail fox charged towards another green goblin, leaping onto its head and delivering a claw strike to its neck. The goblin, its throat severed, emitted pitiful whimpers, while the surrounding goblins attempted to strike the tail fox with feeble punches. Easily swatted away by the fox's tail, after vanquishing 2 green goblins, the tail fox discerned that these grotesque beings lacked substantial combat prowess. It then took to frolicking among the goblins, darting about and striking their oversized heads with its tail, knocking them all to the ground. The goblins on the periphery, witnessing the fate of their companions, promptly fled, howling as they ran without a backward glance. The tail fox yearned to pursue the retreating goblins, but was called back by Qian Yinqian. Slightly discontented, the tail fox, upon returning to its master, vented its frustrations by slashing the throats of the fallen goblins before leaping onto Qian Yinqian's shoulder. This tail fox possessed a rather mischievous spirit. Yin Exine mused silently as he observed the fox grooming its paws atop Qian Yinqian's shoulder. After dispatching the group of green goblins, the duo continued on their journey. Perhaps due to their path skirting the edge of the green goblins' territory, they encountered numerous attacks from these creatures, yet their levels were low enough that there was no need for Xiao Gu to intervene. The tail fox alone was sufficient to drive them away. After approximately 20 more minutes of travel, they entered a forest markedly different from the green goblin's domain. Yinqian, have you noticed that the trees in this forest seem exceptionally lush? Yet there is hardly any underbrush, and the ground is cracked in places, utterly unsuitable for tree growth? Yin Exine remarked, stepping onto a parched patch of earth, which crumbled beneath his foot, raising questions in his mind about the source of nourishment and hydration for these trees. Ah, I know. This forest is home to a unique phantom beast known as the tree demon. The tree demon aggressively siphons nutrients and moisture from its surroundings to sustain itself, resulting in such a desolate environment. It typically disguises itself as an ordinary tree, remaining mostly stationary. However, when any creature approaches, it attacks with ferocity, Qian Yinqian quickly explained, scanning the vicinity with vigilance to locate the hidden tree demons among the ordinary trees. So, it's the tree demons, Yin Exine realized, though he had not initially connected the environmental anomalies to them. To enhance its camouflage, the tree demon shares some of the nutrients it absorbs with the surrounding trees. Ensuring it blends in among them. It is generally challenging for ordinary individuals to distinguish a disguised tree demon from a regular tree. Only those beast tamers experienced with tree demons or knowledgeable evolvers can identify them through specific traits. Although Qian Yinqian was neither an evolver nor had she previously encountered tree demons, she had adequately prepared beforehand. Under the patient guidance of Qian Huayu, she learned to discern disguised tree demons through subtle details. She focused on a seemingly ordinary tree and signaled the tail fox to approach it cautiously. Lightning strike. The tail fox swiftly clawed at the tree, creating a wound before retreating to avoid the rapidly descending branches. It was indeed a tree demon masquerading as a regular tree. Although she successfully identified the tree demon, Qian Yinqian felt uneasy, for the tree demon was not a foe the tail fox excelled at combating. With its tough bark and formidable strength, the tree demon could ensnare the tail fox's movements despite its sluggish pace. Facing such an adversary, even if the tail fox could defeat it, it would require a considerable amount of time. In other circumstances, Qian Yinqian might not have minded the extended duration, but now it was crucial. Wasting too much time with the tree demons could jeopardize their timely arrival at Moon Lake. Hence, she turned to Yin Exine. He, too, had considered this and smiled reassuringly at Qian Yinqian. Leave it to me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gu understood its master's intention and dashed forth, leaping beside the tail fox to slash at the branches of the tree demon. The tail fox, in the midst of evading the tree demon's onslaught, was startled by the sudden barrage of branches raining down. Assuming it was an attack from the tree demon, the tail fox curled into a ball, covering its head with its paws. When the branches fell upon it without inflicting any harm, it cautiously peeked out from its protective stance. Observing Xiao Gu engaged in combat with the tree demon, it then bounded back to Qian Yinqian's feet, pawing at her trousers, seeking her embrace. Frustrated by the tail fox's cowardice, Qian Yinqian gritted her teeth, ignoring its pleas and allowing it to whimper at her feet. After severing the majority of the tree demon's branches, Xiao Gu surged forward to land a powerful blow on the trunk. Despite enduring numerous scratches from the tail fox, the tree demon suffered a devastating blow. Its trunk cleaved in two, with its body severed. No matter how resilient the tree demon might be, it could not escape the clutches of death. Let Xiaogu handle the remaining foes, Yin Xian proposed to Qian Yinqian. She nodded, acknowledging that the tail fox could not capitalize on its strengths against the tree demon. I will identify the tree demons and let Xiaogu eliminate them, Qian Yinqian suggested, concerned that Yin Xian might struggle to discern the disguised creatures. Yin Xian chuckled lightly. The tree demons' disguises are not particularly sophisticated. I can easily identify them without burdening you. But, Qian Yinqian began to reply, only to witness Xiaogu strike a large tree. Theo her eyes. It appeared to be an ordinary tree, yet after Xiaogu's strike, the true form of the tree demon was revealed. What's wrong? Yin Xian turned to Qian Yinqian, puzzled. Nothing, you carry on, she quickly revised her statement. Once Yin Xian turned back, Qian Yinqian exhaled softly, lightly patting her flushed cheeks as she whispered to herself. I didn't expect Yin Xian to have such keen eyesight. It's fortunate I held my tongue earlier, or I would have embarrassed myself. Identifying genuine tree demons was no challenge for Yin Xian. With his keen perception, even the most skillfully disguised tree demons could not evade his gaze. After all, the words tree demon were conspicuously displayed beside their true forms. The tree demons themselves were not particularly strong, nor did they possess diverse attack methods. Their formidable disguises merely rendered them adept at ambushing newcomers. Yet before Yin Xian, no disguise could withstand scrutiny, making the tree demons mere prey for him. Throughout their journey, Qian Yinqian's expressions shifted from astonishment to disbelief, ultimately leading to a state of numbness. She realized that nearly all the tree demons Yin Xian identified were indeed real, with his accuracy approaching 100%. The few inaccuracies stemmed from Yin Xian deliberately selecting a couple of incorrect targets upon noticing Qian Yinqian's reaction. However, Yin Xian realized it too late. The two were already on the verge of leaving the tree demon forest. Thus, despite Yin Xian misidentifying a few, her accuracy remained remarkably high. Even a certain plump silhouette trailing behind them was taken aback upon witnessing Yin Xian's precision. For when he was of Yin Xian's age, he could only manage half the recognition rate. As Yin Xian and her companion exited the tree demon forest, the moon lake finally unveiled itself before them. At that moment, the sun had just dipped below the horizon, and the moon had yet to rise fully. There was still some time before the moonlight reached its zenith, indicating that they had ample time at their disposal. The moon lake was not large. Yin Xian estimated that it would take her about 15 minutes to complete a circuit around it. Some phantasmal beasts were drinking at the water's edge, and their cautious demeanor suggested that there were creatures lurking in the lake that could pose a threat to their lives. The presence of these phantasmal beasts would undoubtedly interfere with the evolution of the tail fox, prompting Yin Xian to decide on a thorough cleansing of the area. Initially, she anticipated that this task would consume a fair amount of time. However, to her surprise, as Xiaogu approached a fire colt drinking water, it hastily bolted away. Subsequently, when Xiaogu approached an iron feather eagle, it too took flight before Xiaogu could close the distance. Were all the phantasmal beasts living by the moon lake this wary? Yin Xian felt a twinge of frustration, for no one could predict whether those fleeing creatures would return to disrupt the tail fox's evolution. Yet, Xiaogu could not catch up to these escaping phantasmal beasts and had no choice but to watch them vanish from sight. After circling the moon lake, Xiaogu encountered only a bronze tier 1 sand scorpion that did not flee. All other phantasmal beasts had fled without exception. Instead of retreating, the sand scorpion immediately aimed its stinger at Xiaogu upon spotting her, forcefully launching a venomous spike the thickness of an adult's arm. Xiaogu swung her bone knife, cleaving the spike in midair. The sand scorpion shook its body and unleashed a barrage of 10 spikes towards Xiaogu. Clink, clink. All 10 spikes were intercepted by Xiaogu mid-flight, none striking her. Realizing its venomous assault had been thwarted, the sand scorpion raised its pincers and struck the ground, transforming the once solid earth into soft sand, allowing it to burrow underground in a matter of seconds. When Xiaogu reached the sand scorpion's original position, she found only a circular, deep hole. As Xiaogu bent down to inspect the hole, a mound of sand began to rise behind her. In an instant, the sand scorpion emerged from the mound, extending its pincers to seize Xiaogu's legs, attempting to drag her underground. Initially oblivious to the sand scorpion's emergence, Xiaogu felt her legs sink a few centimeters before swiftly reacting and slashing downward into the sand. A flash of white light revealed the sand scorpion's pincers severed and dropped to the ground, halting Xiaogu's descent. Quickly, she turned and reached into the sand, extracting the sand scorpion and tossing it onto the ground before delivering a lethal strike. Chapter 81. Moon Demon Qian Yinqian watched as Xiaogu effortlessly dispatched the sand scorpion and inquired. Yin Xian, your skeletal warrior must be beyond bronze tier 1 by now, correct? Indeed. Xiaogu has advanced to bronze tier 3, Yin Xian replied. Such rapid advancement? Qian Yinqian exclaimed in surprise. Yin Xian smiled faintly. Once your tail fox evolves, it will also experience swift upgrades. May your words ring true, Qian Yinqian chuckled, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Although several hours remained until the scheduled time, in the interest of caution, Yin Xian and Qian Yinqian opted not to hunt phantasmal beasts, instead choosing to sit near the Moon Lake. This marked Yin Xian's first leisurely moment within the illusion realm. Prior to this, her ventures had solely revolved around slaying monsters or gathering materials, leaving no room for appreciation of the scenery. The gentle moonlight cascaded over the lake, merging with its surface, creating a breathtaking vista that left one in awe. The Moon Lake is truly beautiful, Yin Xian remarked genuinely. Qian Yinqian, with her legs hugged close, admired the lake's splendor. The scenery within the illusion realm far surpassed that of the real world, which often captivated many individuals. The two remained in tranquil observation of the Moon Lake. After a considerable silence, Yin Xian spoke. There must be phantasmal beasts lurking beneath the lake that could disrupt the tail fox's evolution. Correct? Indeed, Qian Yinqian affirmed. Every area illuminated by moonlight gives rise to a unique phantasmal beast known as the Moon Demon. The Moon Demon cannot be contracted, nor does it possess the concept of evolution. Its strength is determined by the amount of moonlight energy the illuminated area can sustain. Such a marvelous phantasmal beast exists. The unknowns within the illusion realm are truly vast, Yin Xian mused. Were those creatures drinking water fleeing due to the fear of the Moon Demon's appearance? Precisely. The Moon Demon seldom manifests during the day, as it is weakened in the absence of the moon. However, as the moon ascends and moonlight energy gradually saturates the environment, the Moon Demon's power escalates, enhancing its awareness of the surroundings. When its perception reaches a peak, even the slightest disturbance will capture its attention. Those phantasmal beasts fled to avoid the ruckus that could alert the Moon Demon. Qian Yinqian clearly possessed extensive knowledge of the Moon Demon, articulating its habits with precision. If that is the case, then the fleeing phantasmal beasts should not interfere with the tail fox's evolution, but the Moon Demon will undoubtedly arrive, Yin Xian concluded. The tail fox's evolution requires the absorption of moonlight energy, which effectively robs the Moon Demon of its source of power. Thus, it will surely attempt to thwart the tail fox's evolution, Qian Yinqian explained. It seems my task is quite formidable, Yin Xian jested, pondering the strength of the Moon Demon residing within the Moon Lake. Qian Yinqian gazed at the placid water, hesitating before stating, my father informed me that these Moon Demons can reach Bronze Tier 5 when the moonlight energy is at its peak. Bronze Tier 5? Yin Xian furrowed her brow. If they are few in number, Xiaogu should be able to hold them off for a time. But if there are many, she will certainly be unable to stop them. Your father must have prepared some measures for you, right? Yin Xian queried, skeptical that Qian Huai would place all his bets on her. Qian Yinqian nodded, producing a protective talisman. This is a talisman my father gave me. Once activated, it can temporarily shield against the Moon Demon's attacks. Yin Xian scrutinized the talisman. Dazzling light talisman grade. Exceptional overview. Upon activation, it generates a luminous shield capable of withstanding attacks from golden tier phantasmal beasts. A talisman that can withstand attacks from golden tier phantasmal beasts. Though the talisman appeared unremarkable in its dormant state, it emanated a blinding radiance in Yin Xian's eyes. My eyes? Yin Xian exclaimed dramatically, covering her eyes, prompting Qian Yinqian to glance at the talisman in concern, fearing she had inadvertently activated it. With this talisman, not even the Bronze Tier 5 Moon Demon will pose a threat. The tail fox will likely evolve without a hitch, Yin Xian remarked. Qian Yinqian fiddled with the talisman before securing it to the thin belt around her waist. She was not clad in the typical coarse linen garb, but rather a white robe. Yin Xian noted that this garment was of superior quality, imbued with a skill that could summon an ice crystal wall to block attacks when the wearer was struck. Truthfully, I feel this talisman is too extravagant for me. But my father insists it is the least impressive one he possesses, Qian Yinqian sighed. Yin Xian twitched her lips, realizing that her presence was merely to accompany others in appreciating the scenery, effectively requiring no exertion of her own. Casting a glance at the moon's position, Qian Yinqian began to set the scene. After arranging the necessary materials, she cradled the tail fox and placed it at the center of the setup. Drawing a circle around it with her hand, "Sit still. Do not leave this circle without my command, understood?" Qian Yinqian said sternly, her expression serious. Though the tail fox was typically mischievous, it recognized the significance of the moment and nodded earnestly at Qian Yinqian. Signaling its intent to comply at that moment, Yin Xian noticed ripples forming on the previously tranquil lake surface. It seemed the moon demons were becoming restless. Yin Xian chuckled lightly, observing that it was not yet the peak of moonlight energy, and the moon demons had not reached their full strength, yet they appeared unable to contain themselves. Qian Yinqian drew the talisman from her waist and held it tightly. Yin Xian positioned himself beside Qian Yinqian, prepared to shield himself when the talisman activated. Xiaogu stood at the lake's edge, awaiting the emergence of the moon demons. Suddenly, a shadow with 4 arms and a pitch-black form leaped from the moon lake. Its face bore no nose or mouth, only 2 enormous eyes that nearly consumed its visage, complemented by a shock of white hair. Upon witnessing the moon demon's appearance, Qian Yinqian quietly turned away, unable to bear the sight. Yin Xian frowned, taken aback by the moon demon's appearance, which was even more grotesque than that of the green demon, truly an eyesore, reinforcing the necessity of eradicating it. As soon as the moon demon landed, Xiaogu lunged forward, brandishing her knife to strike. In an instant, numerous colossal spikes erupted from the moon demon's arms as it raised them in defense. The bone knife clashed against the bone spikes, producing a resounding impact. The spikes were surprisingly resilient, successfully withstanding Xiaogu's assault. Yin Xian's expression turned serious. Once again, Xiaogu unleashed a flurry of strikes against the moon demon, each blow aimed at a different part of its body. Chapter 82. Activating the protective talisman. In response to Xiaogu's onslaught, the moon demon attempted to block all the attacks, yet its movements could never match the speed of Xiaogu's blade. Although it successfully deflected 2 strikes, 4 others landed upon it. The most severe of these slashed into the moon demon's left thigh, creating a gaping wound deep enough to expose bone. The demon's black blood spurted forth from the injury, splattering onto the ground with a hissing sound. Remarkably, this blood possessed corrosive properties. While engaged in battle with the moon demon, Xiaogu had also become stained with its blood. However, when this blood fell upon his armor, it caused no damage whatsoever. In fact, over time, the armor seemed to absorb the blood, giving the impression that Xiaogu had never been sullied by it at all. After sustaining the injury to its left leg, the moon demon's movements were severely hampered. Though its arms remained agile, it found it increasingly difficult to fend off Xiaogu's assaults. Clang! The bone blade collided with the bone spines once more. But this time, the blade prevailed. The 2 largest spines on the moon demon's arms were severed, causing it to lose the weapons it had once taken pride in. Just as Xiaogu prepared to deliver a fatal strike, the moon demon's chest suddenly split apart, and a silvery beam of light shot forth from the black void in its center. This beam exuded a palpable threat, even to Xiaogu. However, with the distance between them being too short for evasion, he instinctively raised his bone blade to shield his chest, intercepting the beam. The force of the beam was astonishing. Propelling Xiaogu backward, he landed on the ground and rolled before regaining his footing. The moon demon that had unleashed the beam had already disintegrated into specks of light. It was dead. Yin Xian observed closely, noting that the moment the beam was fired from the moon demon's chest, it had ceased all movement, standing vacantly in place. The moon energy cannon. This was the name of the final beam released by the moon demon. The demon's power was derived from lunar energy, and when it concentrated all its energy into the moon energy cannon, it signified the end of its life. This was a skill that each moon demon could use only once. Xiaogu appeared largely unscathed, having merely been knocked down by the moon energy cannon. This injury was negligible in his eyes. After the demise of this particular moon demon, 2 more identical moon demons crawled out from the lake. Both at the same bronze tier as the fallen one. Upon reaching the shore, these moon demons charged toward the tail fox but were intercepted by Xiaogu mid-route. Having engaged in battle previously, Xiaogu had become familiar with the moon demon's attack patterns, allowing him to hold his ground even against 2 foes. As the battle progressed, Xiaogu gradually gained the upper hand. With relentless precision, he wielded his bone blade, leaving numerous wounds of varying sizes on the two moon demons. Completely suppressed, the two moon demons were left exhausted in defense, unable to find any opportunity to counterattack. Qian Yin marveled. Xiao Gu's capacity for learning is remarkable. After just a few exchanges with the moon demon, he has already deciphered its attack patterns. Yin Xian preferred to refer to Xiao Gu's ability as combat instinct, as it was a skill born solely for the purpose of battle. While they conversed, the skirmish between Xiao Gu and the two moon demons drew to a close. After delivering a significant blow to the moon demons, Xiao Gu swiftly retreated, aware that they would unleash the moon energy cannon in their dying moments. Sure enough, after his calculated withdrawal, the two moon demons alternately fired their moon energy cannons, yet these blasts only served to slightly disturb the earth beneath them, causing no harm whatsoever. With the defeat of these two moon demons, no new foes emerged from the lake, and the surface of the water once again fell into tranquility. Yin Xian gazed intently at the moon lake for an extended period before stating, "It seems these moon demons have no intention of emerging for the time being. They are aware that they cannot defeat Xiao Gu." Qian Yin chuckled, however. "Once the lunar energy reaches its zenith, they will undoubtedly resurface." Yin Xian replied, "At that point, I will activate the protective talisman." Qian Yin dismissed the concern, and the two stood their ground, awaiting the moon's ascent to its highest point. A pale, cool moonlight draped over the tail fox, rendering its form somewhat ethereal. The moment had arrived. Qian Yin's spirits lifted as she tightly gripped the protective talisman in her right hand. Yin Xian cast a glance at the tail fox before shifting his focus back to Xiao Gu and the moon lake. The lake remained still, as though no moon demons resided within it at all. Could it be that the three moon demons they had encountered were the entirety of those dwelling in the lake? Yin Xian pondered in confusion. The tail fox had begun absorbing the moonlight energy, and an increasing amount of luminescence gathered around it. Under the moon's radiance, Yin Xian found it difficult to discern the tail fox's form. The materials arranged around began to react with the moonlight, and Yin Xian noticed that the fur upon the tail fox's head was gradually changing color, shifting from brown to silver, while a crescent mark was forming above its forehead. With a little patience, the tail fox would complete its evolution. At that moment, the previously tranquil lake surface began to ripple, and one by one, the moon demons leaped out from the depths of the moon lake. Yin Xian counted carefully. At least 20 moon demons had emerged, and given the frequency of their appearance, it was likely that more lurked beneath the surface. With so many moon demons, Xiao Gu would certainly be unable to hold them off alone. Prompting Yin Xian to urgently shout to Qian Yin, "Quick, use the protective talisman." Qian Yin had long since clutched the talisman in her hand, and upon hearing Yin Xian's words, she squeezed it tightly. Shattering the talisman to activate its effect, a pure white light emanated from Qian Yin, expanding outward to form a protective barrier large enough to accommodate more than 10 individuals. As the barrier took shape, the charging moon demons collided with the expanding shield, each one being repelled without exception. Some of the faster moon demons were flung back with such force that they were sent tumbling back into the lake. Yin Xian, emboldened, approached the edge of the barrier, taunting the moon demons that pressed against it. The barrier possessed only defensive capabilities, lacking offensive power. Thus, the moon demons, one by one, returned to claw and bite at the shield. Attempting to breach it, however, a protective barrier capable of withstanding attacks from golden-tier phantom beasts could hardly be shattered by mere bronze-tier moon demons, rendering their efforts futile. Frustrated by their inability to penetrate the barrier, some moon demons turned their attention to Xiao Gu instead. Confronted by multiple foes of a higher tier, Xiao Gu remained undaunted and even took the initiative to launch his own attacks against the moon demons. Chapter 83. The Successful Evolution of the Moonlight Fox. Faced with several moon demons of a higher tier, Xiao Gu's strategy was to eliminate them one by one. He set his sights on the most feeble-looking moon demon, closing in for a strike aimed at its neck. The chosen moon demon was caught off guard. It had not anticipated that, even while being besieged, Xiao Gu would dare to attack in a panic. It raised its right hand to shield itself. Clang! The bone blade struck heavily against the moon demon's bone spines, producing a dull thud. Just as the moon demon thought it had successfully deflected Xiao Gu's attack, a swirl of black-red flames suddenly ignited at the tip of the blade and darted toward its throat. Although the flames floated, they moved with astonishing speed, reaching the moon demon's throat in the blink of an eye. While the bone spines that protruded from the moon demon's arms were exceptionally resilient, even capable of withstanding Xiao Gu's powerful strikes. The demon's skin was not nearly as tough, especially at such a vulnerable spot as its throat. In just 1 second, the hellfire seared through the moon demon's throat. The demon didn't even have time to unleash its moon energy cannon. Witnessing the grim fate of their companion, the other moon demons halted in their tracks. Realizing that the figure clad in black armor was not the weakling they had presumed, but rather a formidable adversary capable of threatening their very existence. However, their hesitation granted Xiao Gu the opportunity to strike. He selected the nearest moon demon, pivoted, and swung his blade with force, simultaneously unleashing the breath of hellfire. The chosen moon demon, having witnessed the destructive power of the black-red flames, dared not confront them directly and quickly retreated upon seeing the fire manifest. Yet Xiao Gu would not let it escape. As the moon demon retreated, he accelerated, closing the distance between them. Despite its desperate attempts to flee, the gap between Xiao Gu and the moon demon only narrowed, causing it to frantically call out to its fellow demons for help. However, the other moon demons remained indifferent to their companions' cries, watching the scene unfold with dispassion. This indifference stemmed from the innate selfishness of the moon demons, who prioritized their own interests above all else, as well as the terrifying lethality of Xiao Gu's hellfire, which none of the demons felt confident enough to confront. As the moon demon realized that no rescue would come, despair washed over it. With Xiao Gu closing in, the desperate moon demon came to a halt, its chest splitting open as silvery light began to coalesce within it, had resolved to unleash the moon energy cannon. To use the moon energy cannon meant forfeiting the chance to survive, opting instead to burn its life away in exchange for the enemies. But Xiao Gu was well prepared for this eventuality. As the moon demon stopped, he instinctively slowed his approach, and when the fissure appeared in its chest, he had already sidestepped. Just a second before the moon energy cannon was fired, Xiao Gu had successfully evaded the path of the blast. A brilliant beam of light surged forth from the original position of the small bone, its tremendous force upheaving the topmost layer of soil, yet leaving the small bone unscathed in the slightest. After firing the lunar energy cannon, the lunar demon collapsed to the ground, quickly dissipating into specks of light that vanished into the air. Just as the small bone was poised to seek its next target, the evolution of the tail fox was nearing its conclusion. An ever-increasing amount of lunar energy was being rapidly absorbed by the tail fox, and the surrounding lunar demons began to gradually diminish in rank. Descending from the pinnacle of Bronze Tier 5 to Bronze Tier 4, and even Bronze Tier 3, realizing that their strength was irreversibly waning, panic spread among the lunar demons. Some of them, in a frenzy, pounded against the protective barrier, attempting to shatter it and eliminate the culprit that was siphoning their energy. They were convinced that if they could slay the entity absorbing the lunar energy, their strength would return. Others, fearing an endless decline in their power, chose to retreat back into the lunar lake. The small bone did not pursue those lunar demons retreating to the lake. Instead, it opted to eliminate those still assaulting the protective barrier. The attention of these lunar demons was entirely focused on breaching the barrier, and they remained oblivious to the small bone's approach from behind. The small bone did not even need to unleash the breath of netherfire. With mere heavy strikes, it swiftly felled several lunar demons. After the small bone had dispatched a few of them, the remaining lunar demons finally came to the realization that there was indeed an intruder launching sneak attacks. Although the absorption of their power was a slow demise, ignoring this current threat would lead to a far swifter end. Consequently, the remaining lunar demons converged upon the small bone, intent on eliminating this troublesome foe. Just as the small bone was caught up in the thrill of battle, prepared to confront the remaining lunar demons, Yin Xian's voice intervened, halting the small bone's killing spree. Please, allow the tail fox to practice on some of the lunar demons. Upon hearing Yin Xian's directive, the small bone immediately set down its bone knife, turning away to step inside the protective barrier, leaving behind a swarm of lunar demons relentlessly assaulting it. The lunar energy enveloping the tail fox gradually dwindled, and as the tail fox opened its eyes, the surplus unabsorbed lunar energy drifted skyward. A few lunar demons, spotting this lunar energy, leaped eagerly in an attempt to seize it, hoping to replenish their own energy. Yet, no matter how high they jumped, they could not reach the dissipating lunar energy. The tail fox, no, now it should be called the moonlight fox, finally opened its long-closed eyes, which sparkled with starlight. It beheld the grotesque lunar demons outside the barrier. raised its fox head, and let out a gentle hum. In response, multiple beams of starlight cascaded from the heavens, striking the lunar demons. This was the Moonlight Fox's new skill, Starfall, allowing it to summon starlight from the sky to strike enemies in a wide area. The power of the starlight was greatly influenced by the transitions of dawn and dusk. During the day, its potency was feeble. However, at night, when the moon rose, the strength of the starlight would be significantly amplified, potentially reaching several times or even a dozen times its daytime power. And now, it was indeed night, with the might of Starfall at its zenith. The starlight summoned by the Moonlight Fox ruthlessly pounded upon the lunar demons, turning their own source of power into their greatest adversary. The lunar demons struck by the starlight ignited in flames, with starfire raging within them. What a formidable skill, Yin Xian marveled. While the small bone is indeed powerful, it lacks group skills, making it less efficient than the Moonlight Fox in clearing the lunar demons. Qian Yinxian's small face flushed with excitement, for as the master of the Moonlight Fox, she naturally felt elated by its growing strength. Chapter 84 concluded. After assisting Qian Yinxian in evolving the tail fox into the Moonlight Fox, Yin Xian set out to the Black Forest to capture the Soul Maid. Following the summer break, upon the commencement of senior year, the school conducted a class placement examination, primarily focused on beast taming combat. The majority of students remained at the Black Iron stage, thus Yin Xian, with the small bone, secured a place in Class A. Upon the start of the school year, various classes engaged in intensive training, with ordinary classes primarily focusing on teacher-led instruction and peer sparring. Classes A and B, however, directly engaged in practical combat, and due to Yin Xian's exceptional strength, she trained individually. Throughout the training, Yin Xian gradually elevated both Xiaoyu, the Soul Maid, and the small bone to Bronze Tier 6. Subsequently, a bronze-level secret realm emerged in the outskirts of the city. Given its bronze classification, the realm held considerable value and was not directly allocated to the school, allowing any bronze-level beast tamers to enter. The school provided each student voluntarily entering the secret realm with a piece of protective equipment. Within the realm, Yin Xian defeated illusionary beasts, acquiring equipment and materials. After she obtained high-level materials, two individuals set their sights on her. When Yin Xian sent the small bone out to battle, they attempted to assassinate her but were countered by the summoned Xiaoyu. From their beast-taming compendium, Yin Xian acquired some materials for Xiaoyu's evolution. Following the secret realm, Yin Xian continued her dedicated training, swiftly elevating both the small bone and Xiaoyu to Bronze Tier 10. Thereafter, leveraging her identity as an evolutionist, she amassed considerable wealth by accepting evolution commissions. Securing the materials necessary for Xiaoyu's evolution into the Silver Tier, Soul Nymph. The materials for the small bone's evolution were rather unique. Yin Xian ventured into the Black Forest, defeated the skeletal giant, and gathered the necessary components, enabling the small bone to evolve into the Silver Tier, Bone Commander. With both beasts reaching the Silver Tier, Yin Xian's beast-taming compendium naturally transformed into a silvery hue. Following this, Yin Xian prepared to capture her third beast. In the second semester of her senior year, while visiting the Yu family, she unexpectedly encountered a dimensional fluctuation, entering a newly opened secret realm. This realm was quite peculiar, as beast tamers could not summon their beasts and were required to don armor and wield weapons to fight personally. Yin Xian spent 3 months navigating this realm before successfully clearing it. Due to her high evaluation upon completion, she was awarded a unique beast, Spirit of the Armor. This beast lacked independent combat abilities, but could construct a suit of armor for the beast tamer, thus granting Yin Xian a means of self-protection. Subsequently, during the National College entrance examination, Yin Xian, alongside the small bone and Xiaoyu, secured admission to the prestigious Beast Spirit Academy. Upon entering university, she stumbled upon a conspiracy orchestrated by Huang Qingchan's backing forces and became embroiled in a life-threatening pursuit. After narrowly escaping, Yin Xian relayed pertinent information to the authorities, aiding in the dismantling of a portion of this faction's power. While claiming the spoils of victory, Yin Xian acquired the Moonstone. After the Spirit of the Armor absorbed the Moonstone, it gained the ability to transform into the Moon God Armor, allowing Yin Xian to engage in direct combat with beasts of the same tier. Thereafter, she continued to slay illusionary beasts in the illusion realm while accepting commissions from the Evolutionist Association to gather materials necessary for her beast's evolution. The small bone would ultimately evolve into Lord of the Nether Souls, while Xiaoyu would evolve into Queen of the Souls. The spirit of the armor would continue to consume solar stones.